Starting the check-in from the holy place with excitement in my heart, I stepped onto the blue stone steps. The moment my left foot touched the ground, I silently recited my check-in. Immediately, a series of mechanical sounds echoed in my mind. Ding, check-in successful. Ding, beginner's gift pack has been issued. Ding, virtual warehouse has been constructed. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the check-in system. From now on, life will be all about surfing the waves. Wherever there are waves, go surf. What will this beginner's gift pack contain? Chapter 1. Check-in system. The state of Chu, one of the powerful nations on the wild continent, has been established for 1,000 years, covering a vast area of 10,000 miles, governing 6 prefectures, with 1 million soldiers, 1,000 chariots, and 10,000 horses. Wuguan, located in the central part of the state of Chu, it is bustling with activity, its prosperity rivaling that of the capital. Additionally, the renowned Woman, located on Wushan Mountain, has been established for thousands of years and has produced countless unparalleled strong figures. There is the scholar Chu Chun, whose famous Chu Ci is known throughout the world, leaving a mark in history and intimidating countless petty individuals. There is the reformer Wu Bai, who abandoned Confucianism for the military, authored the Wuzi Art of War, which has been passed down through the ages, establishing military studies as sacred. There is General Jing Yang, who led 3,000 troops to defeat 100,000, a military leader of great prestige, revered by the lords, guarding the borders. There is the powerful Xiongju, who could lift mountains and rivers, shaking 9 regions, with a mystical connection to the divine, transcending time, commanding the rivers and mountains with a single thought. In the hearts of the Chu people, Woman holds a very high status, and looking across the entire wild continent, it is also a prominent holy place. Every spring, when flowers bloom, Woman recruits disciples widely, welcoming talented individuals from all over Chu, from noble lords to beggars, regardless of their birth, to participate in the tests. In the hereditary aristocracy of the state of Chu, it is very difficult for commoners to stand out. The best way is to join Woman. Even as an outer disciple, they can stand on equal footing with ordinary nobles. A mountain does not need to be high, it is spiritual if there are immortals. Woman is located on Wushan, a mountain over 1,000 feet high, with picturesque scenery, mist wafting at the waist of the mountain, gentle breezes blowing, changing constantly, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, creating an ethereal and melodious atmosphere. A series of bluestone steps is neatly laid out on the mountain, disappearing into the clouds, resembling a heavenly path spanning the sky. At the starting point of the steps, there's an open training ground, flanked by stone statues of fierce beasts and soaring divine beasts, with an altar and stone walls, intricately carved and lifelike. Usually, the area around Wushan is under strict guard, and no one except the disciples of the sect is allowed to enter. However, in recent days, as Woman is recruiting disciples, people from all directions have gathered, making this holy mountain lose some of its former solemnity and adding a touch of human warmth. The elder has arrived. A loud voice echoed down from the mountain peak, like a heavenly sound, causing people's eardrums to ache. Boom! The clouds parted, and dozens of figures leaped down. They wore long robes, their expressions cold, with their garments fluttering, their backs blending with the heavens, their minds merging with the sky, riding the clouds as if they were immortals descending. The noisy training ground instantly fell silent, all faces showing reverence, not daring to make a sound. Over 100,000 people held their breath, the scene extremely quiet. Even the drop of a pin could be heard echoing. Let the tests begin, the leading elder of Woman, named Wu Kuei, said. His sharp eyes scanned the surroundings, not wasting time on idle chatter. With a wave of his hands, spiritual energy burst forth, condensing into a chair, which he sat on steadily, closing his eyes to rest. Spiritual energy materializing, a common and widespread method of practicing spells. Yes, a dozen Woman disciples slightly bowed, walking to the bluestone steps, conjuring pieces of pitch-black stones that were smooth as jade. These are the spirit testing stones, which can detect whether a person has the talent for cultivation. The method of operation is simple. Holding the spirit testing stone will release a beam of light. The higher the beam, the better the talent. It is rumored that the founding ancestor of the state of Chu held the spirit testing stone, releasing a beam of 9 zhong and 9, breaking the highest record of women and becoming renowned across the world. The foundation of heaven and earth is spirit. Only those with the talent to communicate with spiritual energy can cultivate, pursue the great path, become unparalleled warriors, dominate a region, extend their lifespan, and be revered by others. One disciple said, his voice not loud, but resonating in everyone's ears. Most people's expressions revealed longing upon hearing this. In this world where martial power reigns supreme, possessing strong cultivation means having everything: wealth, power, beauty all within reach. Without strength, one can only be a lowly commoner, exploited by others, toiling hard all day just to earn a meal, living a life of mediocrity. It's been 3 months. I've finally waited for today. In the crowd, a young man stared intently at the mountain gate, his eyes burning with passion. He wore a white brocade robe, his gaze deep like the ocean at midnight, cold and piercing. His name is Yu Sheng, the young master of the Yu family from Ba County, only 16 years old, gifted and full of promise. However, 3 months ago, while inspecting the family's business, he was ambushed. Though he survived, his dantian was destroyed, rendering him unable to cultivate. Moreover, he discovered that there was something called a system within him. This system is called the check-in system, and it has not yet been activated. To activate the system, one needs to complete a custom check-in to receive a beginner's gift package. Of course, the first check-in is not simple. The rewards differ based on the location of the check-in. The better the check-in location, the better the beginner's gift package. After careful consideration, Yu Sheng decided to check in at Wumen to obtain the best gift package. As long as I stand on the bluestone steps, I can successfully check in, Yu Sheng murmured, feeling a bit excited inside. After his dantian was shattered, he placed all his hopes on the mysterious system. Now, let's begin testing the compatibility with spiritual energy. Only those who can stimulate a 3 zhong light beam are considered qualified, the Wumen disciple said after a long speech, finally getting down to business. Beside him, another disciple took out the pre-registered roster and began calling names in order. First, Zhang 1 zhong light beam, not qualified. Next, Feng Yuanbao, 2 zhong light beams, not qualified. Next, Zhu Wener, 3 zhong light beams, low-level spirit body, qualified. The Wumen disciple said, a hint of a smile appearing on his cold face. The testing proceeded quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, hundreds of people were tested, but only 3 passed, while the rest left with dejected expressions. Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes, his brilliance flickering. During his family's test, he had stimulated an 8 zhong light beam, stunning everyone and being regarded as the top talent in Ba County. But that was in the past now. With his dantian shattered and cultivation wasted, he didn't know if he could even measure his spiritual root. If he couldn't, he would have to find another place to check in and activate this mysterious system. Next, Yu Sheng. While Yu Sheng was deep in thought, the Wumen disciple called out loudly, I'm here. Yu Sheng focused his mind and stepped forward, placing his hand on the spirit testing stone. Suddenly, a beam of radiant light shot up into the sky, a full 8 zhong long, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. What? Wu Kuei stood up, his expression shocked. Then a wave of joy washed over him, almost making him shout to the heavens. A prodigy who could stimulate an 8 zhong light beam is extremely rare, even in women. 8 zhong light beam, high-level spirit body. The Wumen disciple stammered, his tongue stumbling over the words, looking at Yu Sheng with envy and respect in his eyes. Those waiting for their tests around were filled with envy and jealousy, wishing they could take his place. Junior brother Yu Sheng, please come up the mountain for a body assessment, a nearby disciple said politely, pointing to the bluestone steps with a smile full of flattery. Yu Sheng nodded, filled with excitement, and stepped up the bluestone steps. The moment his left foot touched the first step, he silently whispered check-in, and then a series of mechanical sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Ding! Beginner's gift package has been issued. Ding! Virtual warehouse has been constructed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the check-in system from now on. Yu Sheng will rely on surfing. Wherever there are waves, he will go to surf. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng's heart trembled with rich anticipation. What would this beginner's gift package contain? Chapter 2. Rewarding the Sacred Land System. Open the beginner's gift package. Yu Sheng silently recited in his heart, eagerly awaiting. He hoped for nothing else but for the system to heal his dantian. as long as he could cultivate again. He was confident he could surpass his previous realm in a short time, uncover the true culprit behind his crippled cultivation, and when that time came, he would make them suffer 1,000 cuts to vent his hatred. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the witch sect and obtaining a sacred gate from Peng County. A mechanical voice echoed. A sacred gate. Yusheng was stunned. In the wild continent, to establish a sacred gate, one must have a sacred realm powerhouse, whether a scholar sage or a warrior sage. In short, someone with immense strength. The master of the sacred gate held a status comparable to a noble, ruling the world alongside lords, wielding the laws of heaven with their words, commanding millions of lives. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yusheng's current identity was equivalent to the top aristocrats of a Chu kingdom. Aside from a few individuals he could not provoke, he could do as he pleased. The guiding disciple, noticing Yusheng's silence, assumed he was enchanted by the enchanting environment of the witch sect, and smiled slightly, saying, "Junior brother, the foot of the mountain is merely a mundane scene. The peak is truly beautiful." Coming back to his senses, Yusheng smiled, and the two chatted as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the mountain peak, where an old man and 3 young people who had previously passed the test were present. Standing at the peak, looking around, the white clouds rolled like waves, and mountains hid within the clouds, giving a sense of grandeur as if one could stand atop the world and survey all beneath. The old man was examining someone, spiritual energy swirling, exuding a fierce pressure that made it hard for people to approach. Elder, this junior brother emitted an Ajong light column during his spirit root test. The guiding disciple said, leading Yusheng to the old man and respectfully cupping his fists. The old man paused, stopped his actions, and scrutinized Yusheng as if appraising a piece of art, smiling as he said, "Extend your right hand." Yusheng complied, extending his right hand. This method of testing was something he had never encountered in his family, making him feel curious. The old man placed his hand on Yusheng's wrist, his fingers cool. Streams of spiritual energy flowed into Yusheng's body, traversing through his bones, probing the width of his meridians before entering his abdomen. At that moment, Yusheng's expression slightly changed. The old man's face suddenly darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. "It wouldn't be that your dantian is shattered, would it?" Yusheng muttered to himself. After a long while, the old man, his face grim, said coldly, "A shattered dantian? Don't even mention an Ajong spiritual energy light column. Even a Tinjong light column is worthless. Seeing your lavish clothes, you must have known about this already. Break your limbs and throw you into the forest to feed the wolves." The guiding disciple was taken aback, a surge of anger rising within him. Upon learning that Yusheng was a waste, he felt as if he had been played for a fool, a lofty disciple of the sacred gate catering to a waste. A great humiliation. Understood. The guiding disciple cupped his fists, his expression twisted with rage, and with a speed that was like lightning, drew his sword. In an instant, several flashes of swordplay appeared, and Yusheng felt pain in his limbs, collapsing to the ground, blood flowing profusely. "Ah!" Yusheng couldn't help but scream, his eyes wide with blood, resembling a madman. From birth until now, he had never been this angry. He had simply come to participate in the test and had not offended anyone. Yet because of shattered dantian, he was to have his limbs severed. How could such absurdity exist in this world? Shouting like a pig, it sounds terrible. Shut up, the guiding disciple said impatiently, raising the sword handle and bringing it down towards Yusheng's head. Everything spun, and Yusheng fainted. As for what happened afterward, he was unaware. When he opened his eyes again, Yusheng found himself lying in an unfamiliar environment. Outside of Wushan, there was a primitive forest filled with financial wolves, wild leopards, venomous snakes, and even in the depths of the forest, there were legendary man-eating monsters. Hiss! It hurt so much. Yusheng tried to move, feeling a bone-chilling pain, his limbs weak, his head heavy, and his vision slightly blurred. This time it was over. Looking up at the sky, surrounded by dense leaves, he heard the roars of beasts from deep within the forest, his face filled with despair. His current predicament had only one outcome: to become food for the beasts. Ow! A wolf's howl echoed, and through the corner of his eye, Yusheng saw a lone wolf approaching slowly, its eyes glowing green, exuding a chilling aura. Just as he turned his head, Yusheng noticed a copper seal appearing about an inch or two above his head, inscribed with 8 Sanskrit characters, "By the decree of heaven, check in once." Yusheng's expression brightened, and with great difficulty, he moved his body to press his head against the seal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at the primitive forest of Wushan and receiving a basic cultivation gift package. Whoosh! At that moment, a venomous snake leaped up, launching a swift attack, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs that sent chills down one's spine. The stench wafted, and Yusheng felt a chill run down his back, hurriedly shouting, "Claim the gift package." Boom! In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into Yusheng's mind. Proficient in 18 martial arts, fierce in boxing, brave with the spear, agile with the whip, sharp with the sword, dominant with the knife. Additionally, the spiritual energy drifting in the void merged into Yusheng's body. Crack! The first-grade warrior realm was instantly broken through, and even the injuries on his severed limbs and head were completely healed. In less than a breath's time, Yusheng upgraded from an ordinary person to a first-grade warrior, surpassing the hard work of others over several months or even years. Seeking death. After gaining the strength of a warrior, the sense of crisis disappeared. Yusheng rolled over, flipped onto his feet, and spiritual energy surrounded his right hand, tracing a profound trajectory as it struck the lone wolf's head. Bang! The immense force caused the lone wolf's head to explode, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Brain matter splattering everywhere. So powerful! Yusheng looked at his right hand in shock, feeling that the series of attacks just now had not felt unfamiliar at all, as if he had practiced countless times, already ingrained in his bones. Roar! The roars of beasts in the forest interrupted Yusheng's astonishment. It was rumored that there were demon beasts in the forest. It would be best to leave quickly. Moreover, he remembered the witch sex dominance. Yusheng pondered, his face cold, filled with boundless killing intent. As spiritual energy flowed, he tapped his toes against the ground, and like a bird, he darted through the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Hung County, the most backward region of the Chu Kingdom, a swampy land, with harsh environments, a place of exile, unsuitable for survival, with only 20 cities scattered across 1,000 miles. Demon Mountain, located in the western part of Hung County, has the most treacherous terrain, with poisonous mists swirling, demon beasts and venomous insects rampant, and spiritual energy scarce, regarded as a forbidden zone for thousands of years. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. Countless demon beasts and venomous insects fleeing outward, the gray mists covered by black, demonic energy, and magnificent buildings rising from the ground, standing tall on the cliffs. Groups of ghostly flames emitted a green glow, burning for who knows how many years. Corpses hung from iron chains beneath the buildings, weathered by wind and rain, turning into mummies. Figures in black robes emerged from the halls, forming an orderly line, their strength formidable, the weakest among them being 4th-grade warriors, with many exuding the aura of 9th-grade warriors. The elders have arrived. 10 figures walked out from the main hall, clad in dark red robes, wearing black cloaks, and wielding various weapons, all being innate realm warriors. Innate powerhouses can manipulate spiritual energy, condensing spiritual shields during battles, considered strong figures throughout the Chu Kingdom, capable of establishing clans, ruling a city, and earning respect. Left and right guardians have arrived. 2 thin figures slowly walked out, one in a white robe with black hair, the other in a black robe with white hair, forming a stark contrast. Their icy aura made one feel as if they were in a cold cellar. Greetings, guardians! Including the elders, everyone knelt on one knee. The cult leader has appeared. Our current task is to find the cult leader and welcome them back to inherit the main hall. The left guardian opened his mouth and spoke, his body straight as a towering divine mountain, suppressing heaven and earth, with white hair moving without wind. Left guardian, how many people should we send this time? An elder stepped forward and asked respectfully. 5 elders and 100 disciples, led personally by this guardian, the left guardian said calmly. As per your orders. The crowd was slightly shocked. This was almost half of the demon sex power. Find the leader and unify the world. Suddenly, the left guardian's expression turned fervent as he shouted loudly, his voice like thunder, echoing throughout the demon mountain. The resulting echo was incessant, like a vow engraved into the soul, never to be erased. Find a leader and unify the world. Find a leader and unify the world. Find a leader and unify the world. The disciples of the demon sect shouted, blood surging, their faces flushed, exuding a bloodthirsty, killing intent. With demonic energy rolling forth, devouring everything in all directions. An hour later, over 100 figures emerged from the demon mountain, arriving in Peng County, heading towards the heart of the Chu kingdom. How much of a commotion would their appearance bring to the peaceful Chu kingdom? Chapter 3. The Yu clan, after traveling under the stars until dawn, when the sun rose and bathed the world in its golden light. Yu Sheng dragged his weary body out of the primitive forest and came to a city. Upon entering the city, Yu Sheng found an inn and slept soundly. He slept for a whole day. Young master, you're awake? When Yu Sheng opened his eyes, he saw a gray-robed figure standing silently at the foot of his bed, resembling a ghost. Yu Sheng blinked a couple of times and exclaimed, Old Su, what are you doing here? You scare me. The gray-robed figure was the steward of the Yu clan, possessing the cultivation of an 8th-grade warrior. The Yu family was an ancient clan of the Chu kingdom, with a lineage spanning over 800 years. They had built upon the glory of 6 generations, becoming one of the 4 major clans in Ba County, with a profound foundation and owning 1/5 of the fertile land in Ba County. Ba County was the granary of the Chu kingdom, relying on its stored grain to survive natural disasters and wars, making it critically important both politically and geographically. Young master, the clan leader misses you. Old Su bowed respectfully, a kind smile on his aged face. Yu Sheng hurriedly helped Old Su up to sit on the bed, not saying a word, his eyes glinting coldly. The attack 3 months ago was definitely premeditated. He planned to head to Peng County, find the sacred door for the System.S sign in, and then return to the family. Young master, during your absence, the clan leader has been troubled, unable to eat or sleep, and has grown increasingly thin. I know the clan members have many disagreements about you, but please trust the clan leader. He will handle it properly. Old Su stood to one side, worry etched on his face. So much had happened in the Yu clan over the past few months. There were crises from above and below, but he couldn't share these with Yu Sheng. Old Su understood that what the clan leader most desired was for Yu Sheng to live a peaceful and happy life, free from worldly worries, idle gossip, and sleepless nights from stress. How my father? Yu Sheng's expression changed slightly, filled with concern. Young master, the clan leader is not in good condition. Old Su thought for a moment and said seriously, Go get ready. I'll return to the clan with you. But I need to make a trip to Peng County first. Yu Sheng gritted his teeth and said he would feel uneasy if he didn't return to the clan. The matter of heading to the sacred door could be set aside for now. Great. Old servant will arrange it right away. Old Su was overjoyed and turned to leave the inn. Soon, the sound of horses' hooves echoed outside. Family private soldiers. The thought flashed in Yu Sheng's mind as he stood up to straighten his clothes and strode out of the inn. He saw a dozen riders standing silently on the long street, their figures tall and imposing, clad in armor and holding sharp weapons, like towering mountains, cold and indifferent, exuding a terrifying aura. The common people were frightened, hiding aside, their eyes filled with terror. The foundation of the Chu kingdom's rule relied on clans. So the power of clans was boundless, possessing a certain number of private soldiers with privileges, such as not being punished for killing. Greetings, young master. A dozen riders dismounted, kneeling on one knee. Let us go. Yu Sheng was accustomed to being bowed to and was unfazed. He mounted a war horse and shouted, galloping away. As he rode over mountains and across valleys, whenever he encountered officials inspecting, as long as he presented the Yu clan's emblem, the officials would respectfully clear the way. After several days, he successfully entered Ba County. The Yu clan's stronghold was not within the city, but in a strategically defensible location. They invested heavily to renovate a fortress that was several meters high and stretched 10 miles long. From a distance, it looked like a ferocious beast lying on the ground. In front of the castle gate stood a stone tablet with only one character on it, the sword intent permeating the air. remaining intact after 100 years of wind and rain. In the center of the castle was a grand hall. Every time there were discussions, ceremonies, or banquets, they were held in this hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was tense. The clan leader, Ufa, sat in the high seat, dressed in a purple robe. His expression stern and imposing, radiating an aura that could command thousands of troops and swallow the world like a tiger. In the hall, there were also the 3 elders of the Yu clan and 10 stewards, all of them too intimidated to breathe under Ufa's imposing presence. These individuals were nearly the peak fighting power of the Yu clan, with Ufa himself at the pinnacle of innate cultivation. Among the 3 elders, the first elder, Umo, was at the late innate stage. The second elder, Yu Chun, was at the mid innate stage, and the third elder, Yu Hua, was at the early innate stage. The 10 stewards were all 9th grade warriors. Clan leader, the capital has issued a royal decree to revise the clan genealogy. The first elder, Umo, said with a grave expression. The last revision of the genealogy had been 300 years ago. Revising the genealogy required assessing the strength of clans across the land and reordering their rankings, leading to a redistribution of benefits. Consequently, some clans would rise while others would decline. Clan leader, the Chung clan, the Fan clan, and the Kuei clan in Ba County all hope for an alliance with the 4 major clans to share fate and support each other in response to this revision of the genealogy. The second elder, Yu Chun, added. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd slightly improved. An alliance of the 4 major clans would indeed be a significant force. Share fate and support each other? Ufa sneered, pointing at the third elder, Yu Hua, signaling him to speak. The third elder, Yu Hua, understood the meaning and stood up, speaking with anger. 3 months ago, the Chung clan, the Fan clan, and the Kuei clan had already formed an alliance and conspired to divide Qing Tian. Strangely, on the same day, when the young master was patrolling Qing Tian, he was attacked by a mysterious person. Although there is no concrete information, all signs point to the 3 clans. Therefore, I suspect this alliance is yet another trap. At these words, the hall erupted in an uproar. What? The second elder's eyes widened in shock. It seems that we need to be cautious about this alliance. The first elder stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with cold light. Qing Tian is the foundation of the Yu clan. It cannot be coveted by anyone. Anyone who dares to extend their claws will die. Report. A guard entered the hall, kneeling on one knee and saying, reporting to the clan leader, the young master has returned. The calm expression of Ufa changed. He stood up and walked directly outside. Clan leader, the meeting is not over yet. The first elder hurriedly reminded. Let us discuss it another day. Ufa did not pay attention, quickly leaving the hall. The people in the hall exchanged glances, unsure whether to continue the meeting. Let us disperse. Everyone should return to their duties. However, it is quite irresponsible for the young master to have been away from home for 3 months during such a critical time. After Ufa left, the first elder, having the most authority, waved his hand helplessly, revealing a look of disappointment in his eyes. Yu Sheng, the future heir of the Yu clan. But now his cultivation has been wasted. Can he take on great responsibilities and lead the clan in the future? It seems necessary to consider changing the young master. The first elder thought to himself, a glint flashing in his deep-set eyes. Chapter 4. Blessed land under the guidance of servant. Yu Sheng arrived at a garden. In the garden, there was a pavilion, and Ufa sat on a stone bench with delicious dishes laid out on the table. These flowers, Yu Sheng pointed at the blooming purple gold flowers, unable to hide his affection. Young master, after your incident, the head of the family had all the flowers in the garden replaced with purple gold flowers to cheer you up, Su Lao said with a smile. Yu Sheng nodded and reached out to touch the purple gold flowers. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a faint fragrance that intoxicated the senses. Following the path, Yu Sheng came to the pavilion and saw a familiar figure. He knelt down with a thud and hoarsely shouted, "Greetings, father," in the hearts of the clan members. Ufa was always a tough man, supporting the Yu family, but at this moment, seeing Yu Sheng's emaciated figure, he trembled as he stood up and came forward to help Yu Sheng, saying, You still dare to come back? Father, Yu Sheng felt full of remorse. Leaving the family without a word was truly wrong. Don't say that. I cooked 2 dishes for you. Come and taste them. In the past, after you finish your cultivation, you always liked. UFA began, suddenly remembering that Yu Shang's cultivation had been ruined. His expression darkening as he said, I'm sorry. Don't worry. I will definitely find the murderer and avenge you. A strong aura of killing intent erupted from UFA's body, blood red and filled with murderous energy, overwhelming the garden with a sea of bloodlight, shining brightly in his eyes. The garden's purple gold flowers fell, petals swirling chaotically. A silver great seal appeared in Yu Shang's eyes. Silver, could it be a higher grade gift than bronze? Yu Shang felt a surge of joy and hurried towards the great seal, slapping it heavily with his hand. Behind him, UFA wore a puzzled expression. What is this brat doing? Is he going crazy after just stepping out for a while? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in at the Yu family and can obtain a blessed land, which has been placed into the virtual space. The host can enhance it on the building when needed. The system's voice rang out, but Yu Shang ignored it as UFA was still standing nearby. Father, let's eat. Yu Shang pulled UFA towards the pavilion, where the dishes were fragrant and colorful, making one salivate. My son, are you all right? UFA did not pick up his chopsticks, looking at Yu Shang, who was eating heartily, filled with worry. You're my only son. You mustn't have any issues. I'm Fine. Dad, don't worry. Yu Shang knew that his earlier actions seemed a bit odd in the eyes of ordinary people, but he did not intend to tell UFA about the check-in system. From the gifts he received, it was clear that the check-in system was an extraordinary item. Wealth can move hearts. If this matter got out, the Yu family might not be able to protect itself, and his experiences from 3 months ago had made him even more vigilant. All right, UFA did not ask further, picking up his chopsticks to start eating, occasionally serving Yu Shang food, creating a warm scene of father-son affection. After dinner, UFA and Yu Shang chatted while walking, enjoying the beauty of the garden and discussing the political situation. Dad, has something happened in the clan? Yu Shang paused and asked, How did you know? Did Su Lao tell you? UFA frowned slightly. He did not intend for Yu Shang to know about the clan's affairs. No. Yu Shang shook his head and said, On my way back, I saw many clan members with worried expressions, and also, Dad, you seemed a bit distracted while having dinner with me. So I deduced that something must have happened in the family. My son is clever. UFA sighed, realizing that some matters could not be concealed for long. It would be better to tell Yu Shang so that he could be mentally prepared, rather than being confused on the day when a major change occurred. King Chu is preparing to reorganize the clan genealogy. The Chung, Fan, and Kuei families are secretly colluding. On the surface, it seems calm, but in reality, there are undercurrents, and it could erupt at any time. In the coming days, the situation in the state of Chu will remain turbulent. My son, you must be careful. It's best not to leave Bajuan to avoid being used. UFA continued, looking at Yu Shang with concern. He sighed softly. Once the family's brilliant pearl. At a young age, Yu Shang had reached the 5th rank of cultivation, hailed as a 100-year prodigy of Bajuan, and it was a sure thing that he would break through to the innate level in the future. Who would have thought that the Qingtian incident would ruin everything? The impact on the Yu family was not just the loss of a prodigy, but also other losses. Dad, don't worry. Maybe I can help. Yu Shang truly did not know that the family situation had become so difficult. Thinking of holding a sacred land in his hands, he smiled and said, With the support of the sacred land, the pressure on the Yu family will immediately lessen significantly. Perhaps even King Chu will be apprehensive and won't dare to act rashly. As long as my son can be safe and sound, I will be content. You don't need to worry about the family's matters. It's getting late, and I have important matters to attend to. After I finish, I will come to see you again. Yu Shang's words were taken by UFA as mere comfort. Glancing at the time, he smiled and said, As the clan leader, he bore the interests of thousands of clan members, especially with the recent crises. Time was even more pressing. He had canceled many tasks to accompany Yu Shang for dinner. Yu Shang nodded, bowing respectfully as he left the garden and returned to his residence. A large courtyard with 3 entrances and exits. System, enhance the blessed land. Yu Shang couldn't wait to say as soon as he entered the house. As soon as he finished speaking, the space in front of him twisted, rippling continuously, and a palace appeared, palm-sized and exceptionally exquisite, with hundreds of palaces, pavilions, and gardens filled with an ethereal aura and grandeur, resembling the palace of an ancient heavenly emperor. Boom! Subsequently, the palace transformed into a phantom and merged into the hall where Yusheng resided. Ding! Jiuhua Palace enhancement successful. Would you like to change the appearance of your residence? No, Yusheng replied. Ding! Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The palace dissipated. And information about this blessed land appeared in Yusheng's mind. Name: Jiuhua Palace. Function: Residence, Blessed Land, Cultivation Sanctuary. Effect 1. Time flow. Currently 2:1, increasing with the host cultivation level. Effect 2. Spiritual energy enhancement. Currently double that of the outside world, increasing with the host cultivation level. Effect 3. Comprehension enhancement. While cultivating in a secret room, can increase comprehension by 2 times, increasing with the host cultivation level. Effect 4. Alchemy room enhancement. Alchemists approved by the host have their success rate increased by 1 level in the alchemy room, increasing with the host's cultivation level. Effect 5. Artifact forging room enhancement. Artifact forgers approved by the host have their success rate increased by 1 level in the artifact forging room, increasing with the host's cultivation level. Effect 6. After reading the introduction of Jiuhua Palace, Yusheng's mouth dropped open. The effects were too extraordinary. 666,666, however. Soon, Yusheng became dejected, realizing that he was a waste body and unable to cultivate. What to do? I'm online, waiting for that gift brother to come out and save me. Chapter 5. The crisis of dismissal. The next day, Yusheng woke up early, full of energy. After enhancing Jiuhua Palace, the interior of his room looked the same as before, but in reality, it had undergone a tremendous change. The rich spiritual energy made Yusheng feel like he was soaking in a hot spring. That refreshing feeling could be described in one word: exhilarating. Get up, wash up. Yusheng touched his chin, ready to go out for a stroll and see if there were any suitable places for check-ins. A check-in is enjoyable for a moment, but continuous check-ins are even better. Young master, something bad has happened. Before he could step out, his personal maid, Qing Zhao, rushed in a panic. She was a young girl in her prime, with bright eyes that sparkled like stars, delicate willow brows, long hair reaching her waist, and a flowing green lotus dress. Gasping for breath, Qing Zhao looked terrified. The 3 elders have jointly submitted a petition, preparing. Seeing Qing Zhao's hesitation, Yusheng asked, "What are the 3 elders preparing to do?" Qing Zhao knelt on the ground, replying to the young master. The 3 elders are preparing to dismiss the young master from his position. Upon hearing this, Yusheng realized the seriousness of the matter. In a clan society, the position of a young master is similar to that of a crown prince. It holds a noble status above ordinary disciples. The living quarters, training resources, and privileges far exceed those of other disciples. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the check-in task. The position of young master is related to the future of the clan, the interests of the clan, and is above the respected ones. Please go to the main hall to secure your position as young master. The mechanical voice in his mind surprised Yusheng. This system could issue tasks? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Ding! The tasks issued by the system are related to the host's life and death, future fate, and historical trajectory. Please treat them with caution and complete the tasks, the system reminded, noticing Yusheng's confusion. Related to life and death, future fate, historical trajectory. Yusheng's expression became serious. Initially, he didn't care much about the position of young master. As a waste body occupying the position, it was certainly difficult to win people's approval. It would be better to let someone capable take over. However, the system's words made Yusheng alert, realizing that losing the position of young master would surely lead to a bad outcome. To the main hall, Yusheng said in a deep voice. Striding out of the room, Qing Zhao followed closely behind, not moving an inch. On the way, Yusheng noticed many clansmen pointing at him and whispering. However, the distance was too far to hear clearly, but it was definitely not good talk. At this moment, inside the main hall, Umo, Yuchun, and Yu Hua stood in the center, bowing with elder tokens in hand. 10 stewards knelt on either side, trembling. Umo withdrew the elder token, saying, The matter concerning the position of young master will be discussed later. Ufa sat at the head, his expression somewhat grim. It was strange for a clan leader to be pressured by the elders. It was hardly a pleasant situation. However, he had no choice. The elders had the authority to intervene in the heir issue. This was a rule set by their ancestors. Master, to pacify external threats, one must first stabilize internal affairs. King Chu revised the clan genealogy, and the heir is also a standard for assessment. The young master has suffered misfortune and his cultivation has been wasted. How can he represent the Yu clan and meet the clans of the world? What authority does he have to lead thousands of clansmen? The elder Yu Mo spoke with righteousness, passionately arguing. Many stewards nodded subconsciously, feeling it made sense. It wasn't that they were cold-hearted and wanted to dismiss Yu Sheng from his position. They sympathized with his plight. But holding positions of responsibility in the clan, they had to consider the interests of the clan. Being in their positions, they had to do their part. Ufa's expression softened, looking somewhat helpless. He understood that Mo and the others had no ulterior motives. They were primarily concerned about the clan's interests. In truth, he also knew that Yu Sheng was not suitable to hold the position of young master. Master, Yu Sheng has grown up under our watch. He has encountered misfortune, and I'm also very pained. How about this? I agree to let Yu Sheng enter the Great Academy, and the clan will fully support him in his official career. Seeing Ufa's expression improve, Mo seized the opportunity to continue, proposing some benefits. The Great Academy is a place specifically for clans to study, located in the capital, Danyang. The Yu clan has 2 quotas each year. Those who graduate from the Great Academy can seek official positions in the state of Chu, which is also a good way out. Sigh. Ufa sighed, preparing to agree. In fact, he'd been dragging it out, mainly to secure some benefits for Yu Sheng. Studying at the Great Academy was also his ideal place. Since the elder had compromised, he could not be stubborn. Reporting to the master, the young master requests an audience. At this moment, a guard entered and cupped his fists. Ufa paused, pondering for a moment, then said, "Let him in." The guard withdrew. After a while, Yu Sheng strode in, tall and dressed in a white robe. Every movement exuded an innate nobility that caught everyone's attention. A strikingly handsome young man. Greetings to father, esteemed elders, and stewards. Yu Sheng respectfully saluted, his demeanor steady. Even upon learning that he was about to be dismissed from his position as young master, his expression remained calm. He has depth. He has schemes. This was the thought in everyone's mind in the hall. They looked at Yu Sheng with curiosity, wanting to know his purpose for coming here. Was he trying to stop the dismissal of his position as young master? "My son, please rise," Ufa said. The next moment, facing Mo, Yu Sheng clasped his hands and bowed, saying, "The younger generation understands that the elders have great righteousness, considering the interests of the clan, and are preparing to dismiss the younger generation from the position of young master. For this, the younger generation expresses understanding." "You agree?" Mo asked in surprise. Yu Sheng shook his head and bowed again, saying, "The younger generation understands the elders' actions but does not wish to give up the position of young master." "What do you mean? Are you playing with this old man?" Mo frowned, feeling a bit angry. If it weren't for Yu Sheng's good attitude, he would have already exploded in anger. The elders dismissing the younger generation from the position of young master believe that the younger generation cannot lead the clan to become strong. They believe the younger generation has no cultivation and would embarrass the clan. They believe the younger generation cannot gain the recognition of the clansmen. With a smile on his lips, Yu Sheng calmly said, "Since you already know this, why don't you want to relinquish the position of young master?" Mo questioned, feeling a bit confused. What exactly did Yu Sheng mean by this? Bang! Yu Sheng released his aura, forcefully kicking the ground with his right foot, leaving a deep pit and producing a dull sound. The hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the spot where Yu Sheng's foot had landed, astonished. "You, weren't your dantian shattered, becoming a waste body?" The second elder, Yu Chun, exclaimed in surprise. It was well known that Yu Sheng's dantian had been shattered. So why? Could he cultivate again now, and even reach the first rank of martial artist? Mo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Although I don't know how you can cultivate again, being at the first rank of martial artist is still far from enough. Within half a month, I am confident I will become the first among the younger generation of the Yu clan. Yu Sheng stood tall, hands behind his back, exuding pride. A young man with dreams, unafraid of the future. A young man with dreams, soaring aspirations in the distance. Chapter 6. The half-month deadline, there was an uproar. Everyone exchanged glances, stunned by Yu Sheng's arrogance. Disappointment hung on their faces as they shook their heads. To claim the top spot among the younger generation of the Yu clan in half a month. What an audacious statement. It should be noted that the strongest among the younger generation of the Yu clan was already a 5th-grade martial artist. And Yu Sheng? He was merely a 1st-grade martial artist, yet he dared to say he would defeat a 5th-grade martial artist in half a month. There was a 4-grade difference between them. In 15 days, on average, he would have to break through a realm every 3 days. Who has ever accomplished such a feat throughout history? Unheard of, unseen. Young master, you must take responsibility for your words. Yu Mo's expression was grim, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of joy. In his view, this was just a ploy by Yu Sheng to buy time. A man without trust cannot stand. In a clan society, reputation was valued as much as life itself. Anyone who broke their promise would only invite ridicule and disdain from the world. Of course, Yu Sheng replied. But are you brave enough to establish a contract? Yu Mo pressed on, cornering Yu Sheng to make a contract. This way, with a contract as proof. If Yu Sheng failed to become the top of the younger generation in half a month, he would have to abide by the contract and relinquish the position of young master. What is there to be afraid of? Yu Sheng clasped his fists towards the 3 elders, his loud voice echoing throughout the hall. Today, I, Yu Sheng, establish a contract. If I cannot become the top of the younger generation of the Yu clan within half a month, I will voluntarily step down from the position of young master. After speaking, he bowed to Yu Fa and said, Father, time is tight. I will go and cultivate now. Once the contract was established, it could not be changed. Yu Fa rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, Go ahead. Yu Sheng nodded and strode out of the hall, his steps steady, as if victory was already in his grasp. Half a day later, the events in the hall spread throughout the entire Yu clan. Countless people were astonished, thinking they had misheard. In the center of the castle, there was a courtyard with beautiful surroundings, featuring a small bridge and flowing water, rockeries, and potted plants, resembling a paradise. It was a place where one could escape the mundane world. Shadows entered the courtyard without the owner's consent, casually finding a place to sit. Why aren't you all cultivating properly? What are you doing here? The owner of the courtyard, the eldest elder's grandson, Yu Mu, sat in a wheelchair with his legs disabled since childhood. He held a copy of Wu Zi's Art of War in his hands, his bright eyes never leaving the book. Dressed in a white robe with neatly combed hair tied back, he wore a faint smile, gentle as jade, a modest gentleman. If not for his disability, he would undoubtedly be the brightest pearl of the Yu clan, a young man of exceptional talent, untainted by the mundane world. What do you think about the young master establishing a contract with the eldest elder? Asked Yu Yun, the grandson of the 2nd elder. Unlike Yu Mu, he was tall and sturdy, with a rugged face and a booming voice, a true frontline warrior on the battlefield. The others present, Yu Ling, Yu Zhe, Yu Fan, and Yu Xiong, all looked towards Yu Mu. All of them were young talents of the Yu clan, with great expectations placed upon them. The young master is always wise, unique in his actions. There are only 2 possible outcomes for this contract. The first is that the young master is confident in becoming the top of the younger generation, which I believe is impossible. The second is that the young master uses the contract as a stepping stone, finding a reasonable excuse to step down and provide a rationale for the future heir. Yu Mu closed the book, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. After stating the 2 possibilities, he maneuvered his wheelchair and no longer paid attention to the others, heading inside the house, leaving the others in deep thought. After a while, Yu Yin took a deep glance at the empty door and left the courtyard. The others followed suit. Is the position of young master something you can obtain? Inside, Yu Mu said coldly, his expression displeased as he gazed at the book in his hands, his thoughts drifting back 10 years. That year, snow fell heavily. It was a new snow, carrying a fresh scent, slowly drifting down to the mundane world. At that time, he was a lonely child, watching his peers play in the snow outside. Because of his disability, no one wanted to play with him. Until one day, Yusheng pushed him in his wheelchair to play in the snow. Faintly, the innocent voice of the child echoed through time, resounding in his ears. Here, there's a book and a flute. When you're bored, you can read to pass the time and enrich yourself. My father says reading can make you forget the passage of time. And this flute, if you want to play with me, just blow it hard. When I hear the sound, I'll come find you. You must be good. Little Yumu nodded happily after listening to Yusheng's words, and from then on, every time he wanted to play, he would blow the flute. And every time, Yusheng would come out to play with him. In spring, they admired the flowers. In summer, they endured the heat. In autumn, they picked ripe fruits. In winter, they built snowmen. The only companion of his childhood was Yusheng. Later, he learned about Yusheng's identity as the young master of the family. The book was titled Wu Zi's Art of War, and he cherished the flute, cleaning it daily and refusing to let anyone touch it. At Yusheng's residence, young master, how could you establish a contract with the eldest elder? The family had originally planned for you to study at the Wenhua Academy to secure a good future for you. If you lose in half a month, wouldn't all of the family heads' efforts go to waste? Qing Zhao said anxiously, pacing back and forth in the room, chattering on for nearly an hour. Opposite her, Yusheng leaned back in his chair, calm and composed, showing no sign of worry. Was establishing a contract truly an arrogant act? Not necessarily. He had asked the system and knew that the people from the demonic sect were already out looking for him. Half a month was enough time for them to find him. By then, relying on the support of a holy land and crushing the younger generation with his comprehensive strength, who would dare to oppose him? Even the eldest elder wouldn't dare to object. If you keep spinning around, I'll get dizzy. Go prepare 2 dishes. It's already late for breakfast. Yusheng couldn't stand Qing Zhao's nagging and waved his hand. Qing Zhao closed her mouth, puffing her cheeks in anger. Got it, young master. She really couldn't understand why the usually clever young master would make such a foolish decision. Late at night, at the second elder's residence, in a secret room lit by dim yellow candlelight, 2 figures sat facing each other. Grandfather, you must help me secure the position of young master this time, Yu Yin said. Among the younger generation, the eldest elder's grandson, Yu Mu, was disabled. Although he was excellent, he couldn't compete for the position of young master. The third elder's descendant, Yu Ling, was a girl and likewise had no qualification to compete. If nothing unexpected happens, in half a month, when the contract period expires, it will be your time to become the young master. The second elder, Yu Chun, laughed heartily. Thank you, grandfather. Yu Yin stood up, bowing respectfully, his face filled with determination. The position of young master was his for the taking. Chapter 7. The True Feelings of the Ensemble in the Dead of Night. Yusheng finally returned to his room after wandering around the castle all day. He couldn't find a suitable place to check in and was utterly exhausted. Just as he lay down on the bed, he heard a mournful and resentful flute sound coming from outside the window. The sound was beautiful, like a gentle stream flowing, resonating harmoniously with the world around him. This sound, Yusheng closed his eyes, immersed in the flute music, his thoughts drifting back to several years ago, to that happy, joyful time. With this in mind, a smile involuntarily appeared on Yusheng's face. He wondered if his elder brother would come. In the courtyard, Yumu placed the flute down and carefully wiped it with his hands, his deep eyes gazing out the window, looking as if he were waiting for someone. Feeling slightly nervous, yet a bit expectant. Outside the window, it was silent. After waiting for a while without seeing anyone, Yumu retracted his gaze, disappointment clouding his face. He turned the wheel of the wheelchair, preparing to rest, realizing that it seemed he would not be seeing anyone. Mudi, you are being unkind. How can you leave when elder brother hasn't arrived yet? A familiar voice rang out from outside the house. Ilmwas Bodhistifanet. And he hurriedly looked towards the door, ecstatic as his disappointment was replaced by excitement. Creak. The door opened, and Yusheng, dressed in a white robe, stepped in slowly with a smile on his face. Just like when they were young, he walked straight to Yumu's side and pushed the wheelchair. Absolutely not, never. Yumu hurriedly waved his hands, unwilling to let Yusheng push the wheelchair. Why not? Yusheng's expression darkened as he scolded. Elder brother, you are the young master. Our statuses are different. We cannot. Yumu shook his head vigorously. If you call me elder brother, then, as the elder brother, it is only right for me to push my brother's wheelchair. What is wrong with that? Yusheng's expression softened as he pushed a wheelchair and walked outside. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Yumu's face, but his gaze became more determined. Under the moonlight, in the tranquility of the night, the two chatted about many things. From playing in the snow as children to growing apart as they grew up, filled with emotions. "Elder brother, shall we play a tune together?" Yumu suddenly said as they reached a pavilion. "The last time we played together was 3 years ago. Since then, you have been diligently practicing, and we have had very few chances to meet." On the stone table in the pavilion, there was an ancient zither. "This zither," Yusheng pointed at the zither, a bit surprised. "This is the zither elder brother used to play. Over the past 3 years, whenever I missed you, I would come to this pavilion, listening to the sounds of the zither that have long since faded, hoping that one day we could play together again." As Yumu spoke, he took a flute from his sleeve, intricately carved with bamboo patterns, elegant and graceful, slender and beautiful, glimmering faintly with green light. The ancient zither on the stone table also had bamboo patterns carved under its strings, vividly alive, appearing vibrant and flourishing, possessing the beautiful qualities of being solitary yet lofty. "All right, elder brother will accompany you in a tune today." Yusheng walked into the pavilion, sitting cross-legged as he began to tune the instrument. Once the tuning was complete, the two began to play together. First, the elegant sound of the zither emerged like dew dripping on flowers. Then it sounded like white birds chirping and like galloping horses. Clear and melodious, stirring the heart. The beautiful soul, the beautiful sound of the zither. Then, the flute's sound began to rise, merging with the zither music, providing a different kind of enjoyment, floating and drifting, evoking a deep emotional resonance. The zither music, the flute sound, the changes began. Suddenly, the zither sound soared, like an eagle striking the sky, producing exceptionally bright high notes, as if a flock of startled birds took flight, flapping their wings, going up and down in a frenzy. The flute sound wept, seemingly splashing with tears, low and mournful, like a lament, intermittent and delicate like fine threads, ready to disappear at any moment. Gradually, the zither sound transformed from a stormy tempest to a melodious and gentle tune, floating in the air, lighter than falling flowers, like long silk, flowing like water, soft and clear. At this moment, the flute sound became lively and spirited, urgent, grand, and passionate, like water blocked by rocks, waves holding back a boat. Like wind howling through a canyon, winding and twisting, sometimes unrestrained, water flooding the plains. The moon shone brightly, the waves were calm, and a gentle breeze blew. At this moment, it felt like the best of times, the brightest of frosts, the initial appearance slowly resurfacing in their hearts. After all the sails had passed, they watched as time settled their hearts, separated by vast seas, all waves of grandeur subsiding. Both understood that beneath every note lay a calm and resilient heart. When the last note fell, the void became exceptionally silent, and the chirping of insects in the courtyard disappeared without a trace. It seemed they too were entranced in the ensemble, forgetting everything. "Having not played for 3 years, my skills have become quite rusty," Yusheng said, breaking the deathly silence. "I have played the flute for 3 years, yet I still cannot match elder brother's zither sound," Yumu replied with a smile. "Ha!" Yusheng laughed heartily, leaving the pavilion and pushing the wheelchair back the way they came. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted by, obscuring the moon. The light seemed to dim a bit. An hour later, Yusheng left the courtyard. "Elder brother, I will not let others take your position as young master." Yumu watched Yusheng's departing figure, murmuring to himself as he opened a military strategy book, exuding a strong sense of righteousness. In the wilderness, cultivation does not rely on a single method. There are Confucian cultivators, military cultivators, legal cultivators, poison cultivators, and Taoist cultivators. Confucians speak with words of great weight, suppressing the wicked, leading thousands. Military cultivators charge into battle, tempered by the battlefield, with the blood of the slain, breaking through with strength. Legal cultivators connect with the divine, communicating with heaven and earth, merging into the great path, all laws returning to the heart. Poison cultivators refine witchcraft, practicing heretical paths, bewitching hearts, killing invisibly. Taoists control laws, using talismans to summon lightning. Among the younger generation, those who have the heart to vie for the position of young master are only Yu Yun, Yu Zhe, and Yu Kai, with Yu Yun being the greatest threat, not only possessing the realm of a fifth-grade warrior, but also having the support of the second elder. As long as they defeat Yu Yun and set an example, the other two will automatically give up their claim to the position of young master. At that time, we brothers will work together to revitalize the family. Yu Mu thought, a powerful aura erupting, forming a whirlwind that made the furniture in the room rattle. Observing its power, it had already reached the 7th grade, not in the least weaker than the previous generation of warriors. On the other side, Yu Sheng had returned to his room, sitting in a chair, resting his chin on his right hand, feeling that tonight's events were somewhat strange. At this critical moment, why did Yu Mu want to see him? And during the ensemble, why was the flute sound filled with determination? However, Yu Mu, being a disabled person, aside from being a bit clever and a scholar from the Wenhua Academy, what else could he do? Forget it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Time to sleep. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it anymore. Yu Sheng climbed into bed, hugged the blanket, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 8. The Actions of Yu Mu, A Night Without Words. The night was dim, shrouding the vast earth in silence, until the rising sun broke through the sky the next day, illuminating the world and bringing it to life. Early in the morning, the Yu clan members, led by their martial arts instructor, began their morning exercises. The sounds of martial training echoed through the skies, deafening to the ears. Thousands of clan members practiced in several training grounds around the castle, their vigor like a rainbow, creating a magnificent scene that only such an ancient clan could possess. Ordinary clans would have no more than 100 people practicing martial arts. Wealth comes from martial prowess. Practitioners need martial instructors, hiring famous masters, which is an expensive expense. Additionally, they require martial arts manuals. Even the lowest level yellow grade techniques cost a fortune, hard to come by, and ordinary clans would struggle to obtain even a few. Moreover, martial training must start from a young age. In the Yu family, everyone of martial training age, whether direct descendants or collateral branches, could receive medicinal baths to refine their muscles and bones and increase their vitality. For regular training injuries, there were healing medicines to ensure no lingering issues. These expenses could easily bankrupt an ordinary clan. In the center of the training ground stood a platform for clan members to spar and engage in real combat. Today, it was to welcome a special person. That person was Igurekumu. Having lived for over a decade, this was his first time here. Yu Mu woke up early, arrived at the nearest training ground, and watched the clan members enthusiastically practicing martial arts, envy flashing in his eyes. Normal martial training was incredibly tempting for a disabled person like him. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the platform. "Young master, what brings you here?" The martial instructor approached respectfully, cupping his fists, though his eyes bore a hint of disdain. A person with disabilities had no chance of achieving greatness in clan society. In the instructor's view, if it weren't for Yu Mu having an elder grandfather, he might have been expelled from the family and left to wander the streets. "I've come to challenge Yu Yin. Please notify him," Yu Mu said calmly, sensing the instructor's disdain but choosing to ignore it, not wanting to engage in a confrontation. Strength determines everything. "Young master, your health is precious. This place isn't suitable for you to linger. If something were to happen, the Grand Elder would not let me off easily," the martial instructor stammered, trying to dissuade him. "What nonsense! If news of young master Yu Mu challenging him reaches the Grand Elder, won't I be skinned alive? I command you, in the name of the clan's eldest son, to call for him." Yu Mu's expression darkened, issuing the order, his previously calm gaze turning sharp as he fixed it on the martial instructor. Despite his disabled body, his status was extraordinarily high. The title of eldest son ranked just below that of Yu Sheng. That gaze was terrifying. The martial instructor felt his heart race under Yu Mu's stare. Hastily averting his eyes, unable to meet his gaze directly, a chill creeping down his back. He took a deep breath, giving Yu Mu one final glance before silently leaving. Yu Mu leaned back in his wheelchair, closing his eyes to rest. What happened? Why is the young master here? The practicing clan members exchanged whispers upon seeing the martial instructor leave. The young master wants to challenge the second young master. The instructor went to inform him. One said, "Is that true? The young master is disabled and can't even walk. How could he challenge the second young master?" Another replied, "Exactly. The second young master is a fifth-tier martial artist. The young master hasn't trained before and probably can't even defeat an ordinary person." Did you hear wrong? The murmurs continued. About a quarter of an hour later, the crowd parted as a figure approached, and the practicing clan members looked on with respect. "Brother Mu, I heard you want to challenge my younger brother. Did he offend you? If there was any offense, please forgive him. There's no need to go on the platform." Yu Yun said, his strong body momentarily stunned at the sight of Yu Mu, a hint of apology on his face as he cupped his fists. After the martial instructor came to him with the message, Yu Yun thought he had misheard. As he walked, confusion filled his mind. Seeing Yu Mu, his confusion only deepened. "Let's go on the platform," Yu Mu said, slapping his hands on the ground, releasing a strong airflow that propelled his wheelchair onto the platform. Dust flew up, and a deep pit formed where the airflow landed. Spiritual energy? Everyone's gaze fell on Yu Mu, who stood in the center of the platform, all feeling bewildered. They realized that the eldest son Yu Mu was not an ordinary character. "Congratulations, brother." Yu Yun stepped lightly, launching himself into the air and landing on the platform. Standing straight like a spear, he emanated a robust aura, as if he contained a volcano ready to erupt, giving off an overwhelming presence. "Please teach me, brother." Yu Yun cupped his fists. Before Yu Mu could respond, Yu Yun's figure flashed as he charged at Yu Mu, moving in incredible speed. Fierce as a dragon breaking free from the depths. A punch struck out like thunder. Bang! The air rippled, producing a dull sound, about to land. Can the young master withstand the second young master's attack? The onlookers stared intently at Yu Mu, curiosity and tension coursing through them. In warfare, deception is key. Yu Mu's expression remained calm, steady as a rock, his body unmoving, seemingly giving up resistance. "Don't!" The martial instructor shouted, realizing the danger. If Yu Yun's attack landed on Yu Mu, he would either be dead or severely injured, leaving him in an even worse state than now. As the person responsible for this training ground, he would surely face consequences. But Yu Yun paid no heed to the instructor's warning. He pressed forward, his fist crashing down heavily onto Yu Mu. However, Yu Yun did not rejoice. Instead, he turned around and struck behind him. A series of rapid changes that dazzled the eyes. "Look!" a clan member shouted in horror. At that moment, Yu Mu's form transformed into an afterimage, vanishing at the instant Yu Yun's attack descended. "Suppress!" Yu Mu's voice resonated from above, a dark yellow mysterious seal appearing, descending with overwhelming pressure. The brilliant light was blinding, forcing people to shut their eyes. A seventh-tier martial artist? How is that possible? As they closed their eyes, the crowd heard Yu Yun's shocked voice, sending a tremor through their hearts. When they opened their eyes again, they hurriedly looked at the platform, finding only Yu Yun kneeling on the ground, his face blank, and a pool of bright red blood glaringly visible. The young master won? Everyone felt their mouths go dry, doubting the scene before them, unable to believe it. The young master had the cultivation of a seventh-tier martial artist. Surely the entire clan would be shaken. No one expected the low-profile young master to be so terrifying. The martial instructor thought, leaping onto the platform to take Yu Yun for treatment, ensuring no lasting injuries. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain to the second elder. That morning, the young scholar was spirited and dashing. Chapter 9. A great uproar the morning's challenge. In less than an hour, spread throughout the entire castle, causing a great uproar, with countless people showing astonished expressions upon hearing the news. Yu Sheng was still asleep. After all, the bed enhanced by Jiuhua Palace was simply too comfortable. People generally don't want to leave their comfort zones. Yesterday, he had been running around the castle mainly to clock in and receive a gift package, but ended up with nothing, making him even less inclined to move. While others were up early for morning exercises, he couldn't practice at all due to his damaged Dantian. Cultivating was impossible, at least for now. Bang! The exquisite redwood door was pushed open with brute force, and Qing Zhao rushed in, shouting without any decorum, "Young master, something bad has happened. The eldest young master challenged the second young master this morning and has erupted with 7th grade martial artist cultivation. At this moment, she felt utterly desperate. Their master was to fulfill a contract in 14 days, and the condition for victory was to become the number one among the younger generation. Previously, the strongest in the clan was a 5th-grade martial artist, and now a 7th-grade martial artist had emerged. What chance did they have? Yu Sheng was awakened by the sound of the door, opened his eyes unhappily, and upon hearing the news, his heart jolted. He sat up and exclaimed, Mu Di has reached 7th-grade martial artist realm? He felt completely unwell. Dog, you've changed. You have 7th-grade martial artist cultivation, and didn't he even tell your big brother? Yes, young master. You need to think of a way quickly. In 14 days, the eldest young master will definitely challenge you. By then, Qing Zhao frowned, knowing that their interests were linked. If Yu Sheng lost his position as young master, her good days would likely come to an end. Don't worry. The sky one tea fall. I'll sleep a little longer. Yu Sheng remained calm, turned over, and continued to lie there like a salted fish, not panicking at all. Young master, Yu Qing Zhao stomped her foot anxiously, pouting like she was about to cry. Seeing that Yu Sheng had no intention of getting up, she reluctantly retreated. Creak. After the door closed, Yu Sheng suddenly got up, placed a blanket under him, squinted slightly, and inadvertently revealed a hint of dangerous glint in his eyes. No one knew his feelings at this moment. No one knew what he was thinking. 7th-grade martial artist in the clan leader's mansion. After UFA finished dealing with clan affairs, he looked grave upon hearing about the morning's incident. He slowly stood up, his authoritative aura enveloping the main hall. Walking to the window to overlook the entire clan, exuding a sense of superiority and dominance overall. 3 months ago, my son's cultivation was destroyed, and the elder proposed replacing the young master. After signing a contract with my son, his grandson, Wu Mu, suddenly erupted with 7th-grade cultivation. Is there a connection between these events? If there is, then the elder is likely the murderer who harmed my son. UFA's gaze deepened as he calculated in his heart, the aura he exuded turning cold, causing the temperature in the room to drop sharply. The flickering candle flames were about to extinguish. At the hall's entrance, the patrolling guards felt a chill seep into their bones and shivered. What? My grandson is a 7th-grade martial artist? Hearing the news, UMO, who was suspected by UFA, was filled with excitement, his previously calm heart boiling like water reaching a boil. If Yumu could cultivate, naturally, he, as the grandfather, was very pleased. This little rascal didn't even tell me he could cultivate, making me worry for a long time back then. UMO stroked his beard, feeling delighted, and laughed as he scolded, thinking of the contract made yesterday, his gaze becoming fervent, giving rise to the idea of supporting Yumu to the position of young master. Who doesn't desire to wield power? Previously, Yumu was crippled with no cultivation, so his original intention was for the family's benefit. Now, however, he was also for the family's benefit, but mixed with a bit of selfish desire. Bastard. In the residence of the second elder, Yu Chun smashed the exquisite tea set in his hand onto the floor with a heavy crash, shattering it into pieces, his face ashen, as if he wanted to eat someone. Grandfather, Yumu is such a scoundrel, deliberately hiding his cultivation, surely plotting for the young master position. Yin stood by, his face swollen and still recovering from his injuries, pleading, Grandfather, you must help me, eliminate Yumu, just like shut up. Yu Hua slammed the table, interrupting Yu Yun. Glaring at him, something shouldn't be said recklessly. You have no tact. How can you undertake great responsibilities in the future? Sorry, grandfather, I was too angry. Yu Yun's face showed fear, glancing warily around, even running to the door to check outside. After confirming no one was there, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Go rest and recuperate. I will make arrangements for this matter. Yu Hua rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Everything seemed to be on the right track, and suddenly, Yumu appeared out of nowhere. Could it be that I really have to use that method? Yu Yin respectfully saluted and exited the room, touching the swollen area on his face and hissing in pain. It really hurt. He felt the need to find some healing medicine. Inside, Yu Hua's gaze flickered continuously. After hesitating for a long time, he finally stood up and entered the study. From a myriad of bookshelves, he took down a heavy ancient book, the weight of history hitting him like a wave. Don't blame me. Can't you just be a good waste? Yu Hua trembled as he opened the ancient book, his expression fierce, his eyes bulging, and his head of white hair moving without wind, exuding a murderous aura as if he were about to kill. The ancient book opened. Inside, two black bugs lay empty, their eyes closed, making no sound, their two antennae curled, 3 inches long, with thousands of legs, somewhat resembling centipedes. However, if a knowledgeable person were present, they would surely be horrified upon seeing these bugs. These bugs were called goo. They had a notorious reputation, feared by many. Go! Devour Yu Mu's Dantian Yu Hua took out a goo, a spark of spiritual energy cutting through his fingertip, and a drop of blood fell onto the goo's head as he coldly issued the command. The goo opened its eyes, transforming into a beam of light, disappearing into the void. What a pity! This kind of fragmentary goo could only be used once, and it was particularly difficult to refine. In over a decade, only 3 had been made. Yu Hua stroked the last fragmentary goo, a hint of affection appearing on his aged face. This scene was too eye-watering. If anyone were to see it, they would definitely get goosebumps. Next, for the next 2 days, the entire castle was abuzz with discussions about the eldest young master. Many young people regarded Yu Mu as a role model, marveling at how he could cultivate a 7th-grade martial artist despite his crippled body, daring to challenge normally healthy individuals, which inspired admiration and awe. Let us implement it, Yu said coldly, hands behind his back. Behind him stood 2 young men with fair complexions, both trained by Yu since childhood as loyal subordinates. They clasped their fists and left the mansion. In less than half a day, a shocking event stirred the clan. Hundreds of young members of the clan, with a commanding presence, jointly submitted a petition proposing that Yu Mu be appointed as the young master, creating a grand momentum that spread throughout the clan, eventually involving many of the older generation as well. Chapter 10. Mysterious Assassination. 3 men create a tiger. As more people proposed the idea, many onlookers followed suit and got involved, all realizing that this matter had significant implications for the establishment of the young lord's position. Everyone's gaze turned to the main hall. Important commands for the clan are conveyed from this grand hall. 14 days later, the decision regarding the young lord appointment would be made. 2 hours later, the main hall gave an answer, which was both expected and somewhat surprising. Thus, this event of joint petition came to a close. For ordinary clansmen, it might just be a casual topic of conversation after meals, but for those in power within the clan, it was a bloodless struggle. The truth of the matter became less important. In the patriarch's residence, the air flowed coldly, making people shiver. The burning candlelight emitted no warmth. Ufa sat in a chair, eyes tightly closed, holding a token in his hand. The token bore a dark character, blood red, as if every stroke was written in blood. At first glance, it appeared as if countless wronged souls surrounded him, emitting piercing cries. Was this your doing? In the deathly silent room, Ufa's voice echoed, devoid of any emotion. The joint petition incident was like a knife that had sliced through his heart, further confirming his suspicion that Umo was the mastermind behind Yu Sheng's harm, with the ultimate goal being the position of young lord. Such things often happen in the clan's courtyard, with hidden schemes, killings, struggles, and death playing out continuously, both spectacular and bloody, especially in the quest for power and the inheritance position. Yet now, although Ufa suspected Umo, he was troubled by the lack of evidence and could not act rashly. Investigate, keep investigating for me. Ufa, feeling a bit restless, threw the token into the darkness, where it made no sound upon falling, disappearing the moment it entered the shadows. A curtain in the darkness swayed slightly, and a cold voice responded, "As you command." The voice was heard, but the person was not seen. Ufa's gaze flickered. He did not reply, focusing on the clan affairs on the table, steadying his mind and reviewing them seriously. Under the lamp, his authoritative face appeared somewhat fatigued. In the residence of Yumu, after defeating Yu Yun, Yumu returned home to continue comprehending the mysteries of military books. When he grew tired, he played a tune on his flute, oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on reading the works of sages. Thus, he only learned of the sensational joint petition incident afterward. After hearing the servant's report, Yumu rubbed his temples. his smooth forehead creasing into a frown. My defeating Yu Yun would only shock people. It certainly wouldn't cause such a stir. There must be someone behind this. Yu Mu stopped rubbing his temples, his gaze sharpening, revealing a hint of a bitter smile. Could this be my grandfather's doing? No. I should tell grandfather that I have no interest in the young lord's position. In the surprised eyes of the servant, Yu Mu maneuvered his wheelchair toward the residence of the grand elder. No one knew the outcome of their conversation, but according to the servant's account, during the discussion, sounds of things being smashed could be heard in the room, and about 2 hours later, Yu Mu left in a fit of anger. At this time, the sun was setting. The blood-red sunset pierced through the clouds, forming a fiery cloud, as if the heavens were bleeding. This seemed to foreshadow the occurrence of certain events. I am still too young, neglecting the importance of power. As Yu Mu walked down the street, lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at a beautifully landscaped garden. If it were any other time, Yu Mu would certainly notice that something was off in this garden. Covering several acres, the garden was home to countless insects. The dusk, which should have been bustling, was eerily silent, so quiet it felt suffocating. A black insect lay on the ground, its pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on Yu Mu. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing thousands of sharp teeth, uneven and capable of crushing anything within the human body. This was the shattered Dangu. Unlike other goo, it was cultivated specifically to await death. It craved spiritual energy, so once it entered a person's body, it would automatically devour the dantian, using its strong teeth to shatter the dantian and prevent the condensation of spiritual energy. However, it had a strong appetite, but no life to enjoy it. After consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, it would die within half a day. Hence, it was called the shattered Dangu. It shattered not only the dantian, but also its own life. It only began to move during the evening dusk, seeking an excellent ambush location, waiting for prey to arrive, and then launching a deadly strike. Once it entered a body, unless a congenital expert intervened, no one could contend with it. The sound of wheels rolling echoed rhythmically as they slowly traversed the garden path. After traveling a short distance, Yu Mu sensed something was amiss and looked around. Spiritual energy circulated. In an instant, Yu Mu's aura shifted, his gaze becoming as sharp as an eagle's, emanating an air of scholarly elegance mixed with the iron-bloodedness of a warrior, stirring the void. Whoosh! The shattered Dangu launched its attack, moving swiftly like a flash of light, ambushing Yu Mu from the left. Its mouth opened and thousands of teeth gleamed with a cold light, ready to shatter everything. What is this? Yu Mu spotted the shattered Dan insect and attempted to dodge, but his legs were incapacitated and his movement speed was slow. In the blink of an eye, the shattered Dan insect closed in, biting down heavily on Yu Mu's hand, its mouth staining with blood, turning its entire body crimson as it burrowed into Yu Mu's body, traveling through his limbs and meridians. Goo! Yu Mu's face turned pale with horror as spiritual energy circulated within him, forming layers of spiritual walls in his meridians in an attempt to block the shattered Dangu. This was the most effective method to stop goo, first restricting its movement, and then seeking out a congenital realm practitioner to release spiritual energy to eliminate the goo insect. If it were an ordinary goo insect, it would indeed be obstructed. However, the shattered Dangu was different. It fed on spiritual energy and could easily shatter anything condensed from it. Inside Yu Mu's body, the shattered Dangu acted like an undefeated general, swiftly traversing through most of his body and flying into the dantian. The crystalline wall of the dantian offered no defense, being pierced through directly, like a balloon with a hole, causing a massive outflow of spiritual energy and creating a powerful shockwave that struck Yu Mu's internal organs. The shattered Dangu. Yu Mu's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting and falling from his wheelchair, lying amidst the flowers, while strange chewing sounds echoed within him, eerily piercing and chilling to hear. After about a quarter of an hour, the strange sounds finally ceased. Yu Mu's dantian was shattered, rendering him a cripple. This was identical to Yu Sheng's previous encounter, perhaps even more tragic. Eldest young master. How long had passed? A scream pierced the sky. Similarly, it shattered the already tumultuous Yu family. A storm was coming. Chapter 11. Self-protection, the shocking news that the eldest son's cultivation has been wasted, quickly spread throughout the clan. This was yet another assassination following the attack on Yu Xingqing. A conspiracy? Whose conspiracy could it be? The string of assassinations left the clan in a state of panic. In the elder's residence, the atmosphere was particularly tense. Servants moved about quietly, not daring to breathe too loudly. "Moore, how are you now?" Umo sat on the edge of the bed, his aged face filled with worry, his eyes slightly red, feeling extremely distressed. So much had happened on this day. Yumu had shown great promise, breaking through to the 7th rank of literary cultivation, which filled him with joy as he plotted and schemed for the position of the young master. Just as this plan began, Yumu had his dantian destroyed. "Grandfather, it's the shattered dangu." Yumu opened his eyes, his expression calm, showing no signs of sadness, as if he didn't care about his cultivation at all. "Gu." Yumo's face, filled with grief and anger, revealed a hint of seriousness as a flash of light flickered in his deep-set eyes. "How could there be Gu?" In Chu country, due to the presence of the Holy Land which sect, all families were united, making it difficult for other forces and sects to develop. So almost no one in Chu country would raise Gu. To put it another way, the Yu family rarely offended anyone. Whenever a natural disaster struck, they would open their granaries to distribute grain, earning high prestige among the common people of Chu. "Grandfather, I dare to conclude that the young master's dantian was also destroyed by the shattered dangu." Seeing Uemo deep in thought, Yumu continued. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the room dropped to freezing point. The flickering candlelight instantly extinguished, and a deathly silence enveloped the space. The only sounds being the 2 heavy breaths. Those who sat in the position of young master, those who had hoped to become the young master, had all become useless because of the shattered dangu. What a cruel method. In the darkness, Yumo's sinister laughter echoed, sending shivers down the spine. It is said that the onlooker sees clearly while the participant is confused. After Yumu's reminder, he instantly understood. This was a conspiracy targeting the position of young master. There were those within the clan who were not honest, scheming for the position of young master. "Moore, don't worry. I will definitely root out those who harmed you and execute them in front of the entire clan." Umo comforted, filled with rage as he left the room, heading to the clan leader's residence to discuss a thorough investigation of the matter and find a mastermind behind it. Otherwise, his anger would remain unquenchable, and the clan would be shrouded in crisis. Pass on the order, seal the castle, and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving. 3,000 clan soldiers will seal the streets and search every household. During this period, clan members are not allowed to visit each other. The 10 departments, including the medicine department, weapon department, martial arts department, and treasure department, were ordered to provide clues related to raising Gu. Anyone who dared to conceal information would be executed without mercy, and their direct descendants would be reduced to slaves. Within an hour, with the support of the elder, the Yu family issued a clan leader's order. The Yu family, which had been peaceful for decades, was thrown into turmoil as a squad of black-armored soldiers surrounded the castle. All clan members were restricted in their freedom, forced to stay at home. And activities such as morning exercises and business trades were all suspended. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel stifled. Who was this murderer, after all? At the second elder's residence, Yu-chan was inquiring about the outside commotion, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, creating a ticking sound that echoed in the vast, quiet room. In front of him lay an ancient book with the dormant, shattered Dan insect quietly resting within it. The flickering candlelight illuminated Yu-chan's face, his eyes slightly squinting, occasionally flashing cold glints. Those were not the eyes of a human, but clearly the eyes of a predatory snake, eerie and terrifying. Creak! At that moment, Yu-yin pushed the door open, his face flustered as he hurried in and stood to the side, filled with worry as he said, "Grandfather." The 10 departments provided several clues that are unfavorable to us. What clues? Yu-chen turned to look at Yu-yin, his voice somewhat hoarse. Under his cold gaze, Yu-yin couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his voice trembling. They said that over the past 5 years, you have gone to the 10 departments to retrieve materials for raising Gu. Yu-chan's expression changed slightly. This clue was undoubtedly deadly. Knowing the Yu family as he did, He realized that if no new clues emerged within a day, they would likely take action to suppress him. No, it's absolutely impossible to sit and wait for death. We cannot allow the Yu family to suspect us. Then, there is only one way left. Yu Chen slowly opened the ancient book, taking out the last shattered dangu, his cold, ruthless eyes fixed on Yu Yun, his gray-white hair moving without wind. His gaze was venomous, yet frenzied. "Grandfather, what are you doing with the shattered dangu?" Yu Yun was taken aback, trembling as he asked, his throat constricting. The temperature in the room was not high, yet sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, splashing on the ground. He had a bad premonition. His entire being felt unwell. His mind was trembling. It felt as if the blood within him had frozen. "Grandson, to protect our family, I can only sacrifice you," Yu Chun said hollowly, his voice sounding as if it came from the depths of hell. As soon as he finished speaking, in Yu Yun's terrified gaze, the shattered dangu opened its eyes and lunged at him. Crack, crack. After a series of chewing sounds, Yu Yun's dantian was destroyed, and over a decade of cultivation was wasted, rendering him a useless person who would never be able to cultivate again. What a cruel heart. To protect oneself, you would actually strike down your own grandson. Yu Yun collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and boundless fear. A tiger doesn't eat its cubs. It was unimaginable what Yu Yun's feelings were now. He must have been furious and utterly desperate. Who could have thought that Yu Mu would recognize the shattered dangu? Now, with the 10 departments providing clues, I can't protect myself, so I can only wrong you. Yu Chan stood up, his clothes fluttering. Yu Yun said nothing, only stared at Yu Chan with a hateful gaze. If looks could kill, Yu Chan would have died 100 times over. Unfortunately, a gaze cannot kill. Such looks would only make Yu Chen's temper even more volatile. Rest assured, once I become the clan leader, I will take good care of you, allowing you to live as a carefree young master for the rest of your life. So you 1T have suffered in vain. Yu Chun squatted down, softly saying, his withered palm stroking Yu Yun before striking down heavily. With a heavy blow, Yu Yun fainted. Whoosh! Yu Chun lifted Yu Yun, turning into a shadow, avoiding everyone's sight, tossing Yu Yun into a corner of the residence and creating a false appearance of being attacked, then left indifferently, heading to the study. Silent and without a trace. It seemed the atmosphere throughout the entire residence had become even more tense. Arriving at the study, Yu Chun found a black book and pressed down hard, causing the left wall to crack open, revealing a deep and dark tunnel. Light shone in, folded into the void, and returned to darkness. The second elder's residence actually had a hidden tunnel. If this were to get out, it would likely cause quite a stir. Yu Chun was accustomed to it, and steadily walked into the tunnel. Boom! Once he entered, the wall closed automatically, seamlessly, leaving no flaws visible to the naked eye. In the pitch-black tunnel, Yu Chun advanced with large strides. It appeared chaotic, but in reality, it contained a special trajectory. If he took one wrong step, he would trigger a mechanism and meet a death without burial. After 200 steps, Yu Chun stopped. He took out a fire starter, skillfully igniting the torches on both sides. With a hiss, the flames illuminated the tunnel, and the surrounding environment vividly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 12. The 7-color flower before them stood a blood-red copper door, exuding a menacing aura that overshadowed the light of the torches. Carved upon the door was a flower, blooming in a bewitching manner, with 7 petals of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The center of the flower was a vivid blood red. This was a mark of power, one that had once instilled terror and bloodshed, casting a shadow over the 7 nations of the wild continent, causing countless heads to roll and instilling fear in the hearts of many, leading to sleepless nights. This power had a charming name, the 7-color flower, the foremost assassination organization on the continent. Its movements were shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing the specific location of its headquarters, the number of assassins it had, or the strength of its leader. What people did know was that 53 years ago, this organization had emerged, swallowing the 3 major assassin groups, Dragonthorn, Dream Demon, and Absolute Kill. It had since made a name for itself. Over the past 50 years, the 7-color flower had assassinated countless targets, including local tyrants, wealthy merchants, and nobles. 24 years ago, on a full moon night, the crown prince of the Chu kingdom was assassinated, and it was the work of the seven-color flower. Of course, killing a prince was not its most formidable feat after the assassination. The Chu kingdom mobilized its entire nation, dispatching numerous powerful individuals in an attempt to eradicate the seven-color flower. A black-robed powerhouse descended, and within 3 days he had assassinated 100 powerful figures, causing unrest among the people of Chu. After 6 months of a stalemate, the Chu kingdom conceded. The confrontation came to a temporary halt. Returning to the main point, no one would have expected that the underground passage of a Yu family residence would bear the mark of the seven-color flower. What connection did they have? Originally intending to seize power peacefully, it now seemed impossible. Yu Chun took out a green flower petal from his clothing, glowing with a phosphorescent light, covered in mysterious characters that did not belong to any nation of the wild continent. Buzzing, Yu Chun, with a sincere expression, bowed to the blood-red copper door and placed the green petal on the flower carved on the door. The patterns on the petal erupted with dazzling light. As if triggering a mechanism, the seven-color flower on the copper door began to operate. After a series of dazzling changes, the copper door slowly opened, revealing a bright view. Inside was a natural cave, several hundred feet in size, with a torch lit every 2 feet, creating a dim environment. Apart from a black building, there was nothing else. Surrounding the cave were many blood-red copper doors, leading in all directions, with people occasionally entering and exiting, all cloaked in black robes, concealing their true appearances. In such an environment, Yu Chun, dressed in luxurious clothing, stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens, attracting attention. Many black-robed individuals glanced at Yu Chun before averting their gazes and continuing with their business. Yu Chun did not dare to wander around, standing in front of the copper door, anxiously waiting. "You're here." A few minutes later, a black-robed figure approached silently, unnoticed even by Yu Chun, who was at the early stage of innate cultivation. He quickly stood up and said with a pained expression, "The plan has changed. We need you to take action." In fact, 5 years ago, for certain reasons, he had established a connection with the seven-color flower, which was quite normal. For such a large organization as the seven-color flower, the daily expenses were significant, and they naturally needed some affiliated powers to provide funding, resources, and even intelligence. This was a vast web of power relations, spread throughout the wild continent, which is why the royal families of the seven nations had tried various means, but could not eliminate the seven-color flower. The plan Yu Chun mentioned was to use the shattered Dangu to cripple the younger generation and support his grandson to become the leader, manipulating the entire clan behind the scenes. The method for refining the shattered Dangu had been obtained from the seven-color flower. How many people are needed? The black-robed figure was terse, not wasting any words. 5 gold-ranked assassins. Yu Chun did not hesitate, his eyes burning with intensity as he stared at the black-robed figure. Within the seven-color flower, assassins had a strict hierarchy: bronze-ranked, silver-ranked, gold-ranked, and the most powerful, the king-level assassins. The bronze-ranked corresponded to martial artists below the 9th rank, silver-ranked to 9th rank martial artists, gold-ranked to innate martial artists, and king-level assassins corresponded to saint-level powerhouses. As for whether there were even more powerful assassins above them, Yu Chun was unsure. "I can provide you with 5 gold-ranked assassins and also support you to rise to power, but from now on, you must lead the Yu family to become an affiliate of the organization," the black-robed figure stated, his cold eyes fixed on Yu Chun. It was as if, should Yu Chun dare to say a single word of refusal, he would be struck down in fury. With no way to retreat, the thought flashed through Yu Chun's mind, causing his body to shudder. He knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing his head, and said, "I am willing." He could only submit. Refusing would mean certain death. Even if he took 1,000 steps back, without the support of the seven-color flower, the Yu family and UMO would soon uncover that he was the mastermind, leading to his demise. "Good," the black-robed figure said happily. "I will report to the Qing envoy, and after obtaining his approval, I can mobilize 5 gold-ranked assassins. It will take about 5 days, so wait patiently." The Qing envoy was the authoritative figure at the headquarters of the seven-color flower in the Chu kingdom, a powerful individual who had once hunted saint-level powerhouses. The black-robed figure standing before Yu Chun was merely the head of the Ba County branch and only had the authority to mobilize silver and bronze-ranked assassins. Yu Chun was aware of this and nodded, respectfully saluting before opening the blood-red copper door and returning the way he came. Controlling the Yu family would provide a substantial amount of food for the organization each year, adding another layer of assurance to the master's grand ambitions. Surely, this news would please the Qing envoy. The black-robed figure watched as Yu Hua left, a hint of a smile emerging on his hidden face. Perhaps having not smiled for too long, it appeared slightly stiff, even more unsightly than crying. He stepped lightly, the black robe swaying. At his waist, a golden token was revealed. He, too, was a gold-ranked assassin. A few minutes later, Yu Chun emerged from the cave and returned to the study. Before he could catch his breath, he heard exclamations from outside. "Come quickly. Inform the second elder that the second young master has been attacked and is severely injured." Not good, the second young master's Dantian. The entire residence was thrown into chaos. Yu Chun wore a cold smile, sitting calmly in the study, waiting for the servant to come with news. In truth, Yu Chun had used the shattered Dangu to cripple Yu Yun's Dantian, all to buy time for the assistance from the seven-color flower in the clan leader's residence. What? Yu Yun's Dantian has also been crippled? In less than a quarter of an hour, someone came to report that Yu Yun's Dantian had been destroyed. UFA and UMO exclaimed, exchanging glances and seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. Based on the clues from the 10 offices, they had locked onto the second elder as their target. Just moments before, the two were discussing plans to capture Yu Hua. Yet before they could take action, the news of Yu Yun's cultivation being destroyed arrived. This was too suspicious. UFA rubbed his temple, his head throbbing. Initially, he had suspected UMO, but after Yu Mu's cultivation was destroyed, he began to suspect Yu Chun. And now, with Yu Yun's Dantian also destroyed, how could he suspect anyone without their descendants suffering misfortune? Could be the third elder Yu Hua? Chapter 13. The Raven's gift. UFA shook his head secretly. Among the descendants of the third elder Yu Hua, aside from Yu Ling, who was exceptionally talented, the others were all dullards. However, Yu Ling was a girl and could not become the young master. As for Yu Sheng and Yu Mu, they were both crippled by the broken pill curse because of the position of young master. Yu Hua had no reason to be suspected. The Yu family had a total of 4 innate powerhouses, each one a pillar of the family. If they wrongly accused someone and wronged a good person, the loss to the family would be significant. Therefore, before there was conclusive evidence, UFA and UMO would not easily make arrests. Master, I still believe the second elder has issues. Over the past 5 years, only the second elder has received materials for refining curses, and before that, Yu Yin was the most likely to become the young master, UMO pondered. Upon hearing this, UFA's eyes flickered as he said, "Do you think it's possible that Yu Chun, for self-preservation, deliberately crippled Yu Yin to create a distraction and throw off suspicion?" "Exactly. Why didn't I think of that? Up until now, Yu Yin is still in a coma, which is illogical. After all, the young master, my grandson, only fainted for half a day after being crippled." Thinking of this speculation, the two inhaled sharply. A tiger does not eat its cubs, and a human's poison is unbearable to kin. If the truth was indeed as they speculated, then Yu Chen's heart was too ruthless. Such a person, in a high position, was a malignant tumor for the family and must be removed. For his own interests, he wouldn't even spare his own grandson. Who knows what crazy actions he would take next? Someone dispatched 500 clan soldiers to surround the second elder's residence. Not a single fly is to be let go. Yufa commanded loudly. Yes, outside the house, a commander clasped his fists, a glint of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Holding a fiery red broadsword, he led his subordinates to encircle the second elder's residence. "Master, why not capture the second elder?" UMO asked, his tone somewhat urgent. "The ancient records state that those afflicted by the broken pill curse can only remain unconscious for a maximum of 6 days. If Yu Yun has not awakened by then, the one who placed the curse must be Yu Chun. At that time, it will be the right moment to capture him. If we go to arrest him now without direct evidence, how can we explain it to the clansmen?" UFA explained, his gaze sharp and flickering with light. "The clan leader is wise." UMO clasped his fists, understanding UFA's intentions. but he still felt a faint sense of crisis in his heart. In front of the second elder's residence, 500 clan soldiers stood ready, forming an offensive formation, exuding a murderous aura. "Commander Yu, what is the meaning of this?" A middle-aged man stepped out, his expression grim. He was Yu Chun's eldest son, Yu Feng, an 8th-grade martial artist. Seeing the sharp blades of the clan soldiers, he suppressed his fury and questioned in a deep voice. "This is the Master's order. Please return to your residence. Otherwise, we will kill without question." The leading commander, named Yu Rue, was a 9th-grade martial artist. With his commanding army, he was capable of contending with innate practitioners, and he only obeyed the Master's orders. A thick aura of death erupted from Yu Rue's body, surging like blood, striking the heavens. Yu Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed, his face unusually serious. He felt the killing intent in Yu Rue's aura, as if his head would fall to the ground if he did not retreat to the residence. What exactly is happening? He murmured to himself, glancing at the gray sky. Anxiously, he returned to the residence, his face turning extremely pale. 2 clan soldiers stepped forward, shutting the large door of the residence. 50 clan soldiers positioned themselves in front of the door, setting up a bow and arrow formation. When someone broke out, they would be shot into a sieve in an instant. "UFA, I know you very well, yet you do not understand me enough." Inside the study, Yu Chun's expression was calm, showing no signs of panic, as if everything was within his expectations and control. He rocked in his chair, his eyes half closed, drowsy. At this moment, on the official road of Ba County, over 100 figures in black robes rushed forward, resembling ghosts in the night, their movements mysterious. Making no sound as they traveled. "Left Protector, we are at most 2 days away from reaching the family of the leader." An elder stepped forward respectfully. His face was filled with anticipation, his eyes blazing, wishing he could transform into a giant rock and soar to the Yu family at the fastest speed. "Good." The Left Protector nodded, subconsciously quickening his pace. At night, it was eerily quiet, a sense of unease wildly growing, like blood-red vines bringing slaughter, like a clawing beast bringing disaster. The main character causing all this lay on the bed, his face full of confusion. How did it come to this? Yu Sheng rested his hands behind his head, filled with doubt. He had done nothing, so why had the clan turned upside down? Yu Mu's cultivation was crippled. The castle is sealed. The clan soldiers are surrounding the second elder's residence. If this continues, will a great battle break out in a few days? Yu Yun speculated absent-mindedly, unable to sleep, so he simply got up to wander in the courtyard. Looking at the sky, it didn't look good. Dark clouds covered the heavens, and it might rain. Walking to Qing Zhao's room, he found the lamp was already extinguished. It was pitch black. Yu Sheng's face turned displeased. "Who is serving whom here? This young master is still awake, and you sleep like a pig. What kind of etiquette is that?" Bang bang. Yu Sheng picked up a stone and knocked on the door a few times, making a loud noise. "Who is it so late at night?" Inside the room, Qing Zhao complained. The sound of her putting on clothes could be heard. After a few breaths, the lamp was lit. After a while, Qing Zhao opened the door, already dressed, appearing before Yu Sheng, her sleepiness evident. "What is the young master doing at this late hour? Not going to sleep? Aren't you usually dying to laze in bed? Have you encountered a ghost?" Cough, cough. "I saw the weather change and was afraid it would rain and soak your clothes. So I called you up early to fetch them." Yu Sheng said sincerely, earnestly reminding her, "The weather is getting cooler. Wear more clothes and don't catch a cold." Having said that, Yu Sheng yawned, his hands behind his back, swaying as he left, returning to his own room. Soon, the lamp went out. When Qing Zhao finally reacted, she heard the sound of snoring coming from inside. "Ah!" In the empty courtyard, Qing Zhao's voice echoed in frustration. Yu Sheng was awakened, turned over, covered his ears with the blanket, and fell back asleep. Poor Qing Zhao, her eyes wide open in the courtyard. After searching for a long time, she couldn't find the clothes. Where are the clothes? The young master is acting crazy. Could it be that he's possessed? A gentle breeze blew, making Qing Zhao shiver, preparing to go back to sleep. But just after taking a few steps, boom, a dull thunder rumbled. It started to rain. The rain fell like beans, drenching Qing Zhao completely. All right, the young master was right. The clothes are indeed wet. Damn young master. Qing Zhao covered her mouth, casting a reproachful glance at Yu Sheng's residence before fleeing back to her own room. In the latter half of the night, sneezing could be heard from inside the house. The Raven's Gift Young Master. Chapter 14. Heavenly level martial arts. Time passes, everything renews, and never stops. 2 days later, Left Protector led the disciples of the demon sect to the vicinity of the Yu family castle. They did not enter the castle, but chose a hidden place to observe the situation. That night, Left Protector used his movement technique to quietly enter the castle without anyone noticing. What was he doing? Who did he meet? No one knew. The power of the sacred realm was too formidable. Even with the castle under lockdown, Left Protector moved as if on flat ground, easily avoiding surveillance. His whereabouts shrouded in mystery. 5 days passed like this. The atmosphere in the castle grew increasingly tense, and the oppressive aura in front of the second elder became heavier. Crack! The wall of the study quietly split open, and 5 figures in black robes stepped out, their bodies straight, eyes sharp, like towering mountains, cold and silent. Yuchen walked in and secretly observed these 5 figures, feeling his scalp tingle. With his early innate cultivation, he couldn't see through any of them, indicating that the lowest cultivation among these 5 was at the mid-innate stage. Terrifying. The similar auras of these people indicated they were secretly cultivated by the 7-color flower. Who knew how many such powerful beings the 7-color flower had cultivated in the dark? 100? 200? Or even 1,000? Yuchen dared not speculate. He faintly felt that joining the 7-color flower was not a bad thing. With such a powerful backing, he need not fear the upcoming challenges. Even if King Chu revised the clan genealogy, he could not encroach on the Yu family's interests. This way, please. Yuchen opened the door and gestured for them to enter. The 5 black-robed figures said nothing as they walked outside, their steps in unison. If one only listened to the sound of their footsteps, one might think it was a single person. Their auras were attracted, making them hard to detect. The whole day passed quietly. Night approached. The main hall was brightly lit, and Umo paced anxiously, watching the darkening sky outside. He clasped his fists and said, "Clan leader, please give the order." After this night, it would be the 6th day. Ufa sighed, disappointment evident in his eyes. For Yuchun was a man of action whom he had entrusted with significant responsibilities. Unexpectedly, death. He must be executed. Thinking of Yu Sheng's cultivation being crippled and Yu Mu's cultivation being wasted, the killing intent in Ufa's heart erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. The Yu family, prominent in the region, relied on what? It relied on strong power. It relied on the family's foundation. It relied on substantial financial resources. But all of this was built on the continuous and stable development of the family, with the older generation of strong individuals supporting the family, while the younger generation of prodigies bravely advanced. If any link in this chain faltered, centuries of the clan could be destroyed in an instant. Now, both of the younger generation's prodigies had been crippled due to the second elder's selfishness. This created a situation of no successors. "All right, send the order." Ufa took a deep breath, his expression serious, resolute in his decision to issue an order to capture Yuchun. Yumo's spirit jolted. After waiting for nearly 6 days, he finally received the news. Ha! At that moment, a familiar laughter interrupted Ufa's words. Ufa and Yumo's expressions changed slightly as they hurriedly looked towards the door, channeling their internal energy. 6 figures strode in. Yuchun stood in the middle, followed by 5 assassins from the 7-color flower. "Who are you?" Ufa's heart sank. With his peak innate realm, he could sense the strength of the 5 assassins, 2 at the peak innate stage and 3 at the late innate stage. The assassins said nothing. Their good qualities as killers made them unwilling to utter a word. A killer should have the demeanor of a killer. "Head of the family, you have lost," Yuchun said confidently, his gaze shifting. Umo shouted angrily, "You beast! How could you betray the family and ally with other forces? Can you face the ancestors of the Yu family with this?" The voice echoed in the hall, lingering in the air. A hint of shame flashed in Yuchen's eyes, but it quickly turned into determination as he said solemnly, "The Yu family has developed for hundreds of years and has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, we must rely on external forces. What I'm doing is also for the family." "Yu Montag disdainfully replied," Shameless. There are always some shameless people in this world who, for their own selfish desires, label their absurd actions as reasonable. Such people are even more disgusting. Seated in the main position, UFA suppressed his anger and said, "You crippled Yu Yin and Yu Mu, causing the younger generation of the family to perish. You allied with external enemies and pointed your sword at your kin. The result of such actions will only bring wolves into the house, leading the Yu family's centuries-old foundation to be handed over to others." Yu Chen certainly understood this shallow reasoning. But now that things had reached this point, there was no turning back. He could only walk the path to the end. Let's get started. Yu Chen's eyes turned cold, exuding a chilling, killing intent. The 5 assassins from the 7-color flower unleashed their auras, their calm eyes like those of bloodthirsty demons that were about to emerge. Whoosh! Sword chi broke through the air. 5 terrifying auras erupted. 2 peak innate assassins attacked UFA, while the other 3 mid-innate assassins targeted UMO. Spiritual energy surged, shaking the hall. Yu Chun slowly turned, facing the outside of the hall, the moonlight casting a bloody desire in his eyes. The sounds of battle spread throughout the entire clan. Thousands of clan soldiers quickly mobilized, rushing towards the main hall. However, Yu Chun had long anticipated this, sending his trusted subordinates to block the paths, making it impossible to reach the main hall for a while. Once everything settled, he would sit in the position of clan leader, and even if the clan soldiers arrived, they could only bow their heads in submission. With fists unable to match forehands. Minutes later, UMO was struck by a sword, blood splattering as his aura became chaotic, struggling under the attacks of the 3 assassins. Boom! The magnificent main hall could not withstand the battle between UFA and the 2 assassins, collapsing under the strain, and the entire castle trembled slightly. 7-color flower. Flower fall style. 2 assassins roared, their green spiritual energy erupting, forming a green flower that drifted toward UFA, the terrifying sword intent suffocating. UFA's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes. The martial arts and techniques of the Wild Continent are divided into heavenly, earthly, profound, and yellow levels. Among them, yellow is the lowest, and heavenly is the highest. Generally, powers only possess profound level techniques, and although the Yu family is a centuries-old clan, they only have one ancestral Earth-level technique. Heavenly-level techniques are probably only possessed by the royal families of the 7 kingdoms or sacred lands. The gap between earthly and heavenly levels is also tremendous. A warrior practicing Earth-level techniques can hardly defeat one practicing heavenly-level techniques. Puff! Without exception, UFA was defeated, flying backward over Tianzhong, crashing into the remnants of the main hall, unable to move. 2 sword wounds were deep enough to see the bone in his chest, blood flowing profusely, staining his clothes, looking extremely gruesome. Huff, huff. UFA gasped for air, struggling to get up, but after several attempts, he failed to succeed. Chapter 15. Turning the tide after UFA's defeat, UMO, who was engaged in a fierce battle on the other side, was also knocked down, collapsing on the ground, bloodied and unable to get up. 5 7-colored flower assassins stood by, not continuing their attack, their gazes sharp like lightning, resembling a sacred mountain. Yu Chun, you want to die a good death. UMO glared with fury, resembling a beast ready to pounce. He held no deep hatred for the 7-colored flower assassins. Rather, his hatred was directed towards the family traitor. Yu Chun, to the point of loathing. You have no chance left. Yu Chun drew his sword and slowly walked in front of UMO. The white blade emitted a deep, piercing light. UMO closed his eyes, waiting for death to come, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was such a sorrowful fate to die, not at the hands of external enemies, but by one of his own kin. Stop! Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed through the silent ruins, and dozens of black, demonic energies descended, knocking Yu Chen's sword away and embedding it in the ground several feet away. The sword trembled, ringing continuously. Who? Yu Chen was startled, his body swaying as he stood behind the 7-colored flower assassins, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. After a thorough look, he found nothing, as if the attack he had just encountered was merely an illusion. The 7-colored flower assassins exchanged glances, separating and standing in mysterious positions, their auras intertwining explosively. This terrifying presence was several times more frightening than an ordinary peak innate martial artist. After a few breaths, the void remained quiet. The seven-colored flower assassins did not let down their guard. They sensed faint footsteps approaching. Who? Yuchen could not help but ask again, his voice trembling. Those with guilty consciences fear being discovered by others. Left protector of the demon cult. A deep voice emerged from the darkness, a will to destroy the heavens and earth, overwhelming everything, manifesting in a chilling, demonic aura, as if the gates of hell had suddenly opened. Yeah, ga. The sounds of ghostly wails spread across the area, enveloping the entire castle, causing everyone to feel their souls tremble, their bodies weaken, faces filled with confusion and terror. Figures in black robes appeared silently around them. Yu Chun and the seven-colored flower assassins stared in shock at the black-robed figures rushing toward them. The demonic energy filling the air, creating a sinister and terrifying scene that made their scalps tingle with fear. UFA and UMO exchanged glances, unable to comprehend. Who were these black-robed individuals? They appeared incredibly powerful. 1 mile away, Yusheng stood atop a tree, witnessing the terrifying scene created by the demon cult's arrival, rubbing his forehead in disbelief. Was it necessary to be this terrifying? Don't scare people to death. Who are you, sir? One of the seven-colored flower assassins finally spoke up, asking gravely. He was repeatedly thinking in his mind about the powers within the seven nations. Yet he had never heard of the demon cult. How could it be so powerful? Enough nonsense, just kill them. The left protector, disliking idle chatter, coldly commanded. The disciples of the demon cult displayed a fierce demeanor, launching their attacks while producing bizarre and unique weapons, coated with poison, emitting a blue glow, with moves so tricky that they were hard to defend against. Indeed, they are truly from the demon cult. Sir, do you wish to be enemies with the seven-colored flower? One assassin asked with frustration, thinking it would be an easy task, yet it had unexpectedly attracted the demon cult, and such a powerful one at that. He angrily glared at Yu Chun, blaming the old man for the trouble. At that moment, Yu Chun was equally confused. As a family elder, he had never heard of any connection between the family and the demon cult. Wait, what the hell is this demon cult? Boom! The terrifying power of the demon cult was revealed. Within minutes, they defeated the seven-colored flower assassins, expertly severing their heads and displaying a frenzied excitement at the sight of blood splattering. Only Yu Chen remained, standing in fear, too terrified to move. Left protector, the people have been killed. We can welcome the master now. An elder said kindly. If it weren't for the head in his hand, he would truly resemble a kindly old neighbor. Good. The left protector's white hair danced as he slightly bowed to the void, saying, I, as a subordinate, lead the disciples of the demon cult to welcome the arrival of the master. Welcome the master. Disciples of the demon cult below the 9th rank knelt down, shouting loudly. Welcome the master. Disciples of the demon cult at the 9th rank prostrated themselves, looking devout, like ancient pilgrims. Welcome the master. Elders of the innate realm also knelt down, devoid of the dignity of being strong, their faces respectful, akin to humble slaves bowing to their supreme master. Innate strong ones could indeed be called strong in the wild continent. Hiss! This scene made UFA and UMO gasp in shock. Even innate strong ones had to kneel, so how terrifying must the strength of this mysterious master be? Could be a saint-level strong one? Surely, only a saint-level strong one could command the kneeling of innate martial artists. Should they kneel as well? UFA and UMO were pondering this question. Please rise. Just as UFA and UMO hesitated, Yusheng walked over, dressed in a white robe, exuding a hint of nobility with every gesture, moving lightly as if drifting like smoke in the night. All right. UFA and UMO were stunned, looking dumbfounded. The master of the demon cult couldn't possibly be Yusheng, could he? Impossible. Yuchen also saw Yusheng, shaking his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe what he was seeing. By the order of the master, the disciples of the demon cult bowed again before standing up, moving to the sides to clear a path, flanking Yusheng. Under the crowd's support, Yusheng walked in front of Yu Chun, giving him a casual glance. before walking in front of UFA, smiling and saying, "Dad, surprised? Exciting, isn't it?" The sudden shift in atmosphere caught UFA off guard. "Sir, surprised." UFA managed to smile, feeling shocked yet a bit awkward inside. Luckily, he hadn't knelt down earlier. Had he knelt, that would have been ridiculous. Kneeling to his son. "Young master, what is going on?" UMO, slightly more awake, pointed at the disciples of the demon cult and asked in a low voice, a hint of fear in his eyes. "You mean them?" Yusheng smiled mysteriously, hands behind his back, asking with a questioning tone, "They are all my subordinates. May I ask the Grand Elder, do I still have the qualification to continue being the young master of the Yu family?" Yumo's pupils constricted sharply, forcing a bitter smile. "The young master is powerful beyond compare. Of course, you have the qualification to continue being the young master of the Yu family. It was my old eyes that failed me, almost causing a great disaster. Please punish me, young master." Just kidding. Yusheng's current subordinates were countless times stronger than those of the Yu family. What qualification did he have to oppose them? Not only did he not oppose, but Yumo also felt a bit relieved. Thank goodness he had agreed to Yusheng's conditions back then. Otherwise, his fate might not have been much better than Yu Chen's. Thinking of Yu Chen, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Yumo's eyes. Chapter 16. Mission Reward. Yumo clasped his fist to Yu Sheng, holding his sword as he walked up to Yu Chen, his eyes filled with bloodlust. An invisible murderous intent radiating from him, causing people to tremble in fear. What are you going to do?" Yu Chen asked, his body stiffening, his voice trembling as he couldn't help but step back 2 paces. "Rest assured, I won't kill you, a beast like you for now. You let the young master, my grandson, be crippled, and today I will let you taste the feeling of having your dantian shattered." Yumo's voice was cold as he raised his sword and stabbed towards Yu Chen's dantian. Blood splattered, and Yu Chen's breath quickly weakened, letting out painful groans. In less than 2 minutes, he was completely turned into a useless person. The screams shook the heavens and the earth, but no one felt pity. "Traitor must be punished. Quickly, protect the family head." A sound of footsteps approached as Rue led the clan soldiers, their bodies stained with blood, the murderous aura overwhelming, clearly having just gone through a fierce battle with many casualties. In an instant, the clan soldiers closed in. Rue's aura erupted, enhancing the formation of the clan soldiers, not weaker than the late stage of the innate realm. "Family head, what is this?" Rue surveyed the surroundings, discovering the magnificent hall had turned into ruins. The second elder lying on the ground, groaning in pain, with 5 decapitated corpses on the floor and over 100 people in black robes surrounding them. His expression changed slightly, unable to grasp the situation. The second elder colluded with foreign enemies, conspired to usurp power, and has now been defeated. You are to lead the clan soldiers to capture Yu Chen's loyalists, eradicate them all, and spare not a single one. The Yu family declared with a murderous intent, stating that it was necessary to do so as no one could guarantee that Yu Chen's loyalists were not involved in the conspiracy. They could only adhere to the principle of better to wrongly kill 1,000 than let one go. The struggle within the clan was indeed this brutal. The victors enjoyed wealth and power, while the losers faced ruin and death. Understood. Rue was shocked by the order, respectfully saluting before casting a deep glance at the disciples of the demonic sect and then leading the clan soldiers away. A new massacre was about to unfold. The blood-red waltz was about to bloom. Before long, distant sounds of slaughter could be faintly heard, flames soaring into the sky. An hour later, this internal turmoil finally came to an end. In the deep of night, Yusheng returned to his courtyard, feeling both exhausted and excited, while the members of the demonic sect were settled within the castle. "Young master, do you need to have a meal?" Qing Zhao approached and asked softly. "No need." Yusheng waved his hand, hurriedly returning to his room and locking the door, not allowing anyone to enter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in task, preserving the position of the young master. Please continue to work hard and live a wonderful life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a purple seal check-in opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold seal check-in opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a silver seal check-in opportunity. As soon as he entered the room, The mechanical voice of the system sounded, and three large seals appeared in front of him, radiating purple, gold, and silver light respectively. Yu Sheng swallowed hard. A rush of blood surged to his head, and he was momentarily stunned. 3 check-in opportunities. Gold seal, check-in opportunity. Purple seal, check-in opportunity. This surprise was simply too great. So much so that even someone as composed as him could hardly contain his excitement and joy, rendered speechless. In the past month, aside from the beginner's gift pack, he had tried every possible means and racked his brains, only obtaining 1 copper seal check-in and 1 silver seal check-in opportunity. Yet now, after completing a task, he gained 3 check-in opportunities, with the lowest being a silver seal check-in. System products are bound to be high quality. In a chaotic world, lives are as fragile as grass. A family internal strife made Yu Sheng realize the brutality of struggle, the schemes and plots, with blood flowing like rivers, all at the whim of the powerful. Only by possessing great strength could one protect oneself in times of crisis. The crisis within the Yu family had not yet been resolved, and no one knew how many powerful enemies were involved with Yu Qin's alliance with the 7-colored flower. The fall of 5 innate strong beings would surely lead to revenge. Obtaining 3 gift packs allowed Yu Sheng to breathe a sigh of relief, his expression revealing anticipation. Without further thought, he opened all 3 gift packs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in the silver gift pack, receiving 3,000 ghost soldiers, including 3 ghost soldiers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in the gold seal gift pack, receiving the Imperial level technique Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure Strategy, a creation of heaven and earth, eternally verdant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in the purple seal gift pack, receiving the seed of the Other Shore flower, blooming in the underworld's Wangchuan, a flower as splendid as blood. The system's voice echoed, and a brief overview of the 3 gift packs appeared in Yu Sheng's mind, instantly filling him with joy, nearly unable to suppress his laughter. After a long time, he finally regained some composure, but his slightly trembling hands indicated that his heart had not yet completely calmed down, still brimming with excitement. System: summon 3,000 ghost soldiers to station in a concealed location 10 miles away from the castle. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Yu Sheng no longer hesitated and first summoned the ghost soldiers. This distribution also ensured that in the event of a great battle, the Yu family's castle would have enough military strength to protect the safety of the clan members stationed outside the castle. If an enemy force truly did invade, it would catch them off guard. The Ghost clan was powerful, with each ghost soldier being a warrior above the 7th rank, capable of taking on 10, or even 100 by themselves. The 3 ghost soldiers were even more powerful, having reached the innate realm. United. Even if the 7-colored flower wanted to attack the Yu family castle, with the support of clan soldiers, the demonic sect, and the ghost soldiers, it would be impossible to defeat them without several times their numbers. Congratulations to the host. Summoning successful. The system's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Acquiring Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure Strategy. Taking a deep breath, Yu Sheng's expression turned solemn. The technique he had obtained this time might affect his entire life. The reason he valued this technique was that it could reshape his dantian and was a technique comprehended by an emperor. As for what realm the emperor was in, Yu Sheng did not know, but it was certainly very powerful. Congratulations to the host, acquiring Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure Strategy. Boom! Yu Sheng's mind shook, and tens of thousands of profound runes appeared in his consciousness. Without realizing it, his legs crossed, quietly sitting on the bed and beginning to comprehend the technique. In an instant, it felt like millions of years had passed, with countless runes interwoven in his mind, the might of the emperor permeating, an auspicious energy floating, shining brightly, illuminating the universe. Heaven and earth were originally boundless. Even in the 5 turbid evil worlds, one should still do good, nurturing things silently, immersing oneself in it, working diligently day and night. When encountering bottlenecks, only then could merits be transcended. When the 5 elements are gathered, the 2 extremes can transform yin and yang, returning to unity, which is not supreme, transcending all beings' suffering. Yu Sheng's mind emptied, immersed in the technique, not thinking or getting distracted. As celestial sounds echoed in his mind, the true words of the Tao resonating, making him intoxicated with spiritual energy circulating around him. Whoosh! The wind blew, and streams of colorful spiritual energy surged from all directions, transforming into fine lines that slowly merged into his heart. A green light flickered with a faint glow, stunningly beautiful, crystalline and radiant, permeating with the breath of life, swirling around Yu Sheng's abdomen, repairing his shattered dantian. With the naked eye, strands of black impurities could be seen expelled from Yu Sheng's pores, the colorful lights surging, cleansing his marrow and washing away his essence. Chapter 17. A New Crisis. Bang! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out in succession, and Yu Sheng's cultivation soared, directly breaking through to the 4th-rank martial artist. This level of cultivation is not the strongest among the younger generation, but it is not weak either. After a long while, Yu Sheng opened his eyes and was delighted to see himself covered in dirt. He understood what this represented, washing the tendons and marrow. Upon inspecting his dantian, which was originally gray and lifeless, it had now returned to its former state, radiating a green glow, full of vitality, with spiritual energy flowing in with every breath. Gently standing up, at that moment, he felt as if the whole world had changed. His body felt light, as if it were weightless. Clenching his fists, a surge of powerful energy excited him, and as his gaze shifted, he could see every speck of dust in the corners of the room, vividly and clearly. With his ears attuned, he could hear sounds within several hundred zhong without using spiritual energy. Even the sound of an ant climbing or a mosquito flapping its wings was clear. When he slightly circulated the spiritual energy within his body, it was as if a river was rushing, a wave of spiritual energy far exceeding more than 10 times that of the past spread throughout his body. Fast and incredibly strong. After his excitement, Yu Sheng began to receive the final treasure, the seeds of the other shore flower. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have obtained the other shore flower seeds, which have been planted in the dantian. Please nourish them with spiritual energy. A blood-colored seed, surrounded by a glowing mist, took root in a corner of Yu Sheng's dantian. At the same time, a wealth of information about the other shore flower appeared in Yu Sheng's mind. It has flowers but no leaves. When the soul crosses the Wangchuan River, it forgets everything from its past life. Everything once known is left on the other shore, blooming into a mesmerizing flower. The other shore flower blooms on the other shore. When it blooms, the leaves cannot be seen, and when the leaves appear, the flowers cannot be seen. The flowers and leaves do not meet, eternally separated. This is the only plant that grows in the Yellow Springs. It can erase memories and also restore them. It is toxic. If a living person consumes it, they will die within 3 days. It has a tragic love legend and carries mythical colors. It grows in the Yellow Springs and adorns hell. It is irreplaceable and forever beautiful. The other shore flower? Does the system giving me the other shore flower have some deeper meaning? After reviewing the information, Yu Sheng found that the opportunities to use the other shore flower were particularly rare. Unless one was dead or had amnesia, there were no other uses for it. However, since the other shore flower could appear in a purple seal package, it must have extraordinary significance, perhaps playing an unexpected role at a critical moment. He roughly understood the system packages. The lowest should be the copper seal package, followed by the silver seal package, gold seal package, and purple seal package. As for what lies beyond that, he had no knowledge since they had never appeared. However, since the gold seal package produced an imperial-level technique, it could be inferred how precious the purple seal package was. Forget it, perhaps he would understand when the time was right. After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure out the use of the other shore flower, Yu Sheng simply decided not to think about it anymore. Smelling the foul odor emanating from his body, he almost gagged and hurriedly opened the door, shouting, "Qing Zhao, hurry up and prepare a bath for this young master." Boom! The sleepy Qing Zhao was awakened, suppressing her morning grumpiness, her face full of confusion, wondering what bath to take at this late hour. "You big bad young master, always bullying me," Qing Zhao mumbled as she went down to prepare the bathwater. After serving Yu Sheng to finish his bath, she was busy for a long time before returning to her room to rest. The night was beautiful. As the lights in Yu Sheng's room went out, the entire Yu family castle fell into silence, with only the patriarch's residence still brightly lit and filled with shadowy figures, their expressions heavy. The second elder colluded with the seven-colored flower, planning to seize power. Thankfully, my son provided timely support, allowing me and the eldest elder to turn the crisis into safety. However, the crisis has not yet been resolved. The seven-colored flower has set its sights on our family's grain fields, and with the loss of 5 assassins, they will surely hold a grudge and come back. We must prepare early. Sitting in the high seat, UFA's face was extremely serious. The seven-colored flower was powerful, recognized by the 7 nations. Being targeted by such a behemoth is indeed difficult to handle. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the clan and the loss of lives. Besides UFA, there were the eldest elder UMO, the third elder Yuhua, and 8 stewards in the room. Originally, there were 10 stewards, but 2 of them were trusted aides of Yuchun, who had just been captured and imprisoned. Thinking of the terror of the seven-colored flower, everyone looked at each other, finding no way out. How about we apply for royal protection and ask King Chu to send strong warriors to oversee our clan? Yuhua pondered before cupping his fists and speaking. The Yu family is too weak and cannot match the seven-colored flower at all. I'm afraid that's not feasible. The royal family is wary of the seven-colored flower and will not intervene just because we have a conflict with them, unless the royal family is certain of victory. Moreover, asking the royal family for help requires a huge price. With our finances, even if we sold everything, we couldn't afford to invite a saint-level expert. UFA shook his head in rejection. Besides the 2 points mentioned, he also had a concern: the royal family's attitude. Once a royal expert is stationed, would the Yu family still have the authority to make decisions? Over the years, everyone knows the royal family has been suppressing clans, and their intentions are well known. Patriarch, I am still alive, relying entirely on a young master and his many subordinates to resist the seven-colored flower. We will likely need the young master's help to see if he has any solutions. UMO stood up and said respectfully. This attitude of respect was not directed at UFA, but towards the absent Yu Sheng. After recognizing the power controlled by Yu Sheng, his respect for Yu Sheng had already surpassed that for the current family head, UFA. It can only be this way. UFA also had no other options. Although he was deeply worried, he felt somewhat reassured thinking of Yu Sheng's many powerful subordinates. With these people protecting them, the Yu family should have some resistance against the seven-colored flower. The next day, Yu Sheng was still sleeping when Qing Zhao woke him up, saying that UFA wanted to see him. Initially reluctant to get out of bed, Yu Sheng had no choice but to obediently rise. Under Qing Zhao's assistance, he got dressed and washed up, taking less than a quarter of an hour before heading out to the patriarch's residence. When he arrived, he found that the great hall was already filled with people. After greeting his father, the 2 elders, and the stewards, Yu Sheng performed his salutations in turn. His attitude sincere and not arrogant, with a smile on his face that gave a refreshing feeling. The young master is too polite. On the contrary, UMO felt a bit embarrassed and hurriedly helped Yu Sheng up, his aged face filled with smiles, full of flattery. Who is Yu Sheng? The savior of the family. He would be the main force in resisting the seven-colored flower. Would he be any less polite for the sake of his family and their lives? Plus, having previously offended Yu Sheng, UMO dared not take his seniority for granted and calmly accept Yu Sheng's etiquette. My son, the reason I called you here this time is to discuss how to resist the retaliation of the seven-colored flower. UFA said, his face slightly flushed. As the head of a family, facing such a significant issue of clan destruction, he actually had to consult a young man who had not yet come of age. Although he was his son, it still felt a bit. Father, the seven-colored flower organization is powerful, but we are not without means, so please rest assured. I have my own plans, Yu Sheng replied with a faint smile, looking curiously at UFA and the others, who all appeared weary. Could it be that they had not slept all night? Chapter 18. Revenge of the Seven-Colored Flower Young Master. The seven-colored flower is a powerful force with saint-level experts. We must not be careless, Yu Hua reminded, thinking that Yu Sheng was young and reckless, not understanding the significance of the seven-colored flower's might. Saint-level experts. The moment these 4 words were uttered, everyone in the hall trembled, their faces grave, and their anxious gazes fell upon Yusheng. Indeed, they were worried. Yusheng's subordinates were strong, but could they compete with saint-level experts? Within the borders of the Chu kingdom, aside from the royal family and the witch sect, only a few thousand-year-old clans possessed saint-level experts. Other forces had at most half-step saint-level powers. Father, the demon sect, is also a sacred ground, and there is more than one saint-level expert. Yusheng understood the concerns of the crowd and smiled as he spoke, his gaze calm, showing no sign of turmoil, as if having a saint-level expert in the demon sect was merely a trivial matter. Hiss! Everyone, including the Yu clan, gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment, which was soon replaced by joy. The presence of a saint-level expert in the demon sect meant they could withstand the revenge of the seven-colored flower. It is said that when one achieves greatness, even chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. With Yusheng as the demon sect's leader and the young master of the Yu clan, the family status would surely rise, making them the #1 clan in Bajuan. Good, 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 Ufa repeatedly exclaimed, his voice trembling, revealing his excitement. His appreciative gaze fell upon Yusheng, observing the latter's youthful face, and the pride in his calm eyes as he stood still, exuding nobility and authority. My son has grown up. Who would have thought that in just over a decade, this still teenage boy would carry the weight of a Yu clan on his young shoulders? While he felt joy, he also felt a tinge of loss. Perhaps it was time to hand over the family to the younger generation. Ufa thought, suddenly standing up and announcing loudly, as the clan leader, I declare that young Master Yusheng has made outstanding contributions to the clan and has the right to mobilize all clan resources. All clan members, clan warriors, and the 10 offices shall obey the young master's commands. This decree effectively handed over the clan leader's authority to Yusheng. In the past, the elders and stewards would have vehemently opposed and even condemned Ufa's absurd command. However, the hall was surprisingly quiet. No one opposed, as if they tacitly accepted it. No. Yusheng was taken aback and instinctively wanted to refuse, for in hundreds of years of clan history, no young master had ever held such power. Moreover, he wasn't particularly interested in the position of clan leader, which would require him to deal with clan affairs, be busy and laborious, and hardly have any days off throughout the year. Yusheng was quite satisfied with his current life, waking up naturally, having meals ready at hand, and wandering freely. How wonderful was that? Wasn't that appealing? But as the words lingered on his lips, Yusheng hesitated. The revenge of the seven-colored flower could come at any moment. He must step forward to help the clan through the crisis. Whether it was the demon sect or the ghost soldiers, they would only heed his command. If others were in charge, they might ignore him altogether. In a battle, there could only be one core leader. He couldn't let Ufa mobilize the clan warriors while he commanded the demon sect and ghost soldiers. What if something went wrong? One wrong step could lead to a series of mistakes, and no one could afford the consequences. Thank you for your kind intentions, clan leader. With this concern, Yusheng decided to temporarily accept the offer, planning to relinquish the power once the crisis passed. Jing County, a commercial hub bustling with wealthy merchants, with hundreds of cities providing 1/3 of Chu Kingdom's taxes. The Tianqian Canyon is located in the central part of Jing County. This canyon is dozens of feet deep and stretches for several dozen miles, shrouded in mist, home to numerous ferocious beasts and demonic creatures, whose roars occasionally send chills down the spines of passers-by. Deep within the canyon, several pitch-black buildings stand tall, covering hundreds of feet, each adorned with a petal of the seven-colored flower, beautiful yet enchanting. This is the headquarters of the seven-colored flower in the Chu Kingdom. Inside a grand hall, the environment was dark, illuminated only by 2 blue-green ghostly flames, revealing a dozen figures inside, their innate energy rising to the heavens, their expressions either cold, gentle, or handsome. You dare to return after failing the mission? A stern voice echoed from the main seat. The speaker was an old man with a cold expression, his blue robe adorned with a few strokes depicting a bloodworm roaring with its fangs bared, lifelike and intimidating. Lord Qingshi, spare me. I had no idea that the Miryu clan had so many powerful experts. A figure in black robes knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his face filled with terror and despair. He knew very well how brutal the old man, sitting in the main seat, was. Once, a powerful branch with over a dozen innate martial artists, well known for their achievements, had completed a mission without incident but was ultimately devoured by the bloodworm, leaving no survivors. Merely? Do you know that because of your merely, the organization sacrificed 5 golden-ranked assassins? Lord Qingshi's expression darkened, a thin mist rising, his vicious gaze sending shivers down one spine. Hiss! The sound of insects piercing the air, a flash of bloodlight. The black-robed man on his knees didn't even have time to react before turning into a skeleton, his flesh and blood entirely consumed by the bloodworm. The people in the hall seemed accustomed to this scene, showing no discomfort, but rather feeling it was only right that those who failed their missions should be executed. Lord Qingshi, the Yu clan, is unaware of their own insignificance and dared to attack our organization members. I suggest we wash the Yu clan in blood. A figure stepped forward, his physique robust, an overwhelming blood aura erupting, the red, killing intent illuminating the hall. Please, Lord Qingshi, give the order to wash the Yu clan in blood. A dozen figures stepped forward, kneeling on both knees, their killing intent soaring, their aura rising like venomous snakes and giant pythons sweeping around them. Good. Lord Qingshi stood up, his pupils glowing green, coldly saying, Qingzhu, you will lead a team to the Yu clan this time. Remember, acquire all the land contracts of the Yu clan. Rest assured, Lord Qingshi, Qingzhu, the first to speak, licked his blood-red lips, and his half-step saint-level aura exploded, with killing intent at its peak. After speaking, Qingzhu turned around, taking 5 figures from the hall to mobilize the assassins. Half a day later, hundreds of figures left the Tianqian Canyon, emanating a chilling aura wherever they passed. The ferocious beasts and killers all knelt in submission, not daring to move. At the same time, the other 3 major clans in Bajuan gathered together due to the impending war sparked by the Yu clan. Chapter 19, Clan Conspiracy, the Chung family. Among the 4 major families of Ba County, the Chung family is the strongest, with a history of over 900 years. The clan boasts numerous experts, and the current clan leader, Chung Mingze, is a half-step Saint Realm powerhouse. Additionally, there are 5 elders, all of whom are innate realm experts, and over 29th grade martial artists. Lanxiong Hall. This is the main hall of the Chung family. Unlike the Yu family, which prefers unique names, the Chung family enjoys naming everything. Even the restroom is called the Qingxin room or cleanse room. Lan encompasses all things, while Qiong means sky. To encompass the heavens, that is the meaning of Lan Xiong Hall, showcasing the Chung family's ambition and indirectly reflecting its strength. If they lack strength, would they dare to be so bold? Inside Lan Xiong Hall, the heads of the 3 major clans and many elders are seated. Chung Mingze sits in the main position, while Fan Tiancheng, the head of the Fan family, along with the elders, sits to the left, and Kuei Qi, the head of the Kuei family, along with the elders, sits to the right. At first glance, it appears that they are minding their own business, but the etiquette of the Chu kingdom has always been centered around the middle, with the left being honored and the right being subordinate. This indicates the relative strength of the 3 clans. The Chung family is the strongest, followed by the Fan family, and finally the Kuei family. Everyone, the king of Chu, is preparing to revise the clan genealogy. Various forces are competing, and you all understand this. However, there is one thing I, Chung, must mention. Chung Mingze faced the crowd and spoke loudly, his voice echoing through the hall. With thick black hair flowing like a waterfall, he appears somewhat rugged, but the flickering light in his eyes reveals a deep cunning. Fan Tiancheng and Kuei Qi sit quietly, their eyes flickering, thoughts racing in their minds. Yet they show no outward signs. The 6 counties of Chu have significant disparities in strength. Although Ba County is known as the granary, it lacks cultivation resources and cannot develop. Apart from Peng County, Ba County is the weakest. Even Wu County, separated by a river, has 2 ancient clans with 1,000-year histories and Saint Realm powerhouses stationed there, commanding respect across the Chu region. I want to ask everyone, do you wish to maintain your current ranking when the genealogy is revised? Chung Mingze's expression is serious, and his gaze is grave. His words instantly create a tense atmosphere in Lanxiong Hall, with everyone's breathing becoming rapid. The revision of the clan genealogy has become a thorn in the heart of all clans in the Chu Kingdom. If their ranking drops, they risk being expelled from the clan ranks, losing their special political status, and it is highly likely they could fall into disarray. Clan leader Chung, we have known each other for decades. Everyone is well aware of each other's backgrounds. Just say what you need to say. Fan Tianqing said solemnly, cupping his fists. Indeed, yesterday, the Yu family experienced internal strife. I presume you are all aware? Chung Mingze asked, raising a cup of wine and smiling gently. We know. Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi nodded, not denying it. It is entirely normal for clans to have spies among each other, and there is no need to hide it. If they were unaware of the Yu family's internal strife, it would be a disgrace to the 4 major clans of Ba County. The review of the clan genealogy considers many aspects, and the yield of grain fields is also significant. We should join forces to pressure the Yu family and demand half of their grain yield. After their internal strife, the Yu family's strength will have greatly diminished, and they will surely not dare to oppose us. They can only endure. Chung Mingze said ominously, a conspiracy flickering in his eyes. He had long coveted the Yu family's fertile fields, but had no opportunity until now. After all, this is a matter of national governance. He cannot rely solely on his strength to seize and plunder. If he did so, he would provoke the royal family, resulting in a net loss. This time, with the Yu family's internal strife and public panic, he sees an opportunity. All right, Fan Tianqing pondered for a moment, resting his hands on the armrests and leaning back in his chair, feeling quite comfortable. I completely agree with clan leader Cheng's proposal. However, how should we divide the Yu family's interests? Ultimately, it boils down to the interests between clans. Without benefits, even if the Fan and Chun families have a close relationship, they would not cooperate. The Chung family only wants the fertile fields. The rest of the land will belong to your 2 families. Chung Mingze immediately replied, as if he had already considered this issue. Upon hearing this, both Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi were somewhat tempted. The Yu family's fertile fields are the most famous. Otherwise, they would not have attracted the attention of the 7-colored flower. However, besides the fertile fields, there is also a large quantity of land. If they could obtain half, it would be quite enticing for them. Let's do it. The 2 exchanged glances, stood up, and cupped their fists toward Chung Mingze, stating seriously, we will follow clan leader Cheng's arrangements. Ha ha! Chung Mingze laughed heartily, clapping his hands. The dancers and musicians waiting outside the hall entered. Shortly after, the dancers swirled gracefully, and the melodious music filled the air. Combined with the aroma of food and wine, this opulent lifestyle was intoxicating. Meanwhile, far away in the Yu family, they were unaware that, in addition to the 7-colored flower, another enemy had emerged. Under Yu Sheng's arrangements, the forces of the family and the demon cult were mobilized to prevent external invasion. Yu Sheng stationed 4 innate martial artists to guard the castle day and night and arranged clan soldiers to patrol the walls. The streets within the castle were also patrolled by demon cult disciples. Outside the castle, ghost soldiers were not idle either, patrolling a 10-mile radius around the castle. Any signs of disturbance could be detected immediately. It is no exaggeration to say that at this moment, the Yu family castle is like an impenetrable fortress, a war machine. The mobilization of clan soldiers also made the Yu family members aware of the crisis. The streets lacked the usual laughter and joy. A heavy atmosphere shrouded everyone's hearts, and the air was filled with a sense of foreboding. 7-colored flower, I'm waiting for you to arrive. After a busy period, Yu Sheng sat in a pavilion, murmuring to himself, his cold gaze revealing endless killing intent. Opposite him, the left protector smiled, placing a black piece down, and said respectfully, Master, it's your turn to make a move. Yu Sheng snapped back to reality, grabbing a white piece. He saw the black pieces on the board resembling tigers, carrying a kingly aura as they pounced from the mountains, extremely domineering, while the white pieces curled up in a corner like a failed transforming snake, trembling. Slap! The white piece was placed down, and the entire situation on the board changed. The white pieces, which had been tightly suppressed, felt as if they had sprung back to life like withered trees in spring. Faintly, a dragon's roar could be heard, and the white pieces surged upward like a hidden dragon rising from the abyss. On the board, a scene of dragon and tiger fighting emerged, and anyone who understood chess would surely exclaim how marvelous it was. Master, while the dragon is powerful, it must also restrain itself, otherwise. The left protector smiled and placed another piece, causing a black tiger to soar into the air, transforming into a golden-winged roc, capturing the ascending white dragon. A fierce killing intent surging forth, causing the entire board to crack. When Yusheng looked again, he realized he had already lost. Master, I will go check the patrols now. The left protector stood up, cupping his fists, and slowly left the pavilion. If the dragon must restrain itself, then is it still a dragon? Yusheng gazed at the chessboard, pondering deeply. Chapter 20. The assassin strike 2 days later, on a moonless and windy night. The earth was silent, adding to the chill of spring. A vast darkness painted the horizon, with not even the faintest light from the stars. The terrain of Bajuan was flat, with few hills or mountains, stretching endlessly with fields of young sprouts, ready for harvest in autumn. 10 miles away from the Yu family castle, hundreds of figures moved like a torrent of steel, forming an unbroken black line that seemed to have no end. They executed their movements with a ghostly grace, racing past the official road, stealthily advancing under the cover of night, managing to avoid all eyes and attracting no attention. Lord Qingzhu, should we send someone to the Yu family castle to gather information? A cold voice suddenly pierced the silence among the hundreds of figures. Killing is a skilled craft. Assassins need to assess their target's strength before plotting and laying their plans, aiming for a single, lethal strike. However, this large-scale operation didn't require such complexity. No need. We will strike directly, catching them off guard and bloodily wiping out the Yu family castle. Qingzhu sneered coldly, showing no intention of hesitation. He regarded the Yu family as nothing more than a group of insignificant chickens, easily crushed. Even if the Yu family had hidden strength, he was unafraid. How powerful could they be compared to a Saint Realm expert? Clearly, they couldn't be. The forces led by a Saint Realm expert were all deeply rooted, dominating their regions. How could they possibly be holed up in a mere Bajuan? At most, there might be a half-step Saint Realm expert. And Qingzhu was confident that with his own strength, even if the Yu family had a half-step Saint Realm expert, he could still suppress them ruthlessly. Agreed. The hundreds of assassins had no objections, following closely behind Qingzhu, quickening their pace like a sharp arrow, hurtling towards the Yu family, their killing intent sweeping around them, as if they intended to overturn the night. What they did not know was that 1,000 feet away, a team of gray-misted ghost soldiers stood silently, their gaze cold, with killing intent flickering. One of them broke away from the group and drifted towards the castle, vanishing into the night, moving several times faster than the 7 colorflower assassins. From a vantage point in the sky, one would see the 3,000 ghost soldiers beginning to move, like a closing pocket, surrounding the 7 colorflower assassins. The phrase to close the door and beat the dog could not have been more apparent. That night, Yusheng did not sleep, sitting upright within the castle gates, surrounded by bright torches. The left protector of the demon sect stood beside him, his white hair flowing, a fierce glint in his eyes. Master, the prey has taken the bait. A ghost soldier floated over, kneeling on one knee, his face shrouded in gray, ghostly energy, making it hard to see. But with his arrival, the air around them turned chillingly cold. The left protector, a disciple of the demon sect, had a stern expression, revealing a bloodthirsty gaze, his fighting spirit rising, itching for action. We're assassins compared to us. When it comes to killing, the demon sect is even more adept than assassins. Prepare to go. Yusheng's gaze sharpened, then returned to calm. He found a comfortable angle to lean back in his chair, waiting for the prey to come to him. It wasn't long before Qingzhu arrived at the castle gate. Noticing Yusheng sitting there, his gaze directed at the disciples of the demon sect, his heart startled. Such thick, killing intent. 5 innate cultivators and over 10 ninth-grade martial artists, not bad. Qingzhu sensed the strength of the demon sect disciples and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His pupils glowed with a ghostly green light as he coldly commanded, "Kill them all. Leave none alive." Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras spread out as hundreds of 7-color-flower assassins launched their attack. Their lowest cultivation was at the 7th grade martial level, wielding various weapons, sharp swords, tricky daggers, and vicious poison. Kill. Let the sect leader see the strength of the demon sect, commanded the left protector in a deep voice, but did not personally intervene. Hundreds of demon sect disciples, led by the 5 elders, launched an attack, with demonic energy enveloping the sky, a torrent of aura like a black demonic smoke, striking towards the heavens. As the two sides clashed, a fierce wind howled, energy surged, bloodlight flashed, and the sound of thunderous explosions echoed. Dust and smoke enveloped everything, with blood-red killing light reflecting in the heavens, creating a spectacular scene. There's some skill. Qingzhu did not engage, watching the battlefield in chaos. But gradually his expression faltered. The 7-color-flower assassins were being firmly suppressed by the disciples of the demon sect, and every moment saw casualties among them. After a brief skirmish, dozens of assassins had fallen. If this continued, in less than half an hour, they would be completely wiped out. Damn it! Qingzhu couldn't hold back any longer and roared. If the losses were too great, he would have no way to explain himself upon returning. Streams of green poisonous mist emerged from nowhere, swirling around him, dense and numerous, like thousands of venomous insects flying about, terrifying to behold. At the same time, he reached to his waist, a long knife appearing, radiating a shimmering green light, raised high and sliced down. The long knife carried a terrifying blade aura, rippling through the air, creating constant waves. Where the blade shadow passed, the sky split apart, and a fierce wind roared. Your opponent is me. The left protector's figure flickered, his hand forming a claw shape, exuding black energy, transforming into several forms, carrying endless sharpness as he caught Qingzhu's long knife, emitting a hissing sound. How is this possible? Qingzhu's expression twisted in rage. To catch a white blade with bare hands was something he never expected. His full-strength strike was easily caught by this white-haired elder. That was impossible. Grinding his teeth, Qingzhu's aura surged. In an instant, 5 dark green threads appeared from the long knife in his hand, intertwining and suddenly condensing into a green goo shadow. Sky Goo Shadow Soldier. This was Qingzhu's ultimate skill, taught only to trusted confidants. With immense power that ordinary half-step Saint Realm experts could not resist. With just this move, Qingzhu had already killed several half-step Saint Realm experts. However, he could never have imagined that this time, his opponent was not a half-step Saint Realm expert, but a genuine Saint Realm powerhouse. Heavenly Demon Finger. The left protector sneered, extending his right hand, a faint gray light appearing at his fingertip, very weak, easily overlooked if not careful. Even if noticed, it would likely be disregarded. Swish! A gray finger force shot out, seemingly transcending space, arriving at Qingzhu with lightning speed, leaving a bloody hole. Heavenly Demon points the way. Those engaged in battle sensed the power of this finger and were all momentarily stunned, feeling a chill throughout their bodies, unable to articulate their shock. Ah! Qingzhu screamed. He was a half-step Saint Realm expert from the 7-color-flowers Chu Country Division, destined to break through to the Saint Realm and head to headquarters. How did he die? Boom! A powerful aura erupted, green light spreading, thick blood gushing from the wound. The Goo Shadow emitted a piercing sound, weakening as if its energy had been drained, its figure dimming, and its eyes losing their previous brilliance. Chapter 21. Blood-drinking sword. The green spider's face twisted as he desperately rushed forward, his left hand covering the blood hole. Soon, fresh blood flowed out, dyeing his hand red, and splattering on the ground as he fell from the void. With a swipe, he mobilized the spiritual energy within him and swung down his long knife fiercely. Although severely injured and bleeding profusely, he did not back down. Like a wounded wolf king, his momentum becoming even more violent, his eyes blood-red and his expression ferocious. He believed he had been careless earlier, which led to being hit. At this point, he did not doubt that the left protector was a saint-level expert. He merely regarded him as a slightly stronger half-step saint-level expert. As long as he was a half-step saint-level expert, he was not afraid. Hiss! The Goo Shadow reappeared, radiating a ghostly green light, its mouth opened, spitting out a dozen blood-colored threads. The sound of insects echoed through the void, striking at the depths of the soul, extremely piercing. On the entire battlefield, besides the innate martial artists, everyone else covered their ears, their faces pale and their expressions somewhat dazed. Soul-destroying goo. This was a high-grade goo worm. The sound it emitted could attack the soul. Once hit, the soul-destroying goo would devour the soul, killing silently and without warning. Evil and unorthodox. The left protector sneered, his gaze cold and disdainful. He lightly tapped the void 3 times, releasing 3 gray finger energies that collided with the soul-destroying goo, producing a crisp sound. Bang! The soul-destroying goo was directly killed and fell to the ground. The green spider's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his breath becoming weak. High-grade goo worms were extremely difficult to cultivate. They had to be nourished with heart's blood, and over time, the goo became part of the body. When the goo worm died, its master would suffer backlash. At best, their vitality would be disturbed. At worst, they would die directly. How could this be? The green spider coughed blood, his face filled with despair, somewhat confused and a bit incredulous, his eyes filled with too many emotions, as if he did not understand why he had failed. He trembled as he looked at the left protector, who wore a black robe, a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a cold and ruthless expression. Such an ordinary-looking old man had actually defeated him. No! The green spider's pupils contracted sharply. He was horrified to realize that from the beginning of the fight until now, the white-haired old man before him seemed to have never released his aura, like a bottomless pool of water. He was a half-step saint-level expert. If he couldn't see through it, then it could only mean, "You are a saint-level expert?" The green spider exclaimed, stumbling back 2 steps, his eyes filled with despair. Yes, it must be a saint-level expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost. The left protector did not confirm, but also did not deny it. With a wave of his right hand, the long knife in the green spider's hand became uncontrollable and flew into the air, its tip pointing at the green spider himself. The knife energy was like a rainbow. Before the green spider could react, the long knife pierced through his chest, the immense inertia pinning him to the ground. Unable to move, blood gushing out. I, the green spider, have roamed for a lifetime, yet I am buried here. How tragic. The green spider cried out in despair, his face filled with unwillingness. In his view, blood washing the Yu family should have been a simple matter. Perhaps. This is fate. Life is no match for destiny. No matter how great the unwillingness, what could be done? His body trembled violently, blood oozing from his facial features. He was like an ancient tree that had reached its end, its vitality flowing away. Not long after, he collapsed with a roar, breathless and dead. The battlefield fell silent. The assassins of the 7-colored flower were horrified. Lord Qing's confidant had actually been killed. This would stir up a tremendous uproar. When Lord Qing pursued the matter, everyone involved in this operation would be implicated. Thinking of Lord Qing's terror, they felt their scalps tingle and could not help but tremble. For the Lord's revenge, an assassin roared, his eyes filled with determination. Since escaping would mean death anyway, it was better to kill a few people to accompany him. Dying at the enemy's hands was far better than dying at Lord Qing's hands. "I'll send you on your way," the elder of the demon sect shouted, his gaze brutal, with boundless killing intent, his entire aura raging, demonic energy soaring, suppressing downwards, causing several assassins of the 7-colored flower to explode into a mist of blood. Kill! The remaining experts of the demon sect instantly launched their attacks, sparks flying and plumes of blood mist exploding, as if announcing the arrival of a massacre. No one could hope to leave alive. Around them, the Yu family members who had rushed to the sound of battle looked at the bloody scene, their eyes wide open. Though the temperature was not low, they felt as if they were in the depths of winter, with snow falling and an icy chill penetrating to the bone. Run! Run! Finally, under the bloody slaughter, many assassins of the 7-colored flower became fearful, losing all fighting spirit, and began to flee, planning to hide and never again concern themselves with the affairs of the martial world. The 7-colored flower was indeed powerful, but the world was vast, and they still had places to hide. After leaving behind hundreds of corpses, dozens of assassins of the seven-colored flower escaped, disappearing into the night. Pursue, leave none behind, the left protector commanded, glaring discontentedly at the disciples of the demon sect. They could not even handle such a small matter, allowing people to escape right in front of the sect leader, making him lose face. Understood. Hundreds of disciples of the demon sect clasped their fists, the demonic energy thick, ready to set out to pursue. Wait. Yu Sheng stepped forward and said, stopping the demon sect from pursuing, standing in the bloody hellish scene, his expression calm, not the slightest bit uncomfortable, and even his eyes were hotly gazing at the corpses. The disciples of the demon sect obeyed without a word, standing around like wooden stakes. Leader, my subordinates did not handle the matter well. The left protector walked over, his face filled with shame, his head lowered, unable to show the dominance of a saint-level expert. Rest assured, they won't escape. Yu Sheng smiled and did not pay attention to the left protector, striding towards the battlefield. In front of everyone's eyes, he reached out to touch the green spider's corpse, causing those watching to feel their scalps tingle. Many members of the Yu family changed their expressions slightly. Could the young master have a special preference for corpses? Ding! Congratulations to the host. For the first time checking in on the battlefield, you can obtain the divine weapon, blood-drinking sword. In front of Yu Sheng, on the corpse of the green spider, a golden seal appeared, radiating brilliant light. Of course, besides Yu Sheng, no one else could see it. Just as expected, this was why Yu Sheng made such an odd gesture. Divine weapon, a good thing. Hearing the system's prompt, Yu Sheng grinned widely, the joy on his face growing more pronounced. This expression, in the eyes of those around him, elicited completely different reactions. It seems that in the future, I should stay a little farther away from the young master. He even dares to show interest in corpses. The Yu family members thought, under the leadership of the sect leader, the demon sect will surely thrive and dominate the world. The left protector stroked his beard, unable to suppress his laughter. What the demon sect needs is a decisive leader, not a saintly figure. Chapter 22. A wave yet to settle on the vast plains. Dozens of figures darted about like phantoms. They were the escaping assassins of the seven-colored flower, looking quite disheveled. It wasn't until they were 10 miles away that they realized there were no pursuers behind them, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Demons. They're a bunch of demons. Their strength is terrifying. One assassin gasped, his face still showing traces of fear, trembling as he spoke. They didn't chase us. It's our lucky day. We've dodged a bullet, another assassin said with a sense of relief. But where do we go from here? A third assassin asked, looking lost. As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of the group turned serious, filled with panic, unease, fear, and terror. Before them lay only two paths to choose from. The first path was to return to the Abyss Canyon, where they would likely face the wrath of the Green Envoy, and most likely end up as food for the blood goo. The second path was to flee to a distant land to find a small place to hide, but doing so would be tantamount to betraying the seven-colored flower. For traitors, the punishments were extremely cruel. They would be thrown into the den of 10,000 insects, to be bitten to death by poisonous insects. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed, filled with murderous intent, interrupting the assassin's thoughts. Are you thinking of a way out? Don't get tangled up. Let me help you find peace. The voice surged like a tide, resonating from all directions. Who? The seven-colored flower assassins were alarmed, quickly looking around, only to find that the dark void had been shrouded in a gray mist, from which phantasmal figures emerged. Their faces were indistinct, with flickers of bloodlight in their pupils. In the darkness, if one didn't pay close attention, it would be hard to notice that they were wielding long swords, exuding a terrifying aura, like towering divine mountains pressing down upon them. The void ceased to flow. The air became suffocating, making it hard to breathe. Why you? What are you? One of the seven-colored flower assassins stammered, swallowing hard, feeling on the verge of collapse. What on earth was this place? The figures before them were clearly not human. What could they be? The more they thought, the more fear gripped their hearts. It was the fear of the unknown. What are we? A ghostly soldier stepped forward, pointing at himself with a cold voice, then grinned widely, the murderous intent surging, and the ghostly aura filling the heavens and earth. The Ghost Clan, kill. Ghost. The seven-colored flower assassins were stunned, their faces filled with confusion. In their understanding, they had never heard of the Ghost Clan. It wasn't that they were short-sighted, but because the wild continent had never seen their kind before. Kill. The Ghost soldiers launched their attack, their eyes as cold as ancient ice, unyielding and unchanging, not giving the assassins a moment to react. Like a gust of wind, the Ghost soldiers crossed dozens of feet, appearing before the assassins, their long swords flashing with dazzling red light, brilliant and blinding, suddenly slashing down. The sound of the swords echoed, as if a gray magic dragon was baring its fangs and claws, soaring in the air, its momentum violently extreme, causing the void to tremble, erupting with explosions, then crashing down with a chilling, ghostly aura, seizing all vitality. Boom! The seven-colored flower assassins had no power to resist. Their faces filled with despair, their bodies collapsing to the ground, their fierce eyes revealing unwillingness, and then they exploded, transforming into clouds of blood mist. Blood splattered, dyeing the plains red, becoming fertile nourishment for the land, which would yield abundant harvests in the coming year. Withdraw, a Ghost soldier commanded. The Ghost soldiers moved swiftly like lightning, their expressions cold and calm, merciless like javelins, their momentum sharp, following the Ghost soldier, disappearing into the gray mist, ultimately vanishing from sight. Centered around the castle, within a 10-mile radius, no movement could escape the watch of the Ghost soldiers. All fleeing assassins failed to escape. Father, we can let the clan soldiers clean up the battlefield now. Yusheng approached UFA with a beaming smile. Having not only annihilated the seven-colored flower assassins, but also obtained the divine weapon, the blood-drinking sword, making it a fruitful harvest. Is this really the end? UFA, still in shock, looked at the corpses of assassins scattered at the city gate, while all the clan members were safe and sound, joy overflowing in his heart. During these past 2 days, he had been in a state of panic, worried about the retaliation from the seven-colored flower. Now that the assassins had arrived and were easily defeated by Yusheng's subordinates, the stark contrast left him feeling as if he were in a dream, as if it weren't real. Father, it's already over. You can rest assured, Yusheng said with a smile, understanding UFA's current state of mind. Similarly, his own emotions were also turbulent. If it weren't for the system, could they have truly weathered this family calamity? Probably not. The best outcome would have been for the second elder, Yu Chun, to take control of the family, becoming a vassal of the seven-colored flower, with thousands of clan members reduced to the status of the dispossessed. And he, the young master of the family, would lose everything, living a life of uncertainty. Yufa, having seen the world, quickly calmed down, filled with a sense of relief, directing the clan soldiers to clear the battlefield, moving the bodies to an open area, preparing to burn them to prevent the outbreak of plague. Young master, all hail. Umo and Yu Hua exchanged glances, suddenly stepping forward, deeply bowing to Yusheng. Their expressions serious. From now on, we will respect the young master. Before the great battle, UFA had ordered the entire clan to follow Yusheng. And although Umo didn't voice his opposition for his own safety, it didn't mean he supported it. Now, after the battle, they were completely convinced of Yusheng's strength and willingly submitted. We are willing to respect the young master. The words awakened others from their reverie, and the other members of the Yu clan quickly reacted, hastily bowing to Yusheng to show their loyalty. Seeing this scene, UFA was not angry. Instead, he felt joy. His son had grown up, capable of leading the Yu clan to become stronger, surpassing the glory of their ancestors. A smile appeared on Yusheng's face. Although he did not covet power, being recognized by others still made him quite happy. Everyone, please rise. Today, as prosperity of the clan requires everyone's joint efforts. Yusheng said loudly, his smile bright. At that moment, a sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a reprimanding voice. Where are the people of the Yu clan? Are they all dead? Why aren't you quickly coming out to welcome this young master? Turning his head at the interruption, Yusheng saw a group approaching the city gate, riding fine horses, tall and strong. Among them, a young man with a sinister complexion shouted loudly. This was clearly a mixed group. Besides this young man, 2 other young men led the way, their identities remarkable, dressed in splendid clothing. exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. Yu Sheng furrowed his brow. Why are there still people coming at this time? Umo stepped forward, narrowing his eyes, blocking the entrance to the castle, and shouted, "Who goes there? State your name." Chapter 23. Another wave arises. Young Master Chung of the Chung family, Chung Fengyun. Young Master Fan of the Fan family, Fan Maoan. Young Master Kuei of the Kuei family, Kuei Qian. Blocked by Umo, the group came to a halt. The three young men stepped forward to introduce themselves, their voices loud and proud, their faces full of arrogance, completely indifferent, as if they were nobles addressing commoners. Among them, Chung Fengyun stood in the middle, wearing a purple robe, his black hair shining and straight, with sharp facial features. He was tall and slender, resembling an eagle in the night, cold and aloof yet imposing, exuding a powerful presence that seemed to dominate the world. Fan Maoan stood on the left, dressed in white martial attire, his appearance ordinary. He looked unrestrained, but the brilliance in his eyes hinted at his hidden strength, making others wary of him. On the right was Kuei Qian, who was somewhat stunning, his handsome face striking with peach blossom eyes, thick black hair, and adorned with delicate makeup in a pink long dress. Despite being a man, he was dressed more femininely than a woman. The three young masters. Today the Yu family has some matters to attend to and cannot receive guests. If you have business, please come another day, Yu Imo said calmly, his expression unchanged. In the past, he would have held a grand, welcoming ceremony for the young masters of the three major clans, treating them warmly. But now, what were the three major clans? The relationship between the Yu family and the other three major clans was never good. Previously, they had to endure due to their lack of strength, but now it was different. The Yu family was no longer the weakling of the past and had no need to look at others' faces. You dare to drive this young master away? Chung Fengyun's face darkened. He was the pride of Ba County, having become a 7th-grade warrior before even reaching the age of 20, and wherever he went, he was praised. When had he ever been turned away? To him, this was an insult, a naked insult. Jing Lao, kill him! Chung Fengyun commanded angrily, his expression fierce, his gaze as cold as ice, with a killing intent surging like a tide. Understood. Behind him, an old man in gray robes stepped forward, drawing his large knife with an almost imperceptible speed, unleashing a peak innate aura, roaring like a fierce tiger. The blood-red blade light split the air, annihilating all. The space in the city gate was already narrow, and the brilliant blade light cut through the chaotic void, creating a massive gust of wind. The sturdy city walls cracked open like a spider's web under the pressure of the blade's energy. Yumo's face turned pale, his clothes fluttering as he let out a loud shout. He wanted to resist, but his body felt as if it were under a paralysis spell, unable to move, and he could only watch as the blade light descended. "Stop!" Yu Sha roared, his gaze filled with anger, wanting to stop Elder Jing's attack. However, the distance was too far, and with Elder Jing too close to Umo, even if he acted, it would be too late. Arrogant. Beside Yu Sheng, the left protector narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing out with one finger, sending out a burst of energy that struck the long knife. Puff! Elder Jing felt a terrifying force travel through the long knife into his limbs, his blood surging, and like a kite with a broken string, he was sent flying back, crashing into the ground several dozen feet away, creating a deep pit. Dust rose, and the residual wave emanating from the pit carried a dense aura of death, accompanied by 2 coughing sounds. Elder Jing crawled out of the pit, blood gushing from his chest. "Who are you?" Chung Fengyun asked coldly. Noticing that Elder Jing was not severely injured, his eyes fixed on the left protector. "Young Master Chung, it is inconvenient to receive guests today. Please return," Yu Sha said quickly, stepping forward with a serious tone, his expression somewhat displeased, carrying a hint of warning in his words. "Humph." Chung Fengyun cast a deep glance at the left protector. Although he was arrogant, he was not foolish. Knowing that his strongest ally, Elder Jing, had been taken down by the other party with one strike, he naturally did not dare to act recklessly. Coldly, he said, "This young master came today to discuss important matters on behalf of the 3 major clans. No need to discuss. Just drive them away." Yu Sheng stepped forward, yawning. After all the commotion, He felt a bit tired and had no mood to listen to Cheng Fingyun's nonsense. Understood. The left protector clasped his hands, ignoring Cheng Fingyun's changing expression, and waved his hands. The spiritual energy surged like a gale, throwing the envoy group out, landing several dozen feet away, covered in dirt. You family, this young master wants. Cheng Fingyun climbed up from the ground, clenching his fists, his face filled with anger. Perhaps blinded by rage, he drew his sword and charged toward the Yu family castle. Fan Maoan and Kuei Qian were alarmed and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, one holding on to Cheng Fingyun's body while the other covered his mouth, forcibly pulling him back. Cheng, brother, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. This is the Yu family's territory. We cannot act recklessly. Fan Maoan whispered, feeling somewhat helpless. Cheng Fingyun was just a hot-headed youth, relying on his talent and looking down on everyone. If it weren't for his powerful background, he would have likely died countless times by now. Young master, the elder who just attacked is at least half a step into the saint realm. We should leave quickly, Elder Jing, having taken a pill, said with a slightly improved complexion, his voice filled with distress. Ugh, ugh. Cheng Fingyun struggled vigorously, glaring at the Yu family castle, unwillingly saying, "Let us go. Next time, this young master will make them regret it." Elder Jing, Fan Maoan, and Kuei Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that Cheng Fingyun would act recklessly, and hurriedly led the envoy group away. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the official road. It seems I shouldn't have let them in, thinking they posed no threat. I misjudged. A ghostly soldier appeared silently, watching the departing Cheng Fingyun and the others, murmuring with regret. During his patrol, he noticed this group, but seeing their attire, he thought they were not assassins and ignored them. Who knew that this moment of negligence would almost lead to disaster? I should quickly apologize to the master. Damn it, don't let me see you next time, or you'll be in for it. The ghostly soldier growled a few words and directly used his movement technique, transforming into a black thread, disappearing without a trace to find Yu Sheng and apologize. Of course, Yu Sheng was not a petty person. Since there were no casualties, he only reprimanded them a little, reminding them to be more vigilant during patrols, then allowed the ghostly soldier to leave. As night deepened, after Yu Sheng bowed to the Yu family, he returned to his room to sleep, collapsing onto his bed. Not long after, snoring could be heard coming from the gaps in the window. Another wave arises before the last one has settled. Umo did not return to rest. He stood on the city wall, reflecting on the events of the night with mixed emotions. He then thought of Yumu, his fleeting grandson, and felt a sense of melancholy. Mu-san, perhaps the world of cultivation really isn't suitable for you. In the future, just assist the young master well. Big brother, congratulations. In a courtyard, Yumu maneuvered his wheelchair to the pavilion, gazing at the dust-free Guqin, pulling out a flute and beginning to play. The flute's sound was clear and ethereal, resonating through the air. Chapter 24. The order of the King of Chu. The great battle at the Yu family castle quickly spread back to the Tianjin Gorge due to the influence of the seven-color flower, causing quite a stir. Many assassins exchanged glances, developing a keen interest in the Yu family. What hidden cards does this Yu family possess that has led to 2 defeats for the seven-color flower assassins? For the Yu family to defeat the green spider, they either had help or were hiding a powerful figure. It seems the main sect leader must personally investigate. Qing Shi, do you have any other news from Bajuan? In the hall, the hoarse voice of Qing Shi echoed, deep and eerie, carrying a terrifying killing intent that made listeners feel as if they were in a ghostly realm, causing their hair to stand on end. In response to Lord Qing Shi, after the green spider's failure, the other 3 major clans of Bajuan attempted to trouble the Yu family, but were unsuccessful, not even entering the Yu family city gates. Below, shadows filled the space. Though fewer than last time, yet still powerful, with 13 innate late-stage or above warriors present. A man stood out on the far right, wearing a skull mask, his aura venomous, respectfully reporting. He was Qing Shi, responsible for intelligence in the state of Chu. Oh, what is the reason? The high-ranking Qing Shi asked with interest. Though his tone remained cold, his spiritual energy surging, blood insects screaming around him, glowing with a deep red light. In response, according to reports from the division. The three major clans of Bajuan have secretly allied, conspiring to take over the Yu family's fertile fields, primarily led by the Chung clan, attempting to seize Qing Tian. Qing, she said in a solemn voice, a fierce killing intent in his eyes. Those who do not know their lives dare to covet Qing Tian. The master is already impatient and has ordered us to prepare ample provisions. No matter the method, we must acquire all fertile fields in Bajuan within a month. Qing Shi's expression turned cold, and in an instant, the killing intent surged within the hall. Demonic light soared into the sky, and the terrifying power enveloped the entire gorge, causing all assassins to kneel involuntarily. The might of the sage commands all to submit. Yes, in the central region of Bajuan, there stood an enormous city, soaring several dozen zhang high into the clouds, with model blade lights, sword shadows, and arrow holes deeply etched into the city walls, exuding an ancient and profound aura. This is Tianfu City, the capital of Bajuan. Standing outside the city, one could see countless fertile fields sprouting tender shoots, extending endlessly for hundreds of miles. This is the Qing Tian of the Yu family. It is famous not only for its fertile soil capable of cultivating spiritual herbs, but also for its unique geographical position surrounding the county capital, making it renowned throughout the world. Sunlight bathed the city's green tiles and red walls, with jutting flying eaves, high-flying shop signs, vehicles glimmering in the sunlight, and a continuous flow of people, all reflecting the prosperity of this city. Carriages loaded with abundant grain traveled along the well-connected official roads, heading to various places in the state of Chu. The king of Chu's order stated that the northern Qin county is under attack from the Qin state, and grain supplies are tight. This year, Bajuan must raise an additional 30 million hu of grain tax, which must be gathered and transported to Qin County within a month. This is a royal decree. In the majestic city lord's mansion, an envoy from the capital Danyang, holding the royal edict, loudly read it aloud. His voice sharp and piercing, with neatly combed white hair and a ruddy complexion, exuding a cold demeanor. The county governor, Lord Chun Shun, led the officials, respectfully kneeling on the ground. Upon hearing the decree, all broke into a cold sweat, gathering 30 million hu of grain within a month. How is this possible? Lord Chun Shun, why do you not accept the decree and express your gratitude? Do you intend to defy the royal order? The envoy's words were sharp, quickly branding Lord Chun Shun with a death penalty, which, if established, would result in dismemberment by 5 horses, with his family executed and exiled to the borders as slaves. I obey the decree. Lord Chun Shun's heart trembled, hurriedly bowing, then respectfully accepting the royal edict, slowly rising. Taking out a piece of gold from his sleeve, placing it in the envoy's hand, smiling. Your Excellency is a favored person beside the king. Please return to the palace and speak a good word for me. Well said. Weighing the gold, the envoy displayed a radiant smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum, solemnly cupping his fists. This matter is significant. If you can complete the task and relieve the king's worries, that would be a tremendous merit. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell. Lord Chun Shun quickly led the way, escorting the envoy out of the city lord's mansion. After the envoy had gone far, his smile froze, turning into a frown of worry. My lord, this task is simply impossible to complete. An official stepped forward, his voice heavy, his brow nearly knitted together. Bajuan is a major grain-producing region. The court imposes heavy taxes each year, almost exhausting the official reserves. This time, they want to collect 30 million hu of grain tax. Even if we sell everything, the government cannot produce it, unless we continue to tax the common people, but the consequences of doing so will only bring suffering to the people. My lord, it is currently spring plowing, and the common people still have stored grain at home. If we send officials to collect taxes now, we should be able to gather it. County Deputy Lin Ping said, cupping his fists, his expression gentle, with a smile at the corners of his mouth, his deep eyes flashing with a sinister glint. This statement left all the officials silent. Sending officials to collect taxes is, in essence, coercion. No, the common people do not have much stored grain. Part of it is for planting. If we send officials to collect taxes now and take away the planting grain, who will we collect from for the autumn tax months later? Moreover, without grain, How will the millions of people in Bajuan survive? Lord Chun Shun shook his head, his face resolute, his whole being upright and just. Ultimately, he could not bear the thought of the common people suffering. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping's eyes held disdain, his pupils glimmering, feigning anxiety as he said, "But my lord, if we cannot complete the task, and the king of Chu holds us accountable, no one will have a good outcome." Upon hearing this, the faces of the officials grew even more sullen and anxious. Lord Chun Shun's expression darkened. He understood the nature of the crowd, viewing their official hats as more important than anything else, while the lives of the common people were of no concern to anyone. But he was different. Though also a noble, he had experienced a decline in his family's fortunes during his youth, living a few ordinary years and understanding the hardships of the lower-class people. It could be imagined that if taxes were imposed again, most of the people in Bajuan would be troubled for their livelihoods. Selling their lands to become tenants of the nobles, and even selling wives and daughters would not be out of the question. But, although he felt pity in his heart, the problem had to be resolved. Just as Lin Ping said, if they could not gather 30 million who of grain within the specified time, his performance evaluation would not pass, and he would not have a good end either. What to do? Lord Chun Shun's face was filled with contemplation, his head slightly bowed, black hair falling, eyes flashing with madness as he made a difficult decision. Send a message to invite the heads of the 4 major clans to gather at the city lord's mansion. There are important matters to discuss. Upon hearing this, the many officials were shocked, looking at Lord Chun Shun with disbelief. Only Lin Ping's eyes flashed with a hint of conspiracy. Chapter 25. Managing the family. It's no wonder the officials were horrified. In the state of Chu, there are clear regulations that clans, whether farming or doing business, only need to pay commercial taxes, and they are exempt from other miscellaneous taxes. For thousands of years, this rule has become deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Even the reformer Wu Bai, during a natural disaster when food was urgently needed for relief, dared not collect taxes from clans, but instead spent a large sum to buy from other countries. Collecting taxes from the clans is unprecedented. If implemented, it would likely cause a huge uproar throughout the state of Chu, and all the nobles from the 6 counties would harbor resentment against Lord Chun Shun. At that time, losing an official position would be a minor issue. It is very possible that one's life would be at stake. My lord, you absolutely cannot. An official knelt on the ground, pleading loudly. There's no need to say more. The 4 major clans of Bajuan possess countless lands and should share the burden for the court. Even if the king knows, he will support this decision. Lord Chun Shun said solemnly, exuding an imposing aura. The official, seeing this, slightly opened his mouth and fell silent, standing up with a complicated expression. That afternoon, 4 teams exited Tianfu City, the sound of hooves echoing into the horizon. This sound could either shatter the sky and reshape the new order, or it could lead to one person's death, with blood splattering 5 steps away, resulting in a dismal end. 3 days had passed since the arrival of the Qing spider. Yuxing quietly sat in the training room, his eyes slightly closed, operating the Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure Strategy. A rich aura of spiritual energy surged in, sometimes violently, sometimes gently. Crack! A sound of breaking emerged from within Yuxing's body, and the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly intensified, his dantian continually expanding until it reached 600 zhang, finally coming to a halt. A 5th-grade martial artist. No wonder it's the technique cultivated by the great emperor. Yuxing opened his eyes, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth, dazzling cold light flashing. Looking inward at his dantian, his expression was no longer calm. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of ecstasy. Speaking of which, after practicing the Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure Strategy, it completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. In the path of cultivation, martial artists build their foundation. From 1st grade to 9th grade, it is a process of accumulating spiritual energy and expanding the dantian. Those with exceptional talent can open a 10-zhang dantian at the beginning of their cultivation, but the vast majority of ordinary people can only open a 5-zhang dantian. Yuxing had previously been considered a small genius. When he first opened his dantian, it was only 7 zhang in size. Subsequently, for every realm a martial artist breaks through, the dantian expands exponentially. Take the 10 zhang dantian as an example. It would be 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 40 zhang, 80 zhang. When cultivated to a ninth-grade martial artist, the maximum would be 2,560 zhang. For a fifth-grade martial artist, the maximum would only be 160 zhang. But now, looking at his own dantian, Yuxing found it had already reached 600 zhang. Initially, when he repaired his dantian, it was only 56 zhang, but in the days that followed, as long as he operated the technique, his dantian would continuously expand. And now it had reached an astonishing 600 zhang, comparable to a 7th-grade martial artist. Boom! Yuxing stood up, fists clenched, a strong brute force emerging, shaking the void, giving him the illusion that a casual punch could destroy the heavens and the earth. Young master. At that moment, Qing Zhao walked over, dressed in a light pink dress that trailed to the ground, her slender waist cinched with a cloud belt, making her look even more delicate. After respectfully greeting him, she smiled and said, "The family head has arrived and is waiting in the main hall. My father has come?" Yuxing paused his training and walked towards the main hall. At the same time, Yufa was seated in the main hall, holding a cup of tea, curiously observing his surroundings, feeling a refreshing sensation, like entering a hot spring in the sweltering summer. After taking a sip of tea, the fragrance wafted, filling the entire room with a light aroma. Ufa closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the tea. Tea has its seasons. It brews in summer, rests in autumn, hides in winter, and nurtures in spring. Drinking tea daily allows one to taste the 4 seasons. Drinking tea throughout one's life allows one to savor life itself. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Ufa opened his eyes and saw Yuxing coming, and his eyes brightened with surprise as he exclaimed, "You've broken through to a 5th-grade martial artist?" With his innate peak cultivation, he could see through Yuxing's cultivation level at a glance, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, father, I just broke through," Yuxing replied, respectfully after bowing, sitting in a chair nearby. Qing Zhao stepped forward to prepare a cup of tea and then retreated to wait outside. Ufa nodded with a smile, and after Yuxing sat down, he became slightly serious and said, "Lord Chunshin has issued an order for the heads of the 4 major clans to gather, supposedly regarding taxes. However, I worry that the people from the 3 major clans will cause trouble." Yuxing was taken aback and asked, "Taxes? What does that mean?" "The Qin state is raising troops for an invasion, and food supplies are tight at the front. The king has ordered Bajuan to gather 30 million measures of grain. Lord Chunshin, not wanting the common people to suffer, wants the 4 major clans to supply grain," Ufa said flatly, with a hint of disgust. He had reservations about Lord Chunshin's actions. He could donate grain, but did not want to pay taxes. If a precedent were set, it would be endless. And wouldn't their 4 major clans become the granaries of the government? This Lord Chunshin does have some guts, Yuxing remarked appreciatively, but did not elaborate further. He picked up the tea beside him, took a sip, and savored the bitter sweetness. Even the most restless person would find some calm. "Tomorrow morning, your father will set off for Tianfu City. During my absence, I hope you can manage the family. I have already informed the elders and deacons, and they all agree." Ufa continued, his gaze intense and fixed on Yuxing. Yuxing set down his teacup, nodded with a smile, "Understood, father." His casual attitude left Ufa speechless. Back then, he had put in a lot of effort to become the clan leader, defeating the talented members of the clan, and had been the young master for decades before having the opportunity to manage the family. Now this rare opportunity was right in front of Yuxing, yet the latter showed no excitement, not a trace of joy on his face. Little did Ufa know that Yuxing was not interested in power at all. He would rather close the door and sleep, hiding away for some rest. After the great battle, Yuxing understood that the dominant force in this world was not power, but rather powerful strength. Having power does not necessarily mean having strength, but those with strength must have supreme power. Your father is getting old. You need to learn to manage the family. Ufa stood up, reminding him, and prepared to return to arrange things, hoping to lessen Yuxing's burdens. "Father, let me see you off." Yuxing hurriedly stood up and escorted Ufa to the door, watching him leave before asking in confusion, "Isn't he still under 50? Is he old already? Isn't there a lifespan of 200 years for those with innate talent?" Shaking his head, Yuxing's aura changed, and he commanded the void, Right protector, secretly protect my father and be careful not to be discovered. Understood. A cold voice echoed from the empty void, ruthless to the extreme. On the second day after the battle broke out, the right protector, hidden far away in Pengjun, rushed overnight, remaining concealed in the shadows, closely protecting Yusheng. Except for the left protector, no one else knew. The void remained silent. But Yusheng knew the right protector had already departed. Chapter 26. Strategist Guijia. Yushi did not go to Tianfu City alone. He brought along Elder Yu Hua and 2 stewards, forming a team of 30 people to drive the carriage. As the convoy departed, Yusheng officially began managing the family. Before dawn, Qing Zhao woke him up on time. After dressing, washing up, and having a simple breakfast, Yusheng headed to the office. A beautiful courtyard filled with purple flowers. At the entrance stood 2 clan soldiers in black armor, with cold expressions, holding long spears. They greeted Yusheng respectfully upon seeing him. As he walked into the courtyard, a refreshing fragrance filled his nostrils, intoxicating him. Yusheng took a deep breath, completely immersed in the rich floral scent. Passing through the garden, he arrived at the main hall, which was simply furnished with only office supplies, a secret room for resting, and a few candles. Is this really where my father worked? Yusheng looked around. It was his first time here since the main hall was destroyed. He didn't expect the center of power from managing thousands of clansmen in the castle to be so simple. He sat cross-legged at the desk, opened the documents beside him, and discovered not dry text, but a large seal glimmering with golden light. Slap! Without hesitation, Yusheng pressed hard on the seal. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked into the office. Reward: top strategist Guijia. Would you like to summon him? Guijia. Yusheng was taken aback. He had no impression of this name, but the word strategist made him delighted. Summon, Yusheng hurriedly said, faced with the pile of documents on a desk. He was already troubled. If he could summon a strategist to handle them, that would be perfect. The void rippled continuously, opening a crack, and an invisible aura surged into the sky, with supreme stars illuminating the scene, showering down brilliant rays like welcoming a remarkable talent. This phenomenon only occurs when a great talent descends. The direction from which the talent emanated was the leader's office. No, today it was the young master in charge. Could it be because of him? Yu Mu frowned. Although his dantian was shattered, he still retained his talent and was very sensitive to literary energy. He looked up in shock at the heavens. The stars melded with the aura, forming an elegant figure with a hazy face, bowing to the void. This is the celestial phenomenon of a great talent. What is a great talent? Knowledgeable in various fields, adept in military strategy and formations, skilled in refining tools and pills, capable of governing a nation and pacifying the world. Only then can one be called a great talent. In the entire Chu kingdom, the only person who could earn the title of a great talent was Wu Bai. But now, in this resource-poor place of Bajuan, a great talent had also appeared. To him, it was indeed a bit unbelievable. Yusheng was unaware of the outside circumstances, his gaze sharp, staring at the crack in the void with some anticipation. A figure stepped out, dressed in ink-colored scholar robes, with black hair neatly tied up in a bun and adorned with an exquisite white jade crown. A wine jug hung at his waist. His expression was serious as he bowed to Yusheng. Greetings, Lord. Please rise. Yusheng stepped forward, personally helping Guijia up. At the moment their hands touched, a jade scroll appeared in Yusheng's mind, dreamlike and exuding a noble aura. Name: Guijia. Level: Saint Realm Scholar. Technique: Sacred Heart Nurturing Scroll. Evaluation: Strategy and Wisdom, a rare talent in the world. After reading the information on the Jade Scroll, along with some of Guijia's life experiences, Yusheng was overjoyed. He didn't expect Guijia to be not only a strategist, but also a Saint Realm Scholar, which was even rarer than a Saint Realm martial artist. It should be noted that in the 7 kingdoms of the Wild Continent, while Saint Realm martial artists are scarce, each country has a few. However, only the 3 major nations, Chu, Qin, and Shi, boast Saint Realm Scholars. The only Saint Realm Scholar in Chu was the reformer Wu Bai. Thank you, my lord. Guijia clasped his fists. After putting his hands down, he tapped his wine jug, trying to hold back from drinking in Yusheng's presence. Ha! Brother Gua, there's no need to be formal. Treat this as your own home. Drink if you wish. Yu Sheng smiled. Knowing Guijia's life experiences, he knew the latter was fond of wine and felt uncomfortable if he didn't drink for a day. But no matter how much he drank, it wouldn't interfere with his work. My lord is straightforward. Just give your orders. Guijia exclaimed joyfully, quickly grabbing the wine jug and taking a hearty swig, all while expressing his eagerness to work hard and perform well. All right, let me briefly introduce the current situation. Yu Sheng smiled, explaining that the biggest threat Yu's family faced was the seven-colored flower, which could retaliate at any time, followed by the other three major clans in Bajuan. And further afield, the imperial family's re-establishment of the clan genealogy. As the crisis deepened, he also felt the strain. After all, he was just a 16 or 17-year-old youth who had only focused on cultivation and had never dealt with political matters before. So many things couldn't be resolved properly. He was very clear about his own abilities. He certainly couldn't compare to Guijia. Guijia listened quietly, not interrupting, occasionally taking a sip of wine. After Yu Sheng finished detailing the situation, he smiled and said, "My lord, before we address the problems, I have a few questions to ask." "Please, go ahead," Yu Sheng said seriously. "3 questions." Guijia placed the wine jug on the table, bowed slightly, and said earnestly, "First, my lord's ambitions. Second, my lord's pursuits. Third, my lord's governance." After the 3 questions, Guijia's talent erupted, akin to a ruler seeking dominance in a chaotic era, with every word impacting the world. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. He had never actually thought about these questions. Initially, he just wanted to wake up naturally and live a leisurely life. After losing his cultivation, he began to value it, wanting to become a top-tier powerhouse. "My ambitions and pursuits are to become an unparalleled powerhouse, firmly controlling my own life." After some thought, Yu Sheng said solemnly, the seed of a strong heart firmly taking root within him. "What if enemies come to invade?" Guijia narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, and the questioning voice resonated through time, striking Yu Sheng's soul like thunder. Yu Sheng's body trembled. Thinking of the 7-colored flower assassins, he coldly replied, "Kill. What if there are obstacles in the way?" Guijia maintained his imposing aura, his voice booming like heavenly might, causing the entire hall to tremble. Unexplainably, Yu Sheng felt a twinge of fear, as if he were in a pitch-black void, unable to see the path ahead, surrounded by thorns, unable to move forward, with countless terrifying roars echoing in his ears. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed. Nearly stopping its beating, despair, fear, and terror enveloped him. Yu Sheng felt unable to breathe. A suffocating sensation overtook him. He looked at the dark surroundings, clenched his fists, and roared loudly, "Kill." As his fist came down, the dark void shattered, and beams of light pierced through, revealing that he was indeed still within the hall. "My lord, your path can only be that of tyrant." Chapter 37. Strategy, my lord. Your path can only lead you to become a tyrant. The myriad beings in the world struggle in humility, wasting their lives while relying on the expressions of others. My lord has lofty ambitions and desires to control his own destiny. He can only conquer all. Guijia took 2 steps back, slightly bowed, and clasped his fists, saying, "Please, my lord, prepare to be at odds with the world. I am willing to devote my life and efforts to follow you." Yu Sheng felt a bit confused. It seemed he hadn't said anything at all, yet now he was to be at odds with the world? Were the conversations of top strategists always so grand? However, he could not refute it, so he nodded and smiled, saying, "In the future, I will rely on Brother Gui's talents." Upon hearing this, Guijia's smile broadened. For a strategist, encountering a wise lord and being valued by him is indeed a great fortune in life. "My lord, I have 3 strategies that can enhance your strength and resolve the current crisis." Guijia began to devise plans, his expression unchanged as he took a sip from the wine jug and calmly said, "Oh, Brother Gui, please speak." Yu Sheng's eyes brightened, growing interested, and he listened attentively. Guijia stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of pride, and declared, "My lord, the state of Chu wishes to reorganize its clan genealogy, ostensibly to redefine interests, but in reality, it is to weaken the clans and consolidate royal power. The clans will certainly be unwilling. I only need to employ a small scheme to throw the world into chaos. First, My lord should send 2,000 Go soldiers to the weakest Peng County to secretly coordinate with the demon cult, covertly control the officials of Peng County, and occupy a county to observe the trends of the world. Second, the three major clans should form an alliance. We cannot sit idly by around the Chang clan. Within 100 miles, there is a bandit stronghold called the Blackfire Gang. My lord should send the remaining Go soldiers to recruit the bandits and lay down a piece on the chessboard. Third, the 7-colored flower assassins can be dealt with easily. I have some knowledge of formation techniques and can set up formations in the castle. As long as enemies invade, they will be detected. Of course, this is not a long-term solution. My lord needs to establish an intelligence agency to monitor the world and locate the headquarters of the 7-colored flower to permanently eliminate this hidden danger. At the end, Guijia's expression turned serious. He knew very well that the greatest threat facing Yusheng was not the lofty imperial power, but the hidden danger of the 7-colored flower, which lurked like a venomous snake. Even without the 7-colored flower, an intelligence agency would be essential for future development. One cannot remain in the dark about everything. Therefore, the third point is the most crucial. Yusheng instinctively nodded, revealing agreement in his eyes. Each of these three suggestions was quite good, giving him a sense of enlightenment. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The first point provides him with a new base. Although it is relatively backward, the main reason is that it has not been developed. With most mountainous areas shrouded in poisonous fog, with over 20 cities in Peng County, using the methods of the demon cult and Go soldiers, they could easily control it. However, taking over other counties would be much more difficult, as the clans are numerous and the powerful are countless, making it very laborious. The second point, however, was somewhat unexpected for Yusheng. Recruiting bandits could also be considered secretly raising troops, and once exposed, it could be a capital offense. But Yusheng had no objections. As long as it could enhance strength, it was acceptable. Moreover, with ghost soldiers managing it, who would discover it? Even if discovered, it wouldn't implicate him, allowing him to rest easy. As for the last point, Yusheng had considered sending someone to find the headquarters of the 7-colored flower assassins in Chu, but the vast territory of Chu made it akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, he had no leads up to now. Brother Gua, given that the state of Chu is currently strong, with peace and stability, why are you so certain that chaos will soon ensue? Yusheng frowned, expressing doubt. The strength demonstrated by Chu reached 5 supreme realm experts, and with their loyal forces, even if a rebellion occurred, it could be quickly suppressed. However, seeing Guijia so calm, it seemed he had a plan. My lord, under normal circumstances, there indeed wouldn't be great disorder. But what if the clans harbor rebellious intentions? Or if Qin County falls and the Qin state invades? Do you still think the state of Chu will remain stable? Guijia spoke eloquently, his eyes glimmering with schemes and ruthlessness. Regardless of which possibility arises, countless lives would be lost, and the threat of war would be inevitable. Yusheng understood and couldn't help but frown slightly. Creating a war with his own hands and stepping over countless corpses to rise to power was something he found hard to accept. My lord, those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. If you want to control your own destiny, you must overturn the heavy oppression above you. Do you still wish to face another extermination disaster? Guijian noticed Yusheng's hesitation and spoke loudly. Having just narrowly escaped extermination, he knew it was the best time to persuade. Yusheng had ambition, it just needed to be ignited. If he were an ordinary person, how could he express the desire to control his own destiny? Hearing this, Yusheng remembered the attack by the 7-colored flower, and the hesitation in his eyes gradually transformed into determination as he said solemnly, "What needs to be done?" In response, my lord, you can write a letter to let the family head agree to the request of Lord Chunshin. Guojia replied, a flash of malice appearing in his eyes. As long as the Yu family agrees to collect taxes and informs the royal family of the substantial amount of taxes, they will surely be tempted. At that time, using 2 more strategies to have the royal family tax the clans will lead to dire consequences. Good. Yusheng nodded, roughly guessing Guijia's plan. He picked up the pen on the table and wrote a letter, instructing the guard at the door to deliver it to the Yu family head, who had not gone far. Subsequently, Yusheng fully agreed with Guijia's suggestions. Have you investigated thoroughly? Onto the Yu family castle. A natural cave connected to Elder Yu Chen's room. The Cyan envoy asked coldly, his gaze sharp as a sword. In front of him, two figures knelt, their faces pale, wearing black robes with golden tokens hanging from them. These two were the managers of the Ba County branch. As for the person in charge, he was the unfortunate soul devoured by the bloodworm in the hall of the Sky Rift Canyon. In response to Lord Qing, we have learned from the Yu family spies that the Yu family was able to defeat Lord Qing's spider entirely due to the demon cult, which reportedly has a supreme realm expert. One of the black-robed figures said, his head pressed against the ground, not daring to move, fearing that any action might provoke the anger of Lord Qing, leading to an unclear death. The demon cult? Lord Qing's expression turned cold as he said ominously, since they dare to offend me, they should be prepared for extermination. Killing intent filled the air, blood light flickered, and countless bloodworms swirled, adding a touch of murderous intent to the dim environment. He had killed supreme realm experts before. At this time, it was April, and the weather began to warm, but when night fell, the temperature still dropped a bit, carrying a hint of chill. Many people finished their meals and hid early under their blankets to sleep. The bright moonlight fell, covering the earth with a layer of white gauze. And looking into the distance, everything appeared vague and indistinct. It was a night of murder under dark skies and strong winds. The entire Yu family castle lay quietly on the ground, like a giant beast opening its mouth wide, ready to swallow people whole. Chapter 38. The 10 Directions Primordial Yang Formation Crack. A faint sound came from the study of the second elder's residence as Qing Shi led 10 subordinates out, striding forward with eyes like lightning, listening intently. Qing Shi did not act immediately. He closed his eyes, his divine sense sweeping through the castle, which is also a sign of a holy realm expert, capable of releasing divine sense to probe everything. It seems that the Yu family has some tricks up their sleeves. They must know we are coming. After a while, Qing Shi opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing across his face, yet his expression remained calm. With his late-stage holy realm strength, who in the Chu kingdom could rival him besides Danyang City? He could not believe that this demonic sect had a late-stage holy realm expert. If they did, they would have long since made a name for themselves and dominated the region. They were probably just a lucky fool who had accidentally broken through to the holy realm, unaware of their own limitations, thinking themselves invincible and coming out to claim dominance, which would be easily extinguished by him. Friend from afar, welcome. A powerful voice suddenly rang out as Guojia opened the door to the study and stepped out from the darkness, holding a wine jug, his expression calm as he gazed at Qing Shi and the others. Soon after, the Left Guardian led the elders of the demonic sect to rush out, surrounding the courtyard, killing intent overflowing. Yusheng stood at a distance in the pavilion, illuminated by the soft yellow candlelight, observing the changes in the second elder's courtyard with clarity. Stroking his chin, slightly surprised. This afternoon, he had intended to arrange for Guojia and the disciples of the demonic sect to meet and get to know each other. Unexpectedly, Guojia insisted on staying at the second elder's residence. Yusheng nodded in agreement, with Guojia's status as a late-stage Holy Realm scholar and top strategist. He could roam freely across the entire wild continent, not just occupy a single room. No wonder he is a top strategist. Less than a day after arriving at the residence, he had deduced that the 7 colored flower assassins would appear at the second elder's residence and made early arrangements to capture them. Yusheng thought to himself, his regard for Guojia rising another level, his gaze fixed intently on the changes in the residence. How did you know I would come? Qing Shi said lightly, sensing that Guojia's aura was extremely mysterious and elusive. This person should be the Qing Shi from the headquarters of the 7 colored flower in the Chu kingdom, who once hunted the crown prince of Chu. Guojia remained composed, facing a late-stage holy realm cultivator without fear. The cultivating the saint and nourishing the heart scroll he practiced emanated Confucian aura from his dantian, embodying the utmost righteousness. His sensitivity to evil paths surpassed that of others, his spirit keenly discerning. With just one glance, he noticed that the second elder's residence retained many traces of demonic energy, particularly in the study, where it was especially dense. Therefore, he dared to conclude that there was a secret passage here. Answering a question with a question, since you are unwilling to speak, then keep silent forever." Qing Shi's expression turned cold, and a sword aura erupted from him like a long rainbow, his blood energy surging, killing intent soaring, creating a fierce wind that left the study in disarray. Guo Jia shook his head, a pained expression on his face. This was his residence, and it would have to be tidied up again. With a light wave of his sleeve, a pale yellow ancient book floated in front of him. "I knew you would come. How could I not be prepared?" Instantly, 10 milky white light pillars shot up into the sky around the second elder's residence, a righteous energy spreading through the air, releasing dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire city, resembling 10 suns. The 10 directions primordial yang formation, one of Guojia's trump cards. He was a strategist, well-versed in various techniques and formations, and he excelled in them. This formation was recorded in the Cultivating the Saint and Nourishing the Heart scroll. It was said that the creator of this technique had once set up this formation to burn a nation, with blazing suns spanning 100,000 miles, rivers drying up, mountains burning, and all living things reduced to ashes. The formation he set up now was a simplified version due to time constraints and insufficient materials. However, even as a simplified version, its power was extremely terrifying. Qing Shi's expression changed slightly. He felt the world spinning around him, his vision filled with white light, as if he had left the study. "Be careful," Qing Shi warned his 10 subordinates behind him, his eyes glowing blood red, scanning the surroundings, his expression changing repeatedly. In this space, he felt uncomfortable all over. The spiritual energy within him seemed suppressed, like an ordinary person submerged in water, with their legs entangled by aquatic plants, causing alarm bells to ring in his heart. He realized he had underestimated the Yu family. Suddenly, beams of white light condensed, transforming into a 3-foot green blade. Resembling a world-shattering divine sword meant to slay demons, adorned with blazing flames that made Qing Shi and the others' eyelids twitch. The sword aura was not terrifying, but the flame sent a deep-seated fear into their hearts. The spiritual energy within them surged, and countless blood insects swirled around, emitting shrill cries as if facing a great enemy. Playing tricks. Qing Shi snorted coldly, drawing his long sword, its light blazing. Countless blood insects fused into the sword blade, transforming into sharp swords, his eyes filled with bloodthirst, resembling a sword demon descending to suppress the universe and annihilate everything. "Destroy!" he roared, the sound shaking the heavens, echoing in all directions. The blood-red sword aura surged forward like a dragon, sharp and menacing. But suddenly, 10 white swords struck, carrying a sacred and righteous aura, flames flickering, temperatures rising sharply, their power immense, directly intercepting the blood-red long sword. Boom! The white and blood lights intertwined, generating terrifying aftershocks that rippled outward. Qing Shi's expression twisted in rage as he roared again, his right hand gripping the sword, veins bulging like a coiling dragon on his arm. Bloodlight flashing in his eyes as he slashed again. Boom! The 10 white swords shattered, but the flames they carried did not dissipate, like maggots clinging to bones. They transformed into fire dragons with a terrifying aura, incinerating the blood-red sword aura, with a few sparks flying and landing on Qing Shi's garments, igniting fiercely. Qing Shi was slightly startled, hastily retreating to extinguish the flames on his clothes, gazing warily at the flames in the void. What kind of flames are these? What kind of attack is this, and why is it so terrifying? My lord, this man's attack style is similar to Wu Bai's. He must be a Holy Realm scholar. Only a scholar could set up such an extraordinarily bizarre formation, making it difficult to defend against. The 10 people standing behind, witnessing Qing Shi being pushed back, all gasped in shock, cold sweat pouring down. One elderly man turned even paler. He had participated in the assassination of the Crown Prince 20 years ago and witnessed Wu by casting spells, the terrifying scene forever etched in his memory. Qing Shi nodded inwardly. He knew this well. In fact, he recognized Guojia at first glance. He had dealt with Wu by many times, understanding the combat style of a scholar who could use the power of heaven and earth to articulate, turn stones into gold, and even lay traps with a flower or a blade of grass. So what if he is a scholar? I have yet to slay a Holy Realm scholar in my life. Today, I will slaughter one. Qing Shi roared, watching the increasingly numerous flames. Blood light erupting in his eyes. Chapter 39. Defeating the Blood Goo Power, / Boom. As the Qing envoy finished speaking, a blood-red sword energy shot into the sky. The Blood Goo let out a furious roar, merging into the weapon, condensing a phantom several zhang in size, carrying the intent to annihilate everything, cutting down without hesitation. The heavenly Goo Shadow Soldier. He had taught the Qing Spider, but not the complete version, concealing the most core technique of the heavenly Goo self-detonation. The practical method is very simple. Infuse the sword energy with the Goo insect, condense a clone, and at the moment of approaching the enemy, sever the connection. And it will explode with terrifying power. This, Guojia, who was controlling the formation from the outside, frowned, realizing the insidiousness of the Qing envoy's attack. Ancient books floated in the air, pages flipping open, emitting a shocking white light, with golden characters flying out, extremely dazzling. This book is his life treasure, possessing boundless power and extreme profundity. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low, and he could only apply it superficially, performing some simple techniques. Bang! Thousands of golden characters spread out with a rich, oppressive force, forming a blazing divine mountain, pressing down, flames burning, causing chaotic ripples in the void, constantly undulating. At the moment of its descent, 10 people behind the Qing envoy spurted blood and flew backward. Annihilation. The Qing envoy's expression changed drastically, and he roared, swinging the blood sword again. Although he was powerful, he had to treat the descending divine mountain with caution. A slight misstep could lead to the risk of being suppressed. Around the void of the formation, flames changed like clouds, sometimes appearing, sometimes dissipating, like a divine dragon that could not be seen from head to tail, seemingly never extinguished. Shocking everyone. The void stirred, flames surged. A tide of destructive power was applied around, continuously providing energy to the divine mountain, making people horrified. In an instant, the blood sword that could cut through the heavens and destroy the earth crashed into the suppressive divine mountain. The world reversed. A section of the divine mountain cracked open. Endless flames burned, scorching and dazzling. A section of the blood sword exploded, with blood lights surging, terrifying the soul, sharp and glaring. Boom, boom, boom. 2 loud explosions followed. The divine mountain collapsed, turning into golden characters. The sword energy wilted, dissipating into the void. The formation exploded with a loud bang. The 11 people within the formation. The Qing envoy spurted blood, looking disheveled. The remaining 10 could not escape either, swept by the aftermath, all injured in a tragic state. Guojia, who was controlling the formation, was also affected, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, stepping back a few paces before barely stabilizing himself. The ancient book transforming into a beam of golden light, disappearing from sight. He was now at the early stage of the Holy Realm, and with the formation laid out by the ancient book, he was able to fight to a standstill with the Qing envoy at the late stage of the Holy Realm, which was not easy. The achievement of such results was also thanks to the vast Confucian aura within him, which firmly suppressed the blood goo of the Qing envoy. Good strategy. The Qing envoy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression extremely grim, cold as ice, his gaze towards Guojia filled with endless killing intent. Blood-red and revealing madness. Guojia frowned slightly, not expecting the Qing envoy's strength to be so formidable. Having exhausted his trump cards, he still could not defeat him, and it seemed he was about to break through to the peak of the Holy Realm. Sir, leave the next part to me. The left protector, who had been watching the battle, stepped forward, his eyes filled with fiery battle intent, his white hair blowing without wind, the aura of the demonic sect disciples soaring, surging everywhere. A mid-stage Holy Realm aura erupted from the left protector's body, his hands overflowing with energy, and his cold gaze revealed extreme cruelty. Another Holy Realm warrior? The Qing envoy's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with shock, not expecting that such a small Yusher castle would have 2 Holy Realm powerhouses. What kind of power is this demonic sect? Demon Finger. The left protector pointed, and two streams of finger energy shot like a heavenly rainbow, crossing the sky, transforming into a black lightning bolt that flashed by. The Qing envoy's toes touched the ground, his body leaping into the air, dodging the two streams of immensely powerful finger energy. But the two assassins behind him were out of luck, their bodies directly pierced through, blood gushing out as if it were free. The other 8 assassins were startled, employing their movement techniques to rush in all directions, but after a few steps, they were intercepted by the demonic sex powerhouses, exploding with a deafening sound. Everyone in the castle was awakened. Thousands of clan soldiers armed with weapons rushed over at high speed. Damn it! The Qing envoy's face was dark. If it were his prime, he would have been confident in defeating the mid-stage left protector. But after the earlier battle with Guojia, he had consumed too much energy and had little spiritual energy left. Continuing the battle would not yield a great chance of victory. Moreover, there was still a Holy Realm literary cultivator watching closely. If another formation were set up, even if he had wings, he would be unable to escape. Thinking of this, the Qing envoy couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. The instincts of the assassins told him it was time to leave. Whoosh! The Qing envoy's throat rolled, letting out a piercing sound like a bird's call. The 8 assassins were momentarily stunned, then determined their direction and fled in all directions. Blood goo explode. Immediately, the Qing envoy waved his hand, and 2 blood goo shot out from his sleeve, carrying an extremely violent and unstable aura, flying toward the left protector, appearing particularly dazzling under the bloody white light. Boom! The blood goo exploded violently, a force not weaker than the full force attack of a late-stage Holy Realm warrior spread out, sweeping through the residence of the Second Elder like a tidal wave. The courtyard, small bridges, rockeries, houses, all shattered into dust, the swift wind blowing, dust swirling, shrouding a radius of hundreds of zhang, disrupting everyone's vision. The Qing envoy's face turned pale, spitting out another mouthful of blood. The 2 blood goo were cultivated with his essence blood. This time, to buy time for retreat, he detonated them all, a true act of a warrior cutting his wrist. Taking advantage of the moment of the explosion, the Qing envoy's figure hid in the darkness, disappearing in a few breaths. Cough, cough. The left protector, at the center of the explosion, was struck by the fierce energy impact, his blood boiling, also coughing out a mouthful of blood that stained his white beard. He hurriedly looked around, his eyes sharp as swords, but did not discover the Qing envoy's figure. However, it was not without gains. There were still 4 late-stage, innate assassins who had not escaped too far. The Qing envoy had tricked him, and the left protector was filled with rage. With boundless anger having nowhere to vent, his figure flickered, and shadows of him appeared above the castle, accompanied by 4 dull sounds. For clusters of blood, mist appeared in the sky. As the blood rain fell, this late-night assassination came to a temporary end. What a pity! Yu Sheng sighed regretfully, lamenting that the Qing envoy had escaped, but he also understood that this was already the best outcome. If it weren't for Guojia's prior preparations, the Yu clan would have suffered heavy losses. After a day's journey, UFA temporarily stayed at the inn. The not-so-spacious room flickered with candlelight as UFA opened a letter, carefully examining it. A few minutes later, UFA placed the letter on the candle flame. The paper ignited instantly, turning into a few ashes, drifting everywhere with the breeze. Go back and tell the young master that I will act according to his wishes. After finishing all this, UFA said calmly. He was quite surprised by the content of the letter, but after a series of events, he still trusted Yu Sheng. Since the latter wrote a letter to inform him, he must have his own plans. As a father, he would support him 100. Yes. The clan soldier delivering the message knelt on the ground, respectfully saluting before departing the inn in quick steps, agreeing to the tax. My son wants to play a big game. UFA stood up, opened the window, looking at the moonlight outside, thinking to himself. Chapter 40. The attitude of the Lord's mansion. The attack by the Green Envoy, under the arrangements of Yu Sheng, did not cause too much of a stir. He followed the 3 strategies proposed by Guojia and began meticulous preparations. First, in his capacity as the acting clan leader, he mobilized 100,000 taels of gold from the family, equivalent to half a year's income for the clan, and gave it all to Guojia to organize the Dark Guards. Secondly, he prepared to lead 1,000 ghost soldiers to start eliminating bandits. The reason he wanted to lead the team himself, besides having too few capable people around him, was that he wanted to go out to clock in and sign for rewards from the system. There are mainly 3 ways to obtain the reward package. The first is signing in, the second is completing tasks, and the third is triggering packages. The first 2 are easy to understand, literally, but the third point is a bit elusive. Yu Sheng discovered that certain actions, such as participating in battles or managing the family, would yield rewards. My lord, here are 3 secret packages. You can open one when you encounter an unsolvable problem. In the courtyard, Guo Jia slightly bowed, took out 3 secret packages from his sleeve. They were woven from coarse cloth and looked very ordinary when thrown on the ground. One might think it was a piece of tattered cloth. Making a secret package is not just about writing a sentence. It is a profound knowledge that only top strategists are qualified to comprehend. By using one's own spiritual energy to enhance formations, spells, celestial inquiries, earthly mysteries, and the principles of heaven and earth, one can detect the terrain, changes, and the strength of enemies around them at the moment of opening, thus revealing solutions to problems. A secret package contains the principles of heaven and earth, providing brilliant strategies for the state. Thank you, Brother Gua. Yu Sheng smiled as he took the secret package. Sensing the powerful energy emanating from within, a smile appearing on his face, feeling more confident about this action. Nearby, a ghost soldier lowered his head, enveloped in dense, ghostly energy that blocked the sunlight. With a grayish-white body, he was hidden in the void, making it hard for anyone to spot him. A pair of blood-red eyes occasionally flickered with a fierce light, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. Half an hour later, Yu Sheng disguised himself and left the Yu family mansion, arriving at a dense forest 10 miles away. In the quiet depths of the woods, 1,000 ghost soldiers stood ready for departure. They were shrouded in a layer of white light to avoid being burned by the sunlight. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, they respectfully knelt and saluted. "Let us set off." Yu Sheng waved his hand, saying nothing more, and directly ordered the departure. In the abyssal canyon, "My lord, I have searched all the records in the scripture repository, but found no records about the demon sect." The green snake hurried over, slightly bowing, with a serious tone. This was too unbelievable. The intelligence agency of the 7-colored flower is undoubtedly the best on the continent. There's no doubt about that. But even so, he still found not a single word about the demon sect. No records? The green envoy's expression darkened, and a cold voice emerged, making one feel as if they were in an ice cellar, chilling to the bone. "Returning to my lord, it might be due to my insufficient authority. The headquarters may have records." The green snake trembled slightly, speaking with a quivering voice. The headquarters of the Chu Kingdom is actually just one of the 7 major branches of the 7-colored flower. Although it is powerful, it is nothing compared to the headquarters. "Very well, I will go to the headquarters to apply for assistance and thoroughly eradicate the Yu family." The green envoy's eyes narrowed slightly, filled with endless killing intent towards the Yu family castle, more than ever before. Even 20 years ago, when surrounded by the masters of the Chu Kingdom, exhausted and out of ammunition, he had never been so furious. With the killing intent spreading, the great hall was filled with a chilling wind, several lanterns extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. A few flashes of bloodlight flickered, and the cries of the cursed echoed hoarsely, making one feel a chill down their spine. Meanwhile, the Yu family arrived in Tianfu City and was warmly received at the Lord's mansion, temporarily staying at the government inn. After a day, the 4 major clans gathered, and the atmosphere was tense, filled with the smell of gunpowder. It was unclear whether the Lord's mansion had done this intentionally, as the rooms of the heads of the 4 major clans were closely connected. "Brother Yu, your strength has greatly increased since we last met 3 years ago. I fear it won't be long before you surpass me. Congratulations," Cheng Mingze said boldly, with a smile on his face, but deep in his eyes, cold light flickered, and killing intent was boundless. If the situation allowed, he would have already acted violently. Looking around Bajuan, besides the Lord's mansion, he was the only one who had reached the half-step holy realm. His powerful strength ensured that the Chung clan firmly held the position of the top among the four major clans. He would never allow anyone from the other three major clans to break through to the half-step holy realm and be on equal footing with him. Haha, Brother Cheng's spirit remains undiminished. Whenever you have time, come visit the Yu family so we can catch up. UFA also said with a smile, appearing very sincere. But his inner thoughts were far from simple. Chung Mingze wanted to kill him. How could he not have killing intent as well? I will definitely go when the opportunity arises, Chung Mingze replied with a smile, continuing the pretense of cordiality. To outsiders, it appeared as though their relationship was quite good. Fan Tiancheng and Kuei Qi quietly listened, not interrupting, and their expressions remained unchanged. No one knew what the two were thinking. Not long after their conversation, a team of elite soldiers approached, clad in silver armor, their expressions emotionless, all being warriors above the 6th rank, with long-lasting vitality and heavy footsteps. The four clan heads. The Lord of the County requests your presence. The leading commander, with mid-level innate strength, blandly clasped his hands, appearing to be handling official business. Chung Mingze and UFA stopped their conversation, returning the salute. Regardless, this white-armored commander represented the state and the royal family, and necessary etiquette could not be neglected. Under the guidance of the white-armored commander, the four major clans entered the Lord's mansion, with guards stationed every 5 steps, the atmosphere tense, making it daring for anyone to make the slightest move. The Lord's mansion was powerful, with 3 camps outside, each stationed with 10,000 soldiers. And the camp leaders were all at the innate realm. Additionally, the county governor, Chun Shinjun, was highly valued by the Chu king, with strength reaching mid-level half-step holy realm. As expected, after receiving the invitation from the Lord's mansion, the 4 major clans did not hesitate and rushed over without delay. In the center of the Lord's mansion stood a grand hall, dozens of yards long and wide, and over 10 yards high, with 36 steps leading up to it. This magnificent building faintly emanated a heavy aura. The county governor has issued an order for the heads of the 4 major clans to enter the hall. The others are to wait in the side hall. Just as they stepped onto the steps, a soldier said with a cold expression, his left hand open, blocking the path that UFA and the others had taken earlier, while his right hand rested on his sword, showing no fear of the powerful. General Pang, they are all. Chung Mingze frowned, displeased. The nobility of ancient clans should not be trampled by ordinary people. The Chung clan. This is the power center of Bajuan. The county governor has issued an order. Do you intend to defy it? Pang Wan's expression was unafraid as he unsheathed his sword, its cold light dazzling. The hundreds of soldiers around them simultaneously drew their weapons, the murderous aura condensing, filling the void and covering everything. The guard's strong stance left Chung Mingze somewhat baffled. He clenched and then relaxed his fists, feeling some trepidation in his heart and hesitating to act. General, calm down. Hui Ti, sensing that the situation was not right, said with a grin, we are guests at the Lord's mansion, and naturally, we should follow the host arrangements. You all step back. The Lord's mansion represents royal authority and is the safest place in Bajuan. We will not encounter danger. Chung Mingze snorted coldly, but did not oppose. Chapter 41, Horn Mountain Ding. Ding. The 4 corners of the great hall were filled with wind chimes, producing a pleasing sound. The heads of the 4 major clans walked into the hall with complex emotions and saw Lord Chunshin, dressed in official robes, seated in the main position. In the hall, there were 4 auspicious golden incense burners at the corners, and 2 tables on each side, laden with delicious dishes, with no one else present. Greetings to Lord Chunshin. The 4, UFA, Chung Mingze, Fan Tiancheng, and Kuei Qi, bowed respectfully, clasping their fists, slightly bending their bodies, their movements meticulous and their demeanor noble. Thanks to the cultivation of their ancient clans. In order to distinguish themselves from ordinary people, the clans emphasized the cultivation of etiquette. Every member had to learn manners at the age of maturity. In the wilderness continent of the 7 kingdoms, there had even been competitions to see which country had the most elaborate etiquette. Please sit. Lord Chunshin stood up, slightly clasped his fists, pointed to the table, and said with a smile. The group sat down and chatted for a moment. Suddenly, Lord Chunshin spoke, The ancestors of the four clan heads achieved great military accomplishments for the state of Chu, receiving honors and basking in the emperor's grace. However, there is one question that this office wants to verify. Are the four clan heads willing to emulate their ancestors? The lively atmosphere instantly faded. Cheng Mingze put down his chopsticks, his face slightly grave as he pondered how to respond. They all understood Lord Chuanshin's intention. He wanted to raise 30 million measures of grain through taxation. Naturally, they were unwilling. How much would 30 million measures of grain cost to sell? But Lord Chuanshin's question left them at a loss for a counterargument. The ancestors of the four major clans were all local landlords. Although they lived comfortably and without worries, they were not nobles. Later, during an external war, when the Chu army was short on supplies, the ancestors of the four clans seized the opportunity to provide massive amounts of grain. After the battle, the king of Chu rewarded them, and the ancestors of the four clans were granted noble titles. It could be said that the four major clans owe their current status to their ancestors' contributions of grain. On a broader scale, providing grain is an expression of loyalty to the ruler and patriotism. On a smaller scale, it reflects the morality of their ancestors. How could they oppose that? Lord Chuanshin's question was indeed sharp and tricky, leaving them without an excuse to refute. If they said they were unwilling, the reputation of the four major clans would be ruined, labeled as ungrateful traitors to the state and disrespectful to their ancestors. Willing to emulate, unable to find a reason to refute, the four clan heads could only force a smile and say against their will, "Good, it's no wonder you are the pillars of the state, now that the Qin state is raising troops to attack Qin County. With hundreds of thousands of soldiers fighting bravely at the front lines to protect their homes and country, we, as officials and nobles, must not let them feel disheartened." The four clan heads, am I right? Lord Chuanshin picked up a cup of wine, not tasting it but playing with it in his hand, his face revealing a strange smile. The four clan heads felt a chill down their spines, their hearts growing wary as they recalled the famous incident from 500 years ago, when they broke their cups as a signal for the executioners to act. Could it be that there were executioners hidden in the hall? Cheng Mingze thought to himself, unconsciously scanning the hall and noticing the intricate formations, unable to discern the reality, and couldn't help but glance deeply at Lord Chuanshin. The Lord is deeply principled, which makes me admire him greatly. Cheng Mingze looked around and found that no one had spoken, glancing at Yufa, who sat quietly like an old monk, and couldn't he help but clasp his fists and speak. Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi felt a tightening in their hearts, sensing that they were falling into a trap. The king has ordered that the front lines need 30 million measures of grain. The four clan heads need to think of a way. We must not dishearten the soldiers, or else I, as a local official, would not be pleased. Lord Chuanshin's tone shifted, his expression stern, filled with threats. The atmosphere in the hall had become solidified without them noticing, the eyes of the four clan heads narrowing slightly. Cheng Mingze frowned, preparing to find an excuse to refute. If Lord Chuanshin continued, it seemed that 30 million measures of grain would indeed come from the pockets of the four major clans. Not to mention that the Lord would be unwilling, I would not agree either. Anyone who dares to dishearten the soldiers is opposing the Yu clan. At this moment, Yufa stood up, his expression excited. Cheng Mingze's face completely darkened, and just as he was about to speak, he forcefully swallowed his words, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Good. Lord Yu's righteousness is commendable. What about the other three clan heads? Lord Chuanshin's eyes flashed with surprise as he looked deeply at Yufa and then turned his gaze to Cheng Mingze. He knew that the other two, Fan and Kuei, would follow Cheng's lead. Returning to the Lord, I am also willing. With Yufa's interference, could Cheng Mingze still oppose? He could only swallow his grievances. But one must not underestimate the power of imperial authority. The rise of the four major clans depended on the rewards from the king. If the Yu clan fully supported the northern front and the king of Chu issued rewards, the power of the Yu clan would enter the court. And then the other three clans would find their days numbered. With the Yu clan support, they had his support as well. Returning to the Lord, the Fan clan also fully supports the front lines. Returning to the Lord, the Kuei clan also supports the king's endeavors. Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi, seeing the trend of the situation, naturally did not dare to oppose and stood up, clasping their fists to speak. The two looked at UFA with eyes that seemed to wish to carve him into 1,000 pieces. Good. The 4 major clans will provide 30 million measures of grain as tax. This office will report to the king. Lord Chunshin was overjoyed. He said this with ulterior motives. He framed the forced contribution of 30 million measures of grain from the 4 major clans as taxation, in order to avoid tarnishing his own reputation. But he did not know that his actions would stir up a huge storm throughout the state of Chu. My son, I can only help with this. The rest depends on you. UFA thought to himself, glancing at the wine in Lord Chunshin's hand, which he had yet to set down. Clearly, this cup of wine was not meant for drinking. Perhaps I can only choose this way. Chung Mingze also noticed Lord Chunshin's wine cup, his heart tightening, a faint smile appearing on his face. Come, this office toasts everyone with a cup. Lord Chunshin said loudly, raising his cup and downing it in one gulp, his face full of smiles. Gathering the grain would also relieve the crisis of grain shortage in Qin County. Horn Mountain, one of the few high mountains in Bajuan, dense with forests and steep terrain, with cliffs on 3 sides, and only one mountain path leading to the summit, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Hidden within this mountain peak was the largest bandit force in Bajuan, the Blackfire Gang. Master, just 60 miles ahead is Horn Mountain. After leaving an abandoned mountain villa with no signs of human habitation, Yu Sheng, dressed in a white robe and holding the blood-drinking sword, stood tall. In front of him, a ghost soldier knelt, transforming into human form, reporting respectfully. Ghost soldiers possess the ability to transform into anything, changing various appearances without affecting their true form. Unless one has a certain level of cultivation, it is difficult to detect them. Be careful to avoid enemy scouts along the way. Yu Sheng said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. He wondered if Horn Mountain was suitable for a visit and whether he could obtain a gift pack. Chapter 42. The might of Blackfire stronghold. The ghost soldiers continued forward, their movements light as a feather, and soon arrived at the forest at the foot of Oxhorn Mountain. Master, I have gathered intelligence. There are over 10,000 people in Blackfire stronghold on Oxhorn Mountain. Excluding the elderly, women, and children, there are about 3,000 combat personnel, all of whom are martial artists of at least the 3rd rank. The chief is at the innate realm, while the 2nd and 3rd chiefs are rank 9 martial artists. A ghost soldier floated over, clasping his fists in salute, his expression filled with disdain, clearly looking down on the strength of Blackfire stronghold. He was confident that he could annihilate Blackfire stronghold within half a day. Ghost 1, the terrain of Oxhorn Mountain is treacherous. How should we attack? Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed, slightly surprised to find that the destitute bandits had an innate martial artist stationed there. Ghost 1 is the name given to this ghost soldier. The ghost clan has strict hierarchy. Apart from the powerful ghost clan, the rest are not qualified to have names. To differentiate, Yu Sheng named the 3 ghost soldiers Ghost 1, Ghost 2, and Ghost 3. In response to the master, I believe we can leverage the Ghost Clan's strengths and launch our attack at night. After a brief contemplation, Ghost 1 revealed a confident smile and respectfully reported. At night? Yu Sheng nodded slightly, deep in thought. He knew that the ghost soldiers were strongest at night and could conceal themselves in darkness, making them hard to detect. If the ghost soldiers could infiltrate silently, the subsequent battle would be much easier. Otherwise, if Blackfire stronghold utilized the terrain of Oxhorn Mountain, a direct confrontation would result in a Pyrrhic victory even if they succeeded. All right, let's rest for a while and attack at midnight. Yu Sheng waved his hand, and the army set off to find a concealed location to adjust their conditions optimally. During the rest period, there were often patrols coming down from Blackfire stronghold to scout the surroundings, which surprised Yu Sheng. It was unexpected for a bandit force to be so vigilant. 5 hours later, as night fell, the moonlight was blocked by thick clouds, plunging the world into darkness, and nothing could be seen in the dense forest. Move out, Ghost 1 commanded coldly, a murderous intent gradually surfacing in his eyes. Leading the way, he melded into the darkness and headed towards Oxhorn Mountain. 900 ghost soldiers followed closely behind, transforming into shadowy figures, like the Grim Reaper at midnight, wielding sharp scythes to reap the lives of the living. Yu Sheng trailed far behind, his cultivation level too low to push too far ahead, with 100 ghost soldiers protecting him, completely concealed in the darkness, making it nearly impossible to see with the naked eye. At the summit of Oxhorn Mountain, many rudimentary houses were constructed, dimly lit by flickering lights, and squads of soldiers patrolled with vigilant expressions. Several prominent cliffs had watchtowers built on them, capable of monitoring the entire Oxhorn Mountain. It was hard to imagine this was set up by bandits. General, how much longer can we remain hidden? In a slightly larger room, a pot of firewood was burning, the flames flickering and casting a glaring light on three middle-aged men. The man in the middle, clad in black armor marred with scars from weapons, had a helmet beside him. His imposing figure bore a weathered expression. To his left stood an elegant figure in tattered robes, holding a feather fan, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if he needed a label warning others to keep their distance. The speaker was a robust man, wielding two long axes, their sharpness radiating a chilling aura that made others hesitate to look directly at him. The power of the Shao family has already spread across Ba County. It won't be long before they find us. The elegant figure spoke. He was the second in command, Fong Shun, a strategist renowned in the Chu Kingdom, skilled in formulating tactics and achieving many victories against greater numbers. The marshal was assassinated, and the Shao family was the mastermind. The Lord actually turned a blind eye. We must avenge the marshal, the robust man bellowed, his voice fierce as he swung his axes, creating several arcs in the air, exuding an endless chilling, killing intent, resembling a mighty demon slaying the world. This aura far surpassed that of an ordinary innate martial artist. Zhong Liang, do you want to alert outsiders? The general frowned slightly and reprimanded in a deep voice. The fearless, robust man, Zhong Liang, like a mouse encountering a cat, immediately fell silent, retracting his aura to become a rank 9 martial artist. General, it seems that besides the Shao family, others are also keeping an eye on us. At this moment, Fong Xuan spoke, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. He was also a scholar, though not as formidable as Guo Jia and Wu Bai, yet rare to find a match across the entire Chu Kingdom. He had set up rudimentary formations around Oxhorn Mountain as a warning system. Just a moment ago, he sensed that his formation had been disturbed on a large scale. Let's go take a look. The general was extremely cautious. Over the years, he had cultivated to the peak of the innate realm, rising from a mere soldier to the leader of an army, and had survived the upheaval. Still alive today due to his caution. Understood, General. Zhong Liang tightened his grip on the axes, their edges glinting. With a single step, Zhong Liang leaped into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the sight of the others. Under the cover of night, Ghost One led the ghost soldiers to carefully move forward, quickly bypassing the previous defenses, and they were about to reach the summit. Wait! Suddenly, Ghost One halted, his scarlet eyes flashing as he detected an incoming axe light. The axe light was sharp, flashing with a blood-red glow, carrying a terrifying killing intent mixed with unparalleled brute force, akin to a giant dragon roaring as it descended. His expression changed slightly, and Ghost One swung his long sword, thrusting it out like a dragon, turning the tides. Sparks flew as the blood-colored axe light shone brilliantly, and the immense force shook the air, causing Ghost One's long sword to bend, directly losing its shape, while a torrent of ghostly energy surged onto the sword. However, his body was still sent flying, crashing into several ghost soldiers behind him, leaving a long trail on the ground. The shockwave swept through, causing ancient trees around to explode, leaves fluttering down, and splintered wood flying everywhere. Zhong Liang stepped out, holding the giant axe with a cold expression, his eyes boiling with killing intent. He stomped the ground with force, his body soaring into the air like a divine mountain, crashing down with great power. Ghost One looked up in horror, sensing the godlike attack descending, and dared not be careless. He quickly shouted, formed the 10,000 ghost formation. 900 ghost soldiers rapidly spread out, forming a mysterious military formation, their long swords pointing toward the sky, releasing a dense, ghostly energy that spread around, quickly enveloping hundreds of feet, resembling a hellish realm. A surge of ghostly power infused into Ghost One, who was at the early innate stage, instantly breaking through to the mid-innate stage, then to the late innate stage. Finally, he stabilized at the peak of the innate realm. 10,000 ghosts devour souls. Ghost One's blood light surged, and behind him appeared a grayish, ghostly figure, its face indistinct, emitting a roar that struck at the soul. As Zhongliang, who was diving down, heard the roar, he felt a throbbing pain in his head, his soul trembling as if being torn by a mysterious force. This situation was something he had never encountered before. For his own safety, Zhongliang ceased his attack, retreating dozens of feet to stand atop an ancient tree. Chapter 43. The Fire Demon King, who are you? Zhongliang asked coldly, trying to buy time for reinforcements to arrive and completely eradicate Gue Yi and his companions. No matter who it was, once they discovered their hiding place, they must die. 10,000 ghosts slash. Gue Yi did not respond. The sword energy in his hand surged like a rainbow, releasing dozens of phantoms imbued with dark, ghostly energy, producing a piercing sound as they brushed against the air. The grayish, ghostly figures behind him rippled with circles of mystical power, covering an area of hundreds of miles, axe splitting mountains and rivers. Zhong Liang's expression revealed anger as he swung his dual axes again, crashing down like a towering mountain. The momentum was terrifying, and where the axe light passed, the void rippled continuously. This was his trump card. He had killed enemies 7 times in and out on the battlefield, and within the same realm, no one dared to face his edge. But this time, he encountered Gue Yi, who was equivalent to the peak of the innate realm. Yeah. Just as the attack was about to land, a harsh laughter echoed. Zhong Liang's expression changed drastically. Feeling as if his soul were being pierced by countless needles, his head pounding, and his mind hazy, making it difficult to maintain a fighting state. The power of the axe in his hand instantly weakened by 7 levels. Boom! The long sword struck the axe, sounding like thunder from the heavens, deafening. Zhong Liang was instantly sent flying, blood spurting out, his face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. So powerful, he half-knelt on the ground, with a bloody and mangled wound on his chest, still laced with gnawing ghostly energy. He wanted to stand up, but found he couldn't muster any strength. Gue Yi held the sword, expressionless, his body wrapped in endless ghostly energy, like a demon god descending from hell to the mortal world. The long sword suddenly rose, glinting coldly, ready to strike down. Of course, this was just to intimidate Zhong Liang and force him to yield. Stop! Suddenly, a spear energy swept in, accompanied by a loud sound. A black-armored general appeared in front of Zhong Liang. General, this subordinate has brought you shame, Zhong Liang said, his face filled with shame. Once a vanguard general, he had fallen to such a state, it was truly embarrassing. The general said nothing, his robust body erupting with overwhelming momentum. The peak innate aura unmistakably sweeping everything away, his will seemingly merging with the spear as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appear behind him, killing intent soaring to the clouds. It was as if he could overturn rivers and seas and upend the sky with just a spear. This is bad. The intelligence was wrong. Gue Yi's expression changed drastically. According to his intelligence, there was only one innate martial artist in the Blackfire village. But now, 2 innate martial artists had appeared, one of whom was at the peak of the innate realm. He could not be sure if there were other innate martial artists in the Blackfire village, if there were the safety of his master. Thinking of this, Gue Yi was filled with regret and anxiety, losing the desire to fight, and loudly ordered, "Retreat." The ghost soldiers also sensed the intense pressure from the black-armored general and hurriedly retreated upon hearing Gue Yi's command. "Stop!" The black-armored general bellowed. The blood light flashed on the spear in his hand as he forcefully threw it, embedding it in the retreating mountain path, the energy exploding and creating a pit dozens of feet deep. The pervasive spear intent made the nearby ghost soldiers tremble, their eyes filled with fear, as if stepping forward would lead to their annihilation. "Come, let's have a good chat." The black-armored general's figure flickered, the blood light flashing, appearing beside the spear. Reaching out to pull it out forcefully, his momentum like a mountain, casting a fierce gaze at Gue Yi in the depths of his eyes. A hint of gravity and surprise emerged as he discovered that the strength of the ghost soldiers before him was actually above 7th grade martial artists. This was terrifying. Even the elite troops of the Chu Kingdom, the Shinshi army, could not achieve all members being 7th grade martial artists. He became intensely curious about the identity of these individuals. Kill. Gu, worried about the safety of his master, filled with anxiety, took the initiative to attack, his long sword raised. A wave of pitch-black, ghostly energy sweeping across the sky, as if countless ghosts were howling, mixed with endless murderous intent. The black-armored general's gaze remained unchanged. He waved the spear, the blood-colored cold light flashing, annihilating 3,000 miles. In an instant, the two began to fight, and it was hard to tell who would win. I can sign in. The arriving Yu Sheng saw a silver seal floating at the entrance of the checkpoint, and his face lit up with joy. Who? 10 members of the Black Fire Village discovered Yu Sheng, their faces showing fierce expressions as they raised their weapons, surrounding him completely, not realizing the 100 ghost soldiers behind them. They vaguely heard the battle on the mountain, but since the village master had not issued an order, they could not leave their posts, so upon seeing Yu Sheng, they instinctively assumed he was an enemy. In fact, he was indeed an enemy. Knock them all out, Yu Sheng said flatly. Because he wanted to take control of the Black Fire Village, he did not hold back. The members of the Black Fire Village were momentarily stunned. Before they could react, they felt dizzy and their vision darkened, collapsing onto the cold ground in disarray. Yu Sheng hurriedly stepped forward and placed his hand on the silver seal, pressing down hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening the Horn Mountain. Reward. Ghost Clan Leader. Fire Demon King. Do you wish to summon? Yu Sheng raised his eyebrows, his expression a mix of surprise and joy. It turned out to be the leader of the Ghost Clan. Ghost soldiers correspond to martial artists, while ghost soldiers correspond to innate realms. Could the leader be a saint-level martial artist? Just right, 3,000 ghost soldiers lacked a leader. If he appointed one of the 3 ghost soldiers, the other 2 would surely be dissatisfied, but they couldn't be left without someone to command. They would fight individually. This summoning of the Ghost Clan leader was truly a pressing need. Check the information on the Fire Demon King. Yu Sheng silently thought. Name, Fire Demon King. Level, Ghost Clan leader, Saint level Ghost Cultivator. Cultivation technique, Extrême Joy Ghost Charme. Description, residing in the lowest level of the Ghost Realm, ruler of the world of extreme joy. Maintaining an unchanging appearance for 1,000 years using the Fire Spirit Pearl. After reading the contents of the Jade Scroll, many details about the Fire Demon King flashed in Yu Sheng's mind, leaving him in awe. The place where the Fire Demon King lived was a vast world, and even the lowest level of the Ghost Realm had saint-level power. It was hard to imagine how powerful the peak experts of that world would be. Was it a breakthrough to the saint level, or was it even more powerful than the saint level? Yu Sheng took a deep breath. The emergence of the Fire Demon King greatly stimulated him, and his desire for the rewards became even stronger. Summon. Yu Sheng steadied his mind and quickly thought, while simultaneously opening his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was slightly taken aback to find that the ghost soldiers had protected him in the center, releasing dense, ghostly energy and drawing their long swords, aiming at the road leading down the mountain. Following the direction, Yu Sheng saw a figure standing there, dressed in a gray tattered robe, with long sleeves fluttering, an otherworldly aura, and deep eyes like the ocean, lightly waving a feather fan. Even without saying a word, he exuded immense pressure. The strong ones on the mountain must be the master's subordinates. Can you tell me the purpose of your visit to the Black Fire Village? Fong Xun asked calmly, her voice clear, resonating within 100 feet, carrying a scholarly righteousness that made the surrounding ghostly energy dissipate slightly. With a single sentence, she changed the surrounding environment. The means of a cultured person. Chapter 44. A thought transforms heaven. The air was quiet, and 100 ghost soldiers couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was not out of fear or terror, but because they faced Wen Xiao, and low-ranking ghost soldiers inherently felt a sense of dread. A person well-versed in poetry and literature naturally exudes an aura of grace and talent. Wen Xiao, having read extensively and achieved mastery, radiated elegance and brilliance, and within him formed a vast righteous spirit. For the Ghost Clan, This was akin to a nemesis. Moreover, Fang Xuan was also a late-stage innate when Xiao, far surpassing the Go soldiers in strength. Was the intelligence incorrect? The thought flashed through Yu Sheng's mind as he sensed a similar aura from Fang Shuyuan as he did from Wujia. An innate realm when Xiao would never turn into a bandit. This black fire stronghold must be hiding some unknown secrets. Unwilling to speak? Then let us capture you first. Fang Xuan remained calm and composed, his voice gentle as the wind. With a flick of his feather fan, dozens of golden threads shot out, weaving into a net in the void, enveloping Yu Sheng. A thought transforms heaven. This technique was very famous in the state of Chu. If knowledgeable people were to see it, they would definitely recognize it. It was a renowned skill of the only sage realm when Xiao, Wu Bai, the reformist of Chu, with the power of thought, spiritual energy, moved as intended, encompassing all things in heaven and earth, capable of both offense and defense, with boundless power. It was rumored that upon reaching mastery, one could cover the sky with a thought. Wu Bai once preached, and Fang Xuan had the fortune to observe. Having cultivated for decades, he had only just begun to glimpse the path. Yet even so, its power was immense. The golden net, dozens of yards wide, descended from the sky with overwhelming momentum, imprisoning all. What a terrifying technique. Yu Sheng's eyes instantly became serious. He could feel that the surrounding void had been sealed off, and the golden net was like a divine mountain, rolling toward him. Not to mention a person. Even mosquito wouldn't be able to escape. With a whoosh, the void rippled, and the 100 ghost soldiers collapsed to the ground, even worse off than Yu Sheng. They were about to be captured. Suddenly, a cold and stern night wind swept in, and a vague figure appeared, exuding a vibrant red, ghostly aura. Dressed in a red long dress, holding a spirit pearl, her expression cold and enchanting, filled with authority. You shall die by 3 o'clock. The cold yet melodious voice echoed in the void, as if it came from the horizon, or perhaps from the depths of the heart, carrying an irresistible will. Fang Xuan's expression changed dramatically. A chilling and terrifying aura enveloped him, as if millions of evil spirits were gripping him tightly, rendering him immobile, as if his soul were about to be torn apart. A wave of despair surged in his heart. He had never encountered such a bizarre martial technique. The king of hell orders you to die at 3, who can keep you alive until 5. With a swoosh, the fire ghost king's body swayed, her slender and long hands curling like claws, radiating brilliant red light, flashing before Fang Xuan. As soon as she struck, Fang Xuan would perish, his soul scattering. Stop! At this critical moment, Yu Sheng's voice rang out. He saw that Fang Xuan was not simple and felt a liking for his talent. His purpose for coming out this time, apart from signing in, was to subdue the black fire stronghold and enhance his strength. Yes, upon hearing the command, the fire ghost king paused, her red skirt and long sleeves fluttering, her body light and graceful as she knelt on one knee, respectfully declaring, I pay my respects to my master. Master! This title left Fang Xuan dumbfounded, filled with shock. He realized that the Fire Ghost King possessed sage realm strength. Yet such an existence was kneeling before this young man. Heavens! Fang Xuan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. A sage realm powerhouse, in the state of Chu, was a dominant figure. Even in the Danyang Imperial Palace, before the Supreme Chu King, they need not bow. Their status so noble that it surpassed ordinary imagination. It's real. After opening his eyes again, Fang Xuan accepted reality, his emotions surging. Please rise quickly. Seeing the Fire Ghost King, Yu Sheng was also astonished by her charm, his eyes sparkling, but he quickly calmed down and turned to Fang Xuan, saying, You asked me about my purpose here, and now I can tell you. Please speak. Fang Xuan bowed, a glimmer of brilliance appearing in his eyes as he settled his mind, listening attentively. I want to beat around the bush. I came to Yujiao Mountain to subdue the Black Fire Stronghold. I wonder what relation you have with the Black Fire Stronghold? Yu Sheng said with a smile, curiosity evident on his face. The Fire Ghost King stood up, her steps graceful, moving behind Yu Sheng, playing with a red pearl, her unparalleled beauty making one drool. Yet Fang Xuan knew this was a pair of thorny flowers. I pay my respects to the leader. The 100 ghost soldiers exchanged glances, sensing the bloodline pressure emanating from the Fire Ghost King, and simultaneously knelt down, their faces revealing utmost respect, their heads bowed deeply, not daring to look directly. The Fire Ghost King scanned her gaze, ignoring them, but her gentle body radiated an extremely powerful pressure. Fang Xuan's expression remained unchanged, but deep inside, his thoughts were racing, his eyes shining brightly as he had already devised a plan. He vowed to avenge the marshal, but the Shao clan was a top family in the state of Chu, wielding immense power. Relying solely on his own strength to seek revenge was akin to a mayfly shaking a tree. Over the years, under the pursuit of the Shao clan, they fled in all directions, resorting to banditry, and even the clothes on their backs had not been changed for many years. At this rate, not to mention seeking revenge, he might not even survive. In previous years, he had thought of leveraging other forces to attack the Shao clan, but there had never been a suitable target. Without 100% benefit, who would dare offend the powerful and influential Shao clan? Now, Yu Xing's words sparked an idea in him. This young master, I can submit, but with one condition. As long as you agree, the 15,000 people of the Blackfire Stronghold will follow your orders and serve you. Fang Xuan's gaze was intense as he looked at Yu Sheng, his expression somewhat serious, speaking earnestly. No matter what, this was his last hope. It was certain that if Yu Sheng did not agree, his life would also be in danger. Please speak. Yu Sheng did not respond immediately, calmly asking. One must plan before acting. Without knowing the specific situation, he could not just agree. As long as you are willing to eliminate the Shao clan, my life will belong to you. Fang Xuan bowed, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty, killing intent, revealing his deep hatred for the Shao clan. As long as you are willing to eliminate the Shao clan, I, Qi Hua, am willing to submit and follow you for life. As long as you are willing to eliminate the Shao clan, I, Zhong Liang, am willing to submit and charge in a battle for you. Two more voices came down from the mountaintop. The general's expression was calm, holding a long spear, its sharpness piercing the sky. He had not sustained any injuries in the battle with Gue Yi. Zhong Liang followed closely, his right hand pressed against his chest, his face pale, his steps somewhat unsteady. The two of them had resolute expressions as they approached Yu Sheng, bowing in respect. What about the ghost soldiers? When the two appeared, Yu Sheng knew that Gue Yi had already been defeated, and his expression showed some concern. He indeed wanted to subdue the Blackfire Stronghold, but he valued the ghost soldiers more. They had achieved merits in resisting the seven-colored flower. No matter what, he could not let his subordinates feel disheartened. Chapter 45. Shocking secrets, my lord. Your subordinate has overexerted himself and is currently healing on the mountain peak. There is no major issue. Qi saw that Yu Sheng had not spoken for a long time, and after a moment's thought, he understood. He respectfully continued. After defeating Gue Yi, I was wary of the forces behind him, so I did not kill him immediately, but imprisoned him on the mountain peak, then hurried to find Fang Xuan. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, both witnessed the power of the Fire Ghost King, who had surprisingly reached the Holy Realm. They also overheard the conversation between Fang Xuan and Yu Sheng, which made them a bit tempted, and they hurriedly stood up to express their stance. Hearing that Gue Yi was fine, Yu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Qi Hua and the others, falling into contemplation, leaving no one able to discern his thoughts. The Shao family was one of the three major clans of the state of Chu, with tens of thousands of members. A Holy Realm ancestor presiding over them, and their kin spread across the military, politics, and business sectors, forming a complex web of relationships. It was as if the young master of the Cheng family was a disciple of the Shao family's ancestor. Currently, he controlled 4 terrifying Holy Realm powerhouses, including the left and right protectors of the demon sect, the top strategist Guojia, and the Fire Ghost King. In terms of the number of strong fighters, he was completely not inferior to the Shao family, and perhaps even slightly stronger. However, he was now considering a very practical question. Was it worth it to become enemies with the Shao family for the sake of Qi Hua and the others? My lord, I have a monumental matter to inform you. Qi Hua noticed Yu Sheng's hesitation and spoke with a fierce expression, revealing boundless killing intent. He knew that once he disclosed that secret, it could determine his fate. A monumental matter? Please speak. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in surprise. He was curious about what could be called a monumental matter. This person could defeat Gui, indicating that he was also quite powerful within the innate realm. What could his so-called monumental matter be? From the tone of your voice, you must belong to the clans of the state of Chu. The secret I am about to reveal will certainly affect your family's interests and may even implicate you. This secret is that the Shao family is conspiring to rebel. Qi Hua's expression turned serious, his eyes filled with worry. The former marshal perished because he learned of this secret. As a trusted aide to the marshal, he was fortunate enough to learn it, which led to him being hunted for several years. He was a soldier personally promoted by the marshal. While he may not be completely loyal to the state, he held a sincere heart towards the marshal. He endured various difficulties for revenge and was now willing to pledge loyalty to a young man. But he had no regrets. Yu Sheng's gaze sharpened and his brows furrowed. The Shao family was actually planning a rebellion? If the Shao family rebelled, given their complex web of power relations, it was likely that half of the clans in the state of Chu would be implicated, and no one could remain unscathed. Take Ba County as an example. The young master of the Chung family had taken the Shao family's ancestor as his master. If it were said that he did not participate in the rebellion, no one would believe it, especially since the Yu family and the Chung family were in an antagonistic relationship. Calculating this, as long as the Shao family rebelled, in terms of camp division, the Yu family would already be enemies of the Shao family. The royal ancestor's lifespan is nearing its end. Once he falls, the state of Chu will surely descend into chaos. Qi was said solemnly, clearly articulating this shocking news. Yu Sheng was taken aback, his expression changing drastically. The royal ancestor was actually on the verge of death. With his increasing awareness, he knew that beyond the holy realm, there must be even stronger realms. Perhaps to those powerful beings, holy realm cultivators were merely ordinary ants. The royal family had strong figures beyond the holy realm stationed, which Yu Sheng believed. Otherwise, they would not be able to suppress several clans with holy realm powerhouses. It was easy to imagine that if a royal family holy realm powerhouse fell, and the clans lost their suppression, chaos would be inevitable. Unless someone could break through to a realm beyond the holy realm before the royal ancestor perished. However, what this person said might not be credible. How do you know such a secret? Yu Sheng looked deeply at Qi Hua. This news should still be unknown to the royal family. Otherwise, why would they allow the Shao family to develop? After all, if they did not stop it in advance. Once the ancestor fell and chaos erupted in Danyang, it would directly shake the foundation of the royal family's rule, leading to untold suffering. It seemed that Qi Hua's background was also quite extraordinary to know such shocking secrets. Qi Hua did not hide it and candidly informed him. He knew that to win Yu Sheng's trust, he could not conceal anything. Any hidden information would surely lead to a bad end. General Tianche, Yu Sheng murmured softly. This name was very familiar to him. After thinking for a moment, he revealed a look of sudden realization. If you remember correctly, this General Tian Su should be the strongest general from the rebellion over a decade ago. Strangely, however, it had not triggered any chaos, and only the trusted aides of General Tian Su had died. At that time, the court was in great turmoil, and in the end, the king of Chu entrusted the matter to the Shao family to handle. Thinking of this, Yu Sheng had already begun to believe Qi Hua's words and continued to converse for a while to gain a detailed understanding of the identities of the three. I am willing to take you in. Finally, Yu Sheng agreed to the request. After all, the Shao family's rebellion was only a matter of time. The Yu family could not remain aloof, and besides, the three of them were all talents, especially Qi Hua, who was well-versed in military strategy and was a capable commander. Precisely the kind of person he was lacking. Meet the Lord! Meet the Lord! Meet the Lord! The three were overjoyed, kneeling on one knee, cupping their fists in salute, performing a gesture of loyalty with their weapons held to their chests, representing their eternal allegiance, unwavering unto death. Please rise, Yu Sheng said happily. After getting acquainted, Qi Hua took the lead and invited Yu Sheng to the mountain stronghold, gathering his subordinates, about a dozen lieutenants, to introduce them to Yu Sheng and announce their loyalty. At first, a few lieutenants were unconvinced, But when the Fire Ghost King revealed his imposing aura, they all obediently fell silent. Thus, Yusheng subdued the Black Fire stronghold, adding 3 innate warriors and 3,000 soldiers to his ranks. How confusing! In Danyang City, the capital of the state of Chu, which stretched 100 miles in length and width and rose 100 feet high, a place of great energy and rich spiritual aura. The clouds in the sky rolled and shifted, changing endlessly. The newborn morning sun cast its light, illuminating the sky and earth, a vast expanse of blue. In the center of the city, in a grand courtyard, an old man looked at the intelligence in his hand, his expression particularly grim, the air around him icy cold. Master, the Ba County clan is incredibly wealthy. Is it not a big deal for senior brother to collect taxes for the Qin County soldiers? A young man stood beside him, dressed in a blue robe, speaking with confidence but a hint of confusion. Sai, you don't understand. The old man's eyes flashed with disappointment as he set down the intelligence and said in a deep voice, I have presided over reforms 3 times, strengthening the comprehensive national power of the state of Chu. Do you know why I succeeded? Master's wisdom is unparalleled. You have a broad perspective, a long-term vision, and the strategies you formulated align with national conditions, gaining the support of the monarch. The young man in blue said without hesitation, his eyes revealing admiration. That is only one aspect. The other aspect is that I did not touch the interests of clans. The old man shook his head, his voice cold and filled with an icy chill. Spring Shinjuan's intentions are good, but he underestimates the selfishness of the clans. Even if he sends troops to the 4 major clans to seize grain, I could ensure his safety, but if he wants to collect taxes, then I would be powerless. At least not now. At this moment, a servant bent over and entered, respectfully saying, My lord, the monarch has sent an envoy, requesting your presence in court. Understood. The old man's words were interrupted, and he did not continue, straightening his clothing as he walked out of the room, his white hair flying in the wind. The residence was the Wu residence. The old man was the reformist Wu Bai. The young man in blue was Wu Bai's disciple and the junior brother of Spring Shinjun. Xinglin, Chapter 36. The wind has risen. The royal palace, located in the center of Danyang City, boasts magnificent architecture and grandeur. The soldiers at the palace gate are well armed, with ordinary soldiers being martial artists of at least the 7th rank, and the leading officer is a congenital warrior. In the shadows, a terrifying aura lurks, faintly visible, indicating that a master of the sacred realm is stationed at the palace gate. Wu Bai holds a distinguished position. As the carriage approaches, nobles and ministers step aside, lifting the curtains and cupping their fists in salute. The carriage stops at the palace gate, and the ministers disembark, adjusting their attire, entering one by one with serious expressions, refraining from conversation, as they pass through the long corridor to arrive before a grand hall. The Golden Dragon Hall. This hall serves as the power center of the Chu Kingdom, with a tall foundation and 99 layers of carved dragonstone steps, resembling a heavenly path that reaches the sky. Flags flutter on both sides, showcasing the royal authority. Half an hour later, the civil and military officials have gathered. Inside the spacious hall, incense wafts in the air, providing a refreshing aroma that invigorates the spirit and temporarily alleviates fatigue. The king has arrived. Accompanied by a sharp and penetrating voice, the ruler of this vast territory strides forward steadily and takes his seat on the throne, reigning over the world. He wears a purple gold crown adorned with jewels, a gold robe embroidered with a vivid dragon soaring in the sky, exuding an aura of strength and majesty. With a physique that commands respect and awe. Greetings to the king. The civil and military officials bow. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers bow deeply, while the rest kneel in a strict hierarchy, with no one daring to overstep their bounds, clearly delineating the differences between individuals. Please rise, my loyal ministers. The Chu king declares with authority, his words filled with lofty ambition, evoking a sense of vastness and boundless territory. The officials stand, falling silent, creating a very quiet atmosphere. In reality, the officials are well aware of the purpose of this court meeting. It concerns the tax collection from the 4 major clans of Bajuan, led by the Spring and Autumn Duke. The Chu King's sharp gaze sweeps across the crowd. his expression calm as he speaks in a deep voice. In the midst of war in Qin County, 1 million soldiers fight bravely, and the 4 major clans of Bajuan have voluntarily paid taxes in loyalty to the nation. This act of righteousness begs the question, what reward do you believe I should bestow upon them? As he finishes speaking, his gaze falls on Wu Bai. As the tax collection matter is orchestrated by the Spring and Autumn Duke, who is also a disciple of Wu Bai. Naturally, he assumes this is Wu Bai's plan, preparing for reform. Feeling the king's gaze, Wu Bai feels a bitter pang. He wants to cry out that he is wronged. He intends to suppress the clans. But the timing is not right, as their power is too strong, and he needs an opportunity. Thus, he suggested revising the clan genealogy, letting them tear each other apart. To respond to the king, the 4 major clans of Bajuan have offered grain, showing loyalty to the nation, and should be rewarded. However, their act of taxation contravenes ancestral teachings and disregards the principles of governance. Thus, they should also be punished. Considering all factors, I believe there should be neither reward nor punishment. Wu Bai reflects, maintaining a neutral stance. What he cares about most now is not the 4 major clans of Bajuan, but the safety of the Spring and Autumn Duke. He has 2 disciples. One, with a straightforward personality, is reckless in his actions. Though talented in literature, he is only capable of governing a county at most and cannot inherit Wu Bai's position to lead reforms. The Spring and Autumn Duke excels in many aspects, but his childhood experiences make him overly focused on the people's livelihood, neglecting the role of clans. While seeking benefits for the people is a good thing in Wu Bai's eyes, causing national turmoil due to the interests of the populace and igniting conflicts among different social classes is a significant loss. To respond to the king, I too believe the 4 major clans should not be rewarded. The head of the Shao clan, Shao Tunga, stands up, slightly bowing, his face showing signs of age. Yet his deep-set eyes and confident demeanor exude the aura of a seasoned politician. To respond to the king, we support the words of Inspector Shao. A multitude of officials in the court simultaneously bow and speak, their voices firm, as they are members of clans and must protect clan interests. The political game is akin to a battle. A single word can lead to someone's head rolling and result in conflict, or it may damage the interests of a social class. They are unclear about why the 4 major clans of Bajuan are paying taxes, and it can also be said that they do not care. Regardless, the outcome can only be one. The taxation from the 4 major clans contradicts ancestral teachings, and using ancestral teachings as an excuse prevents the Chu king from rewarding them. This indirectly curtails the trend of clans paying taxes. In the spacious hall, only a few ministers stand, looking at each other with their heads bowed in silence. They come from the commoner class. Although they are in this hall, they are merely decorations, lacking real power. Absurd. Watching the clan ministers oppose him, the Chu king remains expressionless, but the anger within him burns fiercely, further solidifying his determination to rectify the clans. As Guo Jiao predicted, the 4 major clans of Bajuan submitting 30 million measures of grain has made the Chu king envious. Just the one-time tax paid by the 4 major clans of Bajuan exceeds the total annual tax revenue of the entire Bajuan. If taxes were levied on clans nationwide, what an enormous figure that would be. Thinking of this, the Chu king's heart burns even hotter. However, he cannot reveal this. After 1,000 years of development, the clans have deep roots. The Chu kingdom is like a great tree, with the clans as its roots, absorbing nutrients to support the flourishing branches and leaves. Once the roots are lacking, the tree will also fall ill, even collapsing. This matter is to be discussed later. The Chu king states calmly, with no significant disappointment in his eyes. This court meeting is merely a test. Your wisdom is remarkable, my king. Receiving a satisfactory answer, the officials nod and retreat to their ranks, but Shao Tunga does not move, cupping his fists and continuing, Your Majesty. I have heard that the Spring and Autumn Duke oversaw the tax collection for the 4 major clans. Such a person who defies ancestral teachings should be executed. A chill suddenly sweeps through the air, and an endless wave of slaughter sends shivers down spines, revealing Shao Tunga's murderous intent. To respond to the king, the Spring and Autumn Duke is also considering the nation's interests. A moment of carelessness is understandable. Wu Bai shoots a fierce glare at Shao Tunga. hurriedly cupping his fists in salute, wanted to save his disciple's life. Defying ancestral teachings is a capital offense that leads to certain death. By order, the Spring and Autumn Duke has violated ancestral teachings and should be sentenced to death. However, considering his sincere loyalty, he shall be punished at the king's discretion, dismissed from office and exiled to Bajuan. And without the king's command, he must not return to the capital. The Chu king speaks in a deep voice, giving shouting a face. Without waiting for the court officials to react, he stands up and leaves. Dismissed, the eunuch shouts loudly, "Farewell, your majesty." The civil and military officials bow, each leaving the Golden Dragon Hall with their own thoughts. Soon, only Wu Bai remains in the hall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, feeling a slight relief in his heart. He has finally saved the Spring and Autumn Duke's life. As for the official position, he does not care. Once the clans are settled, the Spring and Autumn Duke can not only be reinstated, but could also rise further, possibly becoming one of the 9 ministers. Chapter 37. Headquarters of the 7-colored flower, Lord Wu. The king requests your presence. Not long after, an old eunuch approached, holding a whisk, bowing respectfully. Please lead the way. Wu Bai slightly cupped his hands. After the court meeting dispersed, he did not leave, waiting for the call from King Chu. The two had worked together for many years, and there was still some tacit understanding between them. The old eunuch smiled slightly, hunching his back as he walked ahead, a mark of servility. In the dark, sunless inner palace, he had never straightened his back in his entire life, and over time, he could never stand up straight again. A few minutes later, Wu Bai entered a heavily guarded palace, where a terrifying aura filled the air, as if every inch of space retained a lethal killing intent, making one feel fearful. No one knew what King Chu and Wu Bai talked about, but 2 days later, an imperial decree was issued to the world, announcing that Wu Bai was reinstated as the prime minister, commanding all officials and governing the realm. A storm is about to rise. At the Yu clan castle, the reinstatement of Wu Bai by King Chu was good news, but it was not enough. I still needed to add fuel to the fire. Guo Jiao received the royal edict and revealed a slight smile, then showed an enigmatic expression. Channeling his spiritual energy, he wrote a few lines on paper with a brush, transforming it into a paper bird that flapped its wings and flew away into the distance, disappearing within a few breaths. Not long after, a figure in gray robes appeared silently in the courtyard, with an ordinary expression. Kneeling on one knee, he respectfully clasped his fists and said, "I pay my respects to the Dark Master." The Dark Master referred to Guijia. After Yu Sheng left, he used 100,000 taels of gold to begin building an intelligence network, employing divination techniques to find Luo Jianfei, who was being hunted. After eliminating his enemies, he gained the latter's loyalty. 3 days later, through various means, he recruited 10 capable individuals, all 9th-grade martial artists, with Luo Jianfei being the strongest, reaching the mid-stage of the innate realm. Your task. Guo Jiao wasted no words, taking out a scroll from his sleeve, expressionless, and handed it to Luo Jianfei. Understood. Luo Jianfei clasped his fists, did not ask a single question, and in a flash, left the courtyard. From the moment he arrived until he departed, his expression did not change. As for the contents recorded on the paper, no one knew. It was like a sharp dagger that would erupt with a shocking blow on the day of eternal night. I hope the Lord fares well outside. After handling everything, Guo Jia looked towards the door, his gaze profound, as if with that one glance, he could penetrate the universe and peer into unknown territories. He was a summoned figure. Aside from his abilities, all memories of the past had dissipated, and he formed a special connection with Yu Sheng, intertwining their souls. The master dies, the minister perishes. Thus, Yu Sheng's safety was of utmost importance to Guijia. Even if it meant toppling a nation, it would not be as important as a single hair on Yu Sheng's body. At this moment, far away, in a mysterious mountain forest, trees grew densely. The location remote and far from bustling towns, with few people visiting. Even if someone wanted to come, they would be unable to reach the depths of the forest. Here, poisonous snakes, insects, ants, toads, and scorpions were everywhere, surrounded by a faint green poisonous mist, hazy and dreamlike, causing those with poor sense of direction to get lost if they lingered too long in the woods. The swamp was thick with dense shrubs. From a distance, it appeared as a scene of decay, occasionally bubbling with toxic gas. Deep in the forest, many figures in black robes were hidden, their eyes tightly shut, but their ears were keenly aware of any movement, as nothing could escape their senses. They generally sat cross-legged, visibly inhaling streams of green poisonous gas into their bodies, then slightly parting their lips to exhale the toxic gas, leaving behind pure energy. Their task was to guard the forest. And although there was no one for hundreds of miles, and the area was filled with poison, hardly anyone had come for countless years. Of course, if anyone did come, they would not show mercy. In the woods at the foot of the mountain, the occasional glint of bones silently narrated the dangers of this area. This was the headquarters of the Seven-Colored Flower. Aside from a few high-ranking members, they did not even know which country they were situated in among the seven nations. When they joined the Seven-Colored Flower and headed to the headquarters, they would consume a special pill that numbed their souls and then be transported here, remaining in a comatose state throughout the process. Thus, the mystery of this region was only known to a few. Most assassins practiced demonic arts, being cruel not only to their enemies but also to themselves, refining their bodies with toxic gas and tempering their bones, making their combat power far stronger than ordinary people. Additionally, the Seven-Colored Flower had a strict hierarchy with a particularly high elimination rate, if one did not work hard to cultivate and had low strength. It was not a simple mockery like that of righteous disciples, but a constant threat of elimination at any time and place. Strength determined everything. A gold-ranked assassin could easily eliminate a silver-ranked assassin. They only needed to complete 10 missions for the organization, not to punish them. The Seven-Colored Flower emphasized survival of the fittest. No one would sympathize with the weak and insignificant. Thus, every assassin of the Seven-Colored Flower trained exceptionally hard. But they did not notice an undetectable shadow traversing the forest, silently appearing before a black-robed person with a cold expression. Who? The black-robed person suddenly opened his eyes, shouting loudly, his spiritual energy breaking through his body, reaching the late innate realm. Such strength could establish a clan in the local counties of the Seven Nations, but here, it had been reduced to a mere gatekeeper. Chu, the green envoy, uttered a single word, taking out a token from his sleeve, on which was inscribed the character Chu in iron brush and silver hook, emanating a faint red glow. The pressure that came rushing forward made one unable to help but kneel. Greetings, green envoy. The black-robed person's pupils constricted, suddenly kneeling, prostrating himself, feeling a bit alarmed. He had served for over a decade and had never encountered a messenger from the Seven Nations. Within the Seven-Colored Flower, the master held the highest position, followed by the Red Flower Elder, and then the messengers of the Seven Nations, who were stationed in the Seven Nations and were among the few who knew about the headquarters. The green envoy nodded, his figure strangely traversing the forest, disappearing into the depths of the woods within a few breaths. After about 10 minutes, he passed through a layer of white mist and appeared before a black palace, consisting of dozens of structures, exceedingly quiet, without a sound. He did not hesitate, walking up to a room, slightly bowing, and gently pushed the door open. You have returned from the kingdom of Chu. Have you encountered insurmountable difficulties? Inside the room, the master of the Seven-Colored Flower, the supreme powerhouse Miesherhan, opened his eyes, a fierce poisonous light flashing and terrifying pressure sweeping through, distorting the air. Greetings, master. The green envoy knelt on the ground, his face showing shame, and solemnly said, My subordinate was plotting against the Yu clan's granaries and encountered 2 Sacred Realm powerhouses, and one of them was a Sacred Realm scholar. What force intervened? Miesherhan inquired, his voice flickering with surprise. On the vast wilderness continent, there were very few forces with 2 Sacred Realm cultivators. The Demon Cult. Chapter 38. Assassination of the Demon Sect. Miesherhan frowned slightly upon hearing the words. The Seven-Colored Flower Intelligence Agency is powerful, having investigated all forces in the savage wilderness continent, and even the smallest forces in remote corners are documented in detail. As the master of the Seven-Colored Flower, he may not remember everything by heart, but he has a general understanding, especially of the forces with Saint Realm warriors stationed. However, He had no impression of the term demon sect at all. It was as if this demon sect simply did not exist. But how could a figure like a Saint Realm literary cultivator, known for their extraordinary talent and fame, possibly be unknown? Why was there no memory of the demon sect? My lord, I boldly speculate that this demon sect might not be a local force of the savage wilderness continent. The Qing envoy lowered his head, not daring to meet Mie Shihin's gaze, seemingly recalling a terrifying experience, his eyes filled with fear. Are you saying it's from the primitive continent? Upon hearing this, Mie Shihin's expression changed drastically. Then he shook his head. Impossible. People from the primitive continent have always looked down on the surrounding islands and would not come here voluntarily. And crossing the endless sea is too dangerous. If there were outsiders present, they would be horrified to hear the conversation between the two. So they're not from the savage wilderness continent? Exactly. This world is infinitely vast. No one knows how big it truly is. The savage wilderness continent, which supports hundreds of millions of people, is just the tip of the iceberg in this world, insignificant as dust. Mie Shihun was originally a warrior from the primitive continent. By a twist of fate, he obtained a cultivation method, the imperial art. The name of this cultivation method was acquired in a certain secret realm, and its content was all-encompassing, far more profound than any cultivation method he had ever seen, 1,000 or 10,000 times more. Based on the heavens and earth, establish a supreme dynasty, integrate it into oneself, attain eternal enlightenment, transform into the will of the nation, rule the universe. In the 9 heavens and 10 earths, only I am supreme. The first page of the cultivation method wrote a domineering phrase, carrying an imposing pressure that seemed like an ancient heavenly emperor's decree, imbued with the way of the emperor. Mie Shihun understood that it was merely a cultivation method capable of defying the heavens and changing one's fate. However, the prerequisite for cultivating this method was to establish a nation. Given the countless powerful warriors in the primitive continent, he had no hope of establishing a nation. In order to cultivate the method, he spent over a decade preparing, exhausting all his savings to build a treasure ship, enduring hardships and risking his life, ultimately arriving at the savage wilderness continent, ready to use this land as a foundation to establish his own fated nation. However, although the savage wilderness continent was barren, the 7 kingdoms still had powerful warriors, so he could only proceed slowly, preparing for decades. He sent the Qing envoy to plot against the Yu family's lands as preparation for his grand undertaking. As of today, the preliminary preparations were complete, and he was just waiting for an opportunity. The savage wilderness continent was about to undergo a change. At this crucial moment, if forces from outside the savage wilderness continent appeared, it would inevitably affect his plans. I will give you 3 king-level assassins. Make sure to eliminate the Yu family, and leave no traces. A cold light flashed in Mie Shihin's eyes, as if ancient ice, chilling to the bone, with murderous intent surging within. He directly dispatched the strongest force of the 7-colored flower king-level assassins. Above gold medal assassins, there are king-level assassins. To become a king-level assassin, one does not need great achievements, only to break through to the Saint Realm. Thank you, my lord. Please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. The Qing envoy was overjoyed, mobilizing 3 king-level assassins, fully confident in eliminating the Yu family and eradicating the demon sect. Withdraw and act quickly, Mie Shihun said sharply, his gaze piercing. The Qing envoy knelt in respect and exited the secret chamber, going to mobilize the king-level assassins, leaving the headquarters of the 7-colored flower. It seems I can't delay any longer. The appearance of the demon sect rang alarm bells for Mie Shihun. He pondered for a moment and then commanded in a deep voice, Han envoy, start implementing the plan. This concerns my grand enterprise. Do not make any mistakes. Understood. A cold voice echoed in the empty space, a flash of bright red light revealing mystery. Suddenly, a murderous intent like a waterfall enveloped the entire forest. Tianfu City. Dozens of miles outside the city, a team sped away, traversing a hill area overgrown with weeds. UFA was at the forefront, his expression icy, with Yuhua closely following, eyes filled with confusion. Tribe leader, why are we leaving in such a hurry? Finally, Yuhua couldn't help but ask. On the way here, UFA had traveled by carriage, but after their discussion, he hurriedly rode away on horseback, as if the sky was falling. The other three major clans have already developed a killing intent towards us. UFA tightened his grip on the reins, worry evident in his eyes. This time, agreeing to the tax had caused the four major clans to suffer huge losses. The Chung, Fan, and Kuei clans would definitely not let it go, especially in recent years. As his strength steadily increased, remaining on the verge of breaking through to the half-step Saint realm, Chung Mingza would certainly try to eliminate him. Ambushing away would undoubtedly be the best method. As long as they handled it well, even if outsiders investigated, there would be no evidence. And over time, it would become an unsolved case. What? Yuhua was taken aback. Before he could react, he saw UFA suddenly stop. He hurriedly pulled on the reins, straining hard to steady his horse. Looking ahead, he noticed over 20 figures standing at the exit at the end of the hill, dressed in black robes, holding weapons, a cold aura pervading, causing the air to freeze. "Who are you?" Yuhua shouted in a deep voice, his right hand slowly resting on his weapon, his internal energy quietly circulating, always prepared for battle. "Kill." The black-robed figures did not respond. One of them coldly commanded, and the peak innate strength erupted, while the others launched their attacks. 5 innate warriors or his sword, with the rest being 9th-grade warriors. The killing intent enveloped the hill, as these black-robed figures executed various techniques, arriving in an instant. UFA's expression changed dramatically, facing 1 peak innate warrior and 5 innate warriors. He had no chance of winning. Boom! Dust rose everywhere. A figure in white robes appeared, blocking in front of UFA. A cold light flashed, and instantly several concealed weapons shot out, glowing black, aimed at the charging black-robed figures. "Stop him, die!" A black-robed figure roared in anger, their hoarse voice sounding particularly harsh. "Oomph!" The white-robed figure chuckled lightly, their figure flickering, disappearing from the void. If it weren't for the few concealed weapons, it would seem as if they had never appeared. The black-robed figures realized the white-robed figure had left, but the few black-robed figures at the forefront suddenly stiffened, their throats rolling, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Strong, strong warrior." The peak innate black-robed figure stammered, its head rolling from its body, falling to the ground and rolling, blood gushing forth, staining the sky red. In the same instant, the other 5 innate warriors also lost their heads. "Kill," Yufa commanded, knowing the strong figure in the shadows was sent by Yu Sheng to protect him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the peak innate aura, killing the remaining black-robed figures below the innate level. In less than a moment, all 20 black-robed figures were left dead. Chapter 39. Return. The stench of fresh blood covered the entire hillside, staining the ground red, with dozens of corpses sprawled haphazardly. A severed head rolled to one side, its eyes wide open and face twisted in a snarl, as if questioning the heavens why it had to die. Such a scene, if discovered at midnight, will be particularly terrifying, enough to drive a person insane. Family head. This is the elder of the Chung family, in the side hall of the city lord's mansion. He was still troubling me, and now he is dead. He deserves it. And there is the second elder of the Fan family, the elder of the Kuei family. Yuhua walked down the hill, kicking the severed head, recognizing these people through their blood-stained features. His heart raced with horror as he looked at UFA. Filled with admiration, he had indeed guessed correctly. Feeling upset, he hurriedly left. The 3 major clans. UFA's gaze turned cold, a wave of fear washing over him. Thankfully, someone had protected him in secret. Otherwise, he would have been doomed this time. "Thank you, senior." UFA cupped his fists toward the void and said loudly, though he knew the hidden strongman was Yu Sheng's subordinate. He could not be careless in showing respect to a powerful figure. Strong individuals possess not only great power, but also a sense of pride and inner conviction. Despite being Yu Sheng's biological father, he could not disregard a formidable force. "The family head is too polite." A hoarse voice echoed across the entire hillside, seemingly coming from 1,000 miles away, yet also as if it were right in front of him, cold and respectful. As a gentle breeze blew, there was still no sign of a figure appearing. Ufa knew that this hidden strongman would not reveal himself. Leave his place. Ufa disliked the smell of blood. He mounted his horse, and the sound of hooves echoed as he quickly left the hillside, kicking up a cloud of dust. About half an hour later, 3 teams appeared. Led by Cheng Mingze, Fan Tianqing, and Kuei Qi, they looked at the bloody hillside with grim expressions, resembling a volcano about to erupt. "They're all dead," Kuei Qi looked at it, his face showing surprise. A peak innate martial artist, along with 5 innate martial artists, had all perished in battle. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. Could the strength of the Yu family be that formidable? Family head, there are no bodies from the Yu family. A 9th-grade warrior reported after investigating, kneeling on one knee. His heart filled with shock upon seeing the elder's corpse. He realized that the family was about to be shaken. "Bring the bodies back." Cheng Mingze squinted his eyes, revealing a ruthless gaze, then turned his head to say, "Can the 2 families gather at the Cheng residence?" Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi nodded, not refusing. The elders of their clans had fallen, and they needed to investigate and take a stand. The most puzzling aspect of this incident was whether the strength of the Yu family was truly this terrifying. Was it hidden strength? Or was there some other power assisting them? "Let us go," Cheng Mingze shouted, determined, as they returned to the Cheng family castle, the atmosphere heavy and suffocating. On the other side, after taking control of the Blackfire village, Yu Sheng assembled an army of 2,000, all at least 4th-grade martial artists. Such an army would be considered elite in the state of Chu. Qi was served as the general, and Fang Shuyuan as the military advisor, while Zhong Liang was not assigned a specific role, temporarily following Yu Sheng as a liaison. After making proper arrangements, Yu Sheng led the Fire Ghost King back to the family. According to the original plan, he intended to explore Ba County for suitable locations. But after learning of the Shao family's rebellion plot, he decided to consult Guojia. He also vaguely sensed that the state of Chu was on the brink of upheaval. After 2 days of travel, Yu Sheng returned to his family and summoned Guojia in the main hall of his courtyard. "Greetings, my lord." Guojia entered the hall, carefully examining Yu Sheng. When he noticed he was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, slightly bowing with a smile on his face. Qing Zhao gracefully entered, preparing tea for the 2 and waiting outside the hall. "I apologize for the trouble you've had while I was away from the family, Brother Guo," Yu Sheng said with a smile, a hint of gratitude in his tone. It was no wonder that scholars held a firm place in this world. "My lord is too polite. This is all part of Jia's duties," Guojia quickly replied, though inwardly he was quite pleased. He then cupped his fists and curiously asked, "I wonder if my lord's journey was smooth?" When it came to serious matters, Yu Sheng's expression turned serious as he carefully recounted everything that had happened during his trip, taking a full quarter of an hour. After listening, Guojia's expression was as calm as a windless lake. He took a swig from the wine jug before smiling and saying, "My lord, the Shao family's rebellion is a good thing for us. What does he need? Isn't it chaos in the world to rise amidst the turmoil?" Before knowing of the Shao family's rebellion, Guojia had been troubled about how to create chaos in the state of Chu, as shaking the foundation of a 1,000-year empire's rule was quite difficult. Now, while he was dozing off, a pillow had been delivered to him, and all difficulties seemed to dissipate. "My lord, we need to do 3 things right now." After the excitement, Guojia calmed down, his deep eyes sparkling with brilliance as he focused on the bigger picture and began to outline a plan. "My lord, since the Shao family is secretly plotting a rebellion, we should strengthen our intelligence to ascertain their true situation. Secondly, according to the original plan, we should secretly strengthen our forces and quickly take control of Peng County. When the war breaks out, my lord can wave your hand and participate in the struggle for power based on your interests. Lastly, my lord must enhance your own strength. External forces are ultimately external. Only by becoming powerful yourself can one be truly strong." For Guojia, Yu Sheng's cultivation was still too weak. If he encountered an assassination, the hope of survival would be slim. If anything happened, the Yu family strength would be left without a leader. "I understand." Yu Sheng grasped the meaning behind Guojia's words and smiled bitterly. It was already quite an achievement to break through to a 5th-grade martial artist in just a month after his cultivation was crippled. But he could not voice this. Weakness is weakness. The enemy will not show mercy just because of your excuses. Subsequently, Yu Sheng and Guo Jia began intense discussions, continuing until the sun set. Guo Jia, dragging his weary body, returned to his own room. Finally finished, Yu Sheng rubbed his forehead, took a sip of cool tea, stood up and stretched, preparing to sleep. He and T slept well during this time away. No matter how good it is outside, can it compare to the comfort of a bed blessed by the cave heaven of the Jihua Palace? Indeed, an old saying holds true. It is easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but difficult to return to frugality from luxury. Young master, the family head has returned and wants you to go see him. Qing Zhao approached, her unparalleled beauty carrying a hint of a smile. In her simple thoughts, the family head was the backbone of the Yu family, and with a backbone back, she was naturally very happy. My father has returned? Yu Sheng's expression brightened. His spirit lifted. He set aside thoughts of sleep and quickly left his room, heading for Yu Fa's residence. Chapter 40. Cheng Ming's scheme time passed. It had been 3 days since Yusheng and Yuhua discussed in the evening. Everything in the clan was normal. The only change was that the Yu clan had handed all clan affairs over to Guojia, which seemed unbelievable to ordinary clan members. An outsider managing the clan entirely was hard to accept. However, what surprised the clan members was that the great elder Umo, the third elder Yuhua, and 8 deacons did not oppose it and even supported it. How could they not support it? After releasing the aura of the Holy Realm, they wished they could worship Guojia as an ancestor. Cheng family. Lanqiong Hall. Figures sat within, each displaying varying degrees of fatigue. Everyone, based on intelligence analysis. The Yu clan may have a powerful force backing them. Kuai-Chi leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat haggard. 3 days ago, after arriving at the Cheng family, they began discussing how to deal with the Yu clan, and they had not rested since. Initially, they decided to send strong fighters to forcefully attack the Yu clan, but this was quickly rejected. The 3 major clans had sacrificed 6 innate warriors on the small hill, which had already severely weakened their clan. If they sent more strong fighters, what if they never return again? With the resolution rejected, they began to dispatch intelligence agencies to carefully investigate the Yu clan, ultimately concluding that there were many powerful individuals within the Yu clan. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned, and the atmosphere in the hall became eerily tense. Cheng Mingze sat in the main seat, feeling somewhat anxious. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he said in a deep voice, "We can't directly strike at the Yu clan, but we can ask other forces to help us take revenge." A faint killing intent lingered in the hall, producing a slight chill that jolted everyone's spirits. And they hurriedly looked at Cheng Mingze. "We can raise funds to hire the 7 color flower assassins," Cheng Mingze said coldly, his face full of menace. Fan Tiancheng and Kuai-Chi exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. They had not considered this strategy. Perhaps in other countries, hiring assassins to resolve political rivals was common, but it was not the case in the state of Chu. This was because 20 years ago, the crown prince was assassinated, and the king of Chu ordered a strict prohibition against clans colluding with assassins. If discovered, the punishment was the extermination of 9 clans. The royal family's power was not to be underestimated, and most clans in the country obeyed this decree. This decree had also led to the 7 color flower branch in Chu suffering financially, relying on the headquarters for sustenance. Hiring assassins was a serious crime. Fan Tiancheng's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a bit worried. He did not want to face clan extermination over the destruction of the Yu clan. Besides this method, do you all have any other solutions? Cheng Mingze retorted, a glint of scheming flashing in his eyes. As a terrifying aura of a half-step holy realm emanated from his body, enveloping the entire hall. Just then, there was a sound of synchronized footsteps from outside the hall, and a squad of Cheng clan soldiers surrounded Lanqiong Hall, sealing the space with a menacing aura. The flickering killing intent made one feel despair. Cheng family head. What do you mean by this? Kuai-Chi stood up, slightly panicked. Among the heads of the 4 major clans, his cultivation was the lowest, only reaching the late innate stage. Under the aura of half-step holy realm Cheng Mingze, he felt as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing and breathing became difficult, as if his life was in the hands of others. This family head has decided to hire the 7 color flower assassins to deal with the Yu clan to ensure confidentiality. What do you think this family head should do? Chung Ming's lips curled into a smile. However, this smile appeared particularly terrifying in the eyes of the Fan and Kwa clans, like a ghost come to collect a debt. There was not a single fool present. They all understood the implication of Chung Ming's words. Colluding with assassins was a capital crime and must not be leaked. To keep it confidential, the best way was to silence those in the know. Chung family head, we can talk this over. There's no need to resort to violence. To prevent the situation from worsening, Fan Tianqing stood up and said with a smile, his peak innate aura swirling around him, forming a barrier to isolate the pressure. Chung Ming's remained unmoved, but the pressure he released grew colder, his right hand resting on a sword, radiating a chilling, killing intent. In the entire hall, aside from the Chung clan members, only Fan Tianqing and Kuaichi remained standing. The others had collapsed to the ground, their faces pale. I'm willing. The weaker Kuaichi was the first to falter. As a clan leader, he had not yet fully enjoyed the riches and did not want to die prematurely. Congratulations, Kuaichi clan head, on making a wise decision. Chung Mingzhen nodded in satisfaction, but deep in his eyes, he revealed disdain. A dignified clan leader was actually so timid. Kuaichi awkwardly smiled and lowered his head, saying nothing. The remaining few members of the Kwa clan got up in a dejected manner and moved to the side, looking like a group of defeated soldiers. The Kwa clan has made its decision. Now it's your turn, Fan clan head. Chung Ming's gaze shifted to Fan Tianqing. His tone icy, especially heavy on the words clan head, as if reminding Fan Tianqing of his identity. Stand up. Several Chung elders stepped forward, grabbing the collapsed Fan elder and drawing a sharp weapon against his neck. Head, save me. Head, please agree. Otherwise, we will all die. I don't want to die. The pitiful pleas echoed throughout the hall. The elders, who usually held themselves in high regard, revealed their most ugly and humble sides under the threat of death. Fan Tianqing closed his eyes, filled with despair. He originally wanted to resist, to fight his way out, even if it meant his own death, to save the elders from being subjugated and becoming prisoners. But now a bone-chilling cold spread throughout his body. All right, this family head agrees as well. Under the elders' urging, Fan Tianqing opened his eyes, his face filled with helplessness. After saying those words, he seemed to lose his martial faith, his once proud back slightly bending. His martial path was destroyed. From now on, it would be difficult to break through. He might spend his entire life stuck in place. Ha, good. Chung Mingze laughed heartily, and in an instant, the coldness dissipated, the killing intent vanished, and the temperature in the hall returned to normal, the tense atmosphere becoming more amicable. The three major clans once again sat down, but this time, their statuses had changed. Previously, they coexisted in the same hall, only differing in strength, each clan being a separate entity. But now, they had a hierarchy in future developments. The Fan and Kwa clans would be subject to the Chung clan. After the discussion ended, the three major clans pooled together 100,000 taels of gold to hire the 7 color flower assassins to eliminate the Yu clan. Deep night. After concluding a day's discussions, Chung Mingze returned to his study, skillfully opening a secret door that led into darkness, stepping in with great strides, his body completely concealed by the shadows. Boom! The secret door closed, and the torches on both sides ignited spontaneously, emitting a dim glow. This was a tunnel, just wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Judging by the traces of excavation, it had been there for some years. Deep within the tunnel, a terrifying aura faintly leaked out, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 41. Bloodthirsty King Gu. Following the underground passage, Chung Mingze walked for a few minutes, turning a corner to find two bronze doors. One of the bronze doors was carved with a flower petal featuring 7 colors, identical to the bronze door at Elder Yu's study. Could it be that Chung Mingze and the 7-colored flower had long been in collusion? The other bronze door was relatively simple, lacking any patterns, only displaying the number 29 written in blood red ink. 29? What could this mean? It seemed that apart from Chung Mingze, no one else knew the significance of this number. Creak. Pushing open the bronze door marked 29, Chung Mingze stepped inside. greeted by complete darkness with no light in sight. However, if one listened closely, a faint sound of breathing could be heard. Mission accomplished? A hoarse voice echoed in the space, carrying a chilling aura that penetrated the soul, devoid of any emotion. Indeed, I used the pretext of hiring the 7-colored flower assassins to find a way to control the Fan and Kuei families. Once the upper echelons take action, I will be able to control the entire Ba County. Cheng Ming's expression was fervent. He had schemed for years for this moment, transforming the hostile Fan and Kuei families into allies, and today, turning them into his subordinate forces. This was a meticulous design, a game of time. Now he had succeeded. Only the final step remained. Do not be careless. The Yu family has the support of the demon sect, with 2 powerful Saint Realm experts stationed. Without orders from above, you must not act rashly, nor provoke the Yu family. The mysterious person continued, still devoid of emotion, but the concern hinted at was discernible. 2 Saint Realm experts are enough to change the course of a battle. His identity was relatively high. He vaguely understood the layout from above. Under normal circumstances, the plan should have been implemented by now, but the sudden emergence of the Yu family's Saint Realm experts interrupted this, necessitating the formulation of a new plan. What? Hearing this, Cheng Ming's heart surged with joy, his face filled with astonishment. In that instant, he understood why the assassination of the Yu family had failed. With a Saint Realm expert protecting them, success would indeed be a miracle. At the same time, an endless fear welled up within him. What if the Yu family sent a Saint Realm expert? With the power of the Cheng family, there would be no resistance. You need not worry. The 7-colored flower is already prepared to strike against the Yu family. Perhaps sensing Cheng Ming's concerns, the mysterious person continued, speaking calmly. In fact, upon learning that the 7-colored flower was going to act, he felt relieved. If the 7-colored flower did not take action, he truly would not know what to do. Considering there were 2 Saint Realm experts. 7-colored flower? Cheng Ming's was somewhat stunned. Why was it that every time he encountered an insurmountable difficulty, the 7-colored flower would intervene? Could it be that the force he had joined was related to the 7-colored flower? May I ask, what is our relationship with the 7-colored flower? Cheng Ming's inquired, curiosity heavy in his tone. Do not ask what you should not, just do your job properly. The mysterious person reprimanded, a half-step Saint Realm aura pressing down, causing the void to tremble, with a thick malevolent energy generating a bright red glow that illuminated the secret chamber. Taking advantage of the red light, Cheng Ming's saw the appearance of the mysterious person, an old man with a crooked nose, dressed in a gray robe, with a face etched with the character for slave, and blood-red eyes that were quite terrifying. Yes, a mere glance was enough for Cheng Ming's to withdraw his gaze, clasping his fists in respect. After seeing the mysterious person's appearance, he felt somewhat surprised. A half-step Saint Realm Master had the character for slave carved on his face, which was hard for him to accept. Return and await orders, the mysterious person commanded. Retracting his powerful aura, the blood light vanished, and the void of the secret chamber fell back into darkness. Cheng Ming's nodded and turned to leave the secret chamber. After closing the bronze door, he took a deep look at the other bronze door, lingering his gaze on the 7-colored petals for a few moments before leaving the underground passage. Heavenly Abyss Canyon, for figures darted through, leaving afterimages in the void with each step, moving at an astonishing speed that ordinary eyes could not follow. Lord Qing, when shall we act? A black-robed man asked, his attire not much different from the other assassins, except for the identity token at his waist, which shimmered with 7 colors. His tone was very stiff and unclear. They had been trained since childhood, rarely interacting with outsiders, living with corpses, learning various killing techniques. Although they were living beings with souls and bodies, in essence they were just killing machines. Besides killing and obeying orders, they had no other strengths. Tonight, Lord Qing understood that the 3 were not good at conversation, speaking sparingly. His figure flickered, appearing hundreds of feet away, like a ghost. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 4 arrived at the headquarters of the 7-colored flower in the Chu Kingdom. Lord Qing did not linger, arranging the 3 king-level assassins before moving to the back of a pitch-black great hall, where a gray mist lingered, occasionally emitting terrifying sounds. The scene that came into view was sure to make one's scalp tingle. This was a deep pit, measuring dozens of feet long and wide, emitting dark green poisonous gas. With snakes coiling, toads lowing, centipedes crawling, and scorpions creeping, in addition to countless exotic poisonous insects, colorful and bizarre. The sound of tearing came from the deep pit, somewhat grating to the ears. During the tearing process, the poisonous insects generated a peculiar energy that surged underground. Highly toxic, murderous, bloody, aggressive. The insect breeding pit. Every insect breeder would cultivate a breeding pit to collect poisonous insects, allowing them to tear each other apart to absorb toxins, forming a mysterious power over the years. This power could breed powerful goo insects. Originally, he intended to cultivate them for another 2 years, but alas. Lord Qing approached the breeding pit, his aura causing the poisonous insects within to stop tearing, emitting terrified sounds, curling up in a corner, clearly distinguishing themselves. Come out. In the center of the breeding pit, a small stone was lifted, and a light golden goo insect crawled out, appearing as if forged from gold. With myriad feet and a pair of blood-red eyes that radiated endless killing intent and brutality. As soon as the golden goo insect appeared, all the poisonous insects were filled with terror, panicking and emitting sharp cries, unable to resist fleeing in all directions. Hiss! The golden goo insect let out a loud cry, shining with golden light. Each beam of golden light ensnared a poisonous insect, and amid the piercing screams, they exploded with a thunderous roar. The dark green poisonous gas rose like thick smoke, its strong corrosive power continuously expanding the breeding pit, emitting a hissing sound. And in the blink of an eye, it reached over 20 feet. The golden goo insect spread its wings, radiating brilliant light, soaring through the poisonous mist like a king descending, unleashing a tremendous devouring force that swallowed all the poisonous mist. Boom! The golden goo insect's momentum surged, generating a fierce wind that swept in all directions, a terrifying aura carrying destructive power, as if wanting to break through this realm. The bloodthirsty King Goo, ranked 6th in the Goo scripture, has finally been successfully refined. Lord Qing assessed the golden goo insect, sensing its terrifying aura, his expression filled with ecstatic joy. Unable to help but burst into loud laughter. The laughter rolled like ocean waves, one wave after another, enveloping the entire branch. All the assassins felt their blood boiling, the blood energy erupting from their chests, surging toward the heavenly spirit point, their faces flushed. They looked toward the great hall, wondering what could have transpired to make the usually composed Lord Qing so delighted. Chapter 42. Another assassination at night. The starry sky dimmed, and the clansmen of the Yu family castle, deep in sleep, suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure descending from the sky. The ground trembled slightly, the eaves shook, and tens of thousands of people instantly woke up. The Blue Envoy led 3 king-level assassins, hovering at low altitude. After breaking through to the Holy Realm, they cultivated the spiritual energy within their bodies, enabling temporary flight, although it consumed a lot of energy. You really are relentless. The left protector's figure flickered, standing on the rooftop. Upon spotting the 4 figures of the Blue Envoy, he said coldly, his eyes revealing impatience. Calculating carefully, this was the 4th attack by the 7-colored flower assassins. The weak had died, and the strong had never ceased. Kill! The Blue Envoy ordered without further ado. The 3 king-level assassins responded, releasing a dense killing intent that formed a blood-red pillar of light overhead, unimaginable in the number of people they had killed. It was probably countless. Within several zhang, everything was blood-red, resembling a field of killing intent, controlling a void. A common person glancing from afar would feel a painful sensation, as if their soul were sinking. The left protector's expression grew serious from the released killing intent. He knew these 3 individuals were extremely difficult to deal with, their combat power far surpassing that of others. Kill! The 3 king-level assassins drew their weapons. One wielded a sword, another a knife, and the third a long whip. The terrifying auras of the 3 merged, stirring the wind and clouds for miles around. The long sword pierced the sky like a startled swan, flashing with bloodlight that pierced the heart. The battle knife descended like a divine mountain, exuding supreme brute force, overwhelmingly domineering. The long whip struck like a spiritual serpent hunting, chasing the wind and lightning, delivering a fatal blow. The techniques the three king-level assassins cultivated were not unified. But in terms of momentum, they all practiced heavenly-level techniques, infused with the essence of killing, making them incredibly powerful. What a powerful aura! Is this the Holy Realm warrior? Rumors said that holy-level warriors were unmatched, able to change the course of a battle by their own strength. Now it seemed to be true. Could the left protector, being only one person, defeat three Holy Realm powerhouses? The awakened clansmen showed signs of worry, fear filling their hearts. Many untrained servants collapsed directly on the ground. An entire castle fell into chaos. Some cultivators of the clan wanted to help, but found themselves powerless, struggling even to stand up. The oppressive presence of the holy-level warriors was simply too terrifying. Heavenly Demon Finger. The left protector shouted loudly, demonic energy rolling forth. He pointed several times in the void, shooting out several streams of energy to keep the three king-level assassins at bay. This strike was like a meteor falling from the sky, filled with a terrifying killing intent. The three assassins showed no fear, their faces twisted in grimness, carrying strands of ferocity, shattering the streams of energy. In the instant of collision, an incredibly violent aura shook the heavens, a terrifying shockwave sweeping in all directions. The left protector staggered back several steps, his fingers trembling slightly. To take on three alone was still quite difficult, especially since these three king-level assassins had all reached the mid-level of the Holy Realm, and their skill coordination made it easy to annihilate a peak Holy-level powerhouse. Kill. The three assassins continued their assault, their faces cold, killing intent soaring. As assassins, they would not hold back and would not give their enemies a chance to breathe. Every action of the assassins was aimed at quickly killing the enemy. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Do you think the demon sect has no one? A chilling voice emanated from the castle. The right protector shot into the sky. Appearing beside the left protector, their combined auras instantly multiplying in strength. The left and right protectors practiced a miraculous technique called Heavenly Demon Heart Unity. When together, they could complement each other, enhancing their power. One had white hair and a black robe, while the other had black hair and a white robe. One exuded black demonic energy like ink, while the other emitted gray demonic energy like smoke, converging to form a Taiji pattern, rotating in the void and emanating an aura that could annihilate everything. Three talents killing God formation. Sensing the overwhelming aura permeating the void, the three assassins exchanged glances, their internal energies erupting, strands of spiritual energy intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree, forming a particularly mysterious pattern. Boom! The void trembled. A streak of crimson blood light erupted, engulfing an area of 1,000 zhong, the silent night filled with blood radiance. This was the killing aura. Wandering souls floated in the killing aura, pairs of crimson eyes gazing like the eyes of death itself. Just a glance would raise the hairs on one's body, and one would swallow nervously. The three talents killing God formation. Could it be the formation of the blood sect? The blue envoy stood at a distance, sensing the bone-chilling killing aura. Even he, who often killed, felt a chill. The blood demon sect was a force at the edge of the primitive continent. Although it was just a small sect, it was a colossal existence in the wild continent. With the strength of just one sect, annihilating the wild continent was an easy task, regardless of whether it was the wild continent or the primitive continent. The techniques and martial skills were strictly forbidden from leaking or being passed on. Therefore, he was surprised to see the three talents killing God formation. The two sides faced off in the void, as if two sharp needles were pointing at each other. After a few breaths, the auras of the left and right protectors weakened, struggling to hold on. The Heavenly Demon Heart Unity they practiced was a heavenly-level technique, still powerful. Yet compared to the three talents killing God formation, which surpassed heavenly-level martial arts, it fell short. After a round of exchange, they naturally fell to the lower hand. Boom! Suddenly, the void shook 10 terrifying pillars of light shot up into the sky, dazzling and brilliant, like 10 suns illuminating the sky. Within several miles, it was as bright as day. 10 directions, primordial sun formation. The formation foundation formed, enveloping the 3 king-level assassins. The scorching temperature diminished the blood radiance in the void significantly. The 3 assassins' expressions slightly changed at the moment the formation appeared. The speed of their spiritual energy operation suddenly slowed, their heartbeats quickening as they felt a deathly crisis. Is it a Holy Realm scholar? The 3 assassins understood that this was the work of a Holy Realm scholar. Only the righteous aura of a scholar could suppress the killing aura and weaken the strength of demonic practitioners. They looked around, searching for a way to break the formation. Terrifying attacks struck all around, blood radiance flashing, the void exploding. But these attacks were like stones sinking into the sea, having no effect whatsoever, not even causing a ripple. Whoosh! Guojia, holding a wine pot, flickered into the formation, staring disdainfully at the 3 assassins who were continuously attacking. This time, the formation was not hastily set up like the last time, lacking in power. After the Blue Envoy's previous attack, he used many precious materials to fully set up the 10 directions primordial sun formation in the castle. Although his own strength was not strong enough, and its power did not reach its peak, it was not something the 3 Holy Realm assassins could easily break through. Finally appeared, the Blue Envoy had been nervously watching the battlefield. The moment Guijia appeared, killing intent erupted in his eyes. With a wave of his right hand, a golden beam shot out swiftly. The void trembled, accompanied by the sound of buzzing wings. The killing intent was boundless, violent, and ruthless. Chapter 43. Fire burns the world. As the bloodthirsty King Gu was unleashed, the entire castle was shrouded in its oppressive aura. Everyone's breathing became erratic. Those without cultivation suffered the most, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, their bodies seemingly on the verge of exploding. Of course, this was just an illusion. Given the current power of the bloodthirsty King Gu, it was not capable of causing living beings to burst apart and die. The bloodthirsty King Gu cultivated by the Green Envoy was immensely powerful, rivaling that of Saint Realm Warrior. In a one-on-one confrontation, an ordinary Saint Realm Warrior might not even be its opponent. Gu is a rather peculiar creature. Theoretically, this race does not exist. It must be cultivated to be born. Therefore, as long as the Gu cultivator is strong, the Gu can grow infinitely. The Green Envoy is a Saint Realm Warrior, so the bloodthirsty King Gu's power can reach the Saint Realm at most. Moreover, the strength of the Gu lies in its unique abilities, which are difficult to defend against and very troublesome to deal with. Swish! The 10 direction sun array was directly torn open, and the bloodthirsty King Gu, with its brutal eyes wide open, lunged towards Guijia. Billions of golden rays erupted, enveloping its body and isolating the scorching flames of the 10 directions sun array. The 10 directions sun array, capable of withstanding 3 Saint Realm warriors, was surprisingly breached with ease. This truly instilled a sense of terror regarding its might. Gu! As the master of the formation, Guijia noticed the moment the bloodthirsty King Gu appeared, his heart startled slightly, temporarily relaxing his attack on the 3 king killers. With a flick of his hand, an ancient book appeared, its pages flipping open, revealing an aura of profound wisdom, ethereal and unfathomable, finally stopping at one page, from which a golden net shot out. Heavenly net, Guojia murmured softly. The golden net emanated a terrifying aura, continuously expanding, with every golden line carrying dense patterns, as solid as mysterious steel, capable of binding all things. The wind roared as the golden net enveloped the bloodthirsty King Gu, rapidly contracting to the size of a fist, with golden characters flying out from the ancient book, sticking to the golden net, forming a simple seal. One word to suppress the world, one seal to bind all things. This is the supreme realm of literary cultivation, capable of changing heaven and earth, omnipotent. A seal? If it were an ordinary Gu, you might actually succeed. But the bloodthirsty King Gu, the Green Envoy, did not panic. Instead, he revealed a cold smile, watching from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. as if victory was assured. Crack! A hoarse sound emerged as the hard golden net cracked open a gap. The bloodthirsty king Gu opened its mouth, sharp teeth directly shattering the heavenly net in Guojia's horrified gaze, even breaking through the outer seal. Moments later, the bloodthirsty king Gu broke free from its restraints. Its cold and brutal eyes fixed on Guojia, filled with rage, transforming into a beam of light and pouncing forward. Guojia's pupils constricted, his body retreating as the flames of the 10 directions sun array surged, turning into a sea of fire, attempting to block the bloodthirsty king Gu's attack. But it was unsuccessful. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty king Gu flew in front of Guojia. The smile on the green envoy's face grew even brighter. After cultivating for decades, the terrifying combat power of the bloodthirsty king Gu did not disappoint him. Hee, Emir Gu dares to be arrogant? At that moment, a crimson ghostly aura appeared around Guojia, carrying a seductive power mixed with terrifying murderous intent, causing the temperature of the flames in the formation to weaken significantly. Bang! A blood-red pearl flew in from the outside, colliding with the bloodthirsty King Gu, producing a thunderous roar. The figure of the Fire Ghost King emerged, stepping on the void, seemingly slow yet swift, appearing before the bloodthirsty King Gu in just a breath, calm and beautiful, stunning even the Green Envoy. This was not due to the Green Envoy's lechery, but rather because the Fire Ghost King cultivated the extreme Joy Ghostly Charm Sutra, which naturally exuded charm, making it hard for any man to resist, even without using any techniques. The Green Envoy was just a bit old, but he was indeed a man. This little fellow is quite adorable. The Fire Ghost King extended her delicate hand, grasping the bloodthirsty King Gu. Beneath its golden exterior, a pair of blood-red eyes rolled. And had it not been for the brutal aura it exuded, it would indeed be quite beautiful, resembling a piece of art. Caught in her hand, the bloodthirsty King Gu struggled incessantly, attempting to bite the Fire Ghost King, but could not bite anything. Named Bloodthirsty King Gu, it could only attack living beings, creatures with blood and flesh, while the Fire Ghost King was of the ghost race, possessing only a spirit without blood or flesh. Therefore, the bloodthirsty King Gu's ultimate killing move was nothing but a joke in the eyes of the Fire Ghost King. What on earth is this thing? The smile on the Green Envoy's face stiffened, replaced by worry. A flicker of bloody light flashed, and a terrifying sword aura swept towards the Fire Ghost King. The blood-colored sword aura was intertwined with dark green poison gas, extremely sharp, as if a heavenly sword was descending, capable of cutting through the 9 heavens above and the 9 hells below. Fire burns the world. The Fire Ghost King waved her hand, and the Fire Spirit Pearl erupted with flames spanning several feet, forming a fire dragon that roared to the sky, with the ghostly aura carrying a seductive power, transforming into flames that burned fiercely, its momentum far surpassing that of the Green Envoy. With a graceful sway, the Fire Ghost King stood atop the fire dragon, her expression coldly beautiful, one hand holding the bloodthirsty King Gu, the other condensing a fire sword, ghostly aura swirling, sweeping forward. The Green Envoy's expression changed drastically, his heart shaken. A terrifying force pressed down, making him feel as though he was carrying a divine mountain. Boom! The blood sword and fire sword collided, sparks flying everywhere, creating a dazzling display of fireworks. But neither the Fire Ghost King nor the Green Envoy had the heart to admire it. Their eyes were filled only with the battle, with slaughter. Roar! The fire dragon transformed from the Fire Spirit Pearl roared, opening its massive maw towards the Green Envoy. A wave of terrifying high temperature rushed in. The Green Envoy felt his throat smoke, his hair singed, and he dared not linger, hurriedly retreating. However, as he withdrew, a dragon tail swept across, causing the void to tremble, ripples spreading endlessly. Puff! The power of the fire dragon was too great, sending the Green Envoy flying with a single strike, like a cooked shrimp, curling up as he fell dozens of feet away, crashing into a building. Perhaps due to luck, the building the Green Envoy crashed into happened to be the foundation of the 10 Directions sun array, and at the moment of impact, a complete flaw appeared in the formation. providing the three king killers who were confronting the left and right protectors with an opportunity to escape the range of the array's attack. 1,000 feet away, the three king killers were in a sorry state, their black robes tattered, covered in burn marks. Kill! 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 The left and right protectors, Guijia, and the Fire Ghost King shouted in unison, launching their most powerful attack, carrying the brilliance of a comet striking the moon, descending towards the Green Envoy. Buried beneath the building, the Green Envoy sensed the incoming attack, his face filled with terror and despair. No, I am the messenger of the seven-colored flower. You cannot kill me. Spare me, and I swear I will not pursue the past and will never trouble the Yu family again. Otherwise, the Lord will definitely not let you go. He is a Marquis-level warrior. The Green Envoy's face turned ashen, his mouth opened in a hoarse roar, speaking incoherently, losing all the calm he had before, resembling a madman. When death approaches, no one can remain calm. Chapter 44. The Fall of the Sacred Realm. Marquis Stronghold? Upon hearing these four words, Guijia and the others momentarily paused their actions. From the inherited martial arts, they understood that after the sacred realm warriors, there were Marquis warriors, signifying that one could be titled Marquis among warriors. However, they quickly resumed their attacks, striking down on the broken buildings. Boom! The ground exploded, creating a deep pit several dozen feet wide, with remnants of various terrifying energies. The Qing Shi lay in the center of the pit, pale and weak, as if a candle in the wind, about to extinguish at any moment. No, please don't kill me, otherwise the Lord will not spare you. Qing Shi's fragmented voice emerged, still naively believing that he could intimidate everyone with a lord who had never appeared before. Guo Wang, it's your turn now, Guijia said flatly, taking a sip of wine and speaking with a hint of alcohol on his breath. Guo Wang nodded, flipping her delicate hand, and Qing Shi's body was uncontrollably pulled in her palm, as rich, crimson ghostly energy surged into Qing Shi's head like maggots devouring a corpse. Qing Shi's pupils widened, emitting white smoke, as a pain more intense than 1,000 insects biting surged from his soul, causing his entire body to tremble. Moreover, he was horrified to discover that many of his memories were slowly fading, becoming indistinct. He began to struggle, but severely injured, he could only twitch slightly, finding it extremely difficult to even reach out his hand. Suicixing technique. Guo Wang's cold and beautiful face flashed with a venomous expression as a massive amount of ghostly energy entered Qing Shi's soul. The Ghost Clan, whose main body is often a ghostly spirit, excels in practicing soul techniques. The soul-searching technique was created by a great emperor of the Ghost Clan to find traitors within the tribe. However, there is a drawback to using the soul-searching technique. The user will become an idiot. What to do now? The three king-level assassins outside the city were unaware of the situation inside the city, but from the previous explosion to the current eerie silence, they knew that Qing Shi was in poor condition, either captured or dead. They were not Qing Shi subordinates, so they did not feel much sadness, only filled with anger. During their training, they were indoctrinated that the seven-colored flower was the strongest force on the continent. Now, an unknown small force had actually risen above the seven-colored flower. How could they not be furious? Devil! Cult! One assassin growled, his eyes filled with bloodlust, staring fiercely at the castle, his face twisted, wanting to devour someone. The humble devil cult dared to resist, seeking death. However, after the previous battle, the three were completely at a disadvantage. They felt a bit intimidated. Retreat. Let Lord Hong Shi take action. One assassin forced down his anger and said in a deep voice, his figure swaying as he blended into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Guijia and the others were aware of the assassin's departure, but did not pay it any mind. Without the assistance of the 10 Directions Yuan-Yang formation, they were not confident in capturing the three assassins. Thus, it will be better to deal with Qing Shi properly and extract information regarding the seven-colored flower. Soon, Qing Shi stopped struggling. His deep and shrewd eyes began to dull, and he could no longer speak. A few minutes later, Guo Wang released Qing Shi, who fell to the ground, crying like a child who had been hurt. Imagine an old man, full of wrinkles, crying pitifully. Guijia and the others felt a chill, goosebumps covering their bodies. Do you know about the headquarters of the Chu kingdom? Guijia hurriedly asked, as the information in their hands was far too scarce. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. The Dark Guards had been established too recently and could not gather information on the seven-colored flower. To change the passive situation, they could only rely on Hua Gue Wang's soul-searching technique. I found it. He is the head of the seven-colored flowers Chu Kingdom branch, with a relatively high status, and he knows the locations of the other 6 country branches. Most importantly, he knows the location of the seven-colored flower headquarters. Using the soul-searching technique, it was still somewhat strenuous for Hua Gue Wang, given her current strength, but the heavens do not forsake those who are diligent. In the end, she succeeded and smiled with relief, saying, the headquarters of the Chu Kingdom is located in the Tianxin Gorge. Tianxin Gorge? Guijia pondered, his eyes sparkling as he began to devise a plan. The 2 guardians dared not speak, quietly standing by, vigilantly watching their surroundings to prevent anyone from interrupting. Besides the crying Qing Shi, the space was silent, with no other sounds. Hua Gue Wang waved her hand, summoning a pale white flame, devoid of any warmth. This was hellfire, a divine fire that comes from the depths of hell, specifically used to burn souls. Few ghost clans possess such flames. And Hua Gue Wang was able to acquire hellfire thanks to the fire spirit pearl, which can contain thousands of fire seeds. The flame danced and landed on Qing Shi. Within moments, Qing Shi's soul was burned into nothingness, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that dispersed from the Tianling Shui, leaving no trace behind. A generation of sacred realm experts, who once hunted the crown prince of the Chu kingdom, fell silently, their souls scattered. Got it. At this moment, Guijia, in deep thought, also came up with a plan, clapping his hands with a look of surprise. He walked straight to Qing Shi, took out an identity token, and said with a smile, if we want to cause chaos in the Chu kingdom, this is an essential item. Hua Gue Wang and the 2 guardians looked at him in confusion. How could a single identity token cause chaos in the Chu kingdom? What a joke. The battle is over. Everyone should go back and rest. This matter must not be leaked, Guijia said without explanation, his body floating in mid-air, speaking in a gentle voice like a warm spring breeze. Millions of golden rays burst forth from his body, resembling a sun shining down on the castle's people, bringing with it a majestic aura that dispelled the fear within. Thank you, my lord. The castle's people bowed deeply, full of respect. These people, especially the children, had never seen battle. If the hidden dangers were not eliminated, they might leave psychological scars that would affect their future cultivation. This is also the reason why the literary cultivators have a noble status on the continent. Mental afflictions are hard to cure, and inner demons are difficult to eliminate. In a courtyard, the high-ranking members of the Yu family gathered, closely observing the battlefield. I'm old, really old. After this battle, the young master's prestige in the family will reach its peak. We old folks should step back. Yumo looked at Guijia, who gained the respect of the clansmen with just a few words and revealed a bitter smile. As long as the family becomes strong, what does it matter if we step back? Yuhua was rather open-minded, smiling lightly. He was not particularly fond of power, used to a leisurely life, preferring to hide in a quiet corner, reading a book and sipping tea. Behind the 2, several stewards nodded in agreement. After the battle, UFA entered a room where a painting hung on the wall, depicting a woman adorned with a phoenix crown and colorful garments, her face filled with a smile. Our child has succeeded. Perhaps one day, our family can reunite. UFA looked at the portrait, his eyes filled with memories. In that moment, his mind returned to 18 years ago on a sunny spring morning. The woman who descended from the heavens. That impossible love story. Chapter 45, Sanlatang. Water flowing forest the next day, Yuxing was woken up by someone. To his shame, he was completely unaware of the great battle that had taken place outside last night. This couldn't be blamed on him. Mainly, it was because the house blessed by Jiuhua Palace automatically activated its defensive array at the moment the battle occurred. Not to mention the fighting of saint-level experts. Even if marquis-level experts were attacking, it wouldn't have suffered scratch. In the spacious hall, Yuxing sat at the top, while Guijia walked back and forth in the middle of the hall, eloquently narrating his astonishing strategy. The Fire Ghost King sat on the left side, holding a mirror and staring at his own face for quite a while, not knowing what was so fascinating. The left and right protectors sat on the right side, listening attentively, their expressions changing continuously, sometimes shocked, sometimes nodding, sometimes shaking their heads. "My lord, this is Jia's plan." Jia finished speaking, slightly cupped his hands, and returned to his position with a calm expression. This was his cleverness. He only played the role of an advisor, making suggestions without making decisions. The ruler is the ruler, and the minister is the minister. If the minister makes decisions, then what face would the ruler have left? Assassinating the crown prince of Chu, framing the seven-colored flower, spreading rumors about the Shao family's rebellion. Yuxing rubbed his head, feeling a bit dazed. Even he understood what would happen to Chu if these plans were carried out. Blood flowing for miles? The suffering of the common people? In the past, he would never have done this. Too many people would die, and he couldn't bear it. But now, with the arrival of 4 saint-level experts from the seven-colored flower last night, if it weren't for Guojia and the others, he might have died again. If he couldn't even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to protect others? People do not act for themselves, and heaven will punish them. But is there certainty? After coming to this realization, Yuxing's gaze became piercing as he asked in a deep voice, "Assassinating the crown prince of Chu. As long as it is framed on the seven-colored flower, then the marquis-level experts of the seven-colored flower would not dare to easily descend upon Chu, thus giving the Yu family time to develop. Secondly, exposing the news of the Shao family's rebellion mainly aims to incite chaos in Chu, allowing the Yu family to grow strong from it. Return to my lord. As long as there are no problems, Jia is 10 parts certain." Guojia stood up, his expression serious, his eyes steady, instilling an instinctive trust in others. Yuxing nodded in satisfaction, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, as he coldly said, "Then do as you see fit." "Yes." Guojia felt a bit relieved, fearing that Yuxing would show mercy and not adopt these suggestions. If not adopted, the Yu family situation would definitely not be good. The greatest possibility was that the marquis-level experts of the seven-colored flower would descend and destroy the Yu family. With their current strength, they had no power to resist against the marquis. That night, the Fire Ghost King changed out of her red dress and donned a black robe, hanging the identity token of the Blue Envoy at her waist, leaving the Yu family castle. Her direction was precisely towards Danyang City, Moluo Village. Located 50 miles outside Tianfu City, it was a poor village with 70 to 80 households, living off farming for generations. The old willow tree at the village entrance was thicker than a person's waist, with rings that told of the passage of time. Several small children were playing under the willow tree, their innocent laughter echoing, making the farmers passing by forget their tiredness from a day of labor. At this moment, a simple horse-drawn cart arrived and stopped under the willow tree. Lord Chunshin stepped down from the cart, wearing a gray long robe, his hair neatly tied back, and his expression calm. He looked at the children, hearing their cheerful laughter, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 30 years ago, he had been just as joyful, but now, remembering his current plight, demoted from office, confined to Bajuan, with his talents nowhere to be displayed, he couldn't help but feel melancholy. "Sir, this village is peaceful. Let us stay here for a while," said the servant driving the cart, cupping his fists in respect, showing no sign of looking down on Lord Chunshin because of his demotion. "Arrange it as you see fit." Lord Chunshin nodded, smiling slightly. The servant cupped his fists and quickly entered the village to find the village chief to arrange lodging, and he wouldn't return for a while. With nothing to do, Lord Chunshin stood by the cart, quietly watching the children and the passing villagers. He glanced at the former governor of Bajuan, who drew cautious looks from the villagers, who hurriedly took the playing children away. Before long, the sound of laughter from the willow tree dissipated, returning to silence. "Can I come out now?" Lord Chunshin said calmly without turning his head, his long black hair swaying. From hundreds of feet behind him, Luo Feijian stepped out, his expression calm, holding a dagger that gleamed coldly. "Since I left Tianfu City, you have been following me. Who are you? What is your purpose?" Lord Chunshin slowly turned around, asking in a deep voice, his scholarly demeanor mixed with a hint of murderous intent. "On the orders of the Dark Lord, I have come to handle 2 matters. Luo Feijian said coldly. What matters? Lord Chunshin was taken aback, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. The first matter is that the Dark Lord wants me to assassinate you, but it seems I have no chance now. Luo Feijian said this in front of the target he was supposed to assassinate, showing remarkable boldness. Of course, rather than saying he was bold, it would be more accurate to say that Guo Jia's plan was detailed, giving him the confidence to say this calmly. And the second matter? Hearing he was to be assassinated, Lord Chunshin showed no panic, his expression unchanged, instead inquiring about the second matter with concern. He was a person who had seen the world. He did not regard Luo Feijian's mid-stage, innate strength as a threat. Moreover, he believed that the person who arranged for Luo Feijian to come for the assassination also knew this. This assassination was a threshold. He could only know what would happen next if he survived the assassination. The Dark Lord wants to meet you. He can tell you why you were demoted. Luo Feijian said flatly, repeating these words exactly as they were written on a note. Oh, where? Lord Chunshin asked. Sanlatang, water flowing forest. Luo Feijian slightly cupped his fists, turned, and left, disappearing from sight within a few breaths. Hearing these two place names, Lord Chunshin's gaze flickered, revealing a strange expression. This place was very famous in Bajuan. No, it was quite renowned throughout the country. 1,000 years ago, the founding father of the Chu kingdom had chopped wood here to create an army, beginning the legendary establishment of his hegemony. Why would that mysterious Dark Lord choose this place to meet? Interesting, Lord Chunshin whispered, just as the servant who had finished his business in the village overheard and curiously asked, Sir, what is so interesting? Nothing. Lord Chunshin shook his head. Some matters should be kept secret. He trusted the servant, but that didn't mean the servant was entitled to know everything. The more one knows, the more likely one is to lose their life. Sir, the village chief is willing to provide us with 3 houses to stay in, the servant said with a smile. Not prying further, Lord Chunshin nodded, and without getting back into the cart, he walked into the village on foot. The slanting rays of the evening sun illuminated the master and servant, casting 2 long shadows. Chapter 46. Waterflow Forest. No one knows what will happen in the next moment. Danyang City, East Palace. Crown Prince Xiong Huai dragged his tired body down from the carriage, his expression gloomy. Just a moment ago, the king of Chu had summoned him to the palace and scolded him for a trivial matter. Greetings, your highness. At the entrance of the East Palace, the guards on both sides saluted, dressed in black armor, their expressions serious, all at least 7th-rank martial artists, with the highest-ranking leader being at the mid-stage of the innate realm. Clearly, after the assassination 20 years ago, the state of Chu had greatly strengthened the protection of the East Palace. Xiong Huai said nothing and hurried into the main hall, ignoring the saluting crowd. The guards were used to Xiong Huai's attitude, remaining silent as they stood up and continued to vigilantly watch their surroundings. Is this the little guy? In a dark corner, the Fire Demon King watched Xiong Huai enter the hall, but did not act immediately, her face serious. She sensed a terrifying aura filling the void around her, not weaker than her own. Moreover, the East Palace was adjacent to the Imperial City, with countless strong warriors. Acting rashly would inevitably alarm the other powerful figures. If surrounded, she would have no way to escape. With a flicker, the Fire Demon King concealed herself in the void and disappeared. It was still early. She could take her time with the assassination. She enjoyed the feeling of hunting her prey. HM. At the moment the Fire Demon King left, a faint ghostly aura stirred a gray-robed old man, who became vigilant and swept his spirit sense around, but found nothing unusual, revealing a look of confusion. Did I sense incorrectly? The gray-robed old man murmured to himself. He was a strong guardian of the Crown Prince, at the mid-stage of the Holy Realm, and was also a well-known figure in the entire state of Chu. He had another identity, a death guard cultivated by the royal family. This was why a dignified Holy Realm expert would protect a junior below the innate level. You mansion, he agreed. Guo Jiao was slightly pleased upon hearing Luo Feijian's report. In this plan, Lord Chunshin played an important role. If he did not come, they might have to think of other methods. Luo Feijian stood respectfully at the side, slightly lowering his head. You may leave. Work hard on your cultivation. An innate martial artist is still too weak. After his moment of joy, Guijia waved his hand, and a scroll flew into Luo Feijian's hands, emitting a faint glow, with thousands of golden tadpole-sized characters on it. Luo Feijian glanced at it, his face filled with delight. This was actually a heavenly-level cultivation method. He respectfully clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Dark Lord." After speaking, he revealed his identity and quickly departed. Guojia closed his eyes and began to think carefully about the detailed plan that lay ahead. On the other side, Luomu village. After having dinner, Lord Chunshin sat alone in his room, holding a pen and constantly writing on a piece of yellow paper, his expression changing several times before he finally sighed. The yellow paper was filled with the teachings of the sages. He did not impose heavy taxes on the common people, fulfilling the teachings of the sages, and even hoped to single-handedly open the policy of the court, not taxing the clans to lessen the burden on the people. Master, your 3 reforms have indeed strengthened the country, but the benefits gained by the clans far exceed those of the state. The layers of taxes have made the common people suffer immensely. If this continues, who knows what might happen like 1,000 years ago? Lord Chunshin murmured to himself. As he spoke, he seemed a bit apprehensive and did not continue. What happened 1,000 years ago? The ancestor of the water flow forest cut down trees to make soldiers and raised a rebellion. He then recalled the mysterious person he encountered at the village gate, who invited him to meet at the water flow forest. He felt a subtle mix of anticipation and worry, along with a hint of vague fear regarding this meeting. Water flow forest. Due to its unique political significance, countless politicians throughout history have avoided discussing it, fearing that any misstep might bring disaster upon themselves. Tomorrow he would know. That night, Lord Chunshin could not sleep, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. The next morning, after hastily eating breakfast, he left his house alone and headed for Sonli Pavilion. A half-step Holy Realm expert traveling at full speed was still remarkably fast, and in 2 hours, Lord Chunshin arrived at his destination. It was a picturesque place, full of poetic charm, with small bridges and flowing water, blooming flowers attracting many visitors, and even scholars composing poems to praise the beautiful scenery. Who could it be? Lord Chunshin squinted, looking around but finding nothing unusual. He then stood up and headed to the next location, Water Flow Forest. This was a forest overgrown with weeds and swarming with mosquitoes, rarely visited by people. A murky river flowed out from the forest, but strangely, after leaving the woods, the water became crystal clear. Whoosh! Lord Chunshin took a step and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing deep into the forest. Upon entering, the light was dimmed by the branches, the air was humid, filled with a decaying smell, and colorful venomous snakes crawled on the tree trunks, flicking their tongues, sending chills down one's spine. Lord Chunshin frowned slightly. If it weren't for Luo Feijian's strong cultivation, making it unlikely for him to lie, he would have wanted to leave. This environment was simply not a place for humans. Soon, he reached the center of the dense forest and saw a deep pool, where a figure sat on a stone, wearing a bamboo hat and holding a fishing rod, appearing to be leisurely fishing. This must be the so-called Dark Lord. Indeed powerful. I can't see through him at all. Lord Chunshin frowned. With his half-step Holy Realm strength, he could only see a vague outline, indicating that this person before him was a Holy Realm expert. In the impoverished region of Bajuan, a Holy Realm expert actually appeared, which surprised him. You're not fishing for fish, but for those willing to take the bait, right? Since I'm here, I'll go with the flow. Lord Chunshin approached, sitting on the stone, and calmly asked, "Ha, look at this water, murky and turbid. Doesn't it resemble the current state of Chu, lacking a single clear spot?" Guojia smiled slightly, his strength formidable, arriving earlier than Lord Chunshin. He then took out a fishing rod from the side, handed it to Lord Chunshin, and suggested, "Since we have nothing to do, why not see who catches more fish?" Lord Chunshin glanced at the nearby fish basket, already full of fish, and smirked, saying, "Just right. I haven't had such leisure in a long time." Although the water was murky, there were still plenty of fish inside. As the saying goes, too clear water has no fish. This murky water was just right for fishing, but whether he could catch any depended on skill. With a light sound, Lord Chunshin lifted the fishing rod and had already caught a small fish struggling in the water. Smiling happily, He placed the fish in the basket. Then he baited the hook and continued fishing, his technique skilled, indicating he had often fished before. Guojia said nothing, focusing on fishing, resembling a clay statue of a bodhisattva. Chapter 47. Assassination success. You don't speak, and neither do I. The two of us quietly fish, and just like that, 2 hours pass. During this time, Chun Shanjun continually catches fish and quickly fills his basket, while Guijia remains still like a monk reciting scriptures, not having caught a single fish. Negotiation is a psychological battle. At first, Chun Shanjun is patient, but as time goes by, he gradually becomes anxious, unable to grasp Guijia's true intentions. If you say you're bored, we could just fish and leave after meeting. But I have filled my basket, and you haven't made a move. What is going on? Unknowingly, Chun Shanjun is being led by the nose by Guijia, losing the initiative in this negotiation, ultimately being the first to falter. About 3 hours later, Chun Shanjun can no longer contain himself and asks, "Your Excellency, why have you called me here?" Your subordinate mentioned that he can enlighten me. What does that mean? Guojia smiles, exerting force with his right hand, bending the fishing rod into a bow shape. The calm water ripples as a fish several feet long is pulled from the water. Just this one fish outweighs Chun Shanjun's entire basket of fish. You surely know the reason for your dismissal. The clans are selfish and prioritize their own interests. Your proposal to levy taxes goes against the clans of the world. Political games require a balance of power. You are alone, without support from allies, coupled with the unclear attitude of the king of Chu and lacking a strong backing. You are certainly no match for the clans. Your master spoke highly of you during your dismissal, otherwise. Guojia sneers, speaking plainly. But these words strike Chun Shanjun like a thunderbolt, leaving him stiff and covered in cold sweat. But my teacher and the king both intend to reform, right? I propose taxing the clans as a starting point for this reform. They should support it. Chun Shanjun instinctivisis. As this is the question he cannot comprehend. Why does the royal family, with its powerful influence, not support his taxation of the clans? Moreover, wouldn't such a significant tax revenue attract the royal family's interest? You overlook one issue, the foundation of Chu's rule. You focus solely on reform, while the king of Chu and your teacher, Wu Bai, must consider the impact of reform on the country. Right now, Qin County is embroiled in war, with the king of Chu dispatching a clan army of up to 300,000. If domestic political conflicts escalate at this time and the clans turn against us, the borders would be in danger. If Qin County falls, the other 5 states will not remain idle. They will send armies to carve up Chu. By then, chaos will reign at the borders, and Chu will be in peril. Guojia smiles, his deep-set eyes revealing a glimmer of brilliance. Though he occupies a small corner, he is well aware of the trends of the world. This is the demeanor of a top strategist. Is there no way to deal with the clans? After hearing Guojia's words, Chun Shanjun realizes the terror of the clans, swallowing hard, his expression becoming somewhat grim. There is, of course. Guojia throws the fishing rod, and the big fish hurriedly escapes. He stands up with his hands clasped behind his back and declares the clan genealogy. Chun Shanjun's body trembles, and he remains silent for a long time, as if struck by enlightenment, instantly understanding much. No wonder. His teacher would propose to revise the clan genealogy at this time. Additionally, there is another important matter I need to tell you. Guojia observes Chun Shanjun's reaction, knowing that the latter's mental block has been resolved, and continues, "Sir, please speak." Chun Shanjun clasps his hands and bows slightly, his attitude much more respectful, clearly acknowledging Guojia's talent. The Shao clan is preparing to rebel. Guojia says, and with a flash he vanishes, leaving only a resounding voice. At Niujiao Mountain in Ba County, there is a group of bandits. They are subordinates of the Grand Marshal. And the Grand Marshal has been falsely accused of rebellion, having discovered the Shao clan's secret plot. The echo lingers, and Chun Shanjun's pupils contract sharply, standing dazedly in place, unable to regain his senses for a long time. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. In the 6 counties of Chu, aside from Qin County facing the threat of war, everything else is calm. However, in Danyang City, an event of moderate significance occurs. During the morning court session, The king of Chu publicly reprimands Crown Prince Chu Huai in front of all the civil and military officials, hinting at the possibility of deposing him. The Crown Prince, feeling frustrated, does not return to the East Palace after the court session, but instead heads to the market to wander about, eventually finding a tavern and getting thoroughly drunk. Sigh. The Crown Prince's actions will surely lead to his dismissal sooner or later. A gray-robed sage hiding in the shadows watches the drunken Crown Prince slumped over the table, shaking his head slightly, but not intervening. His task is to protect the Crown Princess' safety, leaving everything else aside. However, he soon notices something amiss. Chu Huai has been lying on the table without moving for half an hour, which is clearly problematic. The gray-robed elder's body sways, appearing beside Chu Huai. After a brief assessment, he realizes the latter has stopped breathing. Boom! The mid-stage Saint Realm power erupts, enveloping the entire tavern. The Crown Prince has been assassinated. Seal off the city. A powerful voice, like thunder, reverberates throughout Danyang City, causing countless people to panic. And a thought flashes through their minds. Something big is about to happen. 20 years ago, the last Crown Prince was assassinated, leading to a bloody upheaval in Chu, with countless heads rolling. After all, the Crown Prince is the heir to the throne. Quick, close the city gates. The guards on the city walls of Danyang, hearing the command, shout loudly, and tens of thousands of soldiers control the gates, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying auras seep from the palace. Powerful energies shrouding the entire city. A menacing aura surging into the sky, utterly terrifying. In an instant, the imperial capital Danyang City falls into chaos. Zhu, how did you protect the Crown Prince? Several gray-robed figures land near the tavern, and an elder questions angrily. The Crown Prince died of poisoning. Chu Wu lowers his head, feeling deeply ashamed. I will settle accounts with you later. First, find the assassin of the Crown Prince. The elder coldly states, and with a flash of his figure, he disappears. North of the city, the Fire Ghost King, hiding in the shadows, sees a Saint Realm expert approaching. His expression turns cold, and he strikes out with a palm, unleashing a terrifying ghostly energy. Who? The Saint Realm expert is startled, quickly drawing his sword to counterattack. The sharp sword energy surges, striking the Fire Ghost King's garments, tearing them apart, and a colorful token falls to the ground. Mission accomplished. The Fire Ghost King chuckles coldly, enveloped in rolling ghostly energy, obscuring his features, making it difficult for anyone to see him clearly. He sways his body, reaching for the token on the ground, feigning a look of great concern for it. Kill. The Saint Realm expert narrows his eyes, also reaching for the token, his eyes blood red, the sword energy fierce, directly forcing the Fire Ghost King back. The void rumbles as several terrifying auras rush in from a distance. The Fire Ghost King takes a step back, fleeing in a somewhat disheveled manner, his speed swift, vanishing like a wisp of smoke in the blink of an eye. The Saint Realm expert cannot catch up in time, picking up the token from the ground, his pupils contracting sharply. This is Chapter 48, The Bare Residence. This is several Saint-level experts who rushed over. Looking at the token that had fallen to the ground, their pupils shrank sharply, and they saw the horror in each other's eyes. Seven-colored flower killer, a Saint-level warrior said, his tone filled with anger, a terrifying killing intent spreading out. Boom! At some point, the clouds in the sky began to roll, and a heavy rain fell, making the atmosphere of this world become extremely heavy, filled with a murderous aura. Your Majesty, the prince has been assassinated. Several offerings have discovered the trace of the seven-colored flower killer and suspect it is their doing. In the towering palace, King Chu sensed the movement in the void, anxiously waiting in the main hall. His magnificent figure sat on the throne, exuding an innate authority that made people instinctively submit. A eunuch approached, respectfully cupping his hands, and said, keeping his head down since entering the hall. He could sense that there was a raging anger within King Chu, burning fiercely, about to erupt and tear everything apart. 20 years ago, on another rainy day, the previous prince of the Chu kingdom was brutally killed by the seven-colored flower. And this time, The prince has fallen, with the trace of the seven-colored flower appearing again. Seven-colored flower, I will make you pay the price. King Chu clenched his fists tightly, and two golden dragon phantoms coiled around his sides, the terrifying pressure spreading, causing the eunuchs and palace maids serving in the hall to instinctively kneel on the ground, trembling. The prince represents the foundation of the nation. In some ways, he can represent the country and is the face of a nation. Among the 7 countries of the wild continent, only the Chu Kingdom's prince has been assassinated so far. Seven-colored flower killer. Do you really think the Chu Kingdom is a soft persimmon that you can squeeze however you want? This time, there will be no killers in the Chu Kingdom. King Chu stood up, his face gloomy, walking towards the back mountain of the palace. Along the way, he encountered guards and palace maids, all of whom knelt and saluted, trembling in fear. The back mountain of the palace is a forbidden area, filled with dense ancient trees and overgrown grass, with fallen leaves everywhere. King Chu walked through it with ease, his figure flickering and disappearing. When he reappeared, he was already in a wide training ground, immaculate, with an altar standing in the middle, high with 91 steps. King Chu slightly bowed and walked up the steps. In his line of sight, there was a jade bowl, inside which swam 2 stone fish, unknown how many years they had existed, glowing with a shimmering light, looking extraordinary. Swish! King Chu waved his hand, and a surge of energy swept through, dripping 2 drops of fresh blood that fell precisely on the 2 stone fish. And in the blink of an eye, it seeped into their bodies. Boom! Boom! 2 pillars of light shot into the sky, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. Like 2 giant dragons, while the void above the altar began to tremble violently, cracking open a rift. A figure stepped out from the rift, his face lined with wrinkles, his hair white, exuding a powerful aura, resembling a divine mountain, suppressing the heavens and the earth. Any saint-level expert appeared incredibly insignificant under this pressure, like an ant. And King Chu was no exception. He slowly knelt down, sorrowfully saying, "Unfilial descendant, pays respects to the ancestor. You are the current king of Chu? You cannot open the formation unless in a crisis. Is the Chu Kingdom in trouble now?" The old man asked, his voice hoarse. He is Xiongju, a prodigy of the Chu Kingdom 500 years ago, and the only Marquis-level expert of the Chu Kingdom, who has been in seclusion here, preparing to break through to the king level. And the king level is the realm after the Marquis level, signifying the ability to be called a king among warriors. Even on the primitive continent, it represents a powerful figure who can establish a sect and create a school. Returning to the ancestor, the Chu Kingdom is peaceful. Only some minor conflicts on the borders, but in these 20 years, the prince of the Chu Kingdom has been assassinated twice in a row. The descendants wish to invite the ancestor to come out of seclusion and suppress the 7-colored flower. King Chu bowed heavily. Outside, he is the king of Chu, but here, he is just a descendant. Moreover, Xiongju is the shield of the Chu Kingdom, and even as a king, he cannot show the slightest disrespect, nor can he order the latter to act in his capacity as king. The prince of a nation has been assassinated twice. This is your dereliction of duty, Xiongju said calmly, his expression unchanged, only his eyes flickering with brilliance. No one knows what he is thinking inside. Ancestor. The 7-colored flower also has a Marquis-level expert stationed. King Chu knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. Xiongju's expression slightly changed, then calmed down, coldly saying, "The majesty of the Chu Kingdom cannot be provoked. You may act, and I want to see if the 7-colored flower dares to go to war with me. The more powerful a person is, the more they care about their face. This is an undeniable fact." "Yes, thank you, ancestor." King Chu was overjoyed with the ancestor's words. He was no longer afraid of the arrival of the 7-colored flower's Marquis-level expert. He could mobilize powerful warriors to eliminate the 7-colored flower killers within the Chu Kingdom. Returning to the palace, King Chu issued a royal decree, mobilizing 3 saint-level experts and 108 killers to the Tianqian Gorge, while simultaneously sending officials from 6 counties and clan experts to act together to eliminate the branches of the 7-colored flower across the Chu Kingdom. The killing intent surged. Countless 7-colored flower killers were discovered, their heads falling to the ground. In front of nation, The branches of the seven-colored flower in the Chu kingdom are still too weak, especially after lacking the leadership of the Qing envoy. They became even more vulnerable. My lord has gone to the Yu family and has yet to return. Now that the Chu kingdom is brazenly taking action, could it be? In a small town, the Qing snake, dressed in ordinary clothes, disguised as a common man, felt heavy-hearted, frowning deeply, secretly worrying about the safety of the Qing envoy. He was in charge of the intelligence of the seven-colored flower in the Chu kingdom. Shortly after King Chu issued the order, he received intelligence and led several subordinates to hide, not daring to show themselves until now. My lord, the Chu kingdom has sealed the nation. What should we do now? A congenital killer asked. The other killers also turned their gaze towards the Qing snake. Go to the Shao family. The Qing snake pondered for a moment, gritting his teeth, and said, causing the other killers' expressions to change in horror. They all knew the location of the Shao family, which is in the middle of Danyang City. Isn't this walking into the tiger's mouth? The most dangerous place is the safest place. Over the years, the branches in the 6 counties, the Chu kingdom has probably figured out everything. Only Danyang City has no branches of the seven-colored flower, so they will definitely let their guard down. Once we get through this period, the headquarters will send strong experts to re-establish the branches of the seven-colored flower, and by then, we will be safe. The Qing snake explained. In fact, there was another reason he did not mention, which is that the Shao family had become a vassal force of the seven-colored flower 20 years ago. Of course, not a vassal force of the Chu kingdom's branch, but a vassal force of the headquarters of the seven-colored flower. After hearing this, the several killers showed expressions of sudden realization. Under the leadership of the Qing snake, this last force of the seven-colored flower in the Chu kingdom headed towards Danyang City. And what impact will this action have on the Shao family? No one knows that another conspiracy has already begun to brew, and it only needs an opportunity to turn into a bloodthirsty monster, completely disrupting the Chu kingdom. It is not far now. Chapter 49. The Terror of the Marquis. 3 seven-colored flower assassins, after failing their mission and leaving the Yu family mansion, did not linger within the borders of the Chu kingdom. They traveled day and night, returning to the headquarters of the seven-colored flower to report the incident. There are 4 more Sacred Realm warriors in the demon sect? Miesher Hun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised after listening to the 3 assassins. The 3 assassins knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with fear, worried that their failure would lead to severe punishment. Just thinking about the various punishment measures sent chills down their spines. You may leave. A figure in a bright red dress floated in from outside. She wore a long gown, her hair reaching her waist, and had a mask covering her face. Her aura was restrained, making her appear like a young lady from a wealthy family. However, those who knew her were well aware of how terrifying this figure in red was. She kills without blinking an eye. The bloodthirsty female demon. She had once single-handedly assassinated a sacred ground, resulting in thousands of deaths, the blood flowing and staining a sacred mountain red. Even now, the area was still shrouded in ghostly energy, resembling a scene from hell on earth. Your subordinate takes his leave. The 3 assassins breathed a sigh of relief, scrambling away as if they had been reborn. What do you think of this matter? Miesher Hun inquired, his tone noticeably much better. The green envoy knows too many secrets. Either rescue him or kill him, the red envoy said coldly. Among the seven-colored flower, there were 7 envoys, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, and above them was the red envoy, stationed at headquarters to handle the affairs of the 7 kingdoms. Miesher Hun understood this principle as well. He slowly stood up, a terrifying aura rippling around him, the void unable to bear the pressure, making cracking sounds, giving the illusion that it could break at any moment. It has been many years since I last moved. The red envoy's eyes brightened, realizing that Miesher Hun intended to take action. Be cautious of the protector of the Chu kingdom, Xiongju, who broke through to the late Marquis stage a few years ago, the red envoy warned. Rest assured, just a mere late Marquis. Miesher Hun scoffed, his figure flickering as he broke through the air. With the breakthrough to the Marquis level, he could initially harness the power of heaven and earth, flying without relying on spiritual energy, with a speed that could cover thousands of feet in a single thought. From the headquarters of the seven-colored flower to the border of the Chu kingdom, a distance of tens of thousands of miles. Mieshurhan reached in less than half an hour, hovering high in the sky, overlooking the vast land. That old guy has awakened? Mieshurhan did not attack immediately, releasing a terrifying aura and standing in the void, quietly waiting. This aura was like a storm, enveloping 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, and eventually sweeping across the entire Chu kingdom. Countless cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, unable to resist kneeling. A marquee-level powerhouse, Guojia, the Fire Demon King, and the left and right protectors sensed the terrifying aura in the void, stopping their actions with a hint of worry. Without further thought, they knew a powerful figure from the seven-colored flower had arrived. I hope the marquee-level powerhouses of the Chu kingdom can lend some strength, Guojia said, feeling somewhat anxious as he had never witnessed the Chu kingdom's marquee-level powerhouse in action. What if they were defeated? Then they would be finished. You have a lot of guts, daring to provoke the Chu kingdom, attempting to assassinate the crown prince multiple times, Xiongju said, flying from the capital to the border, his gaze cold as he gathered a terrifying aura to block Mieshihan's momentum. Mieshurhan was taken aback. Attempting to assassinate the Chu kingdom's crown prince multiple times? Wasn't it just once? 20 years ago, the assassination of the Chu kingdom's crown prince was personally approved by him. Otherwise, the Green Envoy would not have had such audacity. The benefit gained was the loyalty of the Shao family. And since then, one of the oldest clans in the Chu kingdom officially sided with the seven-colored flower. Nonsense. Get out of my way. The always domineering Mieshurhan had no mood to explain. He extended his right hand, and a battle sword appeared, exuding an extremely sharp aura. Ready to annihilate all, blood-red sword energy surged around him, forming a sword river dozens of feet long. The sound of weapon clashes ringing out beautifully, but also filled with killing intent. Xiongju's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed a deadly crisis from the sword energy. With a single step, he retreated 1,000 feet, brandishing a long knife, the blade's light domineering, as if it contained a dragon soul that could tear apart heaven and earth at any moment. One sword energy, one knife energy clashed in the sky. Neither of their auras retracted, which was a torment for the surrounding cultivators, who uncontrollably fell to the ground, pale-faced and terrified. Boom! Like a comet striking. The two terrifying attacks collided, producing a massive sound and generating terrifying shockwaves that spread out endlessly. Within a radius of several miles, the clouds were dispersed. Birds trying to soar fell from the trees, and beasts roaming the forest were so frightened they collapsed on ground. Puff! Xiongju's face turned pale as he was sent flying several dozen feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking up in horror and saying, "You are a peak marquee-level warrior? Death?" Mieshihan's expression was cold, neither denying nor affirming it, as the long sword tore through the air, cleaving heaven and earth, once again launching an attack. Sensing the power of the sword energy, Xiongju's hair stood on end, a shadow of death looming over his heart. National fortune, enhance! With a loud shout, the territory of the Chu kingdom trembled. A stream of golden energy surged into Xiongju's body, and his late Marquis stage realm instantly broke through to peak Marquis. The long knife was raised. A golden dragon broke through the air, baring its fangs and claws. With a continuous roar, the knife energy merged into the golden dragon, carrying an indomitable dominance as it slashed towards Mieshurhan. This strike was infused with the national fortune of the Chu kingdom. This was the strength of a nation, engaging in battle with Mieshurhan. Boom! The void roared, the scene constantly changing, forming a mushroom cloud. Mieshurhan was pushed back several dozen feet, his expression fluctuating, a knife wound appearing on his chest, seeping blood. Faced with Xiongju, who was enhanced by the national fortune, he was not his match. Next time, I will ensure the destruction of the Chu kingdom, Mieshurhan said, turning around without hesitation. He was well aware of the terror of the national fortune. If Xiongju recklessly mobilized the fortune of a region, he would undoubtedly die. Of course, the national fortune could not be mobilized casually. Each use would harm the foundation of the country. If mobilized frequently, it could even lead to the danger of national destruction. Next time, Xiongju did not pursue. Casting a deep glance at Mieshurhan before returning to Danyang City. It succeeded. Now, we can implement the next step of the plan. As the battle's aftermath dissipated, Guijia's face showed excitement as he took a large gulp of wine, feeling happy, while also feeling a pressure. The strength of a Marquis-level powerhouse was terrifying. If their side did not have a Marquis-level powerhouse stationed, it would be difficult to achieve great things. Fire Demon King, you are now at the peak of the sacred realm. Have you ever tried to break through the Marquis bottleneck? Guijia shifted the conversation, preparing to resolve this difficulty. No matter what, to contend for the world, they needed a Marquis-level powerhouse. The might of a Marquis can suppress a nation. Before absolute power, even the most sophisticated strategies have no effect. Chapter 50. Heading to the demon sect attempts have been made, but they all failed, not just once. The Fire Demon King said with a bitter smile, her delicate expression showing a hint of loneliness. On the path of cultivation, as long as one is willing to work hard and has ample resources, one can reach the Saint Realm. However, to break through to the Marquis level, it cannot rely solely on resources and effort. It also requires innate talent and opportunities. She resides in the lowest level of the Ghost Realm precisely because her talent is lacking, and she can only command weak, ghostly creatures. Let me think of a way to see if I can help you break through, Guijia said, rubbing his head, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. As a talent for governing the world and a top strategist, he had some confidence in this regard. Thank you, Military Advisor Gua. The Fire Demon King smiled, her expression filled with joy. She was well aware of Guijia's terrifying abilities. Perhaps he really had a way to help her break through to the Marquis realm. The reason she desperately wanted to break through, aside from increasing her strength, was due to a crucial factor. In all the realms, when beings break through to the Marquis level, they will condense a law form within their bodies, and she planned to merge the Fire Spirit Pearl into that law form. As the source of fire in a realm, the energy of the Fire Spirit Pearl is pure and can forge the ghostly body and enhance her innate talent. Guijia nodded, looking at the two guardians beside him, and said seriously, "Let's begin the action." Okay. The two guardians nodded, stood up, and left the main hall to implement the next step of the plan. Follow me. After finishing his tasks, Guijia said calmly. The Fire Demon King quickly nodded and followed behind him. The two walked towards the backyard, the core area of the 10 Directions primordial sun array. Before they got close, they felt waves of heat coming at them, and even before sweat could break out, it was already evaporating. In the center of the yard was a cauldron about a foot in size, and through a small hole, one could see the flames burning fiercely inside, red and dark, and looking at it for too long caused a stinging sensation in the eyes. "Jump in." Guijia waved his sleeve, and the lid of the cauldron was lifted, flames rising several feet high, and the temperature in the yard rose sharply, causing many dry items to begin to ignite spontaneously. The Fire Demon King's face was astonished. While she was indeed called the Fire Demon King, that did not mean she was unafraid of fire. Jumping into the cauldron to be burned was a path to being reduced to ashes. Don't worry, you have long been nurturing the Fire Spirit Pearl, and your soul has already been tainted with fire attributes. You are not afraid of ordinary flames. Once you go in, I will control the temperature of the flames and use fire attribute spiritual energy to forge your soul. In time, you have a great chance of breaking through to the Marquis realm, Guijia said with a smile. To the Fire Demon King, this smile felt like the smile of a demon, causing her heart to tremble. Despite being in a scorching environment, she felt a hint of coolness. Looking at the cauldron, the Fire Demon King hesitated, wondering whether to jump or not. Guijia did not urge her, quietly standing by, waiting for her to make a choice. Okay, I will jump. After a long hesitation, the Fire Demon King gritted her teeth and ultimately chose to trust Guijia. She pointed her toes on the ground, her delicate body leaping into the air, falling towards the cauldron, her clothes catching fire, instantly transforming her into a fire beauty. Heaven and earth, the universe, tempered by fierce fire. Guijia's expression became serious as his body floated in the air, sitting cross-legged. His hands formed seals, constantly changing, controlling the temperature inside the cauldron. Ancient texts floated above his head, showering down countless golden lights, enveloping the surroundings, and dense array patterns emerged. One end connected to the surroundings and the other to the cauldron, pouring in pure energy. At this moment, Yusheng did not take a break, continuously shutting himself in the secret chamber, practicing day and night. This frenzied cultivation method sparked the enthusiasm of all members of the Yu clan for cultivation. Inside the secret chamber, Yusheng operated the Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure strategy, inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, forming a cyclone around him. As spiritual energy surged in, his cultivation gradually increased, until one noon, boom, a beam of light shot into the sky, accompanied by a cracking sound. Yusheng successfully broke through to the 7th rank martial artist, his complexion rosy, and his vitality had improved several times compared to before. 7th rank martial artist. With my current cultivation, I might have already caught up with the young talents of Danyang City. Yusheng opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. He clenched his fists, the spiritual energy circulating, causing the air to ripple, perhaps due to cultivating the Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure strategy. The spiritual energy in his dantian now had a strong healing effect. For ordinary injuries, as long as he circulated the spiritual energy, he could heal within a few breaths, even eliminating scars. He just didn't know if the spiritual energy in his body could repair his dantian. Suddenly, Yusheng's mind flashed with the image of Yumu. His heart filled with joy, but it faded slightly when Yumu challenged Yu Yun upon hearing the news. His first reaction was that Yumu was eager to compete for the position of the young master, which made him angry for a while. However, upon investigation, he learned that Yumu's challenge to Yu Yun was entirely to help him secure the position of young master, even at the risk of exposing his cultivation and ending up with a ruined dantian. After obtaining the Eastern Extreme Longevity Treasure strategy, he initially wanted to pass it to Yumu, but how could the Emperor's cultivation method be easily shared with outsiders? The law cannot be passed on to the six-eared. He had thought about writing down the cultivation method, but each time he picked up the pen, he forgot the characters. Even when he painstakingly wrote a few characters, the paper would spontaneously combust, and even if carved onto metal, it would vanish without a trace. He also considered reading the method aloud, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't bring himself to say them. I'll find an opportunity to try. Yusheng pondered, still very concerned about Yumu's ruined dantian. Stretching lazily, Yusheng walked out of the secret chamber. The warm sunlight shone down on him, causing him to squint slightly. After walking a few steps, he saw Qing Zhao coming over, bowing and saying, "Young master, the left and right guardians are waiting outside the hall for you. Please come out and meet them." Yusheng nodded and smiled, saying, "Take them to the main hall." A few minutes later, Yusheng arrived at the main hall and saw the left and right guardians sitting on either side. "Congratulations, young master, on your significant improvement in cultivation." The left and right guardians hurriedly stood up, surprised to see Yusheng had broken through to the 7th rank martial artist. Such rapid cultivation speed. In the path of cultivation, progress is usually gradual. Even top talents cannot break through 2 levels in just a few days. Most importantly, Yusheng's aura was substantial, showing no signs of being superficial. There's no need for formalities. Sit down and speak. What is the matter? Yusheng sat in the main seat, raising his hand and saying, feeling a bit curious. During their time together, it was mainly Guijia who often came to discuss important matters, while the left and right guardians and the Fire Demon King had hardly visited. "Young master, according to military advisor was plan, we need to return to the demon sect and prepare to take control of Peng County," the left guardian said, his expression serious as he clasped his fists. "The purpose of my visit this time is to ask the young master to return to the sect, inherit the position of the sect master, command 3,000 disciples, and dominate the continent. Any sect on the continent values the inheritance ceremony. Only through the succession ceremony can one be considered to have an orthodox position. This is also to ensure that the transfer of power goes smoothly." All right. Yusheng also wanted to visit the demon sect, so he nodded in agreement. "What kind of sacred place is the demon sect? I always feel there will be some unusual things." Chapter 51. The Heavenly Demon. The next day, after paying his respects to the Yu family, Yusheng informed them of his whereabouts and then went to visit Yu before leaving the Yu family castle with his guards and disciples of the demon sect. Ba County is about 1,000 miles away from Peng County. For ordinary people without any cultivation, it might take them more than 10 days to walk there. But for Yu Sheng and his companions, they only spent 2 or 3 days to arrive. The gap between ordinary people and martial artists is immense. This is also the reason why so many people flock to the witch sect to become disciples. If one has talent for cultivation, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink at the very least. Master, Peng County is just 5 miles ahead. The left protector pointed forward, a faint smile appearing on his cold face. The disciples of the demon sect behind him were also quite excited. In this unfamiliar territory, the demon sect was their home. And how could they not be happy to return home? Yusheng nodded and quickened his pace. In just a few minutes, they entered Peng County. As the most backward place in the Chu Kingdom, Peng County's development lagged far behind other areas, lacking even a decent official road. Surrounding it were high mountains, dense forests, and the constant threat of ferocious beasts. Without lingering too long, Yu Sheng and his group arrived at Demon Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, they gazed up at the towering peaks, where a green, poisonous mist permeated the mountainside. Even at the foot of the mountain, venomous snakes and scorpions could be seen everywhere. It's no wonder that very few merchant caravans venture to Peng County. It's simply too dangerous. Unless the entire group consisted of martial artists. But in the Chu Kingdom, the majority are ordinary citizens, with cultivators making up less than a fraction. Therefore, martial artists hold a high status, and who would willingly lower themselves to protect a merchant caravan. After observing for a while, Yu Sheng lost interest. The scenery of Demon Mountain was indeed unappealing, unlike the witch sect's residence, which was picturesque and ethereal. Those who didn't know would think they had entered a fairyland. Walking through the woods, the air was filled with the stench of decaying leaves, which was quite unpleasant. However, after walking for a bit, Yusheng noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The poisonous creatures and ferocious beasts in the forest did not attack upon seeing them. Instead, they respectfully made way. What's going on? Master, the entire Demon Mountain belongs to the demon sect. All the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts on the mountain are pets of the demon sect, including 15 demon beasts that have reached the innate realm, waiting for you to take the throne so they can be commanded, the left protector explained with a smile. Sensing Yu Sheng's confusion, controlling a holy land is grand, as this is not difficult at all. I see. Yu Sheng suddenly understood and became even more interested in the demon sect stronghold. About half an hour later, after passing through an area filled with poisonous mists, Yu Sheng's vision brightened. Dark buildings stood majestically on the cliffs, surrounded by spirit herbs, with rich spiritual energy. Welcome back, Master. For eternity, unify the world. Welcome back, Master. For eternity, unify the world. Welcome back, Master. For eternity, unify the world. 3,000 disciples of the demon sect stood neatly in formation. Upon seeing Yu Sheng, their faces were fervent as they shouted loudly, their booming voices echoing through the skies. Hearing this, Yu Sheng felt a surge of energy rush to his mind, as if all the pores in his body had opened up. This feeling was incredibly exhilarating. To be revered by thousands, this was truly a man's stage. Please rise, Yu Sheng said loudly, noticing that the 3,000 disciples had a minimum cultivation level of 4th rank, with many reaching the 9th rank. At the forefront stood 5 elders, each having attained the innate realm. Thank you, Master. The 3,000 disciples rose and stood aside, creating a pathway. At the end of the path was a magnificent hall, with a pitch-black plaque inscribed with the 3 large characters Heavenly Demon Hall, exuding a blood-red aura and an endless stream of black, demonic energy. As Yu Sheng looked closely, he suddenly felt dizzy. After a long time, whether it was merely an instant or a change of eras, this feeling finally dissipated. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a world of magma. You have arrived. A voice, ancient, heavy, and dignified, echoed throughout the space. A whirlpool appeared in the magma, and 12 black chains crossed the air, adorned with countless intricate patterns, binding a mass of black energy that emitted a primal aura. This aura was indescribably mysterious, seemingly stronger than any energy, capable of evolving all energies, as if it were the source of all energy. "Who are you?" Yusheng asked, slightly startled, though he wasn't overly worried since the demon sect was a system reward. "You can call me the Heavenly Demon." The demonic energy laughed, starting to struggle violently. The surrounding chains trembled, and magma erupted, forming 12 fiery pillars of light, at the center of which was a creature as black as ink. Yusheng did not inquire further and listened quietly. "Many years ago, I founded the demon sect, wishing to dominate the world. I waged wars of invasion, clashing with other powers until the heavens darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. After a stalemate of tens of thousands of years, I decided to seek a breakthrough. After poring over countless ancient texts, I found a formation that could help me achieve my goal. This formation is called the Epic Formation, which uses 12 types of creatures representing epics to form a cycle of power and control the trends of the world. Upon acquiring the formation, I was overjoyed, but ultimately discovered it was a trap. The moment the formation took shape, it unleashed a terrifying, devouring force that consumed the flesh and essence of the one who set it up. I was unwilling to accept this. At the cost of burning my demonic body, I briefly gained power exceeding that of an emperor, casting forbidden spells to seal my soul within the Epic Formation, waiting for the new generation of the demon sect's heir to inherit it and master the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Demon continued, narrating a grand history as if telling a story, but the bitterness in his tone was deeply etched, filled with lingering hatred. An emperor whose ambitions were as high as the heavens fell due to a formation, leaving his dreams in vain. I summoned you this time to inherit the Epic Formation, to carry on my ideals, lead the demon sect to greatness, and build a world that belongs solely to the demon sect. The Heavenly Demon transformed into a human form, vaguely visible, with a pair of eyes fixed intently on Yusheng. For countless years, Yusheng was the only individual to enter the Plaque world, and he had placed all his hopes on Yusheng. What he didn't know was that the demon sect had long ceased to exist. After his fall, other powers besieged the demon sect, and all disciples perished, blood flowing for miles. The once renowned power became a mere historical dust, even disappearing from historical records. This demon sect that appeared was merely summoned by the system. This was also why the Heavenly Demon waited for countless years, with only Yusheng entering. Inherit the Epic Formation. Yusheng fell silent, not immediately giving a response. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. What if this Epic Formation was also a conspiracy? Chapter 52. Lingping City, however, to inherit the Epic Great Array, one must at least reach the king level. And you're still too weak. Take this time to think it over. Seeing that Yusheng had not responded for a long time, disappointment flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Demon, and with a forlorn expression, he said, "Time has passed, and I never expected that my words, as the supreme of the demon sect, would be doubted. How tragic." "Senior, I will think it over carefully," Yusheng said, breathing a sigh of relief, respectfully cupping his fists. He then felt a wave of dizziness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the real world, with 3,000 disciples standing on either side, their expressions respectful. Clearly, the conversation with the Heavenly Demon in the magma space did not take too much time, making everything that had happened feel like an illusion or a dream. "Left Protector, did you notice anything strange when you looked at the Heavenly Demon Hall?" Yusheng turned to ask. The Left Protector glanced at the majestic Heavenly Demon Hall, shook his head, and indicated that he had not noticed anything unusual. "Master, is there a problem?" The Right Protector also looked over, finding nothing, and curiously asked, "It's nothing, let's go." Yusheng shook his head slightly and walked into the Heavenly Demon Hall amidst the crowd. Inside, the space was vast, filled with many decorations exuding black demonic energy, creating a unique scenery. In the center, a 9-tier high platform held a black imperial chair, with black dragons carved on either side, roaring towards the sky, lifelike and imposing. "Master, please take a seat," the Left Protector respectfully said. Upon entering the hall, he had not stood upright, maintaining a bowing posture, showing utmost respect. Yusheng grasped the blood-drinking sword, stepping steadily up the 9-tiered steps, and then sat down on the black imperial chair without any sign of timidity. Boom! Boom! 2 black dragons soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds, circling left and right, exuding immense pressure, then transformed into a beam of black light that merged into Yuxing's Tianling point, vanishing from sight. What a marvelous feeling, Yuxing thought to himself. At the moment the black light entered his Tianling point, detailed information about the demon sect surfaced in his mind. The most terrifying aspect was that he could control the life and death of all the disciples of the demon sect. To summarize, the demon sect has 500 large buildings, including the Heavenly Demon Hall, the Yama Hall, the Sutra Repository, the Weapon Forging Hall, the Alchemy Hall, the Elder Hall, the Offering Hall, and the training rooms. Each building serves a different function. For instance, the Heavenly Demon Hall, as Yuxing's office, is the nerve center of all buildings and can control any area of the demon sect. As for the Yama Hall, it houses the left and right protectors of the demon sect, who can control most buildings and accelerate cultivation speed. The Sutra Repository helps people comprehend martial arts. The Weapon Forging Hall can forge weapons and enhance attributes. The Alchemy Hall can increase the success rate of alchemical concoctions. Even the simplest toilet has an automatic purification function, eliminating any foul odor. In the future, when I become stronger, I will use the specifications of the demon sect's buildings to construct the Yuxia Castle. After skimming through the functions of the buildings, Yuxing felt a surge of excitement. With a wave of his right hand, a scroll appeared on the table, marked with the demon sect's territory. Only the demon mountain was colored black, while the rest were yellow. Master, the strength of the demon sect will grow as the territory expands. Currently, our ruling area is only the demon mountain. Once we occupy Peng County, the strength of the demon sect's disciples will at least improve by 1 level, the left protector said, filled with excitement upon seeing the territory map. Expansion is the foundation of the demon sect's establishment. The right protector and more than a dozen elders' eyes lit up, eagerly looking at Yuxing, who sat on the imperial throne, starting to show authority. There's his function? Yuxing was slightly taken aback after hearing the left protector's words. The introduction of various buildings did not mention that expanding territory could enhance disciples' cultivation. Moreover, this function is quite extraordinary, allowing one to nurture war through war. Absolutely. The left protector nodded, his face serious. I see. Yuxing's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly stood up, an imposing aura enveloping the hall, causing the left and right protectors and a dozen elders to kneel on the ground. Send the order. Within half a month, control Peng County. Yuxing's resonant voice echoed through the hall, producing waves of reverberation. Peng County. There are a total of 20 cities. The county city is named Lingping City, the best city in Peng County, with tall city walls, exquisite buildings, and stone-paved roads bustling with people and the sounds of vendors. In addition, the other cities are quite dilapidated, lacking even a decent city wall and having scarce resources. Therefore, the wealthy merchants and clans of Peng County are concentrated in Lingping City, which is also the only location for the relay station set up by the Chu Kingdom. It is not an exaggeration to say that controlling Lingping City is equivalent to controlling the entire Peng County. Master, we have gathered intelligence. Aside from the government, there are 2 medium-sized clans and over a dozen small clans within Lingping City. In an inn, Yuxing sat in a private room, leisurely eating his meal. Every move he made exuded nobility, attracting the attention of many women, their eyes sparkling. The left and right protectors sat beside him, not touching their chopsticks, their gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ensuring that any movements were under control. An elder approached, speaking respectfully in a low voice, inaudible to those around. What is the strength there? Yuxing paused in his actions, calmly asking without showing any change in expression. In response to the master, the government has 1 innate mid-level martial artist and 2 innate early-level martial artists, with only 3,000 troops, most of whom are ordinary people. The 2 medium-sized clans are the Lin clan and the Wu clan, both headed by innate martial artists, with clan soldiers not exceeding 100. The remaining small clans do not have any innate martial artists present. The elder, being an innate late-level martial artist, had thoroughly surveyed Lingping City inside and out after receiving the task, thus acquiring very detailed information. So weak? Yuxing was a bit surprised. Both Peng County and Ba County are known for having weaker martial artists, with the only difference being that Ba County produces grain and holds political significance. However, he did not expect the gap in strength between the two counties to be so vast. Though Ba County is weak, it still has half-step Saint Realm experts. But the strongest martial artist in the entire Peng County is only at the innate mid-level. Master, when do we take action? I am confident we can completely control Lingping City within a day, the Right Protector asked, eager to get started. First, we control the City Lord's mansion. Yuxing contemplated. Controlling Peng County is easy, but the challenge lies in doing so quietly, without attracting anyone's attention. This is the key to the plan. If it leaks out, the plan will become meaningless. Therefore, he planned to first control the City Lord's mansion, and then use its authority to invite the major clans for a gathering, aiming to catch them all in one net. Do the two protectors have a method to control people? After thinking for a while, Yuxing's expression turned cold as he asked in a deep voice. Yes, there's a method. Chapter 53. Wan Li Peng's Loyalty in the Deep of Night. A few lonely stars flickered in the sky, and a crescent moon cast a faint silver light over Lingping City, as if draping this ancient city in a layer of silver gauze. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the atmosphere was lively, with 10 songstresses fluttering like butterflies, twisting their graceful waists, enchanting everyone. Wan Li Peng, the lord of the county, sat in the main seat, holding a fine wine and his eyes shining brightly. Before arriving in Lingping City, he was a diligent official in the capital, ambitious and full of grand aspirations. However, reality played a joke on him. After being demoted, he found himself in the impoverished Peng County. As midnight approached, perhaps tired from the festivities, Wan Li Peng waved his hand, dismissing the songstresses. Holding a jug of wine, he drunkenly walked towards the back hall. Creak! The door opened, and Wan Li Peng instantly sobered, throwing the jug to the ground. Placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword, squinting as he asked, "Who are you?" On the gazebo, Yu Sheng sat on a stone bench, holding the blood-drinking sword, exuding a sharp aura. The two guardians stood on either side, their clothes and hair billowing in the night wind, looking like the grim reapers of death. Wan Li Peng's heart sank slightly. He couldn't see through the strength of the two guardians aside from Yu Sheng, like a hidden dragon in the deep mountains shrouded in mist. Wan Li Peng had been a minister in the court 10 years ago, but after obstructing Wu Bai's reforms, he was exiled to Peng County, with no hope of promotion for the rest of his life. What a pity it was, such talent wasted with nowhere to showcase it. Yu Sheng lamented, "This news is not a secret. Anyone on the street could narrate it like a storyteller. However, ordinary people wouldn't dare say such things in front of Wan Li Peng. Isn't that revealing someone's past? They might get beaten for it. Who are you? This is the county office. You should leave quickly, or don't blame this official for being ruthless." Indeed, Wan Li Peng's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with cold light. He hated outsiders mentioning the past in front of him. If it weren't for not being able to see through the strength of the two guardians, he might have already acted to teach Yu Sheng a lesson for speaking out of turn. Who this young master is doesn't matter. What matters is, are you willing to accept your fate? You possess the talent to govern a country, yet you are exiled here due to political disagreements. Yu Sheng's expression was calm, and with just a few words, he made Wan Li Peng's face turn particularly ugly, as if he had struck a sore spot, his expression becoming desolate, his eyes dim. He picked up the jug he had thrown on the ground, some wine spilling out, but there was still a little less than half left. He walked in front of Yu Sheng, plopped down on the stone bench, and took a big gulp, his face flushing from the alcohol. "Speak, what do you want? You didn't come just to mock me, did you?" Wan Li Peng asked, appearing tipsy, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence. This young master aims to control Peng County and hopes that Lord Wan will cooperate. In return, I can help you realize your ideals, Yu Sheng said, his smile fading as he spoke seriously. In this world, many are loyal to their ideals. For their dreams and ambitions, they can disregard everything, even death. Wan Li Peng is such a person. He has his own ideals. He is loyal to his dreams. Haha, achieving this official's ideals? Young man, your tone is quite bold. But do you have the ability? Wan Li Peng was taken aback, bursting into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. His ideal was to change the world, to break the monopoly of clans, and to give common people a chance to rise. Such people are often called outliers. Throughout history, They have existed and are not rare. They understand the suffering of the common people, the greed of the clans, and the decay of society. They sympathize with the people and despise the clans. They harbor the dream of an ideal society, creating new thoughts to change the world. They have been trying, but have always failed. In this world, the strong reign supreme. The will of the strong is the ruling order of this world, and to construct a new world order. There is only one way, to use one's fist to shatter the power of this world. Ignoring Wan Li Peng's sarcasm, Yu Sheng's gaze remained steadfast, a dignified aura spreading throughout the courtyard. As a holy master ruling over 3,000 ghost soldiers, with 4 great holy realm experts loyal to him, the pressure he exuded increased day by day. Even a single word from him could feel oppressive. Many weaker cultivators would kneel directly on the ground. Wan Li Peng put down the wine jug, his eyes burning as he looked at Yu Sheng, with less disdain in his gaze, continuing to ask. To use fists to extinguish power, that's indeed a good idea, but is your fist hard enough? Boom! Boom! As soon as the words fell, the 2 guardians stepped forward. 2 waves of overwhelming momentum erupted, creating a tremendous wind that left the courtyard's vegetation in disarray. Bang! The wine jug on the table shattered with a crash. Wine splattering everywhere, filling the entire courtyard with a fragrant aroma. As the pressure surged, Wan Li Peng felt as if he had been struck hard, collapsing onto the table, breathing heavily, unable to move. But upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with horror and panic. Lord Wan is a guest of this young master. How can you treat him like this? Hurry up and apologize. Yu Sheng's expression darkened as he shouted loudly, placing the blood-drinking sword on the table. The air around it sank, bursting forth with a dazzling bloodlight, creating a small-scale void storm that shattered the stone table. As a weapon of a great emperor-level warrior, the power of the blood-drinking sword was not something ordinary cultivators could withstand. Affected by the 2 auras, Wan Li Peng felt his throat sweeten and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying backward and landing outside the gazebo. Lord Wan, you really need to be more careful. If outsiders see this, we would be accused of attacking a court official. That simply won't do. The left guardian hurriedly stepped forward, helping Wan Li Peng up with a look of shame, speaking earnestly. Wan Li Peng was speechless, shameless. Back in the gazebo, Wan Li Peng saw the blood-drinking sword floating in midair, his eyes narrowing, unable to stop trembling. Was he being made to feel this embarrassed by just a weapon? Was this weapon poisoned? Yu Sheng observed Wan Li Peng's expression with amusement, finding it somewhat entertaining, though his face remained cold, concealing his thoughts. May I ask your name, young master? After a moment of tension, Wan Li Peng asked, his eyes flickering with light, showing a hint of respect, clearly having made a decision. You can call me the Sect Master, Yu Sheng replied calmly, knowing he couldn't reveal his real name at this moment. Sect Master? Wan Li Peng repeated, realizing this was not a real name, but a title of some power. After pondering for a moment, he said seriously, if the Sect Master can help realize my ideals, I am willing to pledge my loyalty. He was very clear about the current situation. Refusing would only lead to death. Moreover, he was filled with disappointment towards the Chu State's court, and combined with the beautiful blueprint Yu Sheng had drawn, he did not hesitate to choose loyalty. Other matters aside, the priority was to save his life. Yu Sheng nodded, taking out a pill, and said lightly, Take this. The pill was emitting thick black gas. Clearly not a good thing. Chapter 54. The clan's gather master, what does this mean? Wan Li Peng's body stiffened, his expression slightly ugly. He did not reach out to take the pill. He wasn't foolish and could naturally see that this pill was a poison pill. You wouldn't naively think that just a few words would make this young master fully accept you, would you? Swallow this pill, and you'll be one of us, otherwise. Don't blame this young master for being heartless. Yu Sheng's calm words revealed endless coldness. The truth behind Wan Li Peng's words was uncertain, and for the sake of his own safety, he had no choice but to resort to this tactic. After a moment of silence, Wan Li Peng took the pill from Yu Sheng's hand and swallowed it. Very well. Gather all the clans of Lingping City tomorrow morning. Yu Sheng nodded in satisfaction, grasped the blood-drinking sword, and left the city lord's mansion, leaving behind Wan Li Peng with a constantly changing expression. The night wind blew, and the disordered courtyard revealed a sense of desolation. Two Sacred Realm warriors provided protection, but it was still far from enough to overturn the rule of the Chu kingdom. Wanli Peng swayed as he made his way to the study, writing letter after letter, handing them to the guards at the door to be delivered to all the clans in Lingping City. The guards were somewhat surprised. They had to deliver documents at this late hour? Duty called, and they could only comply. Turning a corner, a figure in a black robe appeared. The guard was about to reprimand him when he suddenly fell to darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. The figure in black picked up the documents and, after carefully reviewing them, nodded in satisfaction. Wake up, nothing happened. The figure in black rasped, his form gradually fading, becoming a shadow that completely blended into the darkness. The guard woke up, found himself lying on the ground, stood up, and glanced at the intact documents. Confusion written all over his face. How did I fall asleep just now? It seems standing guard isn't easy. I heard the Lin family is recruiting guards. Should I go try? In the dark alley, the guard's murmurs echoed. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Yuxing returned to the inn, ate something, brewed a cup of tea, and quietly waited. Master, no problem. A figure in black, like a ghost, floated in from the night and whispered in Yuxing's ear. He was the one who checked the documents. Yuxing nodded, indicating his understanding, feeling quite pleased. He stretched lazily, returned to his room, and slept comfortably. That night, he slept exceptionally well. However, many clan heads, after receiving Wanli Peng's documents, were unable to sleep the entire night. The clans and the city lord's mansion had always maintained a non-interference relationship. What sudden summons was about to happen this time? The next day, several horse-drawn carriages came from different streets, arriving at the city lord's mansion, stopping on both sides of the main gate. They clearly did not realize that all the clans in the city had gathered. Upon seeing familiar figures, they were slightly taken aback, then their expressions turned serious. What on earth is Wanli Peng up to? Wuan muttered as he stepped down from the carriage, straightening his clothes as he walked toward the main hall of the city lord's mansion. He wasn't afraid of Wanli Peng's schemes. As a disgraced official, unless he had some strength, he probably wouldn't even have a place to stand in this clan-dominated Lingping city. The terror of the clans, besides their own strength, also lay in their vast network of connections, which could rally support at a moment's notice. A few minutes later, another carriage arrived, arrogantly stopping at the city lord's mansion's main entrance. The guarding guards were just about to block it when they saw a figure step down, looking stern and wearing a purple robe. Head of the Lin family, Lin Gui, the most powerful person in Lingping City 5 years ago. A prodigy emerged and went to Danyang City to apprentice under the Shao family's ancestor. With a profound background, he had gradually exhibited a tendency towards supremacy over the past few years. The guards silently halted, lowering their heads, pretending not to see. That old guy Wuan still refuses to submit. It seems we need to speed things up. Lin Gui thought silently as he glanced at Wu An's carriage, hands clasped behind his back, striding into the city lord's mansion with great strides. Anyone who didn't know would think he was returning home. Upon entering the main hall, shadows flitted about. Wanli Peng sat in the upper seat, eyes closed in meditation. Wuan sat on the right side, while the heads of other major clans sat in the back, not saying a word, making the atmosphere in the hall somewhat tense. Greetings, City Lord. Lin Gui slightly cupped his hands, not waiting for Wanli Peng to speak before taking the leftmost seat, his attitude arrogant. Wanli Peng's expression darkened, filled with disdain. These damn clans were getting more and more excessive. Now that everyone is here, let's not waste time. Just say what needs to be said. A clan head said impatiently. Having already sided with the Lin family and looking down on Wanli Peng, seeing him as nothing more than a puppet. Today, I summoned everyone mainly to introduce a person for everyone to meet. Wanli Peng frowned, thinking of Yuxing's terror, and revealed a hint of mockery. Soon, let us see how arrogant you all are. Everyone was stunned, expressions bewildered. What qualifications do you, a disgraced official, have to recommend someone? Are you joking? Subordinate pays respects to the master. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wanli Peng stood up and bowed respectfully to the back hall. Wuan and Lin Gui's pupils constricted slightly, their internal energies circulating secretly on guard. Wanli Peng was a court official. Generally, he did not need to bow unless a superior was present, and he should refer to himself as this subordinate, not subordinate. Master? In the Chu kingdom, there was no official position called master, nor was there any sect. Who could this mysterious person be? It was evident that today's gathering was mostly planned by the master mentioned by Wanli Peng. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, Yusheng, clad in a black robe that concealed his face, walked out from the back hall, accompanied by his left and right protectors. Kid, who are you? Lin Gui stood up, gripping his sword tightly with his right hand, extending his left hand, looking displeased, showing no regard for Yusheng. This young master hates being pointed at, Yusheng said coldly. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by. Ah! Lin Gui fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Wanli Peng and the others looked over, gasping in shock as a severed arm lay on the ground, blood pooling on the dark floor. What a ruthless method! Fear flickered in Wanli Peng's eyes, grateful he hadn't resisted last night and had chosen to submit. Otherwise, his fate would definitely be far worse than Lin Gui's. Beast, you dare to hurt me. My son is a disciple of the Shao family's ancestor. You can await your retribution. At that time, I will exterminate your entire clan. Lin Gui clutched his severed arm, roaring fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Like a starving wolf ready to devour its prey. Fool! Wu shook his head, silently cursing. Those who knew the times were wise, knowing they couldn't win, yet still threatening. They probably wouldn't even know how they died. This was also because Lin Gui was used to being arrogant, thinking that with the Shao family backing him, he could act as if he were the king of the world. Now he had kicked a metal plate, hadn't he? Exterminate my entire clan? Yusheng's expression darkened as he casually drew the blood-drinking sword and walked towards Lin Gui. The pressure from the imperial weapon spread, causing everyone in the main hall to change color, retreating a few steps, their eyes filled with apprehension. Chapter 55, Clan Loyal to You. What do you want? As Yusheng approached with his sword drawn, Lin Gui finally felt fear, his body chilling to the bone, to the point where he temporarily forgot the pain in his left shoulder, continually backing away with eyes full of terror. He felt suffocated by the killing intent. Perhaps with the next breath, the sword light would flicker and his head would fall to the ground. Compared to a severed arm, a head was certainly more important. At this moment, Lin Gui wished he could slap himself twice. How could he not control this mouth of his? Today, your blood will be used to unseal the blood-drinking sword, Yusheng said coldly. Sensing the killing intent, the blood-drinking sword trembled violently, emitting a brilliant light, its bone-chilling temperature making one feel as if they were in an icy cave, shivering uncontrollably. It was simply too excited. Finally, it had awaited the opportunity to drink blood. It was incredibly rare. As a battle sword of a generation's killing god, it had slaughtered billions of lives, nurturing soldiers with blood. Even without battles, it had to kill a few people each day to temper its blade with flesh and blood. But in Yusheng's hands, it had not been used for a long time. It was almost forgetting the taste of blood. Whoa, I'm just too pitiful. Spare my life. Don't kill me. I can give you money, a lot of money. Lin Gui kept backing away until he was near the door of the main hall. Wanli Peng waved his hand, signaling the guards to close the door. The light in the hall dimmed, leaving only a blood-red glow, dazzling and flickering. Bang! Lin Gui crashed into the doorframe. Seeing Yusheng did not stop, madness flashed in his eyes. He drew his sword with his right hand and lunged at Yusheng. Under the enveloping sword energy, Yusheng remained unmoved, seemingly unconcerned by the attack. As long as I capture this little beast and take him hostage, I will have a chance to live. Once I escape, I will immediately notify the Shao clan and wipe you all out. Realizing that Yusheng did not retreat, Lin Gui was overjoyed, roaring in his heart. Spiritual energy surged, and the sword light became even more brilliant, just as he was about to capture Yusheng. Whoosh! A strand of finger energy shot from a distance, striking Lin Gui's right hand. Crack! Lin Gui's right hand, and the battle sword fell to the ground in response. Losing both arms. Excruciating pain spread throughout his body, nearly causing Lin Gui to faint again as he fell to the ground, convulsing, his face revealing endless despair. Die with your blood. Unseal the blood-drinking sword, Yusheng said calmly, raising the blood-drinking sword in his hand, swiftly cutting through. Blood splattered, a blood column erupted, and Lin Gui's head soared into the air, falling into a corner of the hall. A stream of bright red energy surged along the sword blade into Yu Sheng's body, transforming into pure spiritual energy, merging into his vast dantian, creating ripples. In an instant, the thin spiritual energy from the breakthrough became thick, resembling a sea of spiritual energy. His cultivation level also reached the peak of the 7th rank. What a terrifying amplification. No wonder the previous master of the blood-drinking sword fell into the path of killing. Anyone would be unable to resist the temptation of increasing their cultivation. Yu Sheng was secretly astonished, sensing the joyful emotions from the blood-drinking sword. His heart tightened. He did not want to fall into the path of killing and become a generation's killing god, despised by others. He really killed him. Everyone in the hall was stunned, staring at Yu Sheng, speechless. Didn't he fear revenge from the Shao clan? That was one of the 3 ancient clans of the Chu kingdom, with tens of thousands of clan members. The innate martial artists were as numerous as cabbages, and there were even powerful saints stationed as superpowers. Now, can we talk properly? Yu Sheng, holding the blood-red, blood-drinking sword, looked around, his eyes sharp. No one dared to meet his gaze, all bowing their heads. The might of one person suppressed the entire hall. From today on, Peng Jun is under the jurisdiction of this young master. Do any of you have objections? Seeing no one speaking, Yu Sheng got straight to the point, declaring his purpose. As Guo Jia said, he wanted to walk the path of a tyrant, eliminating all obstacles. What is a tyrant? It is domineering. It is unscrupulous. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted in an uproar. The heads of many clans had a single thought flash through their minds: rebellion. Although Peng Jun was backward and overlooked, tracing its roots, it was still the territory of the Chu kingdom. You, an outsider, want to take control, is essentially rebellion, right? Now that the world is at peace, and the domestic situation is stable, with the royal family's prestige increasing daily, choosing this time to rebel is not a wise choice. The leader is a supreme figure of a holy sect. By pledging loyalty to the leader, you all can gain wealth and honor, perhaps even leading your clans to strength. Wanli Peng, seeing that people were slow to respond, felt a bit anxious and said solemnly, "Supreme of the holy sect." This title surprised everyone slightly. What would happen if we do not pledge loyalty? Wu stepped forward, slightly bowing, and asked. Like this person, Yu Sheng pointed his sword at the decapitated corpse. His voice cold. Wu En's eyes widened in horror, bitterly saying, "It seems we have no choice." Everyone in the hall fell silent. Some felt helpless, some sighed in pain, while others showed signs of compromise. The cost of rebellion was simply too high. Within 3 breaths, those willing to pledge loyalty stepped behind this protector. The left protector stepped forward, bellowing, his saintly aura surging, with bloodlight flickering in his eyes, appearing very intimidating. Saintly martial artist. Wuan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Except for a few clans, the rest chose to surrender, bowing and stepping behind the left protector. In the center of the entire hall, besides Yu Sheng, there were only 2 figures standing. Kill them. Seeing someone resist, Yu Sheng was slightly surprised. However, in this world, there are always some loyal people. Compared to those who feared for their lives, he appreciated the 2 before him more. But unfortunately, they chose the wrong side. Bang! Bang! Without warning, the 2 exploded into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no corpses behind. The suffocating smell of blood enveloped the entire hall. This bloody method cast a shadow over the hearts of the already surrendered clan heads. "Welcome everyone to join the demon sect," Yu Sheng said with a smile, taking out a dozen pills from his bosom, surrounded by black mist. The expressions of the clan heads became even more unpleasant, as if they had eaten something that caused constipation. That afternoon, Wanli Peng led the clans that pledged loyalty to form a 500-man team to encircle and suppress the Lin clan. This solidified their identity as accomplices. Even if someone regretted it later, they would have to weigh their family's interests. The flames of war spread. The carved railings and exquisite courtyards turned to ashes under the flames, along with over 600 Lin clan members, from the white-haired elders to the infants in swaddling clothes. None were spared. Charred corpses were packed into bags after the flames extinguished and thrown into a canyon outside the city, unable even to be buried. This is the fate of the defeated. In the game of power, no one can come out unscathed. There's only one path to take. Even if it is filled with wounds, one must grit their teeth and persevere without the slightest relaxation. Because the consequence of relaxation is exactly like that of the Lin clan. The entire clan was exterminated. Not a single chicken or dog was left. Chapter 56. The Map of Heaven and Earth. In the following 2 days, Yusheng dispatched 300 disciples of the demon sect to various locations in Peng County, controlling more than 20 cities, including hundreds of towns. He was only one step away from completely taking over Peng County, 30 miles outside Lingping City. There was a beautiful place by the mountains and waters, where a building stood tall, with a flag displaying the words Post Station. The station was managed by Wang Ming, a direct subordinate of Wu Bai, making the possibility of winning him over extremely slim. On a small hill, Yusheng led many of his subordinates. Looking down at the post station, where hundreds of demon sect disciples had scattered around, hiding in the shadows. Wanli Peng stood behind Yusheng, his back hunched, and anger surfaced in his eyes when Wang Ming was mentioned. He had offended Wu Bai and was seen as an outcast. Wang Ming, being a direct subordinate of Wu Bai, was sent to this barren land mainly to monitor him. Every move he made would be reported back to Danyang City. To save his life, he indulged in drinking and merrymaking every day to dispel Wu Bai's vigilance. He cannot be left alive, Yusheng said calmly, and with this sentence, the fate of everyone at the post station was sealed. The left protector waved his hand, and the hidden disciples of the demon sect revealed themselves, filled with killing intent, rushing toward the post station. Soon, a battle erupted at the post station. Facing the powerful demon sect, even Wang Ming, as a congenital martial artist, was powerless to turn the tide, and with a scream, he met his demise. The entire process took no more than a quarter of an hour. 58 lives were tragically lost at the post station, with not a single one left alive. At this point, Yusheng had completely taken control of Peng County, becoming the master of this land, even though it was not prosperous. A golden seal suddenly appeared before Yusheng, covered in intricate patterns and lines, dazzling to behold. Yusheng was slightly pleased and pressed down on it heavily. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have checked in at Peng County and received a map. Would you like to claim it? A map? Yusheng was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit disappointed. A golden seal package only contained a map? The rewards from this system were getting stingier. Negative review. Claim it. But since he had received it, he naturally wanted to take a look. Yusheng thought calmly to himself. This was the most composed he had ever been when claiming a gift package. Buzz. The void twisted, and a piece of jade appeared, about the size of a fist, crystal clear and exuding an aura of purity, resembling a work of art and looking exceptionally beautiful. However, what happened next shocked everyone, including Yusheng, who stared blankly at the sky. The jade burst forth with brilliant light, and lines were drawn to form a flat map, showcasing high mountains, lakes, official roads, maritime routes, cities, and various forces, all clearly presented. Is this the world we live in? Wanli Peng looked at the map, his expression astonished, his speech stuttering. This map completely overturned his understanding of the world. This map included the land of Peng County beneath their feet. It also encompassed 6 counties of the Chu Kingdom. Extending further out, it detailed the 7 countries of the Wild Continent. But that was not all. The Wild Continent, which nurtured hundreds of millions of people, occupied only a tiny speck on this map. In the boundless seas, there were continents similar to the Wild Continent everywhere. Beyond the seas lay a world thousands of times larger than the Wild Continent. That vast region was the center of the map. Countless names of forces shone brightly on the map, revealing a glimpse of an unprecedented and unheard of world. Gulp. Yusheng swallowed hard, his face filled with shock as he thought. I take back what I just said. This map is truly important. At the top of the map, 3 large characters were inscribed. Map of Heaven and Earth. Master, is this map real? Wanli Peng took a deep breath and respectfully inquired. Although it was a question, he already believed the map was genuine. This world is not just the Wild Continent. The world is vast. We should go out and see it. Yusheng did not know the truth, but he was clear that there were unknown regions waiting for him to conquer. For the first time, he realized the vastness of the world. The seed of ambition, like absorbing rich nutrients, began to grow vigorously. How wonderful it would be to conquer this world and make it bow beneath my feet. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yu Sheng's mind, startling him. He instinctively shook his head, but this thought took root and firmly occupied his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the check-in task. The great map of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, the myriad phenomena who will rule the world. Conquer a region of the continent. Break through the immortal gate. Achieve eternal life. Please conquer the Chu kingdom and establish a nation within 3 months. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Yu Sheng was taken aback by the task's content. Conquering the Chu kingdom within 3 months? Wasn't that too difficult? But the system's check-in tasks concerned his life, future destiny, and the course of history. This indicated that chaos would surely erupt in the Chu kingdom within 3 months. And he would also encounter a crisis after 3 months, which could only be resolved with the strength of a nation. This is a bit troublesome. Yu Sheng rubbed his head, putting away the map of heaven and earth. Time was of the essence. He did not want to waste time in Lingping City and returned directly to the demon sect. The left protector did not follow him. He led 3 elders to summon the city lords of all cities in Peng County, issuing the demon sect seal shrouded in a faint black mist, exuding overwhelming pressure. The seal was used for dividing forces, issuing decrees, and mobilizing troops. Most importantly, it established subordinate relations. A stream of invisible black light flowed into the demon mountain. Above the hall of heavenly demons, demonic energy surged, and a demon dragon roared toward the sky, with every scale clearly visible and its blood-red eyes seeming to slaughter the world. All living beings in Peng County felt a tremor in their hearts. This demon dragon was the embodiment of the demon sect's fortune. How much could the power of fortune help the disciples of the demon sect improve their cultivation? Yu Sheng sensed the information conveyed by the demon dragon, walked out of the hall of heavenly demons, and gazed at the sky, where countless black lotuses fell, merging into the heavenly spirit points of the disciples of the demon sect. Instantly, terrifying auras surged into the sky. The cultivation of ordinary disciples of the demon sect directly broke through 2 levels. Disciples at the 9th rank of martial artists advanced to the congenital realm at a terrifying speed. Even the elders at the congenital realm greatly improved, breaking through 2 minor realms, with 2 elders directly breaking through to half-step saint realm, needing only an opportunity to reach the saint realm. Additionally, Yu Sheng discovered that those who participated in the task experienced even more terrifying increases in cultivation, generally breaking through 3 realms. An 8th rank martial artist disciple, by meriting in the task, surged with overwhelming momentum, breaking through to the early congenital stage. How terrifying! Yu Sheng exclaimed, and before he could finish speaking, a black lotus fell down, even larger than the others, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian to boil, expanding it continuously to an astonishing 9,000 zhang. As a result, his cultivation also smoothly broke through to the 9th rank of martial artist. Chapter 57. Conspiracy in Wujuan. It is clear that generally, top-tier geniuses only reach around 2,560 zhang when they break through to the 9th grade martial artist level. However, Yu Sheng, currently at the early stage of the 9th grade, possesses a dantian of 9,000 zhang, which is several times that of a top-tier genius. What does this mean? It means he is invincible within the same realm. The expansion of the dantian not only allows for the storage of vast amounts of spiritual energy, but also enhances the power of his techniques. With the same technique, an ordinary martial artist can only knock down a large tree, while he can destroy a small mountain. Have the statistics come in? Half a day later, Yu Sheng sat on the Black Dragon Emperor's chair, feeling quite pleased and eagerly asking. In the center of the hall, the right protector stood in front, followed by 37 figures with respectful expressions, all innate martial artists, though their auras were somewhat unstable, clearly having just broken through not long ago. Reporting to the leader, the statistics have been compiled. After the baptism of fortune, the cultivation levels of the disciples in the sect have significantly improved, with 37 new innate martial artists added. So far, our sect has a total of 47 innate martial artists, including 2 half-step Holy Realm warriors. Additionally, most ordinary disciples have broken through to above the 7th grade, and the lowest among all disciples has reached the 6th grade martial artist level. The Right Protector's voice was filled with excitement. Under the baptism of fortune, the strength of the demon sect has at least doubled, and he has also broken through a small realm, advancing to the late stage of the Holy Realm. Very good, Yuxing said with a smile, a bit surprised internally. Occupying the most backward Pengjun has brought about a tremendous change in the strength of the demon sect. It's unimaginable how powerful the sect would become if it were to occupy the entirety of Chu country. It would likely surpass the existence of the witch sect, which has lasted for 1,000 years, with ease. Thinking of the witch sect, an endless killing intent surged in Yuxing's heart, filling his chest with boundless rage. As the ruler of the demon sect, his every move would have a significant impact. In an instant of anger, a wild wind swept through the entire demon mountain and even Pengjun, with torrential rain falling, dark clouds gathering, and thunder crashing, as if doomsday had arrived. As if this world was venting its fury. Leader, please calm your anger. The Right Protector was startled, and the disciples of the demon sect were terrified, all kneeling on the ground, sensing the fury emanating from their leader. Seeing the crowd kneeling, Yuxing took a deep breath, calming his anger. Everyone rise. I am fine. The sun is out, and the rain has stopped. It was as if the weather change that had occurred earlier was merely an illusion. Leader, Pengjun has been occupied. What should our next move be? The Right Protector stood up and asked solemnly, as the strategy designated by Guojia had reached the point of controlling Pengjun. Now that Pengjun had been controlled, what should be done next? Without tactical guidance, and given the unpredictable situation in Chu country, the Right Protector truly did not dare to make arbitrary arrangements, fearing that one wrong move could lead to disaster. This is the importance of strategists. A faction, if it lacks a strategist to devise plans, finds it hard to develop. Pengjun is adjacent to Wujuan, and Wujuan has a fierce local culture that values martial prowess. Abundant in cultivation resources, producing a large number of martial artists, being the main source of troops for Chu country's army. If we want to develop, we must build an army. Therefore, while controlling Pengjun, I have already dispatched ghost soldiers to Wujuan to secretly infiltrate and wait for the right moment to act. Yuxing said seriously, to dominate the world, 3 elements are necessary: strong individuals, an army, and logistics. The demon sect only has 3,000 disciples. Although they are powerful, they are still insufficient when facing an army of hundreds of thousands. One charge could lead to the deaths of weaker disciples. The terror of an army lies in its coordination. 1 soldier is not scary, nor 10 soldiers. Even 100 soldiers can be dealt with. But when tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops are arranged in formation, the explosive power and enhancement of strength are extremely terrifying. The strength is formidable and shocking. Additionally, the task assigned by the system is to conquer Chu country within 3 months, and time is tight. Therefore, the urgent priority is to control Wujuan, and it would be best to establish an army. Leader is wise. The Right Protector clasped his fists and said respectfully, Right Protector, act according to your orders. Yuxing's expression turned serious as he shouted, Subordinate is here. The Right Protector's body shook, stepping forward, kneeling on one knee, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. What task would the leader assign? His character resembled that of a general. He enjoyed battle and warfare. Unlike the Left Protector, who was more composed, he eagerly hoped to lead the disciples of the demon sect to charge into battle, invincible in their path. You will lead 1,000 disciples to secretly proceed to Wujuan. When chaos erupts, defeat the Chu army and gain control of Wujuan, Yuxing ordered in a deep voice. From what he understood, Wujuan has a stationed army of 20,000. Relying solely on 2,000 ghost soldiers would not be sufficient. However, with the Right Protector as a Holy Realm powerhouse and the assistance of 1,000 disciples, defeating the 20,000 stationed troops would be no problem. Understood, leader. The Right Protector clasped his fists, his expression resolute, then gently stood up, his gaze filled with killing intent. This trip would surely be drenched in blood. Elders, Go to various locations in Pangjun and recruit 2,000 disciples. Yuxing instructed again, deciding to expand recruitment. 3,000 disciples of the demon sect were still too few. Many top clans had over 10,000 members, and even the members of the Yushur clan outnumbered the demon sect's disciples. Yes, the 37 newly promoted elders were overjoyed. Recruiting disciples would give them a foundation, and after nurturing them for several years, they would have a place in this hierarchical demon sect. The Shaos are rebelling. No, even if it goes against the king's order, I must inform my teacher to stop the Shaos from rebelling. Beneath the Horn Mountain, Chun Jun had gathered the news and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Gritting his teeth, he looked towards the direction of Danyang City and sped off. After discussing with Guojia, he immediately headed to Horn Mountain to meet with Qihua and Fang Shuyuan to gain a detailed understanding of the event from back then, and was instantly restless. The Shaos are really going to rebel. He was skeptical of Guojia's words since he was an outsider with ulterior motives. However, he had to believe Qihua and Fang Shuyuan. The rebellion of the Grand Marshal back then was already very suspicious, erupting too suddenly. And there were many questions yet to be clarified. Inform a strategist that everything is proceeding smoothly. On top of a small mountain, Qihua and Fang Shuyuan watched Chun Jun leave and smiled as they spoke. The strategist is Guojia. After Yuxing went to Pangjun, he entrusted all matters of Bajuan to Guojia to handle, able to mobilize all forces, including the Blackfire camp. Zhongliang nodded, using his movement technique to vanish into the dense forest, acting as a messenger between the Blackfire camp and the Yushur castle. The strategist's plan is interconnected. The long quiet Chu country is about to become chaotic, Qihua said calmly, like an outsider speaking about matters unrelated to himself. He was a soldier, and his loyalty to Chu country burned like a flame, turning to ashes when the Grand Marshal was forced to death, becoming blackened. In this way, we can take revenge for the Grand Marshal, Fang Shuyuan said coldly, his gaze deep and far-reaching, looking into the distance, far beyond the horizon. Chapter 58. The Northern Yin Kingdom. In the northern part of the savage wilderness continent, there is a small country known as the Yin Kingdom. Among the 7 countries, the Yin Kingdom is perhaps the least significant, with a territory that is only 1/3 the size of the Chu Kingdom and a population of just over 10 million, most of whom are ordinary people with very few martial artists. The most critical point is that the strongest martial artist in the Yin Kingdom is only at the mid-stage of the sacred realm. If it weren't for the fact that 300 years ago, the Yin Kingdom ceded a region and received protection from the Qin Kingdom, it might have been destroyed long ago. Yilan City, the capital of the Yin Kingdom, an extremely ancient city that is said to have a history of over 3,000 years. The city is dozens of zhang high and stretches for dozens of miles in length and width, built with extremely strong inkstone, exuding an aura of majesty. A figure dressed in a bright red gown appears at the city gate, her face blurred, moving gracefully into the city, without anyone checking her. As if the guards at the gate did not see her at all. Lady Red Messenger. Behind the city gate, Prince Lu Rong of the Yin Kingdom leads his guards, eagerly waiting. Upon seeing the figure in red, he bows respectfully. Speaking of Prince Lu Rong, he is well known in the Yin Kingdom for his extraordinary looks, with a face as distinct as a sculpture. Beneath his sword-like brows, he has a pair of peach blossom eyes, filled with passion, making it easy for anyone to fall into them. Little troublemaker, let's go. The Red Messenger reaches out her delicate hand to caress Lu Rong's face, smiling enchantingly. Her voice as melodious as a bell, her casual gesture carrying an irresistible allure. The guards following her and the passers-by on both sides stare at the Red Messenger with dazed expressions, their faces filled with infatuation and drooling. The Red Messenger seems to enjoy this attention, kissing Prince Lu Rong on the cheek before sitting in the carriage, extending her snow-white fingers to tease him. I'm here. My lord. Lu Rong is overjoyed, a blush appearing on his face as he hurriedly enters the carriage. Before long, the carriage jolts, and bursts of laughter and moaning can be heard from within. The guards swallow hard, urging the horses onward. No one notices that among the crowd, several figures are secretly monitoring the prince, one of whom darts towards the palace, while the others use their skills to rush in different directions. What a disgrace. The crown prince of a nation actually being bewitched by a woman. In the palace's imperial study, the king of Yin receives reports from the guards and roars in anger, feeling disappointed and frustrated, his mid-stage sacred realm aura erupting, creating a dense pressure that causes the eunuchs and palace maids in the hall to kneel in droves. Below him sit four figures, all dignified and formidable, known as the four pillars of the Yin kingdom. The head of the Mu family, the head of the Wei family, the head of the Long family, and the head of the Gonyang family. Faced with the king's fury, the four maintain a stoic silence, observing with their eyes directed inward. Send the order. The king of Yan's expression changes, and he calls out loudly. Report, the five princes are waiting outside the hall. At this moment, a guard on duty enters, kneeling on one knee to report. What do they want? The king frowns slightly, his voice low. Let them in. After a short while, five young princes enter the hall, adorned in splendid attire that exudes nobility, kneeling on one knee and respectfully calling out, We pay our respects to Father King. Rise. What brings you five together to find this king? The king asks, his expression calm. To report to Father King. We five brothers have come for one matter. To impeach Crown Prince Lurong for indulging in women and neglecting state affairs, deeming him unfit to be the heir of the Yin kingdom. The second prince steps forward and loudly declares, exuding an imposing aura that cannot be underestimated. Please, Father King, depose the crown prince. 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 The other four princes quickly echo, their attitudes resolute, as if vowing not to rest until the king deposes Lurong. The king remains silent, torn between punishing Lu Rong and never considering deposing him. The fundamental reason is that Lu Rong possesses the talent to break through the sacred realm and even the marquee level. The Yin kingdom is too weak. To strengthen itself, it must have powerful martial artists, which is also why he has overlooked Lu Rong's mischief. Lu Rong has not disappointed his expectations either, having already broken through to the innate realm at a young age. Father King, the crown prince, is foolish and often does stupid things. If he ascends to the throne, will the common people live well? At that time, public sentiment will turn against him, and chaos will arise. The Yin kingdom will be in peril, the second prince continues. The king of Yin continues to ponder in silence. Ha! A loud laugh echoes from outside the hall, causing everyone in the imperial study to change their expressions. Prince Lu Rong enters, holding the red messenger's slim waist with a disdainful smile. Crown Prince, barging into the imperial study without notice is against the law. The second prince squints his eyes and says coldly, he shows no fear. Before coming, he had made sufficient preparations, replacing the palace guards with his own trusted men. Moreover, he has a trump card. When he was young, he saved a powerful sacred realm expert, who has also come to assist him this time. Who are you to criticize how this crown prince does things? Prince Lu Rong impatiently interrupts the second prince, striding forward to clasp his fists and say, Father King, I have found a way for the Yin kingdom to become powerful. The king of Yin becomes interested and smiles, asking, what method? Father King, do not worry. When I entered the palace, I discovered a group of people acting suspiciously. For your safety, I took the liberty of dealing with them on your behalf. Guards, bring them in. Lu Rong smiles, his gaze fixed on the second prince. Two teams of guards enter the hall, dragging three figures in and forcing them to kneel on the ground, covered in dirt and grime. The second prince glances at them, his expression turning pale. General Qin, General Wei, you should not be on duty today, right? The king of Yan's expression darkens as he reprimands. We are guilty. The two men in armor bow heavily, their faces filled with shame. And who are you? The king of Yin glances at the pale second prince, snorts coldly, and glares at the elderly man in splendid clothing, angrily asking, people say the Yin kingdom is weak, but I didn't expect there to be a marquee-level expert. The elderly man forces a smile, shaking his head, his eyes filled with apprehension as he looks at the woman in red. Father King, I took the liberty to act and plan to lead the Yin kingdom to submit to the seven-colored flower, Prince Lu Rong says with a smile. The king's expression changes drastically. Beast, you dare to betray your ancestors. The king of Yin stands up, roaring in anger, his murderous intent surging. With a wave of his right hand, he draws the imperial sword, its sword energy sharp and resonating like a dragon's roar, shaking the entire imperial study and causing everyone to tremble. Sigh, Father King, I'm also doing this for the good of the Yin Kingdom. Pas le hoing sai. Boom! An overwhelming pressure erupts from the red messenger, like a divine mountain crushing down from the heavens, annihilating the ancient, shattering the sword energy. And the resulting shockwave from the explosion of the void shatters all the furniture in the imperial study. Bang! The King of Yin feels a sweetness in his throat, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his body is sent flying several zhong, crashing into the wall and creating a web of cracks. Dust fills the air. The five princes are horrified, trembling in fear. Chapter 59. Thorough investigation of the Shao clan. The King of Yin clutched his chest, trembling as he stood up, his face filled with despair. His cultivation was too weak. Even if he mobilized a national fortune, it would be impossible to defeat a marquis-level warrior. Thinking that from now on, the Yin Kingdom would have to submit to an assassin organization, the king felt as if his heart were being cut, wishing for death. Father, abdicate. I will make you the Grand Emperor and let you enjoy a lifetime of peace. Lu Rong knelt on the ground, unable to help but lower his head, filled with shame. After all, he was human and not a plant. Who could be without feelings? The king's kindness toward him was something he had seen and remembered in his heart. However, when he thought of the supreme throne, the feeling of shame in his heart vanished. He lifted his lowered head, his gaze burning with madness. In the imperial family, there is no mercy. Who could resist the temptation of ruling the world and controlling billions of lives? Abdicate? What face do I have to abdicate? The King of Yin laughed at himself, gripping his sword tightly again, circulating his spiritual energy, and a pressure enveloped the room. Father, stop resisting. The four great clans and all the civil and military officials you relied on have pledged loyalty to me. Abdicate. You are nothing but a puppet now. Lu Rong stood up, speaking loudly, his face filled with confidence and a hint of pride, exuding nobility. Upon hearing this, the heads of the four great clans seated on either side could no longer remain calm. They stood up and respectfully bowed, saying, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and Lord Hongshi." After speaking, the four turned to look at the disheveled King of Yin, sighed, and said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, abdicate." Ha! The King of Yin laughed loudly, the betrayal of the four great clans leaving him feeling like ashes. Childhood friends who had grown up together actually betrayed him. It was ridiculous, too ridiculous. The struggle for power is often merciless. You have sided with the seven-colored flower, and you are doomed to meet a bad end. From this moment on, I sever our father-son relationship. I have no such offspring as you. The King of Yin laughed bitterly, placing his sword against his neck, facing the ancestral temple, kneeling down without hesitation, and shouted, "Ancestors above, unfilial descendant, I come to seek your forgiveness." As the words fell, the sword cut across his neck, and a spray of blood instantly stained the ground. Clang! The sword fell. The King of Yin's mighty body fell backward, his eyes wide open, unable to close them. He did not want to die, but for the dignity of the royal family, he could only choose death. What he did was also to atone for himself for raising a rebellious son and ruining the country. Father, father. Lu Rong was stunned, his eyes instantly reddening, and he lunged at the King of Yin, heartbroken. He wanted the supreme position, but he never thought of killing the King of Yin. A feeling of regret instantly filled his heart. A real man should not cry. The Lord Hongshi frowned slightly, her expression displeased, her eyes bursting with a crimson glow, a formless charm enveloping Lu Rong, enchanting his mind. Yes, my lord. Under the influence of the charm, Lu Rong stood up, his handsome face cold, addressing the five princes. My father is gravely ill. I, the crown prince, shall inherit the throne. What do you brothers think? The five princes exchanged glances, seeing fear in each other's eyes, and knelt in unison. We pay our respects to the king. The heads of the four great clans immediately knelt down as well. We pay our respects to the king. Lu Rong said nothing, walking toward the throne, his expression imposing, a domineering aura filling the entire imperial study, his arms outstretched, his gaze directed at Lord Hongshi. You little rascal, Lord Hongshi smiled charmingly, sitting in Lu Rong's lap, her enchanting laughter igniting passion in the hearts of everyone present. Everyone rise. With a beauty in my arms, Lu Rong felt invigorated. The position of emperor was indeed too captivating. Thank you, Your Majesty. Before the body of the King of Yan, the 4 great clans and the 5 princes all submitted to Lu Rong, truly proving the saying, a new emperor brings new ministers. Order that, according to national rights, my father be given a grand burial, and all officials within the Yin kingdom wear mourning clothes for 10 days. Lu Rong still had some conscience, not forgetting the old king of Yin. This command also eased the guilt of the heads of the 4 clans and the 5 princes somewhat. Furthermore, all eunuchs and palace maids in the palace shall accompany my father in death. Subsequently, Lu Rong looked around and found several eunuchs and palace maids huddled in the corner, trembling, their eyes flashing with cold light. He coldly said that his plot to seize power could not be leaked. Originally, he did not wish to spare his several brothers. But if too many died at once, it would easily arouse suspicion from outsiders. Plus, they were blood relatives. That was why he did not pursue the matter. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the 4 great clans moved, unleashing terrifying energy. The dozen or so eunuchs and palace maids hadn't reacted yet, their chests bursting into a mist of blood, lying on the ground, becoming souls. Lu Rong nodded in satisfaction. This feeling of deciding life and death with just a glance and a word was truly exhilarating. The 5 princes trembled, intimidated by the bloody methods, not daring to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. Soon, the news of the King of Yan's passing spread throughout the entire Yan kingdom. The national situation was tumultuous, and countless citizens wailed, consciously putting on mourning clothes and kneeling toward Yilan City. This showed that the King of Yan was well loved by the people. 7 days later, with the support of the heads of the 4 great clans, Lu Rong ascended to the throne, conferred titles to the officials, and then summoned some officials to discuss matters in a secret chamber for half a day, during which several mysterious figures entered. No one knew the content of this discussion. All that was known was that a few days later, the Yin kingdom increased taxes and began extensive construction around its borders, building strange buildings. Danyang City, the imperial palace. The king of Yin has passed away? Such a young age, what a pity. The king of Chu looked at the intelligence that had returned from the Yin kingdom, feeling somewhat regretful. His expression was calm as he set the intelligence aside. The Yin kingdom was too far from the Chu kingdom, with no significant interests at stake. Even if 100 kings died, it had nothing to do with the Chu kingdom. Then, he picked up another memorial and read it seriously. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Just as the king of Chu was reading the 9th memorial, Wu Bai rushed in from outside the hall, his face anxious, cold sweat on his forehead. What is it? What could make the left prime minister of Chu so flustered? The king of Chu closed the memorial, smiling as he spoke. Your Majesty, my disciple, Chun Xinjun, returned to Danyang City yesterday with important news. The Shao clan may be plotting rebellion. Wu Bai said seriously. What? This is impossible. The king of Chu was taken aback, shaking his head in disbelief. Your Majesty, this may sound a bit absurd, but it cannot be dismissed. According to my disciple, there is a group of bandits hidden in Nyoju Mountain in Bajuan. They are trusted aides of the Grand Marshal. And the rumor that the Grand Marshal is plotting rebellion was fabricated by the Shao clan, Wu Bai continued, his expression grave. The king of Chu pondered, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Kings have a characteristic. They are very vigilant, preferring to believe in the possibility rather than dismiss it. Order a thorough investigation of the Shao clan. Chapter 60. The conspiracy of the Shao clan. The Shao clan, one of the 3 major clans, existed even before the establishment of the Chu state with a strong foundation. In terms of the scale of their mansion, it was only slightly smaller than the royal palace. The entrance featured a grand gate with 8 entrances and exits, guarded by 100 clan soldiers dressed in armor, all of whom were martial artists above the 7th rank. People frequently came and went, and it was common to see innate martial artists here. In the central hall, the atmosphere was tense. Shao Tinga sat in the high seat, his expression somber, flanked by 4 elders who exuded a terrifying aura, all of whom were martial artists at the saint level. Clan head. According to the reports from our spies in the royal palace, the Chu king has begun to suspect us. We must prepare early, the eldest elder said, cupping his fists. As a senior member of the Shao clan, he was well aware of the plan and fully supported it. The other three elders showed concern on their faces upon hearing this. Xiao Tunga frowned slightly. The sudden investigation by the Chu king into the Shao clan was unexpected. Although all previous actions had been carried out secretly, what if traces were discovered? Clan head, how much longer does the ancestor of the Chu state, Xiongju, have to live? The second elder asked, as this was the key point of the matter. 20 years ago, the Shao clan allied with the seven-colored flower, controlling countless clans across the various prefectures of the Chu state. And with a single order, war would engulf the entire state, shaking its foundations. Additionally, Xiao Tunga himself was the Grand General, capable of mobilizing over 300,000 troops, all of whom were loyal to the Shao clan and trustworthy. It is not an exaggeration to say that the Shao clan has the power to rebel. The only concern is the powerful Marquis Xiongju of the Chu state. Xiao Tunga stated, tapping his fingers on the armrest, feeling a bit of a headache. Report, clan head. At that moment, a steward walked in and said solemnly, Clan head, a large number of troops have arrived outside, and the king has ordered your presence in the palace. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed again. How many people have come? The eldest elder asked. A large camp of 20,000 troops. The steward replied in a deep voice, feeling a bit anxious. What had happened for such a large army to pressure their mansion? Understood. Tell the envoy to wait a moment while I wash up, and then I will go to the royal palace, Xiao Tunga said, narrowing his eyes. Yes. The steward bowed and quickly exited the hall. Clan head, what should we do now? The third elder asked, his tone somewhat urgent, indicating his own panic. Xiao Tunga remained calm, standing up and turning to the empty space, speaking coldly. You can come out now. It's time for you to see the light. The four elders were slightly startled, staring at the empty room, a bit confused. Did the clan head lose his mind? Shadow Xiao Yi greeting the master. A figure emerged from the rippling air, a man who looked exactly like Xiao Tunga. Whether in stature or facial features, even the aura he emitted was strikingly similar, making it hard to distinguish between them. Go to the royal palace and stall the Chu king, Xiao Tunga commanded. This man, who resembled him, was a shadow he had specially selected from the masses after inheriting the position of clan head. Originally, he thought he would never need to use the shadow in his lifetime. However, this time, for safety, he had no choice but to use the shadow in his place. Understood. Xiao Yi knelt on both knees, and after performing the ritual, his aura suddenly changed. His walking posture and glimmering gaze exuding unmatched nobility and pressure of the saint level. Clan head, this is, the fourth elder exclaimed, surprised by Xiao Yi's appearance. Just a little trick? It's nothing to mention, Xiao Tunga replied, shaking his head without further explanation. He stood firm and said, The Chu king suddenly summoned me. He probably already possesses some evidence. We don't have much time left. Next, we need to do 3 things. Please give your orders, clan head. The 4 elders bowed and said seriously. First, arrange for clan members to secretly relocate. To avoid exposure, you should understand who must be abandoned. Second, send orders to the hidden armies in the 6 prefectures to gather at Jing Prefecture and station outside Jingmen City, awaiting my command. Third, after the clan members have retreated, detonate the explosives buried beneath the mansion. Our clan head aims to turn the capital of the Chu state into a wasteland. Xiao Tunga said thoughtfully, his tone cold. Once these 3 orders were given, he would have no way back. He would either overthrow the royal family of Chu or become a prisoner. Understood. The 4 elders nodded, respectfully exiting the hall to begin arranging specific matters. Come out. Once everyone had exited, Xiao Tunga said. From behind the screen at the back of the hall, a figure dressed in black emerged, revealing the hidden Qing Shi, who slightly bowed and smiled, saying, Clan head Xiao has great courage. Alas, rebelling now is also a last resort. I wonder who leaked the news to that old man Wu Bai. By the way, weren't you in contact with the headquarters? Has the master conveyed any messages? Xiao Tunga asked, as he dared to rebel largely because of the 7-colored flower. Rest assured, The master has ordered that all clans controlled by the seven-colored flower in the Chu state will cooperate with the clan head and will send a weapon sufficient to resist the marquis-level strongman. She smiled. In that case, very good. Xiaotinga breathed a sigh of relief, feeling more confident about this rebellion. A storm was brewing. 2 days later, the Chu king ordered the mobilization of 100,000 troops to raid the Xiao clan. It turned out that his summoning of Xiaotinga was primarily to stabilize the Xiao clan and buy himself time to mobilize his loyal troops. Otherwise, it would be difficult to annihilate the Xiao clan with the forces in Danyang City. However, he did not know that within these 2 short days, important members of the Xiao clan had already fled, leaving behind only those who were unimportant and ruthlessly abandoned. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi, who had lived his life as a shadow, disappeared from the eyes of the world after entering the royal palace. The shadow could only appear once. Damn it. The Chu king received reports about the Xiao clan's relocation. His face twisted in rage, like a beast ready to pounce. He overturned the imperial desk, scattering memorials all over the ground, terrifying the eunuchs in the hall, who prostrated themselves in fear. Your Majesty, please issue a decree quickly. Mobilize the army to capture the Xiao clan. We must not allow the Xiao clan to stir up trouble and shake the foundation of the state. Wu Bai knelt on the ground, loudly advising. The Chu king, panting heavily, was just about to write the decree when he heard a deafening explosion, followed by violent shaking of the ground, as if an earthquake had occurred. What is happening? The Chu king stepped out of the hall and gazed at the city, his face instantly paling. The royal palace was the highest building in Danyang City, overlooking much of the city. He saw that most of the prosperous areas near the Xiao clan's mansion had turned into ruins, with hundreds of thousands dead from the explosion. Looking at the explosion's location, it was mainly concentrated around the Xiao clan's mansion. Xiaotinga had estimated that the king would send heavy troops to surround the Xiao mansion, so he had buried explosives to eradicate the 100,000 troops. Hiss! Wu Bai followed him out, glancing around, his pupils shrinking in horror. Xiaotinga, I have treated you well. Why have you betrayed me, betraying my 100,000 troops? The Chu king roared, his voice filled with resentment and anger. Send orders to exterminate the Xiao clan. We will not rest until they are dead. Chapter 61. The Witch Gates, unrest accompanied by the furious roar of King Sich. The foundation of CH State's rule was thrown into chaos. A large part of New Yorking City was destroyed, reduced to ruins. And among the 100,000 troops besieging the Shi-O family, only a small fraction of the strongest soldiers survived. In the following 5 days, rebellion broke out successively in JNGJN, BJN, and WJN, with cities falling to the insurgents. By the 6th day, JNGM city had fallen. In the days that followed, seemingly premeditated, the 100 cities of JNGJ either surrendered or were captured by the Shi-O army. In less than 10 days, CH State lost control over JNGJN. Reports flowed into the palace like snowflakes, and from the imperial study, the sound of things being smashed could be heard intermittently. In just a few days, more than a dozen eunuchs had been executed for minor offenses. The ruler, Shi-O TNGG, appeared in JNGM city. The person who had come to the palace days earlier was merely his shadow. WBI sighed and took out a document from his bosom. This was a report submitted by the general stationed in WJN, detailing Shi-O TNGG's movements. As he produced the report, he could almost envision the king's fury. However, contrary to WBI's expectations, King CH did not become angry after receiving the report. He glanced at it blandly and coldly said, "That old fox, Shi-O TNGG, is not so easy to kill." I remained silent. This was indeed true. The entire CH state had been outmaneuvered by Shi-O TNGG. I have dispatched General Ziyu H. Ing to lead 300,000 troops to exterminate the rebels. King CH declared solemnly, "From ancient times to the present, there has only been one way to eliminate rebellion: military suppression. CH State's army can be roughly divided into 4 systems, mainly consisting of the Imperial Guards generals, the Left General, the Right General, and the Grand General. The Imperial Guards were needed to protect New Yorking City and could not be easily mobilized before the final moment. The Right General was engaged in battle with the QN Army in Q New Jersey N, leaving only the left general to quell the rebellion. Your Majesty is wise. WBI bowed, disappointment flashing through his mind. Among all the generals in CH state, he prided himself on his military prowess, claiming to be second to none, with no one daring to claim the first place. He should have been the best candidate to suppress the rebellion. However, he was the left prime minister of CH state, the head of the civil officials, and held high prestige among the people. King CH could not possibly grant him military authority again. He could only hope that Generals Wu H would not fail the king's trust and successfully quell the rebellion. BJN, after the Shio family's rebellion, it also fell into a state of turmoil, led by the CH family. The three major clans gathered an army of 50,000 to attack TNF City, and the flames of war gradually spread across the entire region. Only the Y family's castle remained peaceful, unaffected by the chaos. In a courtyard, the temperature was extremely high. Guji focused intently on controlling the furnace, while Lu Fign stood by, drenched in sweat, reporting on the events occurring within CH state. The Shio family is rebelling. The three major clans are attacking TNF City. General Zui H. is leading troops to quell the rebellion. After listening to the report, Guji revealed a faint smile, pondering for a moment before saying, with the three major clans in rebellion, it is only natural for the Y family to pledge loyalty to the state and send troops to suppress these bandits and occupy one or two cities. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Fign lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. Is this really just occupying one or two cities? According to the plan, once the chaos subsides, all the cities in BJN would likely be renamed and fly the Y family's flag. As a confidant, he was somewhat aware of Guji's plans. Send a message to HI who ZHI. The Y family soldiers will attack the cities occupied by the three major clans. Gui commended. As he clapped his hands, the temperature in the furnace rose several times, a wave of heat hitting Lu Fign, who had innate cultivation, causing him to stagger backward in shock. He took a deep look at the cauldron, respectfully cupped his fists, and said, I take my leave. Guji's expression remained unchanged as he diligently manipulated the formation, his hands constantly changing. The temperature in the cauldron fluctuated, as if tempering a piece of steel. If a strong person were present, they would be able to sense the terrifying aura lurking within the cauldron. Once it broke free, it would astonish the world and dominate the continent. YSH also received intelligence and immediately ordered the right protector to lay plans in WJN, taking advantage of the chaos to recruit soldiers and strengthen their own power. Meanwhile, the ghostly soldiers remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act. Now, the entire CH state resembled a chessboard, with various forces intertwined, each seeking their own interests. On the surface, the main conflict was between the Shio family and CH state. In reality, it also involved the seven-colored flower, various clans, and the instigator YSH. Additionally, a mysterious force, due to this upheaval, had to lower its profile and come into public view. This force was the Witch Gate, the sacred place in the hearts of the CH people. Atop a mountain that seemed like a fairyland, shrouded in mist, a grand hall stood on the cliff, displaying a golden roof and red doors, exuding an ancient charm that inspired a sense of solemnity. Dozens of figures, their robes fluttering, flew through the air and entered this sacred hall. Inside the hall, there were several wooden chairs, and an incense burner emitted curling purple smoke, resembling a waterfall hanging in the air. At the eastern end of the hall, where the purple chi rises from the east, was represented. A jade chair floated. The powerful figures who flew into the hall were all elders of the Witch Gate, finding their places and sitting upright, their expressions either calm, serious, or carefree. A few minutes later, a figure holding a scepter walked in through the main door. He was thin and withered like dry wood, and his aura was well concealed, making it impossible to gauge his depth. Greetings, Gate Master. The seated elders stood up, respectfully saluting, their attitudes meticulous. These revered beings of the sacred realm appeared as obedient as children before this seemingly ordinary figure. This figure was the Gate Master of the Witch Gate, the witch god who shook the Nguing continent. His real name had long been forgotten by people. Which god? This was the title bestowed upon him by the powerful of the Ngu continent. He had broken through to the mid-level of the Marquis realm over 100 years ago. Now 100 years had passed, and no one knew how strong he had become. Please be seated. The witch god sat on the jade chair, his face like old tree bark, squeezing out a stiff smile that looked terrifying and bizarre. Gate Master, CH State is in turmoil, and King CH requests our assistance to suppress the Shio family. According to my subordinates' investigations, the Shio family has allied with the seven-colored flower, with many powerful beings among them. If a large-scale conflict erupts, it will be a disaster for our witch gate. Third Elderly SH Ing stated, responsible for intelligence in the witch gate. He had mobilized the intelligence network to investigate the situation at the beginning of the turmoil. Indeed, the millennia-old sect was formidable. It quickly clarified the cause and effect of the chaos. Gate Master, the witch gate, and the royal family are branches of the same tree, mutually supporting one another. My subordinates believe we should send disciples to assist the court in exterminating the rebels, Fifth Elder WQ said. If YSH Ing were present, he would easily recognize this person as the elder who presided over the recruitment of disciples last time. The old fellow Shi Njj is probably nearing his end. The witch god squinted, uttering a thought-provoking remark, a vast momentum covering the entire hall. For 1,000 years, the witch gate had been the second in command. This land's dominance was something he also wished to contend for, standing at the peak to gaze down upon this landscape. Chapter 62. The Fire Ghost King breaks through the war continues to escalate, with more clans pledging allegiance to Xiaotinga. The current Xiao family has taken control of Jingjun, boasting a formidable presence, with a combined force of over 500,000 troops under their command. Many have noticed that the Chu royal family is on the decline, and once Xiongju falls, there will be a risk of national extinction. The only force capable of suppressing the rebellion and clearing the realm, the witch sect, is currently in a state of closed mountains, with no clear stance, leaving everyone uncertain about their intentions. Report, General. The bandits from Blackfire Village are less than 10 miles away from our troops. To the east of Tianfu City, about 100 miles away, there is a pass called Qingfeng Pass, which controls the official road to Bajuan. The Chung family has a Station 2,000 private soldiers there. Their primary task is to cut off the communication between Tianfu City and the outside world, isolating it and turning it into a lonely city with no supplies or reinforcements. In the past 10 days, Tianfu City has launched several attacks, attempting to eliminate the coalition of the three major clans. Unfortunately, with Changming's station there, despite the fierce assault from Tianfu City, they have still achieved nothing. Time and again, Changmingza has seized the opportunity to counterattack amidst the chaos. During the battles, over half of the troops in the three major camps of Tianfu City have been lost, leaving only about 10,000 still holding on. While the coalition of the three clans has also suffered significant losses, now reduced to 30,000 troops. However, everyone knows that Tianfu City is like a turtle in a jar, unable to hold out for much longer. Unless reinforcements can capture Qingfeng Pass and establish contact with the outside, surrounding the coalition of the three clans, there is little hope for Tianfu City. Prepare for battle, commanded the defending general, Cheng Jiguang, his expression grave. With Blackfire Village leading 3,000 troops, he only has 2,000, a significant disparity in forces. However, thinking of the tall and sturdy walls of Qingfeng Pass and the advantageous terrain, he quickly calmed down, his gaze firm and bright. The military strategy states, surround with 10, attack with 5, fight with double, divide with the enemy, defend with fewer, and avoid when outmatched. With less than 10,000 enemies, he is confident he can hold the pass. Blackfire Village, if you think you can take advantage of the chaos, today will be your demise. He sneered coldly, a glint of cold light in his eyes. Before long, accompanied by rolling dust, a large army charged forward, a thick aura of killing intent and blood-red energy seemingly dyeing the sky red. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Cheng Jiguang was still shocked. He had studied military strategy extensively and was well informed. Such a large army, in his eyes, could rival the elite of the Chu Kingdom's regular troops. It was terrifying. But little did he know, the army of Blackfire Village consisted entirely of the personal troops of the Tian Some Marshal, their combat power far exceeding that of ordinary elite troops. In the entire territory of Chu, no one could rival that force. Fire! Cheng Jiguang had no time to think further and coldly commanded. Immediately, rows of archers drew their bows and aimed, unleashing a volley of sharp arrows towards the enemy, their cold gleam sweeping forward, aiming to take lives. Chihua led the charge, holding a spear, looking up at the rain of arrows like dark clouds, sneering with excitement. After more than a decade, he could finally ride on the battlefield again. Unfortunately, the heroic figure who once strategized and commanded is no longer present. Form ranks, Chihua shouted, and the 3,000 soldiers behind him reformed, with shield bearers moving forward to form a tight defensive shell. Clang, 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 clang. A series of metallic clashing sounds erupted as the arrows rained down, and not a single person was injured. Damn it! Cheng Jiguang did not expect the enemy's equipment to be so superior, rendering his arrow formation ineffective. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the 3,000 soldiers, surrounded by rolling, killing intent, surged forward like a legion of reapers from hell, with Chihua at the forefront, crashing into the walls of Qingfeng Pass. Throw! The shields parted, and hundreds of long spears were hurled with tremendous force, embedding themselves in the walls, forming a makeshift ladder. Shadowy figures flickered. In an instant, dozens of Blackfire Village soldiers stepped onto the long spears and leaped onto the walls of Qingfeng Pass, blades flashing, and 100 of Cheng's private soldiers fell lifelessly. The 3,000 soldiers of Blackfire Village were simply too terrifying. The tall walls did not impede their advance, as all soldiers and obstacles were shattered by the blades. Chihua leaped up, standing on the wall, spear in hand, not joining the battle, as if the guards of Qingfeng City were not worthy of his involvement. Hiss! Cheng Jiguang, commanding the battle, took a deep breath, his face horrified. How could a mountain bandit have such a powerful army? This is abnormal. General Run, a member of the Cheng family, cried out in terror, trembling. He was originally a young master of the clan, having never experienced a battlefield, and almost wet himself from fear moments ago. This is the limitation of clan armies. To maintain control, many positions are filled by blood relatives. Normally it's fine, but once battle commences, the drawbacks are magnified infinitely. No, the clan leader has ordered that we must defend Qingfeng Pass, as it concerns the clan's future. Cheng Jiguang shook his head, his gaze fixed on Chihua, who stood proudly on the wall, drawing his sword. He unleashed his innate mid-stage strength, gritting his teeth and launching an attack. Capture the leader first. Intelligence indicated that the leader of Blackfire Village was only at the early innate stage. With his mid-stage strength, he should be able to defeat him easily. Seeking death, Chihua narrowed his eyes, letting out a long howl, his spear sweeping out like a dragon. The power of the peak innate stage crushed down, the spear's energy bursting forth, dazzling and radiant, directly sending the confident Cheng Jiguang flying, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Peak innate stage. Collapsing at the corner of the wall, Cheng Jiguang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, dying with a heart full of unwillingness. He did not even understand why a mountain bandit had peak innate strength. The general is dead. Run. Upon discovering that Cheng Jiguang had been killed, the morale of the defending troops at Qingfeng Pass plummeted. With no restraints, many members of the Cheng family fled directly, while ordinary soldiers quietly laid down their weapons and chose to surrender. Half an hour later, Qingfeng City was occupied by Blackfire Village. In this battle, Blackfire Village suffered fewer than 100 casualties while accepting over 900 surrendered soldiers, their strength not diminished, but rather increased. After the battle, Fang Xuan personally wrote a letter, marked with a special code, sealed it in an envelope, and handed it to a personal guard to deliver to the Yu family castle. Without Guojia's orders, he did not dare to act recklessly. And where is Guojia now? Busy helping the Fire Ghost King break through, with no time to arrange tactics. No matter how big the matter, it is not as important as the Fire Ghost King's breakthrough. A powerful marquee can easily establish a nation. Heaven and earth, the cosmos, the formlessness of the eight directions, the fire ignites, break. In the high-temperature courtyard, Guojia shouted loudly, mobilizing the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius, forming a vortex that poured into the cauldron, looking magnificent. A special energy emanated from the cauldron, converting vast amounts of spiritual energy into ghostly energy. The Fire Ghost King's breakthrough was at a critical moment. Chapter 63. The Immortal Body Success. After half a day, the aura vortex gradually dissipated. Guojia opened his eyes, his tired face revealing a smile as he stood up and quickly walked out of the courtyard. At the moment of breaking through to the marquee level, a powerful pressure would be generated, and he didn't want to stay there and suffer. Gujunsher, what happened? UFA and other high-ranking members of the U clan rushed to the courtyard, filled with worry. The recently appeared aura vortex had directly swept away all the aura around the castle. Now, there was no aura in the void, a situation that had never occurred throughout history. Guojia had previously ordered that no one was allowed to enter the courtyard without permission. Although UFA, given his status, could completely ignore this order, he chose to wait outside out of respect for the strong and trust in Guojia. Greetings, family head. Guojia welcomed them, clasping his fists and saying, "Good news, please step back 100 zhong, and you'll know soon." With confusion, UFA stepped back 100 zhong and then saw a brilliant red pillar of light shooting up into the sky, radiating dazzling light that was extremely eye-catching. Without innate martial artist cultivation, one could not even look directly at it. Boom! 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 Fire blossoms burned in the void. Waves of heat surged, covering a radius of 100 zhong. The buildings in this area all spontaneously ignited, blazing fiercely, with clusters of flickering flames spreading like fire serpents, wanting to devour everything. "Then directions yuan yang formation, seal," Guojia shouted, as patterns of formation emerged, condensing into a light shield to isolate the spread of the fire. "Break!" A crisp voice came from the sea of fire, the sound waves sweeping across 100 zhong, shaking the void, as the flames expanded and the air exploded. It was unimaginable what the scene would be like if one were in the sea of fire. Perhaps even a sage-level martial artist would be in utter disarray. No wonder Guojia chose to leave the courtyard early. What foresight! After a few breaths, the pillar of light dissipated, leaving a red pearl floating in the void. Fire and electricity intertwined, and the fire spirit pearl transformed into a faint figure, its face indistinct, before erupting with a terrifying devouring force, tearing at the energy of a sea of fire. As the energy was devoured, the figure gradually solidified. After a quarter of an hour, the sea of fire dissipated, and the Fire Ghost King appeared before everyone, her red dress fluttering, red hair dancing, mixed with a few sparks. Her cold and beautiful face emitted an aura that made one feel their soul freeze. "Thank you, Junsher." The Fire Ghost King walked through the formation and approached Guojia, slightly bowing with a grateful expression. A marquee-level powerhouse is indeed so domineering. The 10 Directions Yuan-Yang formation, which could easily block a sage-level powerhouse, had no effect against the breakthrough of the Fire Ghost King. "Quickly, please rise. We serve the same master, so we should help each other and not stand on ceremony." Guojia helped the Fire Ghost King up, sensing her terrifying energy, and joked, "The stronger the power, the heavier the responsibility. It seems you are the main force in the Master's grand ambitions." Junsher is joking. However, I am confident that I can eliminate all of the Master's enemies. The Fire Ghost King said confidently, her tone icy. She had this confidence after breaking through to the marquee level, looking across the entire wild continent. How many could compete with her? Moreover, her body was fused with the Fire Spirit Pearl. As long as the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter, she would be immortal and indestructible. Even if her soul were to scatter, she could be reborn from the Fire Spirit Pearl. An immortal body, this was her source of confidence. UFA and the others' expressions changed slightly. They all knew that the Fire Ghost King was a sage-level powerhouse. And now she had broken through to a new realm. Could it be a marquee-level powerhouse? You have broken through. You fastamid. His gaze fiery as he stared at the Fire Ghost King, unable to believe it. The Fire Ghost King nodded, her smile radiant as a flower. Hiss. After receiving confirmation, UFA took a deep breath, his face showing a look of ecstasy. He had never dreamed that one day he would witness the birth of a marquee-level powerhouse. At this moment, a soldier in armor quickly ran over, holding a token, his face cold. Guo noticed the soldier and recognized him as a messenger from the Blackfire camp. He raised his brow and said to UFA, family head, I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. Then he turned around and followed the soldier with the token into his office. The Qingfeng Pass has fallen? What is Cheng Jiguang doing? Outside Tianfu City, in the central camp of the three major clans, Cheng Mingze, dressed in armor, sat in a tiger-skin commanding chair, holding a piece of intelligence. Before he could finish reading, his face turned ashen, and he could not help but roar in anger. Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi had also taken off their clan-esque finery and donned heavy armor, sitting on either side. Upon hearing Cheng Mingze's words, they stood up, their expressions uneasy. How could the Qingfeng Pass be breached? Right now, the Chu Kingdom's troops are all concentrated on attacking Jingjun, or would they find idle troops to bother with them? Moreover, if a large army were attacking Bajuan, why had they not received any intelligence from the Shao clan? General Cheng, what exactly is going on? Fan Tianqing hurriedly inquired. Even if he did not understand military matters, he was well aware of the importance of Qingfeng Pass. If they occupied Qingfeng Pass, they could besiege Tianfu City, effectively closing the door to beat the dog. Once it fell, the currently favorable situation would undergo a drastic change. If Tianfu City and Qingfeng Pass reached a consensus and attacked together, they would be like fish in a barrel, unable to struggle for long. The Blackfire camp attacking Qingfeng Pass was not an army dispatched by the court. Cheng Mingze put down the intelligence, secretly relieved. As long as it wasn't the court's troops, everything could be negotiated. Blackfire camp? Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi were momentarily stunned, filled with rage as killing intent surged. How dare a mere bandit force attack Qingfeng Pass? How bold! The Blackfire camp only has 3,000 troops. I want to besiege Tianfu City. Who is willing to go and reclaim Qingfeng Pass? Cheng Mingze asked with a serious expression. Fan Tianqing and Kuei Qi exchanged glances. The latter stepped forward, bowing, and said, I am willing to go. Cheng Mingze nodded with satisfaction, saying in a deep voice, General Kuei, I will give you 10,000 soldiers this time. Be sure to reclaim Qingfeng Pass in the shortest time possible. Rest assured. Kuei Qi nodded, turned, and left the central camp to mobilize 10,000 soldiers, heading towards Qingfeng Pass. Time was tight, and he only prepared 2 meals of dry rations. Continue the siege. After Kuei Qi left, Cheng Mingze immediately studied the map, filling the gaps left by the mobilized soldiers, issuing several commands to dispatch troops to attack Tianfu City. Boom! The sounds of battle roared, echoing within a 10-mile radius. Killing intent surged, the clouds rolled, all stained with a layer of blood. 20,000 clan private troops launched another fierce attack. Defend! On the walls of Tianfu City, Ning Haoyuan rested his hand on his battle sword, mobilizing the remaining 10,000 soldiers to strengthen their defenses, using limited strategic resources to repel the enemy time and again. Originally, Tianfu City should have had 3 generals, but the other 2 generals have been captured and executed under Cheng Mingze's design due to reckless military actions, their bodies chopped into meat paste. General, the enemy's 10,000 soldiers have withdrawn from the battlefield and are nowhere to be found. A scout ran over, kneeling on one knee to report. Ning Haoyuan frowned upon hearing this. Withdrawing from the battlefield at this time? Could it be a trap? He ascended the observation platform to carefully examine the battlefield and noticed that although the enemy's attacks were fierce, their numbers had decreased significantly. After a moment of contemplation, he felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that the situation on the battlefield had changed? Chapter 64. Return to Ba County in less than a day. Kuei Qi led 10,000 soldiers to Qingfeng Pass. After a brief rest, they launched a fierce attack. Qi, who stood on the city tower, observing the battlefield with a calm expression, methodically commanding the fight. No matter what methods Kuei Qi employed, he was unable to approach within 100 paces of Qingfeng Pass. A volley of arrows was shot, each carrying endless sharpness. Some embedded themselves in the ground, while others, heralding death, took away numerous vibrant lives. After several rounds of charging, over 2,000 corpses lay still, their flowing blood staining the ground. This was a forbidden zone for life. General, judging from the battle style, the enemy commander seems to be inexperienced in military strategy. After several failed attacks, he will likely order a full-scale assault, Fang Shuyuan said, fanning himself as he approached Qi Hua with an unruffled demeanor and a smile. Despite being besieged by 10,000 troops, there was no sign of panic. Both he and Qi Hua were seasoned generals, having achieved numerous victories against larger forces, and their 3,000 soldiers were also battle-hardened veterans. Even in a field battle, they had confidence in annihilating the enemy. However, since there were walls to defend, why engage in a field battle? As the fighting progressed, the enemy had suffered 2,000 casualties, while they occupied the advantageous position of the walls. Aside from a few unfortunate souls struck by stray arrows, their losses were minimal. A full-scale assault? That's exactly what I want. It will end the battle sooner, Qi Hua said with a smile, his eyes filled with a murderous gleam, as if the army of 10,000 clansmen were merely cats and dogs, easily extinguished. Master, what should we do now? We've sacrificed too many. We can't go back empty-handed. An elder from the K clan asked anxiously from the rear. Most of their troops were private soldiers of the Chung clan, and after several failed battles, discontent was starting to show. If this continued, it might lead to a mutiny. Most importantly, after sacrificing 2,000 soldiers, they were still far from breaching Qingfeng Pass and saw no glimmer of hope. All troops advance. Keiichi gazed at the tall city tower, his face pale, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he commanded in a low voice. He was not skilled in military tactics. Mobilizing all troops for a reckless attack was the only strategy he could think of. The elder's lips moved as if to say something, but seeing Keiichi's grim expression, he ultimately held back his words. He wanted to advise Keiichi not to rebel alongside the Chung clan, but it was too late now. Kill! Keiichi drew his battle sword and shouted loudly, his voice booming across the battlefield, leading the charge at the forefront. The general's leadership stirred the morale of the 8,000 soldiers, who shouted war cries, their overwhelming killing intent merging with the battle's ferocity, creating a terrifying scene. Fire! Qi Hua raised an eyebrow. Fang Xuan was indeed correct. The enemy was desperate, launching a full-scale attack. On the city walls, a terrifying, murderous aura rose to the heavens, dyeing the sky red. Each soldier exuded a thick bloodlust, darkening the heavens, and blood glimmered ominously. A rain of arrows shot through the air, landing on shields. Soldiers cowering behind the shields heard the piercing sound of metal clashing. Although there were no immediate casualties, the pressure weighed heavily on their hearts. Soon, led by Keiichi, the army finally pressed within 100 paces of the city walls. This was a qualitative breakthrough, and the morale of the charging soldiers surged, increasing their speed. When they reached the base of the city walls, ladders were erected, and each soldier, a martial artist, rushed up the ladders like the wind. But on the windward side, Qi Hua waved his right hand, pouring barrels of oil down the ladders. Archers stood at the edges, drawing their bows with arrows tipped in flames, shooting down like lightning. Boom! A spark ignited the oil, turning it into a raging inferno that consumed the ladders, resembling chains of fire adorning the city walls. It was extraordinarily beautiful, a fleeting moment of splendor. However, behind this beauty, thousands of clan soldiers were burned alive. The chilling cries echoed in the sky, reaching the ears of all soldiers, causing their morale to shatter, faces filled with fear as they scrambled to retreat, desperate to escape this hellish battlefield. Charge, do not retreat, Keiichi roared, trying to stop the soldiers from fleeing. But at this point, no one was listening to him anymore. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted, and the city walls of Qingfeng Pass suddenly opened. Led by Qi Hua, 4,000 soldiers plunged like a dagger into the disorganized clan army. Countless clan soldiers spilled their blood into the air. Seeing this, Keiichi realized the tide had turned. He quickly fled the battlefield with the higher-ups of the K clan, prioritizing his own life over that of the thousands of soldiers. If they died, so be it. Within half an hour, Chi Hua led his army, pursuing the fleeing clan troops for over 10 miles, with blood paving the way and corpses scattered. This battle ended in a disastrous defeat for the clan army, with fewer than 2,000 survivors. Sigh, it's been too long since we fought. We let the enemy escape, which should not have happened. Standing amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Chi Hua lamented, though excitement was evident on his face. During the battle, he personally killed hundreds of enemies, and his armor was drenched in blood, emanating a pungent metallic scent. Fang Shuiyuan twitched his lips, shaking his fan as he left to command the soldiers to clear the battlefield, his long robe gleaming brightly. He was very particular about cleanliness and disliked bloodshed. He preferred to kill without a trace of blood. Demon sect. Yusheng carefully reviewed the intelligence sent by Guijia, and as time passed, his expression turned ecstatic. The left protector, ranked below, returned to the demon sect after handling matters in Peng County. Seeing the change in Yusheng's expression, he couldn't help but clasp his fists and ask, "Sect Master, has good news come from Ba County?" Yusheng nodded and set down the intelligence. The Fire Demon King has broken through to the rank of Marquis, and Guojia has begun to strategize in Chu country, urging me to return to Ba County to take charge of the situation. The left protector was taken aback. The Fire Demon King has broken through to the rank of Marquis? Soon, he shared Yusheng's joy. Their only gap compared to the top forces of the Wildlands was the Marquis-level power. Now that the Fire Demon King had broken through, their final concern vanished. They could compete for dominance across the continent without needing to be so sneaky and cautious. "Sect Master, do you need me to accompany you?" The left protector asked, aware of the ongoing turmoil within Chu country. The journey from Peng County to Ba County passed through Wu County, making it a long and unsafe route. "No need. The urgent task now is for you to secretly control Wu County while the court and the Shao clan are at odds. Once we connect Ba County, Wu County, and Peng County, I can mobilize the army to sweep through Chu country." Yusheng shook his head, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Fully controlling the 3 counties would mean he had completed nearly half of the system's task. However, time was tight. Nearly 20 days had passed. "We need to accelerate the pace of conquest. But Sect Master, your safety." The left protector still had some concerns. "Don't worry. I will select 2 elders to accompany me." Yusheng smiled, feeling warmth in his heart. Although the left protector and others were summoned by the system, their care felt as genuine as that of family. "All right, there are 2 elders at half-step saint level in this sect." The left protector clasped his fists and directly arranged for the 2 strongest elders to protect Yusheng's safety. Chapter 65. The Fall of Tianfu City under the protection of 2 elders of the half-step saint realm. Yusheng safely returned to Bajuan. His return caused turmoil within the Yu clan, with thousands of clan members lining the streets to welcome him, gathering at the castle gates. All the clan members understood that in the current situation, Yusheng had the final say in the Yu clan castle. Moreover, in the past month, the treatment and resources received by the clan members have been several times more abundant than before, leading to their immense gratitude. The clan members were overly enthusiastic, and it took Yusheng half an hour to return to his own courtyard. In the main hall, after washing up and changing into a white robe, with his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, Yusheng briefly spoke a few words and placed the Qiankuan map on the table. The space in the hall was limited, so it could only display the territorial map of the Wild Continent. Nonetheless, it still left Guijia, Hua Gui Wang, and Zhong Liang astonished, their eyes wide open, staring at the map as if the lines on it held a unique charm. "Lord, we need to conquer the state of Chu, but we have overlooked a force." Guojia pointed to Wujuan a few minutes later, his face serious. "The court and the Shao clan are in a fierce standoff at Jingshui, while the Wumin and the state of Chu are closely connected. Logically, they should send disciples to assist. Yet, until now, the Wumin has remained closed off, which is indeed a bit suspicious. Moreover, the leader of the Wumin, Wu Shun, has been a mid-ranking marquis-level expert for over 100 years. Once the royal ancestor falls, he will be the most powerful warrior in the state of Chu." Hearing Guijia's analysis, Yusheng frowned slightly. "Guijun, sure. Are you suggesting that the woman is watching the tiger fight from the mountain?" "Exactly." Guojia nodded, coldly saying, "But this might not be a bad thing for us. If the woman rebels, the royal ancestor will surely act to suppress them. The most likely outcome would be mutual destruction, and at that time, we would be the strongest force in the state of Chu. Yu Sheng occasionally nodded and shook his head, inquiring, "Is there a way to provoke the woman into rebellion within a month?" Guo Jiao pondered, taking a big gulp of wine, and replied, "It's worth a try." Yu Sheng felt a bit happy. "Then give a shot. Regardless of success or failure, we cannot relax our originally planned strategy. Within 10 days, we must control Bajuan and then besiege Wujuan." "Understood." Guo Jia, Huague Wang, and Zhong Liang solemnly clasped their fists. After the meeting, Zhong Liang took Yu Sheng's letter and headed to Qingfeng Pass to convey the latest orders. 2 elders of the demon sect at the half-step Saint Realm also accompanied him. Meanwhile, outside Tianfu City, the 2 armies had just finished a battle. After taking away 10,000 troops, Cheng Mingze mobilized clan experts to assist in the siege, achieving good results. The clan's forces had repeatedly attacked the walls of Tianfu City. If it weren't for Ning Hao Yuan's considerable strength and desperate fighting, the city would likely have fallen. "General, there are only a bit over 3,000 soldiers left in the city. The arrows have been nearly exhausted, and most of the siege equipment has been destroyed. The situation is not optimistic," the deputy general reported, his face full of sorrow as he approached Ning Hao Yuan. His black armor was covered in scars, as if bathed in blood, leaving red footprints on the wall with every step. The air on the battlefield was filled with gunpowder and a nauseating stench of blood. On the magnificent city wall, the weary defenders stood in throngs, their weapons stained with blood and slippery to hold. After fighting for so long, they could still hold on, relying solely on a single belief. "Pass the order to the soldiers. As long as we are in the city, we will fight," Ning Hao Yuan declared firmly, his eyes filled with an unmistakable determination. "If we cannot win this war, then dying on the battlefield is the best ending." The deputy general looked serious. Ning Hao Yuan's military discipline, handling of affairs, and character earned his respect, especially considering his actions in the recent battles, which made him admire him even more. Boom, boom, boom. A series of urgent drumbeats, like the roar of thunder, came from outside the city. Ning Hao Yuan quickly looked out, concentrating his spirit, and his vision suddenly cleared, seeing Cheng Mingze personally beating the drum. 10,000 clan troops, led by several innate elders, trampled over corpses, brandishing their weapons, launching attacks frantically, each face filled with a fierce killing intent. The general offensive has begun. A thought flashed through Ning Hao Yuan's mind. He immediately drew his battle sword and shouted loudly, "All soldiers, prepare for battle." The exhausted soldiers rallied their spirits, and a rain of arrows fell like locusts from the city walls onto the enemy troops. However, not long after, the arrows were nearly depleted, and Tianfu City had no siege equipment. Ladders were placed against the walls, and the clan army climbed up, their faces twisted in rage and smeared with blood, charging toward the defenders of Tianfu City without regard for their lives. 3 hours later, as darkness fell, the defenders of Tianfu City began to retreat, gradually falling back into the city. Of the 4 city walls, 3 had been breached, with only the eastern wall still holding due to Ning Hao Yuan's presence. After another 2 hours, the eastern wall was also breached by the clan army. Ning Hao Yuan led the soldiers back into the tower, joining forces with the troops retreating from the other 3 walls to resist fiercely. At this point, only about 700 defenders remained in Tianfu City, each soldier having taken several lives. "Ning, I respect you as a man. As long as you surrender, I can spare your life. Moreover, after we enter the city, I will pay a visit to the Ning residence. Your wife and several children are indeed exquisite," Cheng Mingze said loudly outside the tower, surrounded by torches bright as day. In the firelight, a group of fierce-looking soldiers knelt before him, with 2 women and 5 children huddled together, trembling in fear, possibly scared enough that the children began to cry loudly. "General, they have captured the old woman and sister-in-law." The deputy general leaned against the window, glancing outside, a surge of anger overwhelming him, flames of fury burning in his heart. "I know." Ning Hao Yuan took out a piece of red cloth to wipe his sword, his expression calm and unchanged, as if he were indifferent to his family's safety. But upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of shame deep in his eyes. He had anticipated this scene when the clan army invaded the city and had long been mentally prepared. Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist. He understood the clan's style. They were all ruthless and showed no mercy to their enemies. Even if he went out to surrender, Cheng Mingze would not let them off. Both sides faced death, so it would be better to fight to the death and take a few down with him. I will count to 3. From a 4th count, I will kill a child for every count. If you still do not come out after all the children are dead, I will have someone humiliate your wife in front of you. Cheng Mingze roared, letting out a hearty laugh. This was revenge. Having lost tens of thousands of troops in this battle, he wanted Ning Hao Yuan to suffer more than death. General, rush out and kill that beast. The deputy general gritted his teeth, filled with overwhelming hatred, and the more than 700 soldiers in the residence were equally furious, wishing they could chop Cheng Mingze into pieces. 1. Cheng Mingze shouted. Ning Haoyuan, who was wiping his sword, trembled slightly, his pupils constricted, yet he remained unmoved, only accelerating the operation of his cultivation technique to recover his spiritual energy. Chapter 66. The Yellow Sparrow is behind. The ferocious roar of Cheng Mingze echoed throughout the city tower, merging with the cries of children, creating immense pressure. Inside the tower, Ning Haoyuan stood up, and as he did, the 700 soldiers jolted with spirit, gathering together, each still bearing the strong stench of blood. Soldiers, I'm sorry to you all. Ning Haoyuan's face was filled with shame. As a general, failing to lead his soldiers to victory over the enemy was a dereliction of duty, not the mark of a good leader. The 700 soldiers fell silent, but the determination in their eyes grew stronger. In life, there are always beliefs worth holding on to. As the defenders of Tianfu City, their fates were closely tied to this ancient fortress. General, we do not want to be cowards. The deputy commander knelt on one knee, shouting loudly, weak light illuminating his pale and frail face, but his eyes revealed a fighting spirit. The 700 soldiers also knelt, gripping their weapons tightly, their gazes steady, showing no fear of death, nor any resentment towards Ning Haoyuan. In those eyes, there was only one expression, willing to go through fire and water for their general. Without hesitation, all right, in our next life, we will fight together again. Ning Haoyuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, living this life. Having brothers who would die alongside him made it all worthwhile. In the dark of night, Cheng Mingze heard the voices coming from the city tower and showed impatience. His face darkened as he drew his battle sword. With a flash, the sword light shone, exuding ancient coldness, and a crying child was directly decapitated, rolling several feet away. Tears and fear still lingering on the small face. 4th child, a beautiful woman cried out in despair, nearly collapsing, directly grabbing the golden hairpin from her head and throwing it at Cheng Mingze. Beast, I will kill you. But as an ordinary woman with only the cultivation of a 9th-tier martial artist, how could she be Cheng Mingze's opponent? Without him lifting a finger, an elder from the Cheng family stepped out, wielding a battle sword, his white hair flying and a hint of lewdness in his cold eyes. With a swing of his sword, the sword light scattered, its edge boundless, filled with overwhelming murderous intent, striking the beautiful woman, shattering her dantian and causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. The golden hairpin fell to the ground, breaking into 2 pieces. Head of the family, may I have this woman as a gift? The elder clasped his hands and licked his lips as he spoke. Cheng Mingze nodded in agreement. It was just a woman, not worth his attention. Thank you, head of the family. The elder was overjoyed, reaching out to grab the beautiful woman and striding toward a nearby house. As he closed the door, the sound of tearing clothes could be heard. Along with the woman's pleas for mercy and wails rang incessantly. On the battlefield, the act of rape, which seemed absurd and impossible, frequently occurred in clan societies. Many clans developed perverse hobbies after gaining absolute power. Kill. Hearing his wife's cries and thinking of her humiliation, Ning Haoyuan could no longer hold back, his heart aching like a knife. Disregarding the need to restore his spiritual energy as he burst through the door, the 700 soldiers moved as well. A torrent of murderous intent surged into the sky. Above them, a mass of murderous clouds rapidly formed, rolling and producing a deafening roar that echoed throughout Tianfu City, casting aside life and death. The 700 defenders of Tianfu City erupted with even greater fighting power. Boom! The clan army had not yet reacted. In an instant, over 100 soldiers, looking utterly bewildered, fell dead. What are you dawdling for? Fight back! Cheng Mingze ordered, and the stunned soldiers hurriedly retaliated. A wave of murderous attacks filling the night with a bloody glow. Ning Haoyuan leaped into the air, stepping on the void, flying toward the house where his wife was being violated, gathering his spiritual energy and slashing out with his sword. Boom! Instantly, the house was cleaved open, revealing two naked bodies. Many soldiers engaged in battle couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. The elder sneered, grabbing the beautiful woman's neck and throwing her toward Ning Haoyuan like a thrown weapon. Hui! Ning Haoyuan caught his wife, only to find her already lifeless. His rage surging, and he roared to the heavens, his blood-red eyes fixed on the Cheng family elder inside the house. Before he could launch an attack, he sensed a sword energy approaching from behind. Soon after, a sharp pain pierced his chest. A blood-colored blade had pierced his heart. You will not die a good death. Ning Haoyuan turned his head and saw Cheng Mingze with a cold expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood as the life in his eyes rapidly dissipated. Bang! The last defender of Tianfu City fell. General, the deputy commander watched as Ning Haoyuan fell, killing the enemy he was fighting in one move, and leaped toward Cheng Mingze. Early innate ants die. Cheng Mingze's expression remained unchanged, his long sword raised, unmatched sword intent surging, his hair flying, his eyes flashing with overwhelming cold light. And with one sword strike across the sky, he annihilated all. Brilliant light obscured the sky, turning half of the night sky bright. Countless small sword energies directly engulfed the deputy commander, along with dozens of nearby Tianfu City soldiers, all turned to mush. The might of the half-step Saint realm was incredibly powerful. With the commander and deputy commander dead, the remaining soldiers of Tianfu City could not hold on for even a quarter of an hour before they fell one after another. Thus, in the battle for Tianfu City, all 30,000 defenders perished, with not a single person surviving, fleeing, surrendering, begging for mercy, or regretting their fate. Huff! We have finally taken Tianfu City. Cheng Mingze breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of excitement appearing on his face, but soon his brows furrowed slightly. It had already been 2 days since they attacked Qingfeng Pass. Even if they hadn't captured it, they should have sent word back. What he didn't know was that after suffering defeat, Kuei Qi had directly fled back to the Kuei family, and in order to avoid punishment and escape the turmoil, had moved his entire family. He also didn't know that outside Tianfu City, under the dark night, Qi Hua led 7,000 troops hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. The time had come kill. Seeing the battle inside the city had ended, Qi Hua took a deep breath and commanded loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" 7,000 soldiers launched an attack, among which 1,000 ghost soldiers were the strongest, their bodies hidden in the darkness, using their techniques to reach the walls of Tianfu City within a few breaths without alarming anyone. The soldiers guarding the city gate were directly annihilated without the power to fight back, like a pack of fierce tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. What is happening? Cheng Mingze, hearing the sounds of battle in the distance, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous omen. Head of the family, it's bad. Someone has taken the East City Gate and is advancing toward the city. A private soldier of the Cheng family ran over, kneeling to report, his face full of panic. Those ghost soldiers descending from the sky like divine soldiers were unforgettable for him. Prepare to engage. Cheng Mingze's expression changed slightly as he ordered in a deep voice, leading thousands of soldiers toward the location of the battle. He had put in tremendous effort to seize Tianfu City and certainly did not want to hand it over easily. Otherwise, wouldn't the tens of thousands of soldiers who died in battle have sacrificed for nothing? A few minutes later, on a long street, both sides unexpectedly met. The surging murderous intent made the residents inside their homes tremble. Who are you? Huh? Yushur clan soldiers. You are from the Yushur family? Cheng Mingze surveyed the scene, noticing the Yushur clan soldiers among the crowd, and asked sharply, his eyes filled with caution. Chapter 67. The fall of Chengmingze was well aware that the Yu family was powerful, with saint-level experts stationed there, and he was no match for them. Therefore, when attacking the city of Bajuan, he deliberately avoided the Yu family castle, and after capturing the city, he ordered his soldiers not to loot Yu family property. During the assault on Tianfu City, he secretly prayed that the Yu family would not intervene. But now, the Yu family had come, bringing their army and experts. Want to take a share for themselves. Kill. Qi did not waste words, acting decisively, giving orders without hesitation. Behind him, 7,000 soldiers surged forward, bringing a bloody storm that engulfed the enemy forces like a raging tide. After several days of fierce battle, the exhausted clan army was no match for them. Especially the ghost soldiers, who carried a faint ghostly aura, claimed a life with each appearance. Wherever they passed, the clan army fell like stalks of straw, slaughtered to the last man. There was no chance of survival, no resistance at all. Chengmingze was somewhat shocked. The Yu family's army was indeed too powerful. The elusive figures and overwhelming ghostly energy made him feel a chill run down his spine. A signal fire stretched for miles. Qi was locked in combat with 4 elders of the Cheng family, their energies clashing, and no one dared to approach within several dozen feet. The sound of weapons colliding echoed violently, like thunder, with spear lights dancing like dragons, as if the vast landscape was awakening the beautiful dreams of the world, reigniting the spirit of battle. A thought transforms heaven. Fang Xuan and an elder of the Fan family were in fierce combat, dressed in long robes. Resembling scholars wandering through the south of the Yangtze River, lightly waving feather fans, golden threads swirling around, weaving into a net that shimmered with brilliance. Wu Bei's technique? What is your relationship with him? Fan Tiansheng, as the head of a clan, had some discernment and immediately recognized the origin of the techniques, his expression horrified and unstable. The golden net descended, sealing the surrounding void, giving everyone the feeling that within the vastness of heaven and earth, there was no place to hide. And every inch was a deep abyss. Boom! The void trembled, divine light flickering, and aside from Fan Tiansheng, 3 elders of the Fan family were caught by the golden net, axe splitting mountains and rivers. On another side, Zhong Liang wielded dual axes, continuously slaying ordinary soldiers. His immense power swept through, his imposing figure stained with the blood of enemies, like a demon descending. With a swing of the axe, 3 soldiers engaged in battle were directly cleaved in 2, exploding into a mist of blood, with internal organs, shattered flesh, and broken bones raining down like a torrential downpour. The thick aura of slaughter coiled around him. The clan soldiers looked fearful, not daring to meet his gaze. On the entire long street, every moment someone fell. Blood flowed like a river, pooling together and seeping into the ground, perhaps to bloom as flowers of sin in the coming years. Chengmingze did not engage in combat. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, listening to the sounds of slaughter around him, a terrifying aura enveloping him, with his long sword radiating unmatched sharpness. The sword energy rippled through the void. He pondered the meaning of this war, because of a decree from the Shao family. He had exhausted all the resources of his clan to attack Tianfu City, sacrificing tens of thousands of soldiers. Yet until now, he had not even seen a shadow of the Shao family. The Yu family was truly fortunate, gaining the strong support of the demonic sect during this chaotic time. Unlike him, Chengmingze shook his head inwardly, awakening from the beautiful dream promised by the Shao family, watching the dwindling number of clan soldiers, his heart bleeding. One must know that these tens of thousands of private soldiers were the accumulation of the Cheng family over nearly 1,000 years. From just a few dozen in the beginning to later hundreds and then thousands. Now, there were more than 20,000, but now, it definitely wouldn't exceed 2,000. Moreover, there was a crisis of total annihilation. Kill! Chengmingze shouted, charging into the battlefield. He had no other choice. Knowing the Yu family had the support of the demonic sect and was powerful, he could only raise his sword and fight desperately. Regret? If he could do it all over again, he would definitely hesitate. But could he regret it now? It was already too late. In the grand scheme of the world, no one could stand alone. On the chessboard of power, everyone was like a pawn, always belonging to a camp, black or white. He chose the Shao family, destined to be opposed to the Yu family. With a whoosh, the sword energy surged like the sea, crashing against several ghost soldiers, severing their ghostly forms, scattering their souls. Moments later, Cheng Mingze rushed in front of Qihua, condensing several feet of sword energy, its sharpness shaking the void, striking down like a divine blow. Sensing the sword energy attacking from behind, Qihua frowned slightly, but did not pay it any mind. With his peak innate martial artist cultivation, he was not Cheng Mingze's opponent. Cheng Mingze's true opponent was someone else. Battle Demon Strategy. 9. Demonic Skill. From the houses on both sides came loud voices, and two terrifying figures descended, exuding an aura of destruction and extermination, enveloping Cheng Mingze, causing the void to tremble and all things to fall silent. Slash! Cheng Mingze turned, his sword energy slicing down. At the moment of collision, a fleeting light appeared, but it was quickly engulfed by darkness. Two elders of the demonic sect, both half-step saint level, hovered in midair. One had a figure appear behind him, demonic energy billowing, exuding an aura of fighting the heavens and the earth, prideful and unparalleled, as if all martial arts in the world appeared in his hands. Battle Demon. What is a battle demon? To battle as a demon, to fight until one becomes a demon. He had once used his fists to conquer the world, achieving the name of the demon, with all his learning compiled into a strategy. Hence, he was called the battle god strategy. The other elder had a plain aura, with only his dry hands shaped like claws, cold demonic energy coiling around, carrying the power to tear everything apart. One palm turns the heavens, one claw tears the land. Whether it was the battle demon strategy or the 9 demonic claw, both were sacred teachings of the demonic sect, powerful heavenly level martial arts. Linked to the fortunes of the demonic sect, and as the demonic sect grew stronger, so did their power. Such techniques were stored in the demonic sect's scripture repository, with over 10,000 volumes. Kill. The elder on the left swung his fists, carrying immense force, crashing down with a series of sonic booms, creating a fist mark in the void wherever he passed. Split. The elder on the right shouted coldly, his claws slicing open, chilling winds spreading. Accompanied by the wails of countless souls, the sound waves piercing eardrums, causing souls to tremble. Cheng Mingze's expression changed repeatedly, his body hair standing on end. Feeling a death crisis, his pupils contracted, and his heart felt like it was about to explode. He raised his right hand, and the battle sword stabbed through the void several times. The sword flowers looked beautiful, but in an instant, they were shattered by a pair of fists, having little effect. With a whoosh, 9 claw marks, trailing long demonic flames, struck Cheng Mingze, creating 9 bloody holes in his body. Then his form exploded, turning into a mist of blood. The renowned figure of Bajuan, the head of the Cheng family, a half-step saint-level powerhouse of a generation, was eliminated in this power struggle, tragically perishing on some dark night, leaving no bones behind. The clan army that had been engaged in battle stopped, shocked and silent. Their commander, the head of the Cheng family, had fallen. Where should they go from here? Chapter 68. The Dark Shadow of Bajuan. Surrenderers. Note death. Qihua shouted fiercely, his toes touching the ground, holding a long spear, standing like a deity with brilliant divine light. After a moment of silence, most of the clan soldiers chose to surrender, laying down their weapons, kneeling on the ground, hands on their heads. Only a small number of die-hard loyalists stubbornly resisted, but they were quickly, ruthlessly killed. The plan has failed, and it's time for me to withdraw from Bajuan. In a room, a dark figure watched the battlefield through the window gap. Upon seeing Cheng Mingze fall, he shook his head in disappointment and took out a token from his bosom, crushing it to powder. The token had a number written on it, 29. From this moment on, there would be no Cheng clan in the subordinate institutions of the Shao clan. No more 29. From beginning to end, the Cheng clan was destined to be a discarded pawn in the plan of Xiaotinga, where the Cheng clan attacked Tianfu City mainly to attract the attention of the court, splitting forces to attack and relieve pressure. I hope the family head won't punish me. The shadow murmured to himself, walking to the back room, opening the window, like a bird soaring through the night. On this night, the air carried a gentle breeze, lifting a corner of the shadow's mask, revealing a face riddled with scars, inscribed with the character for slave. His identity was called New Urshi. In the Shao family, there was an institution called the slave camp, specifically adopting homeless orphans subjected to cruel training from a young age, with a death rate as high as a terrifying 1 in 1,000. My lord, General Qi has sent battle reports having captured Tianfu City, killed Chengmingze, and captured over 2,000 soldiers. Guojiao walked in with a wine jug, smiling and saying in a good mood that everything was proceeding according to plan. Yu Sheng was flipping through ancient books to enhance his knowledge, and, hearing Guojia's words, smiled and said, "Good news. Send orders to Qihua to take Tianfu City as the center and radiate outward, occupying all cities in Bajuan." Understood. Guojia cupped his fists and said seriously, "My lord, to stabilize Bajuan, we need to do one more thing. Submit a document to express loyalty to the court." Yu Sheng pondered for a moment and understood the intention behind this action. The court's army and the Shao clan were at a standoff, temporarily relaxing local supervision. The Bajuan clans were not strong and might seem trivial in the eyes of the court. However, Bajuan was always the granary of Chu state, politically significant, and the court would not watch Bajuan be occupied by the clans. Submitting a document now could eliminate the court's vigilance and buy time for development. "All right, you handle it," Yu Sheng said. Understood. Guojia cupped his fists respectfully and withdrew. In the following days, Qihua led the army, capturing city after city. Facing elite troops, the ordinary garrison of the cities had no power to resist and were quickly breached. Additionally, Qingfeng Pass was occupied, and their pleas for help could not be sent out of Bajuan. In the first 2 days, some cities resisted, but as they found themselves isolated and helpless, they gradually gave up resistance and surrendered. In less than 5 days, all 100 cities in Bajuan were occupied by Qihua. The 3 major clans were also plundered by Qihua. Apart from the Kuei clan, most members of the Cheng and Fan clans became prisoners. 2 elders from the demon sect accompanied and used demonic pills to control all city lords, ensuring that the political upheaval in Bajuan would not leak out. In the eyes of ordinary people, Bajuan appeared the same as before, with the ruling officials unchanged. But in reality, the officials in their eyes had already submitted to Yu Sheng. To save their lives, they sent all their legitimate sons to Yu's castle as hostages. After taking control of Bajuan, a golden seal appeared, topped with a large cauldron, exuding a domineering aura, filled with the majesty of a king. As if an ancient emperor had descended, Yu Sheng, filled with anticipation, pressed down hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in at Bajuan. Obtaining the divine demon Xiangyu. Would you like to summon him? Divine demon Xiangyu? Upon hearing the name, Yu Sheng was overjoyed. The strategists and generals in his hands were indeed too scarce, and, as the territory expanded, they were simply insufficient. Currently, he had Guojia as a strategist managing internal affairs, which was barely enough, but he was quite troubled regarding generals, having only Qihua, and Qihua at most. He was a second-rate leader, capable only of commanding small battles. If it came to large battlefields with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops, he would not be able to manage it beyond his capabilities. As for Hua Gui Wang, apart from his strength, he was left with only beauty and the ability to lead troops in a battle, which was even less than Qihua. "Summon," Yu Sheng said eagerly, his eyes full of expectation. "Roar, with strength that can pull mountains and a spirit that covers the world. My fate is determined by me." The void trembled violently. Before one could see him, his voice was already heard. An invisible aura surged into the sky, the star of the greedy wolf in the 9 heavens shining brightly, casting endless brilliance as if welcoming the destined one. Vaguely, a domineering voice echoed through the moment of time and space, as if announcing to the world his arrival. His existence. The arrival of the greedy wolf star represented the emergence of a top general, and the young master's power had become stronger. Guojia, handling administrative affairs, sensed the aura in the void and smiled slightly. He tapped the tip of his pen, and the literary energy obscured the sky, condensing into a refined figure, hovering in the 9 heavens. Since ancient times, civil and military have been in conflict. In this world, it was his first encounter with a top talent, and naturally, he wanted to compete. To be called a top talent, one must be proficient in strategy, capable of commanding millions of troops, controlling military formations, amplifying the entire army with one's will, charging across battlefields, single-handedly destroying a nation, and defending a territory alone. Fight! The refined figure waved his hand, drawing a ring in the ground. In the void, 1,000 zhang high, the literary energy like the sea, revealing a strong battle intent, as if to disperse the general's aura and monopolize this universe. Battle. The general's aura rolled, refusing to be outdone, condensing into a domineering figure, clad in armor, holding a long spear filled with endless killing intent, suppressing down. The terrifying murderous aura stained the sky red. With a point of the long spear, the heavens and earth changed color. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, tearing apart thousands of miles of land, directly striking toward the chest of the Confucian figure. Boom! The Confucian figure held a floating book, repairing the broken land, radiating Confucian light, the aura of righteousness enduring. Where the spear's energy had caused destruction, it swiftly restored to completeness. The two attacks canceled each other out, forming a circle, resembling the Tai Chi pattern, continuously rotating, constructing a whole. Interesting. Guijiao laughed, lowering his head to continue handling administrative affairs. The celestial aura dissipated, and the Confucian figure vanished, leaving only endless general's aura, covering the great trend of the world, unstoppable, destroying everything. It was not that he conceded. Rather, he understood a principle. In chaotic times, military generals prevail. In peaceful times, civil officials govern. Both are indispensable. As long as there is talent, one can always shine with endless brilliance, leaving a significant mark in this era. Yu Sheng, witnessing the brief struggle in the void, was secretly excited, his eyes like torches, watching the rift in the void. Xiang Yu slowly walked out, clad in black armor, with the Overlord's sword at his waist and the Overlord's spear in hand, his eyes proud, filled with an invincible belief, as even if the heavens collapsed, he would not frown. I pay my respects to my lord. Xiang Yu knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, I bow to the dragon. He was no longer the overlord of the Western Chu, but the divine demon Xiang Yu in Yu Sheng's hands. Chapter 69. God and Demon Xiang Yu, please rise. Yu Sheng raised his hand, his eyes fixed on Xiang Yu. From the latter, he sensed a terrifying power that, once unleashed, could easily shatter mountains and split seas, dominating the world. Thank you, my lord. Xiang Yu stood up straight, like a long spear, evoking a saying, a dragon's throw can break the heavens. A lone spear can sever the borders. Investigate Xiang Yu's information. Yu Sheng silently commanded, and a jade scroll appeared before him. Name, Xiang Yu. Level, Peak of the Saint Realm, Top General. Cultivation method, 9 tripod mysterious scripture. Troop type, Overlord subordinate soldiers. Note, Xiang Yu possesses divine blood, able to use his own blood to assimilate the bloodlines of outsiders, forming 8,000 cavalry with a bloodline connection, unstoppable and evading the 3 armies. Xiang Yu, how long will it take to form the Overlord's subordinate soldiers? After reviewing the information, Yu Sheng noticed the addition of the troop type, and his pupils contracted sharply, his breathing quickening as he hurriedly inquired. The troop type mentioned here is not ordinary soldiers, but special armies. Ordinary soldiers rely heavily on tactics, can only set up ordinary formations, and are unable to communicate with the powers of heaven and earth. Thus their power is limited, like the former troops of Chihuahua. In contrast, special troops are much more formidable, capable of setting up formations that communicate with the powers of heaven and earth, enhancing the army's strength infinitely. Relying on their powerful martial prowess, they can easily achieve victory with fewer numbers. The power gap between ordinary and special troops is vast. It is rumored that the 7 nations of the wild continent secretly train special troops as their foundation, hiding in the shadows, only to emerge when facing a national crisis to defend their country. In response to my lord, as long as there are enough warhorses within a month at most, I am confident I can train 8,000 heavy cavalry, Xiang Yu calmly stated. his voice booming as he spoke of a task that would seem impossible to the average person. Heavy cavalry are considered one of the most challenging troop types to train, usually requiring several years or even longer to cultivate a powerful cavalry corps. But for Xiang Yu, this is a piece of cake, because he is a top general, because he possesses divine blood. So soon, Yu Sheng was overjoyed, having no doubts about Xiang Yu's words. A person who embodies pride in their bones would never stoop to deception. Everything he said and did was based on his own strength. Xiang Yu, receive your orders. With the assurance given, Yu Sheng said, I am here. Xiang Yu knelt on one knee, his face showing anticipation. In his previous life, he led 8,000 overlord's subordinate soldiers, conquering east and west, galloping across the vast lands. Although he ultimately failed, the blood boiling in him still yearned to establish even greater achievements in this life. The strength of a general comes from the strength of their soldiers. Xiang Yu's power, aside from his own strength, also relies on the might of the overlord's subordinate soldiers. You hold my token. Quickly assemble the 8,000 overlord subordinate soldiers. Within the territory of Bajuan, you can mobilize anyone. Yu Sheng took out the token representing his identity and handed it to Xiang Yu, saying solemnly, he urgently needed an army, a powerful army with expansion capability. I accept the order. A month later, I will bring an invincible legion for my lord to review. Xiang Yu said, taking the token, clasping his fists, standing up, and turning to leave, the tip of the overlord's spear gleaming. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. With my divine and demonic blood, I shall forge the strongest legion in the world, trampling over the ages. Danyang City. After the morning assembly, King Chu led the Left Prime Minister Wu Bai and the commander of the Imperial Guard, Tu Gu, hurriedly towards the Imperial study. The three sat down in their respective positions. My lord, I have good news to report. The Pang clan, Fan clan, and Kuei clan of Bajuan have caused chaos, but they have been quelled by the Yu clan. The head of the Yu clan, UFA, has petitioned the court to dispatch a county governor to restore the damage caused by the war. Wu Bai spoke first. During this time, countless memorials were submitted daily, most of which were bad news, so reports of victories like this were rare. That's why he mentioned it separately to please King Chu. The Yu clan still has this capability? Such loyal clans are few and far between. Convey my decree to promote the head of the Yu clan, UFA, to the county governor. King Chu said with mild joy, his icy expression easing considerably, indicating his intent to confer the title on UFA. Without much thought, he prepared to appoint UFA as the county governor. This was also the custom of the Chu state. Whoever conquered the territory would manage it. My lord, just as the word county left his lips, Wu Bai hurriedly interrupted, saying sternly, my lord, the world is in turmoil today, with fish and dragons mixed together. Whether the Yu clan is loyal is still unknown. I believe we should send a loyal minister to oversee Bajuan. King Chu frowned slightly, acknowledging Wu Bai's words as he contemplated the current situation and said, promote UFA to one of the 9 ministers, and since Lord Chunshin has managed Bajuan before, let him serve as the county governor. Wu Bai was secretly delighted and clasped his fists, saying, my lord is wise. King Chu waved his hand, his expression serious. I have summoned you both this time, mainly regarding the witch sect. Hearing the witch sect, both Wu Bai and Tu Gu's expressions turned grave. At the beginning of the Shao clan's rebellion, I issued a royal decree requesting the witch sect to send disciples to support the royal army, but to this day, there has been no response. Just yesterday, my informants reported that there are widespread rumors in Wujuan that the witch sect is plotting rebellion. King Chu's face was stern, his eyes flickering with vigilance. A rebellion by the Shao clan has already caused unrest throughout the nation. If the witch sect were to stir trouble at this critical moment, then the rule of the Chu state would truly be shaken. No matter how powerful the Shao clan is, they do not have a duke-level expert stationed. They cannot change the sky. But the witch sect is different. Their strength is terrifying, and the witch god is a well-known duke-level expert. If they rebel, the consequences are unimaginable. My lord, we must be on guard, Wu Bai replied, cupping his hands. He had sensed something was off when the royal decree was issued and the witch sect had not responded for so long. But the matter was too significant, and without solid evidence, he did not dare to report it to King Chu. Yesterday, I visited the ancestor. His health is declining, and he cannot last much longer. The ancestor means to ascertain whether the witch sect has thoughts of rebellion. If they indeed do, he will fight to the death to eliminate this calamity. King Chu said with a grim voice, sadness flashing in his eyes. On one hand, he was reluctant to see Xiongju leave, and, on the other hand, he was worried about the fate of the country. Once Xiongju falls, can the Chu state still maintain its status as a great power? My lord, it is actually very simple to test the witch sect's loyalty. Just issue another royal decree. If the witch sect has no objection, they will surely send strong warriors to support the front lines. If not, it indicates that the witch sect has rebellious intentions, and my lord can take the initiative. Moreover, the witch sect's power is too formidable. Even if they have no rebellious intentions, the court must be cautious. This is a perfect opportunity to weaken the witch sect's strength using the Shao clan. Wu Bai said, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. A single stone can kill 3 birds. Strategists can be deadly with just a few words. However, King Chu nodded, looking at Tu Gu and said, I've already prepared for the worst. My lord, rest assured. I vow to protect the Chu state. Tu Gu stood up, his robust figure clad in silver chain armor, exuding a sharp and powerful aura. He understood King Chu's intention. If a large-scale battle were to erupt again, the Imperial Guard he commanded would be the last line of defense for the Chu state. Chapter 70. The Battle of Jing Shui at the border of Jing County. There flows a river that never ceases, over 1,000 feet wide, with turbulent waters that roar deafeningly as they rush downstream. This river is called Jing River. General Yu Hong leads an army of 300,000, stationed on one side of Jing River, with war drums roaring, countless ships competing to sail, and the flames of battle spreading for dozens of miles. In the central tent, Yu Hong sits high in a tiger-skin command chair, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his eyes shining like cold stars, exuding an imposing presence without anger. The peak strength of the Saint Realm putting great pressure on others. On both sides of the tent, dozens of generals stand solemnly, clad in sharp armor, hands resting on their swords, all possessing extraordinary strength, with the weakest being late-stage, innate warriors, and 2 being masters of the Saint Realm. They silently observe the sand table in the middle. How many warships have been built so far? Yu Hong inquires, as the army rushes to the scene. The Shao family has destroyed all bridges over Jing River, so to cross and attack Jimin City, they can only build warships. Reporting to the general, I have gathered shipbuilders from within 100 miles and have built 3,000 warships, enough to escort the army across the river. The vanguard general, Yu Peng, steps forward and reports loudly. He is Yu Hong's direct son, having broken through to late-stage innate at a young age, serving as the vanguard general with rich combat experience. Having achieved glorious results by infiltrating enemy camps and taking enemy heads. A tiger father has no dog son. This is the highest praise from the world for the father and son of Yu Hong. Convey the order, the army will attack tonight. Launching a night raid on the Shao family's camp to quell the chaos. Yu Hong commands, filled with mild joy, holding 2 copper hammers that shimmer with divine light. Carrying destructive power, he looks down at his armor, which is a deep scar, his gaze filled with killing intent. When he rushed to Jing Shui with 3,000 elite troops, preparing to seize the last bridge, the Shao family had already laid explosives, which blew him away directly, injuring him with a sword strike from Xiaotinga. That blow almost cost him his life. If it weren't for the timely support of 2 deputy generals who repelled Xiaotinga, he might have died before achieving victory, perishing in Jing River. General, the ships are ready, but there is one urgent problem that needs to be solved. The water flow of Jing River is rapid, making it difficult for the helmsmen to control their direction during the crossing, which may lead to deviation from the target. General of Logistics, Xiao Shisan, stepped forward and respectfully clasped his fists. Including Yu Hong, all the generals frowned. This was indeed a difficult problem. Besides the risk of ships deviating, they were also concerned about potential collisions during the movement of the warships. With 3,000 warships, any minor mishap could lead to extremely heavy losses, possibly ruining their previous efforts. Do you have a way to solve it? He was not familiar with Xiao Shisan, as the court set up many departments to prevent generals from gaining too much power, including the logistics generals, who were appointed by the Ministry of Personnel rather than being transferred by the Ministry of War. Usually, he only communicated with Xiao Shisan regarding logistics matters and had not spoken to him otherwise. Reporting to the general, the swaying of the warships is mainly due to their small size. We can connect them with iron chains to form a whole, allowing for coordinated movement, which can help avoid collisions, Xiao Shisan said with a smile before returning to his position, saying no more. The generals were astonished. They did not expect the logistics officer, Xiao Shisan, to possess such skills. General, I believe it is worth a try. Deputy General Xiao Shi clasped his fists. Casting a glance at Xiao Shisan as he stepped forward, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. But because he was looking down, Yu Hong did not notice. Good. Yu Hong nodded in agreement with this plan. He did not know that this very scheme would lead to the demise of his 300,000 troops in a sea of fire. Under the starry night, the moonlight illuminated Jing River, which roared as if it were going to swallow everything, with turbulent waters continuously rolling, seemingly demonstrating its power to the people. One by one, warships were launched into the water, violently swaying with the river, like small leaves at the mercy of the giant waves, ready to capsize at any moment, which worried Yu Hong and his generals immensely. They were all cavalry generals, and this was their first time commanding a naval battle. Even though Yu Hong had extensive battle experience, he felt a bit anxious. Clang, clang, clang. As chains connected the violently swaying warships, they indeed became stable, with only slight undulations. Board the ships, Yu Hong shouted, his voice like thunder. The army boarded the ships in an orderly manner. An hour later, the warships moved like a blood dragon towards the opposite bank of the river. On the opposite bank, there was also a naval force filled with fire oil, ready to engage under the leadership of Xiaotinga. The two armies resembled two divine swords, their sharpness revealed, with murderous intent filling the skies, determined to annihilate each other. Minutes later, the two sides met in the center of Jing River. Like the fire charge, Xiaotinga looked out with his sword in hand, noticing that Yu Hong's warships were connected with chains, revealing a smile of success. Without hesitation, he commanded loudly. Hundreds of small boats ignite, charging towards Yu Hong's warships with towering flames. Turn the helm, block them. Yu Hong's pupils shrank, a foreboding feeling rising in his heart. General, the warships are connected by iron chains. We cannot turn the helm. A general ran to the side of the ship and hurriedly replied upon seeing the thick chains. Damn it. Yu Hong's expression changed drastically as his thoughts raced to find a solution. At this moment, the fire ships were already approaching, the bright flames illuminating half the sky. With no good options left, he could only break through with force. He flew into the sky, swinging his double hammers, carrying immense power, and smashed down on the fire ship. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the fire oil inside the ship exploded, forming a mushroom cloud that engulfed Yu Hong, sending out waves of air and fierce winds that blew the flames towards Yu Hong's army. The flames raged, quickly igniting numerous warships. Ah! The cries of despair rang out continuously, as many soldiers could not bear the intense heat and jumped off their ships. Struggling in the water. General, most of our warships are on fire, and the Xiao family is coming on strong. We should retreat. Yikyung, being a master of the Saint Realm, despite being at the center of the explosion, only sustained minor injuries as he flew to the command ship, his expression dark. The many generals hurriedly advised him, their faces still showing fear, knowing that the situation was dire. Looking around, the raging flames seemed ready to burn the heavens and the earth, and the incessant cries sounded like the wails of vengeful souls, tormenting the minds of the generals. Xiao Shisan, I will kill you. Yu Hong's eyes turned blood red as he glared at Xiao Shisan, who stood at the stern of the ship, a murderous intent rising. Kill him. It was all Xiao Shisan's fault for connecting the warships with chains. General Yu, you are foolish. How can you blame me? Xiao Shisan said calmly, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Yu Hong's expression turned cold, raising his copper hammer high, glowing with bloodlight, carrying a chilling, murderous aura. His peak strength in the Saint Realm made the warships shake violently. The other generals also looked at Xiao Shisan with angry eyes. After years of warfare, they had never faced such a great defeat, except for Xiao Shi. Chapter 71. The movements of the witch sect. As Yu Hong raised the bronze hammer, Xiao Shi moved, suddenly drawing his battle sword, as fast as lightning, and thrusting it towards Yu Hong's back. Everyone's gaze was focused on Xiao Shi-san, and his actions went unnoticed by anyone. However, killing always generates a killing intent. Even though Xiao Shi hid it well, a faint murderous aura still leaked out. What courage! Yu Hong was powerful and extremely sensitive to changes in aura. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, his blood-red eyes filled with murderous energy. But before he could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His overwhelming momentum vanished in an instant. Puff! Yu Hong looked down and saw the sword blade piercing through his chest, blood continuously flowing out. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and the vitality in his eyes began to fade. Although a Saint Realm expert is strong, he is still a mortal flesh body. If the heart is shattered, even if a Daluo Golden Immortal descends, it would be of no help. Who are you? Yu Hong did not turn around. He had already lost his strength. Xiao Shi said coldly, unleashing the power of a half-step Saint Realm. A powerful spiritual energy surged through the sword blade into Yu Hong's body, like countless sword energies, extremely sharp, shattering his fragile organs into a mist of blood. Xiao Shi-san. So it turns out, you are all from the Xiao family. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Yu Hong's dim eyes revealed a look of realization, his voice gradually diminishing, like a mosquito, as his neck tilted, and all vitality vanished. The three great pillars of the Chu Kingdom's army, left General Yu Hong, completed his magnificent life, tragically dying on the battlefield, buried in flames, ending in conspiracy. Father. Yu Peng witnessed Yu Hong being killed, his expression twisted, bloodshot eyes staring at Xiao Shi as he charged at him. His roar also awakened the other generals, who were equally furious, unleashing terrifying momentum, launching fierce attacks on Xiao Shi, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha! Xiao Shi did not resist, letting out a loud laugh, calmly facing death. In an instant, he was struck by several attacks, exploding into a mist of blood, leaving no bones behind, only the lingering laughter that seemed to mock everyone present. You're also an accomplice, Dai. A general looked at Xiao Shi-san and directly attacked. Sword energy surged, blood spurted, and a head flew up, falling into the Jing River, swept away by a giant wave into the distance. Father. Yu Peng grasped Yu Hong's corpse, his face filled with sorrow, his expression as if on the verge of collapse, unwilling to accept reality. How could that towering man die? He had once fought for command among the three armies. He had once blazed through the wilderness, wielding twin hammers to slay thousands of enemies. He was regarded as the god of war of the Chu Kingdom. How could he die here in humiliation? Major General, hurry and leave. The Saint Realm warrior urged, grabbing Yu Peng, transforming into a streak of light, breaking through the air, while another Saint Realm warrior took Yu Hong's body and closely followed. The remaining innate warrior generals hurriedly fled, gathering spiritual energy beneath their feet, stepping on the river water, quickly retreating from the battlefield. As for the 300,000 troops, they had no time to care. If they were on land, they might not have fled, staying behind to command the battle. But on the fiery sea, what use would it be to stay? Water and fire are merciless. Adding a few more corpses? Kill. Xiao Teng's expression was cold, his body soaring. A sword breaking through the air, brilliant sword energy dazzling, invincible, and as it fell, the sea of fire seemed to be split in two. The Jing River exploded, shooting out columns of water, a spectacular scene. But for the court generals, this was undoubtedly bad news. More than a dozen innate warrior generals were affected, falling into the water, their lives unknown. Two Saint Realm generals gritted their teeth, blood boiling, frantically urging their spiritual energy, flying in the air, disappearing into the depths of the night in a few breaths. Xiao Teng did not pursue, raising his long sword like the rolling seas in an instant. Thousands of sword lights illuminated the entire sky, stabbing towards the water surface. Each sword energy seemed to have eyes, striking the fleeing generals. On the other side, the four elders of the Xiao family led the army, moving to the sides, forming an encirclement, sealing off this stretch of water. War drums sounded, the void trembled, and the killing intent was boundless. The murky waters of the Jing River turned red with blood, corpses being swept downstream by the current. Half of the sky turned crimson. From a distance, it looked like the sun of the nine heavens sinking into the river. Several hours later, the flames weakened, the screams faded, and the waters of the Jing River continued to flow day and night, as if the fierce battle of last night had never happened. Pass down the order, attack Wujuan. Xiaotinga stood on the command ship, full of spirit, his eyes gazing into the distance, filled with ambition. He was going to conquer this territory. 400,000 troops charged toward Wujuan, stretching for dozens of miles, banners fluttering, blocking the sky. The witch sect. Due to an order from the witch god, all the high-ranking members gathered together. Even several elders who were in closed-door cultivation were forcibly awakened, filled with confusion, to attend this meeting. The sect is not the court, where daily court meetings are held to discuss state affairs, but rather convenes only after a long period of time. And within the witch sect, there are several elders on duty, responsible for managing sect affairs, while the others are relatively free, either in closed-door cultivation or traveling the continent. However, as soon as the sect master's order is issued, all elders and deacons, no matter how busy, must be present. Sect master, the court's messenger. My subordinate has delayed for 3 days. Do we need a reply? Third elder Lu Sheng clasped his fists and said, 3 days ago, the messenger from the king of Chu arrived, requesting to see the witch god. He had been delaying with the reason of closed-door cultivation until now. But continuing to delay is not a long-term solution. Just this morning, the messenger from the king of Chu stated that a response must be received before sunset. Otherwise, he would return to Danyang City. No need to reply. The witch god said flatly, his withered body exuding an aura of sharpness, his right hand gripping the scepter, smiling as he spoke. Reports from Jingjun indicate that the court's army has been defeated. Left General Yu Hong has died in battle, and the Shao family has led 400,000 troops to attack Wujuan. Third elder Lu Sheng bowed and returned to his position. The many elders whispered among themselves, their expressions either surprised, indifferent, or unconcerned. The 4 great legions of the court, General Xiaotinga has rebelled. The right general is resisting the Qin kingdom in Xinjun, and the left general's entire army has been annihilated, leaving only the imperial guard to mobilize. This is an unprecedented opportunity for the witch sect. After the witch god finished speaking with a smile, he slowly stood up, an indescribable aura bursting forth, causing all elders and deacons to feel a suffocating pressure. Soon, this aura burst out of the hall, enveloping the entire witch mountain, and thousands of disciples of the witch sect looked up, putting down what they were doing, respectfully kneeling, their expressions filled with admiration. Within the witch sect, the witch god is the only master. In the land of Chu, wars continue, smoke rises. The Xiong royal family cannot suppress the rebellion or govern the country. Today, the witch sect will act on behalf of heaven to clear the world. The witch god's loud voice echoed like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Everyone held their breath, listening attentively. Pass down the order, protect the sect disciples down the mountain, and control Wujuan. The witch god commanded. As you command, 8,000 protective disciples receive their orders, gathering together under the leadership of 3 Saint Realm elders, flying down the mountain, radiating an astonishing murderous aura, as if they were going to slay all living beings in the world. Chapter 72. Dragonscale Poison Fog. It's in chaos. Completely chaotic, with the news that the witch sect has taken control of the witch county spreading. The entire Chu kingdom is in an uproar. Inside Danyang City, King Chu is restless. He has received intelligence that General Yu Hong has died in battle at the Jing River, with 300,000 elite troops completely annihilated. Following that, the witch sect has sealed off the witch county, controlling the passes, city defenses, and internal affairs. Various signs indicate that the rule of the Chu kingdom has begun to waver. Measures must be taken. Relying solely on the imperial guards is unlikely to defeat the witch sect. He can only call upon the ancestor for help. In the study, King Chu rubs his forehead, feeling particularly heavy-hearted. He knows this may be the last time Xiongju takes action. On that day, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Tugu, led 100,000 Imperial Guards, all cavalry, rushing towards the Witch County, the sound of hooves roaring, shattering the last remnants of prosperity. The citizens of the capital understand that the Chu kingdom is facing its most perilous time. 2 days later, the Imperial Guards pressure the Witch County, attacking Nest City. The 8,000 disciples of the Witch sect resist fiercely. In terms of troop strength, the Witch sect is far inferior to the court, but they excel in strength. Each of the disciples protecting the sect is at least a 7th-tier martial artist. The Imperial Guards, as the strongest legion of the Chu kingdom, have the weakest members at 5th-tier martial artists. In terms of strong fighters, Nest City has 3 elders at the sacred realm of the Witch sect stationed there, along with over 100 innate martial artists. Although the Imperial Guards also have 3 sacred realm generals, their number of innate martial artist leaders is far behind that of the Witch sect, with only about 50. Therefore, when the Imperial Guards attacked Nest City, they not only failed to gain an advantage, but also suffered heavy losses, with over 2,000 soldiers killed by the Witch sect as strong fighters. Drumroll. I will lead the charge myself. After a prolonged stalemate, Tugu decided to take action personally. With determined eyes, he rides a dragon steed. Standing behind him are 3,000 soldiers, all wearing red armor and holding long spears, all of whom are above 7th-tier martial artists, exuding a murderous aura that pierces the heavens, ready to annihilate the ages. This army is the renowned Shinshi army of the Chu kingdom. In the early years of the kingdom's founding, the founding emperor of Chu established this terrifying army with the remnants of the Shun and Shi states, a special troop type with immense strength, having once annihilated a 100,000-strong army with just 3,000 soldiers. That battle cemented the reputation of the Shinshi army. Bang! 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 The flags flutter, and the war drums thunder. Tugu, with a spear raised, leads 3,000 iron cavalry in a charge, the murderous aura billowing, forming a massive military formation. Under the formation's enhancement, the strength of the 3,000 Shinshi army surged. A brilliant long spear pierced the sky, radiating red divine light, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Hundreds of feet away, Nest City looms like a ferocious beast lying on the ground, with an imposing momentum, as solid as a mountain, blocking millions of enemies outside. Prepare the formation. The elder protecting the sect shouted. The 8,000 disciples of the Witch sect, suspended in midair, their feet on the mystic sword, released waves of sword energy, forming a river of swords flowing through the void, dense with sword energy, presenting a terrifying sight. Boom! The ground trembled, and the city walls of Nest City, several feet wide, erupted with a loud bang, suddenly shattering into pieces, debris flying everywhere, turning into dust in the air. What is this? The charging Tugu was slightly shocked, looking at the sword energy in the void, revealing a hint of fear. What a powerful sword formation. He never expected that the Witch sect could also arrange a military formation. Kill. After a brief surprise, Tugu accelerated, his spear breaking through the void, charging into the endless river of swords, the sharpness of the spear and the edge of the sword intertwining in the air, producing crisp sounds, the terrifying aftermath stirring the heavens, creating ripples continuously. The ground trembled as countless buildings in Nest City collapsed with a loud crash, smoke and dust rising, enveloping everything in a gray haze. The attacks of both sides were too powerful, exceeding the structural limits of the buildings. Blooms of bright red blood burst forth, resembling beautiful fireworks. Tens of thousands of citizens caught off guard were directly reduced to a mist of blood. The horror of the scene was enough to shock the world. Dozens of miles away, the witch god stands on a mountain, gazing at the intense battlefield. Seeing a large number of citizens dying, he remains unmoved, his expression cold, holding a staff that emits a faint green light. Come out. A few minutes later, the witch god frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. A shimmering golden light appeared in the void 1,000 feet away, and Xiongju's figure emerged, wielding a sharp battle knife, his white hair flying in the fierce wind. Witch god, the ancestor established a contract. The witch sect and the Chu kingdom formed an alliance, mutually supporting each other. Why do you violate the contract and occupy the Witch County? Xiongju asked in a deep voice, his aged face filled with a strong, killing intent. An alliance requires strength. The Chu Kingdom is in turmoil, and the court cannot govern the land. Why should I adhere to the alliance? Make your move. After you die, I will build a tomb for you. The witch god narrowed his eyes, his attitude firm, seeming to look down on Xiongju, clearly confident in his own strength. As his words fell, the staff burst forth with brilliant light, the dark green glow spreading across the sky, containing terrifying toxins, emitting a hissing sound, as if the void was rotting. In the next moment, from the green poison fog, a poison dragon flew out, baring its fangs and claws, its mouth wide open, spewing a column of poisonous mist, carrying destructive energy and a chilling aura that froze the area within 10 miles. Dragon-scale poison fog. The witch god roared, the staff falling, and the poison dragon soared into the 9 heavens, riding the toxic clouds, suppressing down towards Xiongju. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed for dozens of miles, causing all animals to prostrate themselves in fear, trembling as if facing a natural enemy. Blade slash. Xiongju's expression tightened, the veins in his right hand bulging as he swung the battle knife down, producing a golden dragon shadow that wrapped around him, generating terrifying waves that shook the void. The golden dragon roared, crashing into the poison dragon. Boom! Mountains collapsed, countless boulders fell, creating a scene akin to the end of the world, utterly terrifying. Puff! Affected by the aftermath, Xiongju staggered back a few steps, his complexion even paler. A trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, staining his white beard, and his right arm holding the knife trembled slightly. Xiongtaizu, you are getting old, the witch god coldly observed, unleashing the power of a late marquis, exceptionally thick, filled with life force, and incredibly resilient. The lifespan of a marquis is long, living at least 400 years. Although he appears aged, his real age is only 200, still in his prime, full of vitality. And what about Xiongju? His lifespan is nearing its end, leading to weakened vitality, his aura tainted with decay, his erupted strength at least reduced by 3 tiers. King Chu, I can only help you this much. Xiongju's dim eyes surveyed the surroundings, and for the first time, he realized how beautiful this vast territory was. Unfortunately, after today, he feared he would never see it again. But for the master of this land, still surnamed Xiong, he had no other choice. Kill! A loud roar. A terrifying aura erupted from Xiongju's body, his gray robe billowing as if inflated, the blood-red murderous aura and unmatched knife energy sweeping around. This aura far exceeded that of a late marquis. He had reached the peak of the marquis. Are you fighting desperately? The witch god scoffed, lightly tapping the void with his staff. Waves of green light appeared, spiritual energy flowing like silk, like waterfalls hanging in the sky, falling to the ground, covering the mountains. Such a spectacular scene was clearly visible from dozens of miles away. Chapter 73. The Fall of Xiongju. A 100-foot blade aura hovered above Xiongju's head, dazzling and extremely sharp, as if this blade could easily shatter a piece of heaven and earth, annihilating all enemies. With my life, I kill. This blade consumed Xiongju's life. This blade was 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than any sword technique he had ever displayed. This blade merged into his insides, essence, blood, soul, everything. The fierce battle in Nest City forced both sides to stop fighting. All weapons, no longer heeding their masters, bowed to the blade aura in the sky, their blades pointing down. In this scene, 10,000 soldiers knelt to their master. Everyone was horrified and shocked. Many warriors who wielded battle blades looked utterly mesmerized, sensing a transformation of life in this blade aura, the will of the blade. This was a swordsman's attitude towards the way of the sword. Rise! The witch god's eyes narrowed slightly, the scepter waved, and the surrounding green spiritual energy poured like a waterfall, connecting with the mountain peaks. Under everyone's gaze, the half-collapsed mountain suddenly erupted with divine light, and a green dragon spiraled down from the mountain, forcibly lifting the mountain body with immense power, flying toward Xiongju. The speed was incredible, moving dozens of feet in an instant. What kind of technique is this? Tugu took a deep breath. Whether it was Xiongju's attack or the witch god's attack, it gave him a sense of shock, making him feel so small for the first time. This also indicated that the gap between a marquis and a sage was like that between a fish in a pond and a bird in the sky, an irreparable difference. This is called magical techniques. Among the many cultivation systems, very few people cultivate magical techniques, as they are too weak in early battles, only revealing their monstrous power after breaking through to the marquis realm. They knew the witch god cultivated magical techniques, but they did not expect him to be so powerful, displaying the strength to move mountains, which even other martial artists, perhaps even king-level experts, could not achieve. Old ancestor, can we defeat the witch god? Tugu worriedly focused his eyes on the battlefield. Master, you must win. The elder of the witch sect also looked towards the distant battlefield, secretly praying. They all understood that the outcome of this battle depended on these two extraordinarily powerful individuals. Faced with marquis warriors, the Shenshur army was no match. The imperial guards were no match, and the 8,000 disciples guarding the sect were even less capable. Whoever wins will be the ultimate victor. Slash! Xiongju roared, the blade light shining, his footsteps moving, bringing down the 100-foot blade aura with a thunderous crash. The blade light cut across the vast sky. Boom! The blade light collided with the mountain peak, emitting an incredibly terrifying force, sending Xiongju's body flying, blood splattering. How could this be? Xiongju's face turned pale, blood pouring out as he fell, his white hair dropping, a look of death creeping onto his wrinkled face. His blade could not shatter the mountain peak. The power of magical techniques, how could it be? The witch god laughed heartily, watching the dust-filled mountain body, revealing a sinister smile. But before he could finish speaking, he saw a blade aura flying out from the dust. This blade aura was only the size of a palm, mixed among the flying debris, making it hard to detect. Swoosh! The witch god hurriedly used his movement technique to dodge, but the blade aura was too fast. Despite using all his strength, he was still hit. A blood mark appeared on his emaciated chest. The tiny blade aura sliced past the edge of his heart, severing several ribs. Blood gushed out like a waterfall. You dare to hurt me, Dai? The witch god's body was covered in goosebumps, filled with fear. He was just a hair's breadth away from losing his life. An infinite rage burned in his chest. The mountain peak soared, dark green light erupting as if doomsday had arrived, crushing towards Xiongju. Absolute blade. Xiongju, unwilling to accept defeat, roared again, swinging his battle blade. His muscles tearing away like an old tree shedding bark, revealing a skeletal frame, yet no blood flowed. The blood within him had long been burned away. Dazzling blade light appeared, the terrifying edge shining in the sky. Boom! But the mountain peak crashed down, brutally shattering the blade light and landing on Xiongju. His body, resembling dry bones, was instantly reduced to fragments, pieces drifting from the void, leaving no trace of his corpse. Xiongju had fallen. He had protected the Chu kingdom for 300 years, with few defeats in battle, but time was merciless. His glory and strength would eventually yield to age and disappear. Rather than say he was defeated by the witch god, it would be more accurate to say he was defeated by time. Tugu's complexion turned slightly pale. The faces of the 100,000 imperial guards turned instantly white. Even further away in Danyang City, the face of the Chu king also turned pale as he sensed Xiongju's aura completely dissipating. The Chu royal family no longer had any marquis-level experts. Someone, quickly seek information about the witch god. Confirm whether he has fallen. The Chu king shouted anxiously. The void rippled, and several figures left the palace, rushing towards the witch county at high speed. He finally died. The witch god clutched his chest, the intense pain causing his brow to furrow. This injury was somewhat serious, and without timely treatment, it might leave aftereffects. I must enter seclusion. During this time, the witch sect must hold the witch county firmly, with no mistakes. His booming voice echoed above the witch county, clearly coming from a great distance, yet felt like a whisper in one's ear. People looked up again and found that the figure in the sky had already vanished, leaving only a mountain peak falling from the heights like a meteorite, causing the ground to tremble. Retreat. Tugu had no heart to continue fighting, Raising his bloodied spear, he commanded in a deep voice, 3,000 Shunshur troops retreat. 100,000 Imperial Guards line up and withdraw from the battlefield. Xiongju's fall had demoralized the Chu army. A cornered enemy should not be pursued. The disciples of the witch sect did not chase after them, obeying the witch god's orders, guarding the witch county. The Yu clan fortress. What? After finishing his cultivation, Yu Sheng walked out of the secret chamber and heard Guojia report that Xiongju had fallen and the witch god was in seclusion healing, letting out a cry of surprise, followed by an expression of wild joy. "My lord, this grand play should come to an end," Guojia said with a smile, treating the entire Chu kingdom as a stage, highlighting his arrogance. However, he had the qualifications to be arrogant. It could be said that in the current situation of the Chu kingdom, he had been playing the role of the behind-the-scenes manipulator, guiding various forces step by step along the anticipated path. "Pass my orders, the demon sect will emerge, attacking the Shao clan's army, and control the witch county." Yu Sheng's gaze sharpened as he spoke loudly. "Yes." Guojia bowed and smiled. "However, the witch god, still being alive, remains a hidden danger." Yu Sheng frowned slightly, revealing a killing intent in his eyes. According to the plan, the witch god and Xiongju should have perished together, but unexpectedly, the witch god escaped this calamity. From the battle situation, the witch god was able to defeat Xiongju, at least possessing late Marquis level strength, and being a practitioner of magical techniques. His supernatural powers were mysterious and difficult to deal with. The Fire Ghost King had just broken through to the Marquis realm, even with an undying body. He might not be a match. "My lord, if the witch god is unharmed, it is indeed terrifying, but right now." Guojia took a sip of wine, smiling and saying, "Just beat the drowning dog. My lord only needs to send the Fire Ghost King to infiltrate Witch Mountain. He should be able to successfully assassinate." Chapter 74. The Emergence of the Demon Sect. The Yima Hall. The left protector leaned back in his chair, his eyes wide open as he looked at the intelligence sent by Yu Sheng, filled with excitement. A terrifying aura could not help but erupt, and his white hair moved as if there were no wind. This intelligence contained only one sentence. "It can emerge." After waiting for several months, it could finally emerge. The left protector closed the intelligence, respectfully placed it on the desk, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face. The demon sect, established by the heavenly demon, once nearly dominated the continent. During its peak, it had countless strong figures. Although it is now desolate, some of its foundation remains. What Yu Sheng saw and heard during his last visit was just the tip of the iceberg. Send the order to activate the Mountain Protection Formation. The left protector, filled with joy, floated in midair, his aged voice echoing throughout the demon mountain. All disciples were stunned, their faces filled with joy, and they bowed respectfully before sitting down on the spot. Yes, 10 gray-robed elders stepped forward, standing in specific positions, forming seals with their hands at incredible speed. It was so dazzling that it left viewers bewildered. An ordinary person would feel dizzy just from a glance. The ground trembled, and a pillar rose beneath their feet, towering 9 zhang high, with a black dragon carved on it, its eyes blood-red, as if drenched in blood, exuding an endless aura of evil. A pure demonic energy burst forth, continuous and overwhelming, obscuring the sky and spreading outward, quickly enveloping the demon mountain. 36 peaks of the gangs emerge. The 10 elders shouted in unison, their mysterious seals radiating brilliant light as they struck toward the sky. Endless golden light poured onto the pitch-black demonic energy, draping it in a layer of golden gauze, filled with a sense of sanctity. Casually, this golden light transformed into billions of golden threads, spreading across the sky, forming a vast formation covering 100 miles. Boom! The mountain shook violently, with the peak of the demon sect as its center. The terrain around it began to change. Peaks suddenly rose from the ground, some steep, some beautiful, some desolate. On each peak stood numerous buildings and majestic stone statues. A gentle breeze blew, raising dust, and these stone statues cracked open, revealing figures dressed in demon sect attire, the only difference being the patterns on their chests. Green demon peak ranks, black demon peak ranks, heavenly demon peak ranks, war demon peak ranks, Earth Demon Peak Ranks. Loud voices echoed through time and space, like ancient war gods roaring toward the sky, shaking the demonic clouds, totaling 36 in number. The 36 peaks of the demon sect. Each peak serves a different function, containing the 36 transformations of the heavenly gangs, and also serves as the foundation of a massive formation. Each peak is led by one peak master, 5 elders, and several disciples. Since they just emerged, their strength is not yet very strong. The peak master has just broken through to half-step saint realm, while the elders are only at the innate level. In a few months, as the peak masters break through, the strength of the demon sect will undergo earth-shattering changes. 10,000 demon heavenly formation. The masters of the 36 peaks, comprised of men and women, young and old, exuded a noble aura. They first bowed to the main peak, then shouted in unison, reaching out into the void, unleashing overwhelming demonic light. The entire territory of the Chu kingdom trembled, and countless people looked up toward the direction of Peng County. What they saw was a wave of pitch-black demonic energy rushing into the sky, obscuring the sun, carrying the auras of evil, temptation, death, and destruction. The void trembled as 36 chains emitting black gas descended from the heavens, hanging across the sky, and no one knew where the other end led. This was just the beginning. The next scene that unfolded left everyone horrified, mouths agape, unable to speak. As the chains burst forth with light, the peaks were covered in radiance, rising from the ground at a visible speed, flying into the boundless demonic energy. Minutes later, all the peaks hovered 8,000 zhang high. Centered around Peng County, all living beings within tens of thousands of miles could see the demon mountain if they looked up. The demon sect has emerged. The left protector's expression grew serious as he took out the protector's seal and threw it into the void. The main peak of the demon sect soared into the sky, appearing at an altitude of 10,000 zhang. At the summit of the main peak, thunder and lightning roared, and black demonic dragons spiraled, emitting roars that shattered the sky. Formation, unite. The left protector shouted again. As his voice fell, a mysterious light appeared once more, covering the demon sect's buildings, rippling continuously. After a few breaths, it vanished like a mirage. At the same time, a massive amount of demonic energy surged into the 10,000 demon heavenly formation, benefiting the meditating disciples, allowing them to absorb the demonic energy and break through their cultivation to varying degrees. The demon sect, what kind of power is this? King Chu furrowed his brows, feeling a bit uneasy. From the momentum just displayed, the strength of the demon sect is not weak. But why has he never heard of it before? It couldn't have just appeared recently. What a troublesome time. King Chu murmured, his expression somewhat dejected. The Shao family's strength is growing day by day, and Wujuan has already been occupied by the witch sect. Now another demon sect has emerged, dominating Peng County. The court has completely lost control over the local areas. Strangely, the existence of the demon sect is known to the 7-colored flower, the Shao family, and even the Cheng family. Yet as the ruler of the Chu kingdom, he is completely unaware. This shows that the intelligence network of the Chu kingdom is not well developed. Is this the foundation of the demon sect? Yuxing stood by the window, hands behind his back, gazing at the suspended demon mountain, feeling somewhat shocked. This is how it should be. This is the appearance of a sacred place. During his last visit to the demon mountain, it only had one peak, surrounded by dense forests, looking quite ordinary. Those who didn't know would think it was a small power in a valley. But now, with chains hanging in the sky and peaks floating, it resembles a fairyland, although the pervasive black demonic energy makes one feel that it is not a good place. Has the demon sect finally emerged? At this moment, Xiao Tonga, who had conquered the Wujuan Pass, also set aside military affairs and gazed out the window, revealing a look of wariness. He had limited contact with the demon sect, but based on the intelligence shared by the 7-colored flower, it was definitely not a good force. I hope there are no marquee-level powers. Xiao Tonga secretly thought, his expression flickering with hostility. As long as there are no marquee-level powers, he would not fear them. However, the demon sect's ability to suspend its headquarters in the sky alone exceeds all the forces on the wild continent. What is the weight of a mountain? It is far more than 1 billion June. Such means are terrifying. Report. A hurried voice came from outside the hall. As the scout leader rushed in, kneeling on one knee with a serious expression. General, we found the bodies of 10,000 soldiers outside Yuan City. Xiaotinga's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked at the map. Just yesterday, he had given the order for 10,000 soldiers to attack Yuan City. Report. We found the bodies of our soldiers outside Sudong City. Report. We found the bodies of 10,000 soldiers outside Hubao City. Report. Our soldiers were attacked by a mysterious force outside Gunnan City. Chapter 75. Assassination of the Witch God. The reports from 3 scouts made Xiaotinga's expression change drastically, his eyes bursting with an overwhelming bloodlight. Feeling immense pain, these were tens of thousands of elite soldiers. Checking the map, he found that these locations were all in the central part of Wujuan. Could it be the Imperial Army? Impossible. Xiaotinga shook his head secretly, ruling out this possibility first. As a former general, he was well aware of the Imperial forces. The Imperial Guard was tied up, and without reallocating General Qin Jun, they had no strength to organize a large-scale battle. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. Bring Qin Shi here. Xiaotinga's voice was cold, hoarse, and deep. Standing outside, the station soldiers clasped their fists, using their skills to weave through the buildings. A few minutes later, they entered a luxurious courtyard. After more than half an hour, the courtyard door opened, and Qin Shi, dressed in green luxurious attire and holding a jeweled sword, led 6 subordinates, walking leisurely along the pavilion. Power makes people arrogant. Ever since taking over the position of Qin Shi and managing the local branch of the 7-colored flower in the Chu Kingdom, he had become increasingly haughty, with a grander display when going out, and more dismissive of others. In the past, during the escape, if Xiaotinga had summoned him, he would have rushed over without a word, fearing being late would cause trouble. General Xiao, is there something you need? When Xiaotinga grew impatient waiting, Qin Shi finally entered the main hall, slightly cupping his hands and smiling. After speaking, he casually sat down in a chair, as if he were at home. Has anything major happened in Wujuan recently? Xiaotinga frowned slightly, feeling that Qin Shi's attitude was rather arrogant. A half-step Saint Realm warrior had the audacity to sit down without his permission. If it were anyone else, he would have slapped them to teach them a lesson. However, considering that Qin Shi was the head of the local branch of the 7-colored flower, he took a deep breath and endured it. When it came to intelligence, the 7-colored flower was indeed the strongest. No, everything is normal, Qin Shi said casually, his gaze flickering unpredictably. He hadn't even started the reconstruction work for the 7-colored flower, and the Wujuan base had already been wiped out by the Chu King, so he was completely unaware of the situation in Wujuan. My army of 40,000 was annihilated in the central part of Wujuan last night. Xiaotinga said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, his expression icy. What? 40,000 troops were all killed overnight? Qin Shi widened his eyes, unable to believe it. He was very clear about the strength of Zhao's army. Although most were below the 3rd rank, their combat power was still extremely terrifying. However, he never expected a total annihilation. I suspect it was the work of the demon cult. Seeing Qin Shi's expression, Xiaotinga believed he wasn't lying and said solemnly. Qin Shi fell silent, feeling a chill in his heart. It was no exaggeration to say that the top combat power of the local branch of the 7-colored flower had all been wiped out by the demon cult. He had become the head of the Chu Kingdom branch largely thanks to the help of the demon cult. Right, Protector, last night, the Xiao clan dispatched 4 armies to attack the central part of Wujuan. I have led my men to eliminate them. When we counterattack, in a small town in the central part of Wujuan, Left Protector sat quietly in his study, expressionless. Before him stood 4 figures, bowing with anxious expressions. These 4 were Gue Yi, Gue Er, and 2 elders. At this moment, Gue Yi stood at the front and respectfully said, "The leader has ordered us to quickly occupy Wujuan, break through the 3-army barrier, and unite as one." However, I did not expect that the Xiao clan would not attack Danyang City, but instead target Wujuan. Nevertheless, the 36 peaks of the demon cult have emerged, and I have written a letter explaining the situation in Wujuan. Left Protector will bring reinforcements within 2 days. The right protector's expression was cold, speaking calmly. Yet his tone carried an ancient chill. His eyes reddened, clouds roiling, and endless killing intent permeated the air. In an instant, the four people in the room suddenly shivered, as if they were in the Arctic, surrounded by ancient ice, the cold penetrating to the bone. 2 days later, we will begin the counterattack. Wushan. Compared to before, the holy land of the immortal gate now lacked a hint of ethereal aura. Above the clouds, there was a faint killing intent, emanating from many disciples retreating from the battlefield. The strong of the witch sect were indeed confident. A shadow moved through the clouds, and within a few breaths, reached the peak of Wushan. Looking at the lax defense system, her crimson eyes revealed disdain. The visitor was none other than the Fire Demon King. After receiving the orders, she wasted no time and set off for the witch sect. Having broken through to the Marquis realm, sensing the boundless energy within her body, she was itching to have a battle with a fellow strong warrior. Fight, no warrior. The place where the witch god healed should be the back mountain. Floating in the void, the Fire Demon King's consciousness swept through, discovering a terrifying, vast aura emanating from the back mountain. However, it felt a bit illusory, likely due to an injury. Her figure flickered, and a few sparks appeared in the void. The intense heat instantly evaporated the surrounding clouds, revealing a hole. However, the vigilant elder did not notice, naively believing that no one on the wild continent would dare to act recklessly in the witch sect. In the back mountain, the forest was dense. Since the witch god entered seclusion, this place had become a forbidden zone. No one was allowed to enter, not even insects. The towering forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves. In the center of the mountain, terrifying energy fluctuations permeated the air, surrounded by thousand-year-old medicinal herbs exuding wisps of green aura, filled with strong life force and healing power, rushing into the witch god's body one after another. As he absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy, the witch god's pale complexion slightly reddened, and his illusory aura became more substantial. Who? Suddenly, the witch god opened his eyes, shouting loudly. The sound waves spread out, sweeping through the surrounding dense forest, as if a fierce wind had arisen, blowing sand and stones, causing ancient trees within dozens of feet to explode, turning to dust, with only falling leaves fluttering. His gaze, filled with boundless killing intent, vigilantly scanned the surrounding void. After a few breaths, the void remained quiet. Could it be a false alarm? The witch god murmured, filled with doubt. After confirming that no one had come, he slightly closed his eyes. Damn it, that old bastard Xiongju was too ruthless. The pain in his chest made it difficult to breathe. The saying that injuries to bones take 100 days to heal applied to warriors as well. Whoosh! Just as he closed his eyes, a ghostly white flame appeared in the void, dozens of feet away. Countless ghostly shadows wailed, some in fear, some in joy, some in sin. Hellfire, this kind of flame from hell, specifically used to deal with souls, was perfect for a surprise attack. Trailing a long fiery tail, the hellfire drifted towards the witch god. Making no sound, it was silent, bringing death, destruction, and slaughter. Chapter 76. The Fall of the Tyrant. Sure enough, there were enemies. The witch god suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze cold, as a staff appeared in his hand. Instantly, a shocking green light illuminated half the sky. Within 1,000 feet, all the plants withered at a visible speed, turning into pure power and forming a light curtain that enveloped the witch god. As an old fox in the cultivation world, he had experienced countless battles, schemes, and assassination attempts that were merely child's play to him. He had just closed his eyes and deliberately exposed a flaw to attract the attack of the Fire Ghost King. Discovered? Seeing the witch god open his eyes, the Fire Ghost King sneered, not feeling surprised. The hellfire blazed brightly, and countless vengeful souls howled, producing a chilling sound that echoed all around. Burn the world! She shouted fiercely, her toes touching the ground. Her red dress fluttered as she soared into the sky, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing wildly, while a sea of fire burned beneath her, sweeping across the 1,000-foot area and engulfing the back mountain. Sparks fell and ignited ancient trees that had stood for 1,000 years. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the beautiful back mountain turned into a sea of fire, with all the plants incinerated. The scorching temperature distorted the void, radiating outwards at supersonic speed. Within 5 breaths, the moisture within the witch sect was evaporated, and the air became searing hot. The heat waves rolled, making ordinary people feel pain in their throats with each breath, as if they were being cut by knives. What happened? There are foreign enemies invading. Hurry to support. The witch sect trembled, and a dozen holy realm elders broke through the air, flying towards the back mountain. However, before they could get close, they were struck by a wave of firelight, injuring them and causing them to fall to the ground, unable to move forward, filled with worry. Bang! The void trembled as the hellfire struck the green light shield. In a moment of collision, the hellfire transformed into countless points of light, all of them the essence of souls. In just a breath, they fused together again, forming an illusory ghost figure hundreds of feet tall, emitting a bone-chilling white flame. A fire dragon flew out from the sea of fire, its body 1,000 feet long, coiling around the ghost figure, dancing in the air with earth-shattering momentum. There was also a Tao rhythm surrounding it, emitting waves of unknown power. Who are you? The witch god controlled the green light shield, his expression serious. From this illusory figure, he felt the crisis of death, a piercing pain in his soul, as if he was about to be turned to ashes and enter the cycle of reincarnation. The staff in his hand burst forth with brilliant divine light. Endless spiritual energy gathered and transformed into a mysterious light, like a true dragon's breath, extremely condensed, powerful, and terrifying. The Fire Ghost King remained silent, her cold gaze revealing a killing intent. With a wave of her delicate hand, the 100-foot ghost figure launched an attack. Countless ghostly energies coalescing into a beam of light that struck towards the witch god. The fire dragon roared to the sky. Countless fire snakes appeared, opening their mouths to reveal their fangs, beginning to bite at the light shield. Oomph! The witch god coldly responded, lightly tapping the ground with his staff. And mysterious light surged underground. In an instant, the ancient mountain rose from the ground, landslides revealing lines of green light patterns that rapidly expanded. Boom! The mountains exploded, producing a terrifying force that swept in all directions, destroying everything, whether it was the ghost figure, the fire snakes, or even the hellfire, all turned to dust, disappearing without a trace. Indeed troublesome. The Fire Ghost King felt a heaviness in her heart. A flicker of shock flashed in her eyes as she retreated 1,000 feet to avoid the energy produced by the mountain explosion. And 2 balls of light appeared in her hands. One was fiery red, and the other was like golden casting. Go! The fire spirit pearl broke through the air, erupting with ultimate power, the brilliant firelight shaking the heavens and burning through the ages. The witch god showed disdain. He sensed that the Fire Ghost King's cultivation was merely at the initial stage of the Marquis rank. Although her moves were strange, she was still no match for him. He raised his staff and thrust it forward violently. The fierce fire spirit pearl was directly knocked away, trailing a fiery tail like a meteor falling to the ground, hitting a small mountain several miles away and creating a huge hole. Go! The Fire Ghost King's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression revealed a strange smile as the golden light in her hand erupted and shot through the air. This golden light was the bloodthirsty King Gu. She used the power of the ghosts to control the soul of the bloodthirsty King Gu, becoming its new master. When she broke through to the Marquis rank, she also brought the bloodthirsty King Gu, experiencing a transformation through fire refinement that changed her strength drastically, making her power boundless. Whoosh! The golden light flashed and vanished into the void, silent and without a trace. This attack revealed no killing intent at all. Even the witch god didn't feel the slightest sense of danger. It was as if at this moment, the powerful divine sense perception of the Marquis rank had lost its effect. Suddenly, blood sprayed out. Ugh! The witch god's pupils constricted sharply, the light in his eyes dimming as he looked at the position of his chest, where a golden bug was gnawing at his heart, blood flowing rapidly. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout his body. Goo! The witch god let out a miserable laugh, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. and the staff in his hand fell as he gasped his last breath. A once ambitious tyrant had fallen. The sect master has fallen. All the elders, stewards, and disciples of the witch sect stared in disbelief, cold sweat pouring from their foreheads, their bodies icy. "Come here." The Fire Ghost King waved her hand, and the fire spirit Pearl miles away transformed into a fire dragon that soared into the air, hovering above her head, energy surging. "Descend." The fire spirit Pearl transformed into a fire dragon, roaring to the heavens, releasing blinding light as it fell from the 9 heavens, leading the world. "Not good. Everyone run." A holy realm elder shouted, turning to flee. The others were stunned, then saw the fire dragon crashing down, carrying terrifying energy that made them feel suffocated. "Run." Everyone was terrified, using their techniques to escape, but it was already too late. With a loud boom, the mountains shook. The sacred place in the hearts of the witch sect disciples collapsed, and those who could not escape were directly buried under the mountain. The ground trembled, cracks spreading like a spider web for miles. Hiss! The bloodthirsty king Gu flew out from the witch god's body, having likely consumed the blood essence of the marquis rank strongman. Its surface color became even more brilliant, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. A gentle breeze blew. The witch god's withered body turned to dust, carried away by the wind. Taking a glance at the ruins of the witch sect, the Fire Ghost King nodded in satisfaction and transformed into a streak of fire, flying towards Ba County. What do we do now?" The third elder, Lu Sheng, asked with a pale face, his expression filled with lingering fear. "The witch god is dead, killed by an unknown strongman. Gather the disciples. The inheritance of the witch sect must not be interrupted." Wu Kuei said firmly, but deep in his eyes, confusion revealed itself. After such a catastrophe, could the witch sect ever regain its former glory? Would that mysterious strongman come again? Who were the enemies of the witch sect? A multitude of questions filled everyone's hearts as they began to rebuild the witch sect with heavy spirits. "Kill." Outside the nest city, Tu Gu's eyes narrowed, his spear pointing to the sky. The 3,000 Shinshur soldiers and 100,000 Imperial Guards launched an attack, the murderous aura filling the fields, battling incessantly. Half a day later, the nest city fell. The army charged straight in, advancing towards the Witch Mountain. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the witch sect. Chapter 77. Fierce battle in Wujuan as the pinnacle powerhouse of the Chu kingdom. The witch god was a figure who influenced the era. His downfall naturally caused a huge uproar, and many strategists understood that the witch sect had already been eliminated from this power struggle. From the perspective of public sentiment, although the witch sect enjoyed a high reputation, it was merely an unattainable illusion, a sacred ground in the hearts of the people. In terms of military strength, the witch sect only had 8,000 disciples to guard their sect, and during the battle in Chaocheng, they were defeated by Tu Gu and had to shrink back into their sect. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned towards Danyang City. The fate of the witch sect depended on it. Though the dragon had a severed arm, its remaining power was still formidable. You will immediately head to Wujuan to assist Tu Gu and eliminate the witch sect. In the imperial study, the king of Chu looked at the memorial and said sternly, with the fall of the witch god, the heavy burden on his heart finally had a chance to breathe. In front of him stood 20 figures dressed in gray robes, their expressions cold as if they were killing machines, born to exist for slaughter. The Death Warriors did not need emotions. Apart from the Shinshur faction, this group of hidden figures was the foundation and hope of the Chu kingdom. As long as they remained, the Chu kingdom would not perish. Understood? The Death Warriors, expressionless, saluted and soared into the air. A terrifying aura enveloped Danyang City, vanishing in an instant. Countless people looked up, some horrified, some surprised, some disdainful, and some indifferent. Huayang City, a small city in the central region of Wujuan, with low walls that martial artists above the 4th rank could easily leap over. However, a great battle that occurred in this ordinary small city would completely change the pattern of the Chu kingdom. Shout! Flags fluttered, blocking the sky and sun. Early yesterday morning, the Shao family's 200,000 troops suddenly appeared, surrounding this small city tightly and launching a fierce attack, the sounds of slaughter shaking the heavens. Above the sky, a sinister aura rolled in, forming a blood-red cloud layer, extremely thick. Even the blazing sun could not penetrate it. The air within a radius of several dozen miles was cold, creating a suffocating oppression. "Have you found a way yet?" shouted Tunga, clad in golden armor. Looked far at Hawaiian City. This small city was like a hedgehog. Although its combat power was not strong, it was covered in spikes, and at critical moments, a group of mysterious shadows would descend from the sky. Facing these mysterious shadows, his army had almost no power to fight back, being eliminated like a bamboo being split. "Patriarch, there's nothing to investigate." The Grand Elder clasped his fists, his face serious. Over the past 2 days, he had consulted many ancient texts but found nothing. He even suspected that those mysterious shadows did not exist in the 7 kingdoms of the wild continent, as if they had sprung from the cracks of stones. Mysterious and powerful. "Retreat." Shoutinga frowned slightly and issued the order to withdraw. The war drums sounded, and the attacking Shao army retreated in an orderly manner. Below the city walls, corpses lay scattered, their gazes blank, blood flowing like rivers. On the city walls, the Right Protector breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to give up Huayang City to avoid the Shao family's sharpness and wait for reinforcements to arrive, but before he could retreat, he was surrounded by the Shao family. "Protector, the Shao family attacks too frequently. We have consumed greatly and can no longer fight." Gui floated over, apologizing with a weak voice, the ghostly aura surrounding him also becoming thin. In just these 2 days, they had attacked 7 times. Each time they acted, it would deplete their ghostly energy. After several rounds of attacks, the ghostly energy within them was nearly exhausted. Rest assured, the Right Protector understood that the ghost soldiers had reached their limit. Continuing to participate on the battlefield would result in heavy losses. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the battlefield and said firmly, "Send the order. Live and die with the city." Upon hearing this, the 2,000 demonic cult disciples were spiritually shaken, their eyes determined as they tightly gripped their weapons. The bloody aura gathered, resembling an indestructible divine mountain. Does the demonic cult have those who fear death? Gui clasped his fists and led the weakened ghost soldiers into the city. The majesty of the demonic cult could not be trampled. Watching the ghost soldiers leave, the Right Protector muttered to himself, a terrifying demonic aura swirling around him. As if he were a killing god walking out of the abyss of the 9 hells, stepping on bones, with blood staining his black hair, adding a few traces of ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. Half an hour later, the horn for the offensive sounded. Tens of thousands of Shao troops, led by Shao Tunga, lined up to attack, their morale soaring like the wind. "Since we can't think of a solution, let's resolve it with force." Behind him, the Grand Elder stood holding a sword, 2 powerful sacred realm auras erupting recklessly. Under this momentum, Hawaiian City seemed insignificant. "Fight!" the Right Protector shouted, his body soaring into the air, his palms turning a dark color, exuding ghostly energy, a terrifying aura rising and falling between heaven and earth. He had no chance of winning this battle. The Shao family had 2 sacred realm powerhouses, with Shoutinga being at the peak of the sacred realm, powerful in strength, while he had just broken through to the late sacred realm. Even with training in heavenly level techniques, he could not make up for the huge gap. Kulme, seeing the imposing Right Protector, Shoutinga was not surprised but rather pleased. His battle sword trembled, the sound of a startled phoenix entering his ears, forming a terrifying sword energy that surged forward. Boom! In an instant, 3 figures clashed, leaving behind trails of afterimages within a radius of 100 feet. Difficult to distinguish with the naked eye, only seeing palm prints blocking the sky and brilliant sword light. This area became a forbidden ground for battle, and no one dared to approach. A few martial artist soldiers who were unfortunate enough to be swept into the chaotic flow did not even have time to scream before exploding into a mist of blood. After dozens of moves, the 3 figures separated. The Right Protector leaned against Hawaiian City, his aura unstable, his arms trembling slightly, with drops of bright red blood sliding from his fingertips, splattering on the ground, and forming several blood flowers. He was injured. A sword mark nearly penetrated his entire arm, deep enough to see the bone, continuously oozing blood. "You have lost." Xiaotinga stood 100 feet away, unscathed, only slightly panting, his clothes a bit disheveled. The Grand Elder's figure flickered, appearing behind the right protector, blocking his escape route. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Xiao troops had already stormed Huayan City. Without the assistance of ghost soldiers, the disciples of the demonic cult fought desperately, but could not escape defeat. One by one, demonic cult disciples fell in pools of blood after delivering their final blows, forever sleeping here. They knew they would die, but had no regrets. You cannot win against me. Hearing the brutal fighting behind him, the right protector suppressed his anger and said flatly, his blood-red eyes looking towards the right sky, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A chain traveled through the void. HM. Xiaotinga also turned his head to look, discovering a black dot appearing below the chain. As the distance closed, he couldn't help but gasp, his face filled with horror. What did he see? A mountain. A mountain carrying endless demonic energy. This demonic aura shocked the heavens and earth, as if countless demons were walking the human realm, reaping lives. Indeed, this mountain peak was home to countless demons. Xiaotinga's heart sank. The ability to suspend a mountain in the void, apart from the demonic cult that emerged 2 days ago, seemed to have no other force with such means. To be honest, he did not want to be enemies with the demonic cult, but now there was no way out. Without hesitation, Xiaotinga launched an attack. His eyes filled with killing intent, the sword energy sweeping across towards the right protector. Striking first would reduce one enemy. Chapter 78. The defeat of the Xiao clan, however. This idea may not necessarily be realized. Xiaotinga is powerful, but the right protector is also not weak. Even with an injured arm, he still maintains terrifying combat power. How could he be easily killed? The demonic light surged, and dozens of phantoms appeared in the void, scattering in all directions, all looking the same, with a terrifying aura. Even probing with divine sense makes it difficult to distinguish between true and false. 10,000 Demons Avatar Technique. This is a fundamental movement technique that disciples of the demon sect must master, encompassing various forms, including Avatar Technique, 10 Demons Avatar Technique, 100 Demons Avatar Technique, and so on. It was created by the celestial demon and is extremely profound, a skill for escaping. What an eerie technique. Xiaotinga was slightly startled. At the moment the phantoms appeared, he was taken aback, but calmed down and realized it was just an illusion. But how to find the real right protector? Swish! After a moment of contemplation, Xiaotinga launched an attack. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of sword energies, icy cold and shimmering, filling the void with a chill. As the sword energies descended, there was no violent collision. Those fierce phantoms were easily torn apart like sheets of white paper. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the phantoms dissipated. Is this a technique to scare people? Xiaotinga pondered. With a wave of his right hand, dozens more sword energies shot out, dispersing the remaining phantoms. It was at this moment that he realized something was amiss. Where is he? Sweeping his divine sense, he found that in the surrounding void, there was no sign of the right protector. A living person just disappeared for no reason. Just as he was about to expand his search radius, suddenly, an extremely oppressive aura approached. The floating mountain in the void was rapidly descending towards Huiyan Town. Boom! As the divine mountain rubbed against the void, it produced a deafening explosive sound, as if the very heavens were shaken. On the walls of Huiyan City, both sides engaged in fierce battle, stopped fighting, and looked up at the divine mountain, their faces filled with shock. Anyone who saw a mountain floating in the sky would be horrified. The soldiers of the Xiao clan looked astonished at the rolling demonic energy, feeling an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, the disciples of the demon sect were overjoyed. They recognized this mountain as the war god peak of the demon sect. Ancient records of the sect state that during the peak period of the demon sect, they possessed tens of thousands of war god peaks, carrying countless strong warriors, sweeping across the continent and being invincible. Any single divine peak could easily destroy a regional power. Dark demonic patterns covered the entire mountain, radiating blinding light. The power contained within it made one feel a chill even from a distance. An overwhelming aura that suppressed eternity and was invincible emanated from the war god peak. causing many generals to change their expressions repeatedly. Boom! In the desperate gazes of tens of thousands of Shao soldiers, the war god peak descended. The chaotic currents of the void generated by its descent caused many soldiers to have twisted expressions and die in extreme pain before even touching the ground. A presence of a saint, 20 half-step saint presences, and hundreds of innate martial artist presences. This is the power of the demon sect. steps.The, unable to mourn the fallen soldiers, felt his pupils constrict and his face turned pale, filled with a sense of panic. In a single battle, a saint appeared along with 20 half-step saints. Just how terrifying is the power of the demon sect? Kill. The left protector stood atop the mountain, giving no nonsense, issuing orders. The runes on the war god peak shone, devouring the endless spiritual energy around it, gathering at the mountain summit, where dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. A blood-red divine thunder gradually took shape, carrying the power to annihilate all things, and shot out with a roar. Target, steps.The. The destructive energy silenced the world, causing all things to lose color, with only this divine thunder radiating eternal brilliance. Wind and cloud soared, shouting. His hair stood on end, his eyes fixed on the divine thunder. The spiritual energy within him surged violently, revealing immense pressure. The golden armor he wore could not withstand it, cracking open in multiple places. He raised his sword and thrust it forward. Killing intent soared to the sky. The sword energy washed through the 9 heavens. Bang! The divine thunder struck the sword tip, producing a crisp sound that echoed in all directions. The sharp sword body could not withstand this blood-red divine thunder for long, shattering into 9 pieces. How is this possible? Steps.His eyes widened. He looked at the hilt of his sword, then at the approaching divine thunder, letting out a muffled groan as he was directly hit and sent flying. Crack! The sturdy golden armor shattered into pieces, falling to the ground. In just one strike, the peak Saint steps.The was defeated, showing the power of the war god peak. Kill! With a loud roar, the war god peak sent out thousands of figures, exuding murderous intent, like a pack of wolves and tigers charging into the battlefield. The stunned Shao army had no power to resist, falling one after another like cut wheat. The right protector, hiding in the shadows, suddenly appeared and struck towards the injured steps.The. The terrifying force sent nearby soldiers spinning, knocking them unconscious. Head of the family, hurry and leave. The Grand Elder dodged and took the right protector's blow head-on. Blood surged within him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But he forcibly suppressed it and turned to shout at steps.The. The left protector led 10 half-step Saint Elders, rushing to expand the surroundings, with formation patterns appearing as if to set up a grand array to seal off the void. steps.The gripped the hilt of his sword, his eyes blood-red. Filled with rage, his mind clouded. Head of the family, you must hurry and leave. The Shao clan cannot be without you. Hurry. The Grand Elder urged anxiously, realizing that with the formation forming, neither he nor steps.The could escape. Demon sect, I will take revenge. steps.The came to his senses, looking around. The 200,000 troops were being pushed back, leaving less than 100,000 soldiers still struggling, gazing at the distant war god peak. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Head of the family, you must lead the Shao clan to prosperity. The Grand Elder muttered to himself, his eyes filled with relief, burning with blood essence, desperately holding off the right protector and the approaching left protector. Sizzle. A few minutes later, the Grand Elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his terrifying aura weakening, like a dying lamp, the fire of life about to extinguish. The Shao clan must prosper. Stuttering out this sentence, the Grand Elder closed his eyes. His death marked the end of this battle, with the remaining 80,000 Shao soldiers laying down their weapons and kneeling in surrender. Annihilate the Shao clan and recruit the army. The cold voice of the left protector echoed through the void, and among the surrendered soldiers, the faces of hundreds of generals turned pale in an instant. To control a clan's army, the simplest approach is to kill the clan's generals, promote a batch of civilian generals, and then insert a few trusted confidants to oversee the entire army. Chapter 79. Training Ground. Damn, the demon sect. Several dozen miles away, Xiao Tinga fled to a small mountain. Thinking of the crushing defeat in Huiyin, he erupted in anger, and his spiritual energy surged, directly flattening the mountain. The Xiao family raised an army, primarily relying on 400,000 troops. But just moments ago, in the Battle of Huiyin City, 200,000 troops were completely annihilated. Considering previous losses, he now only had 160,000 soldiers left. The demon sect is powerful. I can only avoid its sharp edge, abandon Wujuan, and retreat to Jingjun, waiting for an opportunity. After venting his anger, Xiao Tunga pondered. He is indeed a hero, quickly adjusting his mindset in a short time, his deep eyes flashing with brilliance. In the following 5 days, Xiao Tinga led the remnants of his army back to Jingjun. Soon, the demon sect occupied Wujuan and began recruiting soldiers on a large scale. The news spread, shaking the world. In less than 2 months, the Huang family weakened. The Xiao family rebelled, the Wu sect was destroyed, and now the demon sect emerged, carving out territories in Peng and Wujuan. The world was in turmoil. Who will be the final king? Many strategists sighed, focusing on the current situation, and began choosing to pledge allegiance to various powers. A large batch of strategists and warriors headed to Wujuan, eager to join the demon sect. In an instant, the prestige of the demon sect soared like the sun at its zenith. Far away in Bajuan, the low-key Yusheng, without any surprises, opened a golden treasure chest again. Ding! Congratulations! The host forces have checked in at Wujuan and obtained a training ground. Would you like to summon it? A training ground? Yusheng raised an eyebrow, a look of anticipation on his face as he began to review the information. A few minutes later, joy filled his expression. The calm heart he had was now brimming with excitement. The headache he had was finally resolved. All along, he had been trying to increase his troops and enhance their combat power. But training an army cannot be done overnight. It is extremely time-consuming and resource-draining. The training ground could precisely solve this problem. Send orders for Xiang Yu to take the Bao Wang soldiers to Xianjing Lake immediately. Unable to contain his excitement, Yusheng commanded hastily. Outside the house, 5 members of the Shadow Guard stood with cold expressions, devoid of any emotions. One of them received the order, executed a swift movement, and vanished without a trace. The aura they exuded reached the innate realm. 30 miles away, the sound of hooves thundered as 8,000 Bao Wang soldiers galloped across the plains, practicing their horsemanship. A row of soldiers drew their bows, arrows raining down, hitting targets hundreds of feet away. Xiang Yu, holding the Bao Wang spear, stood on the commanding platform, his figure towering like a mountain as he nodded in satisfaction at the soldiers' training results. Your Excellency has commanded. Please lead the Bao Wang soldiers to quickly head to Xianjing Lake. A few shadow guards flashed to Xiang Yu's side and spoke flatly. Their tone held no respect for a peak sacred realm expert and no fear for a military commander, as if they were a pool of clear water, plain and tasteless. They are the shadow guards, loyal only to the Dark Master, only loyal to Yusheng. Aside from that, they're not bound by anyone. Thank you for your hard work. Xiang Yu did not mind the shadow guard's tone. Although he was arrogant and acted extremely domineering, he was not without brains and remained wary of the shadow guards. Gather. He took a step forward, raising the Bao Wang spear high. A domineering will to fight filled the surrounding area, causing people to instinctively want to submit. The training Bao Wang soldiers heard the command and quickly assembled, like bolts of lightning converging together, exuding a sharp aura, showcasing their initial brilliance. The shadow guards were secretly astonished. From a moment Xiang Yu issued the order to the army's formation, it took no more than 30 breaths. Such speed had already surpassed the elite cavalry of the Chu state. Perhaps there were few armies in the 7 nations of the wilds that could match it. It's important to note that the cavalry of the 7 nations of the wilds typically undergo years of training. Yet these soldiers, they had only trained for about 10 days. Just 10 days. And they had undergone a complete transformation. To Xianjing Lake, Xiang Yu's military discipline was strict, and the orders he issued were concise. As his words fell, a strong dragon horse rushed from the horizon, resembling a beam of light, stopping in front of the commanding platform. It was a black horse, its body as shiny as satin, with only 4 hooves as white as snow, as if it had walked through the clouds. It raised its noble head, like a supreme king surveying its domain. Its pair of lively eyes emitted intelligence and revealed pride. Black steed, let us go. Xiang Yu mounted the horse, pulling the reins and holding the Ba Wang's spear diagonally as he raced toward Xianjing Lake. 8,000 Ba Wang soldiers followed, their unmatched momentum overwhelming. In less than a quarter of an hour, Xiang Yu arrived at Xianjing Lake. He waved his right hand, signaling the army to stop, and walked alone toward Yusheng. Greetings, Your Excellency. Xiang Yu dismounted, kneeling on one knee, feeling a bit puzzled as it was not yet time for a month. Please rise quickly. Yusheng smiled broadly, gazing at the mirror-like lake reflecting the white clouds above, resembling a picturesque scene. He waved his right hand and said loudly, I have a good thing to give to the general. Xiang Yu was taken aback, then heard Yusheng shout, training ground, appear. The clear sky instantly turned dark, as if an invisible force tore apart this world, recreating a new realm. Then, colorful lights appeared, accompanied by the sounds of war drums, roars, and the cries of battle. Kill! Smoke rose, the land fragmented, and a powerful army emerged from an unknown territory, banners fluttering, a fierce aura filling the fields. They fought in the mountains, on the plains, and in the cities. Battle, an endless slaughter. Slaughter, an unending conquest. Royal power, dominance, weapons, armor, warhorses, arrows, raindrops, blood. In the end, all the scenes merged into one word. This word is war. As the darkness dissipated, a blood-red gate floated above Xianjing Lake, connecting to a mysterious space. A constant iron-blooded aura seeped out from within, stirring one's blood. Could it be the legendary training ground? Xiang Yu swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, recalling the legends about the training ground from the inherited memories, that treasure for training soldiers sought by every general through generations. That's right. Yusheng smiled, his heart also filled with shock. In his mind, an introduction about the training ground appeared. It is rumored that there are 9 supreme treasures in the world, and each one grants extraordinary creation, allowing one to ascend to the supreme level. Among them is the training ground. However, the training ground before him is not complete. Name, training ground, fragmented. Level, supreme treasure, damaged. Effect 1. Cultivate the army. Training in the training ground can enhance the army's cultivation speed tenfold. Effect 2. Strengthen the military spirit. It can enhance the military spirit's power tenfold. Effect 3. Contains a universe. It forms its own realm, but due to being fragmented, currently only has a range of 10 miles. Effect 4. Time flow. It can adjust time, but due to being fragmented, currently can only adjust the time difference of 2 times. Effect 5. Heal injured soldiers. Those missing limbs can return to vitality. Effect 6. Trial ground. Provides 100 war maps to train the army. Chapter 80. General Luo, the function of the training ground. Yusheng detailed to Xiang Yu is that among the special troops under his command, only the overlord's sons and soldiers are present. Such a treasure for training soldiers. Only when used to train special troops can it be considered worthwhile, preventing the treasure from gathering dust and maximizing its effectiveness. Let's go in and take a look. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Yusheng lightly tapped the surface of the lake with his toes, creating ripples that splashed up as he entered the blood-red giant gate suspended in midair. This is a blood-red walkway, with a strong smell of blood that is a bit pungent. The ground is paved with skeletons, and the sight of white bones is chilling. Outside the mist of blood, red characters are carved. General, commanding 10,000 troops, bearing the state, shouldering the nation. Soldier, the courage of one man, charging into battle, upholding the divine might. Army, invincible against 10,000, defending against enemies from outside, protecting the citizens from within. Each character seems to embody the truth of the Great Way, containing special meanings, enlightening the soul and cleansing the mind, allowing one to understand what it means to be a general, a soldier, in an army. After walking this walkway, both Yusheng and Xiang Yu gained much, unknowingly honing their will, their eyes shining with a more determined light, truly worthy of being one of the top 10 treasures. Standing at the end of the walkway, Yusheng sighed. This is an expansive area with extraordinary effects. The most intuitive feeling is that the gravity in the void has suddenly increased, allowing for better physical training, and every inch of the void emits a bloody aura, helping one to quickly adapt to military life. Looking up at the sky, 100 figures stand tall. These towering figures exude a magnificent and terrifying aura, dominating the world. Each a master in their respective fields, some wielding swords, some drawing bows, some mounting horses with guns, and some swinging heavy hammers. They are the protagonists of the era, having led soldiers to expand territories and achieve remarkable military exploits. They wear honor medals, and, at the moment of national catastrophe, they were entrusted with heavy responsibilities, risking their lives. Their renown is etched in history. Their bravery is recognized by the world. Thus, after their fall, they were included in the training ground, becoming martial arts instructors, cultivating elite troops, allowing the dissipated legends to once again shake the world. The famous generals of the past. One cannot know how strong they were. Xiang Yu's eyes sparkled, staring intently at the 100 figures, his fighting spirit intense, as if he wanted to compete. Among them, one figure holding a horse and gun suddenly opened its eyes, and a swirling tornado that could block out the sky stood in the heavens. With terrifying gun raised, dancing within the tornado, as winds and clouds surged, countless spatial cracks appearing and disappearing in the training ground sky. It was as if countless terrifying thunders roamed in the void, the space collapsing. A chilling and extremely oppressive aura surged towards Xiang Yu to suppress him. The Overlord lifts the cauldron. Xiang Yu's spirit shook, leaping up, his Overlord's spear slashing down, dispersing the aura in the sky. 9 cauldron shadows emerged, pressing down. The figure holding the spear slightly nodded, and the long spear thrust out, an ordinary thrust that seemed to possess no power at all. Boom! But this strike caused Xiang Yu's expression to change drastically. At the moment of contact, the 9 cauldrons shattered, cold stars flickering. A blood mark appeared on his bronze-colored forehead, and if it had gone half an inch deeper, terrifying. So terrifying. After just one exchange, Xiang Yu clearly understood the gap between them. The Overlord's spear was planted into the ground, and he respectfully clasped his fists, saying, "Please, Senior, grant me guidance." An excellent general, in addition to having powerful skills, must also have a mindset to recognize their own shortcomings. When encountering someone stronger, one must learn to humbly seek advice. At such a young age, you have comprehended the spear's momentum. Looking at the general aura on you, it has already reached the level of a top martial general. Keep it up, and perhaps one day, you might surpass me. The spear-wielding figure walked down, a flash of appreciation in his eyes. Among those he knew, Xiang Yu's talent absolutely reached the top level. Xiang Yu once again clasped his fists and bowed, retreating behind Yu Sheng. "You are the master of the training ground?" The spear-wielding figure looked at Yu Sheng, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. In an instant, Yu Sheng felt a sense of being seen through. "So weak, but you can become the master of the training ground. Surely there is something extraordinary about you, otherwise." The spear-wielding figure hesitated, shook his head, and changed the subject. "My name is Luo Junxian. I have served in the military for 300,000 years, participated in millions of battles, and have only been defeated once." Yu Sheng fell silent. For a general, a single defeat could mean eternal failure. "Your subordinates, I will train them well, and I hope. You are a trustworthy person." Luo Junxian spoke softly, his voice complex, recalling past experiences, a fleeting pain in his eyes. "High achievements can overshadow the master. Please rest assured, General Luo." Yu Sheng nodded seriously, then curiously asked, "Can the general be revived?" Luo Junxian was taken aback, and for a long time did not speak. He himself did not know. In the following 10 days, the situation in the Chu state stabilized considerably, with only Wu County still erupting in battle. Tu Gu led 20 death warriors in the Saint Realm, along with 100,000 Imperial Guards, continuously attacking the Wu Gate. The flames of war spread, and the Wu Gate suffered severe losses. After several days of fighting, 5,000 disciples were killed, 8 elders fell, and half of the innate attendants were sacrificed. Wu Kuei led fewer than 2,000 disciples, hiding in the rear peak, desperately holding on with the power of the formation. Jing County. Seeing the situation stabilize, Xiao reorganized a new army, conscripting hundreds of thousands of laborers, constructing numerous military fortresses along the banks of the Jing River, and cutting down trees on the opposite bank to prevent the enemy from building warships. The demon sect. Xiao sat in his study, sifting through numerous ancient texts, trying to find a way to obstruct the war god peak. The defense lines he set up were as solid as a rock for ordinary forces, but for the war god peak, it was nothing but a joke. It can fly. How to stop it? The only option left is to use the magic crystal cannon. After searching for a long time without finding a solution, Xiao closed the ancient book, rubbing his forehead, feeling heavy-hearted. The magic crystal cannon, sent over by the headquarters of the seven-colored flower, consists of 3 shells that can easily severely injure Marquis-level powerhouses. It should be no problem to destroy a mountain peak. Left Prime Minister, how is the current situation? In the imperial study, the King of Chu was too lazy to read the memorials. His weary eyes fixating on the map hanging on the wall, instinctively clenching his fists, veins bulging. This map detailed the territory of the Chu state. Previously, it was all white. Now it has added red, black, and green. The vast territory has already become fragmented. Only Qin County and Ba County are still marked in white. However, what he did not know was that Ba County had long since changed hands. Returning to your majesty. The demon sect is continuously recruiting troops, harboring ambitious designs, and is the #1 enemy of the court. The Wu Gate has lost the Wu God and is like a tiger with a severed limb, unable to raise any waves under General Tu Gu's attack. As for the Xiao clan, after their defeat in Wu County, I believe they will sit back and watch, observing the changes. Wu Bai clasped his fists, a trace of sorrow flashing in his eyes, deeply worried about the fate of the Chu state. This internal strife has exhausted the Chu state's 1,000-year foundation. Even if the court pacifies the rebellion, how many strong warriors will be left? Do you have any solutions? The King of Chu's expression remained calm as he asked, returning to your majesty. Chapter 81. The final scheme of the 7-colored flower, your majesty. I suggest we temporarily cease hostilities and ally with the witch sect to jointly strike against the demon cult. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The rebellion of the witch sect was orchestrated by the witch god, and now that the witch god has fallen, the witch sect cannot protect itself. The court has issued a decree of peace, and they have no reason to refuse it. The demon cult is powerful, controlling 2 counties and remaining hidden. No one knows just how strong they truly are. To suppress them, the court should send a strong military presence to eliminate future threats. Wu Bai pondered and said seriously. His words were straightforward. The court's power is limited, and the best course of action right now is to turn the witch sect from enemies into allies, ideally absorbing them to bolster our own strength. He just didn't know if King Chu would agree. The witch sect is made up of treacherous rebels, and the guardian of Chu state, Xiongju, was brutally killed by the witch god. The enmity between the 2 sides is profound. Tick-tock. King Chu leaned back against the imperial chair, his fingers tapping the table, creating a dull sound that made the atmosphere in the room oppressive. Wu Bai stood to the side, slightly bowing, his expression respectful. Do as you see fit. After a while, King Chu said dejectedly, on one side is hatred, and on the other is national interest. He knew which was more important. Yes. Wu Bai bowed deeply, meticulously performing the gesture, and slowly exited the imperial study. After Wu Bai left, King Chu suddenly erupted in anger, sweeping the memorial on the imperial desk away, a terrifying aura bursting forth, creating a gust of wind that turned the solemn, dignified, and tidy imperial study into chaos. Old ancestor, I am sorry for the younger generation, King Chu murmured, his eyes reddening as he fought back tears, his heart filled with humiliation and unwillingness. He is a king. He can only focus on national interests. Under Wu Bai's maneuvering, the court successfully issued a decree of peace to the witch sect. Wu Kuei, as the acting sect master, personally went to Danyang City to accept the court seal, kneeling on both knees, bowing 3 times, and performing 9 prostrations to show his loyalty. Coincidentally, while the witch sect submitted to the court, a delegation of King Chu's envoys was heading to Peng County, the Demon Mountain. An elder, holding the royal edict presented by King Chu's envoys, hurriedly entered the hall of Yama, seeing the left protector cultivating, and softly reporting to the left protector, "This is the decree of peace issued by the court." Boom! The left protector opened his eyes, magic light flickering within, filled with astonishment, almost doubting if he had heard wrong. At this time, the court still dared to issue a decree of peace? Have they eaten the wrong medicine? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Speak, what does it say? The left protector asked with interest, wanted to know what King Chu would write in the decree of peace. Yes, the elder nodded, opened the decree, glanced at it, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. His mouth slightly opened, his throat felt like it was stuck, and he couldn't utter a single word. What does it say that you dare not read it aloud? The left protector stood up, his not-so-tall figure carrying an endless pressure. After occupying Wu County, the demon cult's fortunes had risen, and the disciples within the sect had made significant breakthroughs. Among them, most of the sect masters of the 36 Peaks had broken through to the Holy Realm. Among the ordinary disciples, the majority were at the 9th rank of martial artists. The left protector's strength had also risen, reaching the peak of the Holy Realm. I'll take a look myself. Snatching the decree from the elder's hand, the left protector glanced at it, and his previously calm expression completely darkened. His eyes burned with fury. He forcefully threw the decree to the ground and roared. A mere commoner is so arrogant. His voice echoed through the skies, dark clouds rolling in. The weather in Peng County and Wu County changed dramatically, with ominous clouds overhead and fierce winds tearing through, causing the people living in this territory to tremble in fear. On the decree of peace, a line was written, "Surrender to the court and you may avoid death. Please protect her, calm your anger." The court wrote this decree mainly to play mind games, trying to provoke you into making a wrong decision, the elder hastily advised. This protector knows. Hearing the elder's counsel, the left protector calmed down and coldly commanded, "Keep a close watch on the four borders of the capital. Do not miss any signs of movement. I have a premonition that the final battle is approaching." Jing County. The court and the witch sect have allied? No need to pay attention. It's just a dying struggle. Xiaotinga looked at the intelligence coldly, seemingly not taking the court and the witch sect seriously. "General, headquarters has issued an order. The final plan is expected to commence in 2 months. Qing, she sat to the side, holding fragrant tea, taking a sip, his heart burning with excitement. After becoming the person in charge of Chu State, he was also qualified to know the plan of the 7-colored flower, to occupy the wild continent and establish a kingdom of destiny. Destiny. Although the 7 nations of the wild continent have gathered destiny above the capital, they are not yet destiny nations. They merely have hopes of advancing to a destiny dynasty. A true destiny dynasty can be described in 2 words: eternal. Destiny concerns the nation and is the foundation of the state. A king can manipulate all the power of the nation through destiny, unite against external threats, and defy fate. Furthermore, the citizens of a destiny nation are all like dragons. All citizens, bathed in destiny from a young age, possess exceptional talent. In ordinary nations, a genius may emerge among tens of thousands, and an outstanding talent may appear among millions. However, in a destiny nation, even the weakest destiny dynasty will have a genius born among hundreds and an outstanding talent among thousands. Thinking about the months ahead when the 7-colored flower establishes a dynasty and he becomes a subject of the destiny dynasty, Qing, she felt an overwhelming excitement. As for failure, he had never considered it, because among all the members of the 7-colored flower, the leader, Miesher Hun, is the most powerful person in the world. He is undefeated in battle and will surely lead the 7-colored flower to greatness and unite the continent. That's great. Upon hearing this, Xiaotinga felt much more relaxed, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Once that plan is implemented, his pressure will be significantly relieved. However, the urgent matter at hand is how to safely get through the next 2 months. Demon cult, you must hold on, he murmured to himself, not planning any rash moves. After resting for more than half a month, his forces had somewhat recovered, recruiting tens of thousands of foot soldiers, but overall, they were still not as strong as before. Moreover, compared to the demon cult, they were like fireflies compared to the sun. It would be best if the demon cult and the court engaged in battle and could stalemate for 2 months. Also, that powerful marquis who assassinated the witch god must not cause trouble at a critical moment. He looked up at the dark magic crystal cannon placed outside the hall, covered with formations, ready to be loaded with shells. Once the formations were activated, it could unleash a shocking strike. It's much faster than I imagined. This army seems to have a natural synergy with you. In the blood-red space, the killing intent surged as Luo Juanxiong floated in midair, looking at the newly invigorated Bawang soldiers, and said lightly, "Coach, can that disciple go into battle now?" Xiang Yu stood to the side, respectfully asking, referring to himself as a disciple. After going through Luo Juanxiong's training, the Bawang soldier's strength exceeded his expectations by several times. "Yes," Luo Juanxiong nodded, patting Xiang Yu's shoulder. "War concerns life and death. Come back alive." Xiang Yu's body shook, and he deeply bowed. Chapter 82. Fierce Battle in Beiluo, Yushi Castle. Main Hall. Yu Sheng sits in the main seat, his expression calm, appearing like a clean and scholarly person. But the aura he unintentionally exudes makes ordinary, innate martial artists feel a chill in their hearts. "My lord, the court has allied with the witch sect and dispatched heavy troops to attack Wujuan. The demon cult requests assistance," Guo Jia respectfully states as he walks to the center of the hall. The Fire Ghost King, Qihua, Fang Xuan, and Zhong Liang sit upright, their gazes fixed on Yu Sheng, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. The strategist believes, should we now support Wujuan or attack the imperial capital, Danyang City? Yu Sheng reviews the intelligence, which details the strength of the court's army attacking Wujuan, primarily consisting of the Imperial Guard, including 30 Sacred Realm martial artists and over 1,000 innate martial artists, nearly emptying the court's resources. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Danyang City is very weak defensively, strong on the outside but hollow on the inside, making it the best time to attack. "My lord, although Danyang City is weak, the King of Chu is still there, able to mobilize the national fortune and unleash the power of the marquises. Additionally, there are 12 mysterious gates around Danyang City to protect the capital. To directly attack Danyang City, we must first breach this barrier." The Fire Ghost King points out that if they act, they will inevitably be restrained by the King of Chu, and the army they control is not sufficient to lead a major battle. Guo Jia ponders, ultimately, it's because they have developed too quickly, not even exceeding 3 months. Whether it is the court, the witch sect, or even the Shao family, they all have 1,000 years of accumulation, with deep foundations capable of manipulating war. Yu Sheng remains silent. This issue is somewhat difficult. Without an army, can one just conjure one? Ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter comes, carrying an incredibly terrifying aura, as if a deity has descended. Qihua, Fang Shuyuan, and Zhong Liang suddenly look up, standing in shock. Who dares to cause trouble here? Upon hearing the laughter, Yu Sheng feels a slight joy and looks toward the main hall's door. A tall and mighty figure, clad in armor and holding a battle spear, strides in, exuding a heavy aura, as if a divine mountain has appeared. This subordinate pays respects to the Lord. 8,000 Overlord soldiers are here for inspection. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Xiang Yu kneels on one knee, his voice ringing like thunder. "What?" The 3 from Blackfire Village are shocked. This is actually one of their own, especially Qihua, whose pupils dilate sharply. He senses boundless military aura from Xiang Yu, far more intense than that of General Tian Su. "My lord, how many trump cards do you still have?" He thinks to himself, feeling even more respect for Yu Sheng, while also feeling proud to be colleagues with Sacred Realm strategists, marquee-level powerhouses, and top generals. What an honor. Let's go take a look. Yu Sheng stands up, filled with curiosity, and walks out of the main hall. Guo Jia and the others follow. As they're all martial artists, they travel quickly, and within a short time, they arrive at Xianjing Lake. Before approaching, they sense a bloody aura, as if an unparalleled ferocious beast is hiding here, ready to unleash devastating power if awakened. Upon entering, everyone is surprised to find it completely empty. Only the strong-willed Guo Jia and the powerful Fire Ghost King have their eyes sparkling. "Come out." Xiang Yu rides his black horse to the edge of Xianjing Lake, his overlord spear pointing skyward, the air rippling as if mist is dissipating. revealing the figures of 8,000 Overlord soldiers standing quietly on the lake's surface. After training, these 8,000 Iron Cavalry soldiers have all broken through to the 9th rank, with several hundred innate martial artists among them. Their auras erupt and gather together, forming a powerful military formation. Form the Overlord Formation. Xiangyu roars, and the 8,000 Overlord soldiers are invigorated, their momentum surging as they release blood-colored beams of light, condensing into a blood-colored shield. The murderous aura rolls forth, and blood energy rises. A towering phantom appears amidst the blood clouds, clad in blood armor, with crimson eyes, riding a warhorse. Wielding a long spear that dances in the wind, its sharp light flashing in the void, making the space seem fragile. Overlord soldiers request a battle. Under Xiang Yu's leadership, the 8,000 soldiers dismount, kneeling on one knee, shouting loudly, a wave of battle spirit washing over them, causing the lake to churn and erupt with hundreds of water columns. Gulialu. Such might makes the onlooker's blood boil, and Yusheng's face suddenly flushes, swallowing hard, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. The three behind him, Qi Hua and the others, cannot help but take 2 steps back, their souls trembling, with a storm of fear rising in their hearts, truly frightened. The Fire Ghost King also shows a hint of surprise. From the Overlord soldiers, she senses a trace of threat, albeit faint. But this is enough to instill a touch of fear in her. It must be known that she is a marquee-level powerhouse with an immortal body and feels no sense of danger, even in the face of late marquee-level witch gods. Which means the combat power of the Overlord soldiers could break through her immortal body and completely annihilate her. Just how powerful is the strength of those Overlord soldiers? Perfect. Yu Sheng's gaze slowly sweeps over the Overlord soldiers, his expression regaining calm, exuding an unparalleled majesty. His eyes are filled with ambition. With such a strong army in hand, where in the world cannot one go? Wujuan, in the county government of Luobei City, the day after the court issued the decree of pacification, Tu Gu leads his army and suddenly descends upon the border of Wujuan, launching a fierce attack. The 15 cities on the border are successively breached. In just one day, the flames of war spread to the county city. The left protector leads the strong from various peaks to reinforce, temporarily stabilizing the defeated situation, and the two sides fall into a stalemate. Left protector, the enemy's strength is formidable, and our disciples have suffered heavy losses. An elder hurriedly walks up the city tower, covered in blood and scars, exuding a bloody and ominous aura. The left protector stands with his hands behind his back, looking down at the battlefield, under various sharp weapons attacks. This ancient city, which has stood for 1,000 years, is already battered and scarred, with holes and gaps all over the thick walls. In the heights, Sacred Realm powerhouses clash, and terrifying attacks collide in the void, with horrific shockwaves spreading, enveloping thousands of feet around. However, overall, the demon cult is at a disadvantage. Most of the demon cult's Sacred Realm powerhouses are newly advanced to the early Sacred Realm. Facing the court's seasoned Sacred Realm powerhouses, they're being firmly suppressed. This protector will personally take action. The left protector remains silent for a moment, his body swaying as demonic light pierces the air, rushing into the fierce battlefield. With a flick of his fingers, several streams of energy shoot out, injuring 5 death warriors and forcing them to retreat from the battlefield. As he joins the fray, the pressure on the court increases dramatically. Is there no one in my court? Tu Gu, commanding from the rear, seeing the left protector join the battle, also becomes restless, his eyes blazing as he grabs the long spear by his side and throws it into the sky. This spear, like the first rays of sunshine, is full of life, bringing warmth to all things. But within that warmth lies endless sharpness. Chapter 83. Xiangyu rushes to the demon finger. The left protector shouted loudly, his toes moving as demonic energy gathered at his fingertips, shooting out a gray beam of light with suffocating power. In a silent clash, the two attacks collided. Perhaps both were mid-stage Sacred Realm experts, their attack strength comparable, resulting in an explosion that spread energy like an endless river rushing through the sky. Whoosh! Tu Gu's body flickered, reaching for the spear, and without pausing, he thrust again, resembling a divine general, immensely powerful, with infinite spear might sweeping across the world. The true form of the demon. The left protector's expression grew solemn. Tugu's strength was indeed formidable. He dared not be careless, directly unleashing his trump card. With rolling demonic energy behind him, condensing a phantom that spanned the sky like an ancient demon mountain, dividing heaven and earth into two realms. Boom! The phantom reached out, grasping at the spear, the gray-black demonic energy accompanied by blinding bloodlight, a terrifying force pouring down, shattering the void and blocking the spear's attack. Tugu's face turned red, but his eyes burned even hotter, showing no intention of retreating. Clash, clash, clash. The spear sweeps the setting sun, with fiery battle intent soaring. Tugu roared continuously, his fighting spirit having already spread in all directions, his essence merging into the spear, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful strike. This was the second time he had used this move since leading troops in a battle. That time, he was only at the late Sacred Realm, facing a peak Sacred Realm enemy, in a life-or-death crisis, and after executing the spear sweeps the setting sun, he had managed to kill an enemy above his level, turning the surrounding void into nothingness. Boom! A phantom of the sun appeared, radiating scorching light, like a furnace, aiming to reduce the sky to ashes. In the turbulent sea of blood-colored spears floated in the air, emanating killing intent, their tips pointing directly at the sun's phantom, shooting forth like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, carrying an irresistible force. The strength of General Tugu is terrifying. The Sacred Realm experts engaged in battle temporarily paused, retreating to the side, their faces filled with shock. Those blood spears, that invincible momentum, made them tremble uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. It felt as if dozens of Sacred Realm experts were fighting fiercely, the energy of the fingers and spear clashing in the void, before both were extinguished. Yet, whether it was the left protector or Tugu, both were covered in blood, situated at the center of the battlefield, continually being severely injured by the terrifying aftermath. Even so, neither showed any intention of backing down. They stared fiercely at each other, their eyes about to burst, wanting to defeat and annihilate the other with their terrifying strength. Only one person could leave alive. Bang! Another dull sound echoed, and both flew back, staggering in the void, bloodied and with numerous wounds. How could this happen? Tugu's expression darkened. His injuries were clearly much heavier than the left protector's. After all, the left protector had the demon phantom behind him, blocking many attacks. Yet Tugu still couldn't accept it. He had unleashed his strongest strike, yet still couldn't defeat the opponent. What other means did he have to achieve victory? Was this battle destined to end in failure? The main general's defeat would directly affect the morale of the army. Under the leadership of a fierce tiger, the army would unleash the might of a ferocious beast. But if led by a sheep, even a fierce tiger would become a sickly cat. How could a demoralized Imperial Guard capture North Luo City? No, I still have. As if recalling something, a determined look appeared in Tugu's eyes. Disregarding his heavily injured body, he took a bold step forward, shouting, "Give me fusion." Boom! It was as if the entire sky had changed. The world changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Looking up, one could see the sun's phantom dimming, all energy continuously merging into the blood-colored spear shadow. This move was a martial technique he had created. Prior to this, it had only been a concept, but now, facing the endless pressure from the left protector, he overcame the obstacles, broke through the barriers, and without hesitation, unleashed this earth-shattering strike. In the heavens and earth, everything fell silent, all sounds dissipating, and everything ceased to exist, leaving only this terrifying spear energy. Such a powerful strike, in terms of might, perhaps had already surpassed the ultimate of the Sacred Realm. The left protector was a bit shocked. This spear, at its peak, still had the power to fight, but in the current state, it was absolutely unable to withstand. And if he couldn't withstand it, there would be only one outcome: death. What to do? Seeing that the left protector had no moves left, Tugu was overjoyed. The sun's phantom exploded, and the blood-colored spear fell directly. The left protector's face turned pale as he kept retreating, but the blood-colored spear seemed to have eyes, chasing him no matter where he retreated, leaving him nowhere to escape. Am I to be buried here? Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, the left protector's hair stood on end, feeling a bit of despair. Boom! Suddenly, the ground trembled. The sound of hooves echoed, and a domineering aura descended from the sky, covering the battlefield and sweeping away all other auras, leaving only the presence of the Overlord. The Overlord's spear. A towering figure rushed in from the edge of the sky, carrying the aura of gods and demons, both righteous and evil, standing in front of the left protector and thrusting a spear. There was no flashiness. It was the essence of one strike. The spear wielder struck to annihilate the enemy. The blood-colored sword energy unleashed by Tu-Gu was directly dispersed, unable to hold for even a moment. Who was this? Tu-Gu's heart sank. It was yet another powerful figure he had never seen before. Could it be related to the demon cult? Or perhaps reinforcements from the demon cult had arrived? Thank you, General, for your assistance. Otherwise, my old life would have ended here. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the left protector clasped his fists in gratitude, feeling a sense of relief akin to surviving a great disaster, and was greatly astonished at Xiang Yu's imposing aura. From the information exchanged, he knew that they now had another comrade, a top-tier martial general. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention, thinking he was just a general who could lead troops in a battle. But he didn't expect his strength to be so formidable. Terrifying indeed. The blood-colored spear energy he couldn't extinguish was easily shattered. The protector is being polite. We are all serving the Lord and should help each other. Xiang Yu smiled, his arrogant eyes looking at Tu-Gu, coldly saying, "Wait until I deal with the miscellaneous people, and then we will discuss in detail." Arrogant. Hearing Xiang Yu's words, Tu-Gu was furious. He was also a famous figure in the Chu state and could not tolerate being seen as a miscellaneous person. But Xiang Yu's strength made him secretly wary. The Shenxi army, form up. He retreated several thousand zhang and loudly commanded, 3,000 Shenxi soldiers stepping forward, charging toward Tu-Gu with an unwavering resolve and a vow to fight to the death, forming a massive military formation. A tremendous force surged toward Tu-Gu. Within the bloodthirsty clouds, a spear hundreds of zhang long appeared, its power multiplied dozens of times compared to before. No matter who you are, you must die. Sensing the powerful strength within him, Tu-Gu was invigorated. With the military formation's assistance, he was confident he could annihilate all warriors below the marquee level. A military formation? Huh. This general also has. Chapter 84. The Fall of Tu-Gu Warriors of the Overlord. Form up. Under Tu-Gu's watchful gaze, Xiang Yu roared, his voice bold and domineering, echoing in the skies and resonating throughout the universe. Boom! The sound of hooves thundered like a clap of thunder. In the distance, where the earth met the sky, a torrent of black steel surged forward, carrying a dense aura of menace. Bah! As they approached, Tu-Gu could clearly see the swaying banners embroidered with two large characters, the blood-red words on the black flag shining brilliantly, resembling a true dragon soaring to the heavens. The 8,000 Overlord warriors were like a sharp sword, extremely sharp and indestructible, breaking through the blockade of the 100,000 Imperial Guards, stopping beneath Xiang Yu. Many soldiers had blood on their weapons. Cold, frigid, a domineering chill. This was the thought flashing in Tu-Gu's mind as he squinted his eyes, feeling a slight unease. Judging by their momentum, the strength of this army was surprisingly not weaker than that of the Shenxi army, and perhaps even stronger. Overlord warriors, Tu-Gu murmured. He had never heard of this army, and it did not exist in the 7 nations of the savage continent. Overlord formation, Xiang Yu shouted. The 8,000 Overlord warriors brandished their battle spears, exuding a chilling aura, creating a massive military formation surrounded by pillars of blood-red light, stirring up the winds and raising dust, obscuring the vision of ordinary people. But this little cloud of dust had no effect on Tu-Gu. He clearly saw a blood-red phantom coalesce amidst the rolling malevolence, its body towering, shoulders like thick mountains, blood-red eyes like 2 stars, hair flowing down, countless wronged souls wailing. The most dazzling feature was the long spear in the phantom's hand, shimmering with cold light, illuminating the vast expanse of a land, infused with a rich aura of malevolence. Having slaughtered countless beings. Fight! Xiang Yu was the first to launch an attack. With the Overlord formation's enhancement, his erupted strength had exceeded the Holy Realm, enough to rival the power of a marquis. His eyes widened, and his figure vanished. In the next breath, a surge of power filled the void above Tugu's head. A spear aura brimming with dominance appeared, resembling countless stars falling, carrying the weight of 9 cauldrons, pressing down. The 9 cauldrons, a technique created by Xiang Yu from observing the will of the 9 provinces in his past life, infused with the power of the world. This is the power of the world. Tugu momentarily lost focus, biting his tongue to quickly regain composure, controlling his blood-red spear to meet the attack. His expression fierce, eager to compete. As a leader of a special army, he had his own pride. Fight! 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 No one wanted to lose. Even if the formation carried the power of the world, he would still lead the Shunshur army to defeat it and achieve victory. Break! The long spear, like a dragon, struck at Xiang Yu, the surrounding area tens of thousands of zhong, blood clouds rolling, a terrifying momentum. Even a newly promoted marquis would feel a chill at this attack. This strike, let us see how you defend against it. Tugu thought to himself, a smile appearing on his blood-stained cheeks, clearly satisfied with his attack. But soon, that smile became stiff. He realized that his attack had already been shattered by the 9 cauldron shadow. The malevolent clouds in the sky were collapsing, and the 3,000 Shunshur army suffered backlash, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, their faces pale, their breath weak. A bloody wind blew, the battlefield fell silent, and the heavens lost their voice. The 3,000 Shunshur soldiers felt a shock in their hearts. They had been defeated. At this moment, they felt that something extremely important was dissipating. The invincible fighting spirit. A special army, composed of the elite, possessed an indomitable fighting will. This fighting spirit was also the key to forming the military formation. Once the formation was destroyed, it would be incredibly difficult to reassemble it. Xiang Yu roared, the 9 cauldrons radiating brilliant light, an overwhelming aura, striking Tugu in an instant. Puff! Tugu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face devoid of color. Realizing that the 9 cauldrons phantom had vanished, a gleaming long spear embedded in his chest. So you're a Tugu, huh? I will remember you. Xiang Yu walked over slowly, his blood-red cloak billowing, looking at Tugu, whose aura was weak to the extreme, and said sternly. He held a certain admiration for Tugu, who had managed to train a special army in the barren and backward savage continent, which was no easy feat if he could find a good master. His future would be limitless. Even placed in the star-studded primitive continent, he could secure a place, guarding a prosperous dynasty and protecting countless people. Ha! Tugu's lips cracked open, revealing a bitter smile, the life force rapidly draining away. About 10 breaths later, all vitality was gone. Until his death, he still gripped the spear tightly, showing no sign of letting go. Someone, bury General Tugu, Xiang Yu commanded. The 3,000 Shunshur soldiers revealed a hint of gratitude in their eyes. In the etiquette of the savage continent, giving a grand burial to an enemy commander represented respect. However, gratitude aside, the hostility in their eyes showed no sign of diminishing. Kill! A commander initiated a charge. The 3,000 Shunshur soldiers followed. Not a single one lagged behind, not a single one fled. They were loyal to the state of Chu. The 100,000 Imperial Guards hesitated. The situation was clear. Tugu's fall meant this battle would end in failure. Continuing to fight would only add a few fresh corpses. What could be changed? When faced with death, many felt fear. Run! The timid dropped their weapons and turned to flee, wishing their legs were longer. Once one fled, more followed. Many wavering Imperial Guards also joined the ranks of escapees, leaving only less than 20,000 soldiers to join the fight. Kill! Xiang Yu commanded, and the 8,000 Overlord warriors launched their attack, enhancing the military formation. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, a hidden dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. This was a massacre, a bloody slaughter. Everywhere they passed, blood stained the sky. Corpses lay scattered on the ground, their faces showing relief, devoid of regret. For the loyal, Dying to defend their country was a worthy death. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3,000 Shunshur army was completely annihilated. An hour later, 20,000 Imperial Guards fell. The intense smell of blood formed several trails of blood smoke, spreading for dozens of miles, attracting vultures that circled in the sky, eager to feast on the carrion. Send the order, cremation. Xiang Yu stood on the battlefield, surrounded by malevolence, his blood-red eyes glancing at the vultures, and he commanded in a deep voice. Yes. The overlord warriors acknowledged the order, every one of them stained with blood, appearing from afar like reapers emerging from hell, sending chills down people's spines. A fire consumed the loyal souls' bones. The vultures left in disappointment. The malevolent clouds in the sky dissipated. By tomorrow, when the sun rises, history will turn a page, and all battlefields will only exist in memory, recorded in the annals of history. People will continue to live normal lives, only with joys and sorrows, happiness and suffering. If one were to say who is suffering the most at this moment, it would undoubtedly be the King of Chu. Chapter 85, Royal Family Turmoil Defeated. The King of Chu slumped in the royal chair, his expression dazed, eyes filled with despair. The Imperial Guard, as the last force of the court and the strongest army, bore the heavy responsibility of quelling rebellions and stabilizing the state. Once an unexpected incident occurred, it meant that the court would have no soldiers left to fight. Reflecting on this period, the general's rebellion had cost the court 40,000 troops, the left general had died at Jingshui, and 30,000 soldiers had perished. Just 2 days ago, another 100,000 Imperial Guards had also been defeated. As of now, within the borders of the Chu state, only the right general, leading 25,000 troops in Qin County, was still fighting alone. But could he mobilize that army? No. If he could mobilize them, he would have issued an edict to return to the capital and suppress the rebellion long ago. The struggle between the 7 chaotic states, particularly between Qin and Chu, had lasted for 800 years. Almost every Chu person had lost relatives to the Qin. The blood feud was irreconcilable. If he mobilized, the defenses of Qin County would be exposed, allowing the Qin army to invade, putting the Chu state in danger of annihilation, forcing millions of Chu people to live in dire straits, with men becoming slaves and women becoming prostitutes. My lord, the Shur family in Danyang City has already begun to secretly transfer their assets. Many ministers in the court have also submitted their resignations. Within the capital, there have been small-scale disturbances at the 12 gates, fortunately suppressed by the garrison. In the empty imperial study, only Wu Bai stood alone, reporting the situation in detail with a very grim expression. What else? The King of Chu asked, his heart filled with bitterness, his hands curled tightly in his sleeves, nails digging into his skin, blood oozing out without him noticing. Replying to my lord, several clan elders have conspired to support a new king, Wu Bai bowed. Hearing this, the king's expression darkened completely, anger boiling within him, a terrifying pressure enveloping the hall and the palace. Within the imposing buildings, all the guards, eunuchs, and palace maids could not help but kneel, their faces filled with fear. Reporting to my lord, 5 clan elders request an audience. The kneeling guard reported under pressure, his forehead pressed against the stone floor, not daring to meet the furious gaze of the King of Chu. Wu Bai's expression darkened, revealing disgust in his eyes. He had no regard for the royal clan, seeing them as parasites. When a nation was prosperous, they were tumors, draining national strength. When the nation was in peril, they were ostriches, hiding in their mansions, not showing their faces. This time, they were even more outrageous, conspiring for the throne and causing a commotion in the palace. My lord, I still have a group. Wu Bai stepped forward, seemingly about to say something. During his tenure as the left chancellor, to monitor the officials, he had created a small army of just 100 men with the king's consent. But do not underestimate these individuals. Each one was an elite, powerful, and the resources consumed to train them could support an army of 100,000. Let them in. Without waiting for Wu Bai to finish, the King of Chu retracted his imposing aura and waved his hand, wanting to see the ugly faces of these so-called relatives. A few minutes later, 5 elderly men in dragon robes strode in with their noses in the air, their expressions proud, hands clasped behind their backs. They exuded powerful auras. All at the late stage of the Saint Realm, with the leading elder being a peak saint realm warrior, each movement carrying a terrifying presence. "Greetings, my lord." The five clasped their hands, bowing deeply without kneeling, showing great disrespect. Before the king could speak, the leading elder began, "Xiong-yi, you have been on the throne for over 30 years. The Xiong royal family has lost 2 princes. National prestige is gone. The general has rebelled, and the nation is in pieces. I believe you lack the ability to unify the country and are unworthy of ruling the world." A flash of killing intent flickered in the deep eyes of the king of Chu. Xiong-yi was his birth name. Since becoming the king of Chu, no one dared to call him that directly. "Oh, the clan elder has someone in mind?" The king of Chu took a deep breath and coldly asked. "Of course. Xionggung of the Xiong family is powerful and capable of inheriting the throne," the elder said with a smile, as if Xionggung were an extraordinary figure. "Xiongyi, you should abdicate. Considering your peak saint realm strength, we allow you to become a clan elder. Quickly issue the edict. Only Xionggung can recover the Chu territory. Abdicate." The other 4 clan elders echoed. The king of Chu and Wu Bai's expressions darkened. They were well aware of Xiongung's identity as the grandson of the leading elder, a notable figure among the younger generation of the Xiong family. But that was all. "Now leave. Out of respect for our kinship, I will not pursue your disrespect," the king of Chu said coldly. As the peak saint realm strength erupted, imperial might spread throughout the hall, echoing like a dragon's roar, as if he might strike at any moment. "My lord, you cannot do this." The leading elder's face turned icy, and the 5 elders unleashed their saint realm auras, the terrifying power directly overturning the imperial study, causing this royal sanctuary to collapse with a thunderous crash. Seeking death, the king of Chu roared, the overwhelming pressure shaking the air. As he unleashed the national fortune of Chu, striking back fiercely. A golden dragon roared into the sky, its might pouring down, creating a sense of suffocation. "You dare to mobilize the national fortune?" The founding ancestor decreed that without a national crisis, you cannot mobilize the national fortune. You are violating ancestral teachings. Foolish king, stop this at once. Faced with the king of Chu mobilizing the national fortune, the 5 clan elders panicked, showing no will to fight, turning to flee. But it was too late. Annihilate. A flash of malevolence crossed the king of Chu's face. The national fortune was limited, and each time he mobilized it, much was consumed. This time, mobilizing the national fortune was not